Once a national treasure purchased for billions, the starworm Martial Soul now sits covered in dust on a display shelf, unwanted even as a free giveaway. Yet the moment I laid eyes on it, I decided to make it my first contracted Martial Soul. My classmates all mocked me, saying even awakening a toad would be better than the starworm, but I paid no heed, for I alone knew it was the only Martial Soul capable of infinite amplification. Detected that host's insect is somewhat weak. Data modification complete. Mutation evolution system binding finished. Newcomer's gift package has been sent. Please check your inventory. Before the voice faded, an extravagant gift box appeared before Lin Mo. As he reached out to touch it, congratulations, host. Your starworm Martial Soul's reproduction speed has received a 10,000-fold boost. Compound eyes activated. 1,000 hunting points deposited into system balance. This sudden cascade of rewards left Lin Mo utterly stunned. Could happiness really come so abruptly? The starworm now possessed a reproduction speed 10,000 times faster, meaning it could hatch 10,000 starworms per day, a pace surpassing even rockets. Simultaneously, a status panel materialized before Lin Mo. Host, Lin Mo. Martial Soul, starworm. Special talent, 10,000x reproduction speed. Strength, 1. HP, 1. Speed, 1. Special ability, Compound Eyes, can inspect any attribute of an enemy, unaffected by level. Hunting value, 1000, can be used to cultivate Martial Souls. Looking at his stats, Lin Mo felt his vision darken. The numbers of this Martial Soul were truly abysmal. While he could understand everything else, he was completely clueless about how to use the hunting value. With a thought, he instantly arrived in his Martial Soul space. What was going on? The moment his consciousness entered the Martial Soul space, Lin Mo was genuinely startled. Just moments ago, the mother worm had only hatched a single larva, but now the ground was covered with eggs, densely packed enough to make anyone with trypophobia shudder. The mother worm itself had also grown from the size of a thumb to the size of a palm. Lin Mo quickly regained his composure and noticed a small plus sign on the mother worm's head. Out of curiosity, he tapped it, and 3 options instantly popped up. 1. Martial Soul Enhancement. Consumes 1 hunting point per use. 2. Martial Soul Upgrade. Changes vary with level. 3. Martial Soul Mutation. Randomly triggers mutation with a certain chance of failure. Consumes 100 hunting points per use. So this is how hunting points are used. Lin Mo couldn't help but gasp. The first 2 options seemed rather mediocre. Given the starworm's base stats, even after a few upgrades, they wouldn't change much. However, with only 1,000 hunting points on hand and each mutation attempt costing 100 with a chance of failure, Lin Mo, who always hit pity in gacha games, found it hard to take the plunge. Lin Mo let out a long breath. After an internal struggle, he finally made up his mind. As the saying goes, the rich rely on technology while the poor rely on mutation. He had no choice now but to gamble, choosing Martial Soul Mutation. Congratulations, host, the starworm has successfully mutated into a Martial Soul, acquiring a new special ability, Self-Destruction. Hunting points minus 100. To my surprise, I succeeded on the first try. Eagerly, I turned my gaze to my Martial Soul, the starworm. It had now grown to the size of a fist, its entire body a deep crimson, with what appeared to be molten lava flowing beneath its skin, giving it an incredibly spirited appearance. Curious, Lin Mo reached out and poked it with his finger. Instantly, its detailed attributes popped up. Martial Soul, starworm. Special talent, 10,000x breeding speed. Skill, Self-Destruct. Deals damage equal to 100 times the starworm's max HP to enemies, ignoring defense. Strength, 1. Life, 1. Speed, 1. Wow! Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. The increased breeding speed came with a self-destruct skill, and it even ignored defense, more terrifying than armor-piercing rounds. Unfortunately, the life value was too low. This was a classic case of quantity over quality. Wait a minute, Lin Mo spotted the catch. Didn't self-destruction equal self-destruction? If the Martial Soul was destroyed, wouldn't the martial artist be crippled? Lin Mo felt a pang of chest tightness. The mutation seemed impressive at first glance, but in reality, it was quite flawed. Host, would you like to designate the hatching? Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. He immediately looked at the unhatched eggs and noticed a small plus sign on them. With a light tap, a small window instantly popped up. Host, would you like to spend 10 hunting points to hatch a self-destruct celestial larva? So that's how it was. Lin Mo was overjoyed. With this feature, the self-destruct skill suddenly became appealing. Hatch them, start with 10. Congratulations, host, 10 self-destruct celestial larvae have been successfully hatched. Hunting points minus 100. Lin Mo couldn't wait to check the attributes of the self-detonating celestial star larva. Self-detonating celestial star larva. Strength, 1. Health, 1. Speed, 100. Active skill, self-destruct. deals damage equal to 100 times the starworm's own HP to enemies, ignoring all defenses. Sure enough, Lin Mo's hands trembled with excitement. After the mother worm gained this new talent, it could designate the innate skills of the hatched larvae, replicating them exactly without any weakening. However, their HP was too low, only capable of dealing 100 points of true damage. To defeat even a bronze-tier demon beast, at least 100 would be needed, making the cost-effectiveness not particularly high. Wait, there's also leveling up, let's try that. Lin Mo immediately clicked the plus sign next to the starworm's martial soul level up option, deducting 1 hunting point instantly. Congratulations, host, the self-destruct starworm has leveled up successfully. Current level, 2, congratulations, host, the self-destruct starworm has leveled up successfully. Current level, 3, congratulations, host, the self-destruct starworm has leveled up successfully. Current level, 10. Lin Mo leveled the self-destruct starworm larvae all the way to level 10 in one go, spending a total of 45 hunting points. Unfortunately, it can't advance any further. It seems to be limited by the mother worm's level and can't progress beyond this point. Opening the new panel for the self-destruct celestial worm. Self-destruct celestial worm. Strength, 1. Health, 200. Speed, 100. Active skill, self-destruct. Deals damage equal to 100 times the health of the self-destructing starworm to the enemy, ignoring any defense. Although only the health has increased, with the boost from the active skill, the damage has been amplified by a staggering 200 times, truly terrifying. Lin Mo was in high spirits. With this self-destructing starworm, not only could he easily pass the freshman assessment, but even gaining admission to the most prestigious academy in the Great Xia Kingdom would be a piece of cake. Continuing to level up, Lin Mo upgraded the remaining 9 self-detonating star insects to level 10, leaving him with 440 hunting points. These points were spent way too fast, gone in the blink of an eye. Feeling that 10 wasn't enough, Lin Mo thought, system, hatch another 100 self-detonating star insects for me. Congratulations, host, successful hatching of self-detonating star insects. Hunting points minus 100. Good, good, good. Looking at the 110 self-detonating star insects in his martial soul space, Lin Mo felt an unprecedented sense of security. This massive number was enough to kill a silver-tier demon beast, but unfortunately, it still wasn't enough. Lin Mo really wanted to upgrade all his self-detonating star insects to level 10. But his points were severely insufficient. System, how do I get more hunting points? Lin Mo asked gloomily. It's all spending and no earning. This is anxiety-inducing. Killing people or demon beasts will generate corresponding hunting points. Damn. Killing people in the city would probably get him arrested by the security bureau before he could even blink. And there weren't any demon beasts in the city either. Host can also exchange Xia Kingdom currency for hunting points. You can pay to win? Lin Mo's eyes instantly lit up. Correct. The exchange rate is 10:1, 10 Xia Kingdom coins equal 1 hunting point. Holy crap. You're not joking. The system is seriously ruthless. Feeling the few dozen Xia Kingdom coins in his pocket, Lin Mo shed tears of poverty. To grow stronger, he needed money, but where could he get it? After all the ways to make money were already written into the law. Lin Mo pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already 7 p.m. Time to head home, rest well, and prepare for tomorrow's freshman assessment. Suddenly, a news alert popped up on his phone. Confirmed, Zhang San is a spy from the Neon Kingdom. Injured and on the run. Strength, bronze 10 star. Bounty, 500. 000 Xia Kingdom coins. For any leads, please call. Lin Mo glanced at it and couldn't help but gasp. What kind of high-profile fugitive was this? Worth so much money? The government subsidy Lin Mo received each year was only 5,000 Xia Kingdom coins. An ordinary family would need at least 5 years to earn 500,000 if he could catch this fugitive. Wouldn't he strike it rich? The target was just an injured bronze 10-star martial artist. Wasn't this much safer than venturing into the wild to try his luck? Lin Mo's mood lifted instantly. All gloom swept away. He had to catch this high-value fugitive. 500,000 coins. Half an hour later, the scent of blood. Lin Mo arrived at the entrance of a secluded alley. A place usually devoid of people, indeed. A perfect hiding spot. Could the fugitive be inside? The thought instantly excited Lin Mo. Go scout it out, he ordered, summoning an ordinary star worm larva. The larva fluttered its wings and flew into the alley. After waiting for a while with no sound, Lin Mo grew anxious. Could there be no one here? Suddenly, his connection with the star worm larva was severed. Something was wrong. Lin Mo summoned another 100 star worm larvae and sent them flying into the alley. Where did these bugs come from? A low, suppressed voice erupted from the alley, its owner clearly struggling to contain their rage. Someone was definitely there. Instantly on guard, Lin Mo summoned 10 explosive star bugs to hover around him. Poison-horned arrow frog. Eat them all. The furious voice rang out again. In the blink of an eye, dozens more starworms lost their connection. Lin Mo instinctively took 2 steps back, hiding the explosive star bugs in his sleeves. He had a feeling the enemy was about to reveal themselves. Ahem! Just as Lin Mo had anticipated, a burly figure emerged, followed by a giant frog standing nearly a meter tall. His compound eyes automatically scanned the man, displaying all his information clearly before Lin Mo. Zhang San, bronze 10-star martial artist, severely injured, martial soul, poison horned arrow frog, level 19, martial soul status, severely injured, current HP, 9, 887/100, 000. Seeing Zhang San's stats, Lin Mo instantly formed a plan. So it's you, kid, releasing bugs to disturb me, Zhang San sneered, his tense nerves relaxing considerably upon realizing Lin Mo was just an unranked student. Who are you? Lin Mo widened his eyes in feigned terror, taking 2 steps back. No matter what, his opponent was a bronze 10-star. If he could lull Zhang San into lowering his guard, Lin Mo's chances of victory would increase. Since you've seen me, I have no choice but to send you to your grave. Zhang San's expression twisted into a cold grin. Poison-horned arrow frog, swallow him whole. Don't you dare mess with me, I'm a martial artist too, Mo said and released a level 10 self-exploding heavenly star insect from his sleeve. Ha ha! The martial spirit is actually a bug. When Zhang San saw Mo like this, the corner of his mouth then couldn't help but hook up. Frogs are specialized in eating bugs. Kid, are you serving food to my martial soul? Before Zhang San could say anything, the poison-horned arrow frog's tongue instantly flicked out and rolled the self-exploding heavenly star insect into its mouth, swallowing it in one gulp. Your martial souls are destroyed, it's your turn next, boy. Zhang San laughed triumphantly. Don't worry kid, I won't let you die so fast. Oh? Yeah? Mo suddenly raised his head, his confident eyes meeting Zhang San's with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Who is the hunter and who is the prey is yet to be seen. You. Seeing Mo's eyes, Zhang San's heart inexplicably thumped. Before Zhang San could react. Blast! Mo let out a loud shout, taking advantage of Zhang San's confusion to fight a quick battle. Boom! With a loud bang, the swallowed heavenly star insect instantly exploded itself, and the poison-horned arrow frog was blown apart, dying miserably on the spot. Put! The martial soul was destroyed, and the martial artist himself suffered a heavy blow, and was already seriously injured, so Zhang San's mouthful of blood sprayed out directly. The whole man went straight to his knees. You? How is this possible? Zhang San's eyes were filled with disbelief that he, a bronze 10-star martial artist, had actually been undermined by a student with no rank. That's not true. Zhang San was now shocked and confused. His poison-horned arrow frog was a level 19 martial soul. Mo's martial soul was only level 1. How could it die with his own martial soul? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, and Zhang San's body couldn't help but tremble. You, what the hell are you? A dead man need not know so much. Zhang San's face was as white as a sheet of paper and he had already lost his fighting ability. Mo still kept his distance from him. No! Zhang San suddenly realized something was wrong. Your martial soul is also destroyed, why is there nothing at all? Mo's color was rosy, where did he look like his martial soul had been destroyed and suffered a backlash? You mean this, I have plenty more. Mo said, and hundreds of heavenly star insects were all summoned out by him, hovering and stalling behind him. It was a densely packed mass, making Zhang San's scalp numb. Boom! There was another explosion, and one of the self-destructing heavenly star insects that had infiltrated behind Zhang San decisively chose to self-destruct after receiving Mo's order. Ah! One of Zhang San's arms was blown apart hard, blood splattering everywhere, making his entire expression look even more hideous. Now Zhang San was staggering, and if he didn't stop the bleeding, he would surely die. His entire body was lying on the ground, breathing hard, and even if he had any underhanded cards, he couldn't use them. Zhang San really couldn't figure out why an inexperienced student was so steady. Devil! This is no ordinary student. Zhang San was convinced that the Mo in front of him was a devil. Mo controlled a few self-exploding heavenly star insects flying around Zhang San's head, which could explode at any time. Zhang San was so scared that his face turned pale and his body trembled violently. No, you can't kill me, I'm a member of the Co-Prosperity Society. If you kill me, the Co-Prosperity Society won't let you go. The Commonwealth? Mo's face instantly sank at the words. This Neon Kingdom is really dying for me, and is going to engage in some kind of co-prosperity sphere again, right? At this point, heaven knows, I know, if you die, won't no one know? Yunmo's smile was warm, but in Zhang San's eyes, it was like a harsh ghost crawling out of hell. With traitors, killing is the way to go. No, don't, I know I'm wrong, please let me go, all the cultivation resources on my body will be given to you, Click. Yunmo raised his foot and stepped on Zhang San's neck to break it. Sorry, kill you and the stuff is mine as usual. Chapter 4, Forced to Kill. Originally, Yunmo wanted to keep Zhang San alive and give him to the Security Bureau for interrogation. I didn't expect this guy to move the so-called Co-Prosperity Society to threaten himself. This kind of spiritual foreigner is hopeless, kill and be done with it. Yunmo squatted down to test Zhang San's nose and heartbeat, confirming that he was dead, and only then did he feel relieved to start licking the bag. Can't see me, can't see me. Sun Zi regretted, he didn't expect such a scary guy to die in Yunmo's hands. He was really afraid that Yunmo would also be scared to death of his own hands, lying on the ground, trying to reduce his presence. The two junior brothers didn't even dare to breathe too heavily for fear of being discovered by Yunmo. Zhang San had a lot of good things on him. There are tens of thousands of cash, and some bottles and cans. Yunmo did not look carefully, a brain all stuffed into their own school bag inside. A straight wave of fat. Zhang San still had a few more plaques on him that represented his identity. These Yunmo didn't take them but put them back. It's a hidden danger to hold this thing, might as well let the sheriff's department take it and crack down on the commie behind it in the process. After counting the loot, Yunmo looked towards the three people lying on the ground as he got up and slowly walked over. He kicked at Sun Zi's ass and drank in a cold voice. Don't play dead. Brother Yun, I know I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong, you're generous, let me go like a fart. The two junior brothers also begged for mercy with snot and tears. Yunmo was decisive in killing, but they had seen it with their own eyes. No longer daring to provoke Yunmo, he vowed to hide far away in the future. If you say a word about today, I don't mind coming to my door to silence you. Yunmo scared the three. Dare not, dare not. The three of them raised their hands in succession and swore that they would not be allowed to die if they said anything. Well, hand over anything of values and I'll spare your lives. Yunmo smoothly ransacked the trio. Sun Zi, three people want to cry without tears. What is this called? Their own guilty to provoke Yunmo for what? He knew how a person's martial soul that scored first in every test could be a waste. After organizing the loot, Yunmo dialed the phone number of the sheriff's department. Hey, I'm a student from Dongyang Middle School, I want to call the police, I found the fugitive Zhang San at. This student, the other side is very dangerous, you must protect yourself, we're on our way. Before Yunmo could finish speaking, the side of the Security Bureau had already begun to act. Listening to the broken voice on the other end of the phone, Yunmo was speechless. I haven't said exactly where. A few minutes later, a dozen or so armored vehicles arrived one after another, and dozens of sheriff's deputies were there in full force, even the chief of the sheriff's department. Holy, such a big battle, is this Zhang San violating the laws of heaven? Hello classmate, I'm Li Zhang, the director of the Security Bureau, I don't know exactly where Zhang San is hiding? At this moment, dozens of magistrates had not only summoned their martial souls, they were also heavily armed, and the sound was really a bit intimidating. Seeing that it was Bureau Li who came, Yunmo was instantly relieved, and the three of them, Sun Zi, stood aside, not daring to breathe. Bureau Li is the strongest magistrate in Dongyang City, and he aims to bring all evil to justice. Everyone knows he's a workaholic and ironic. That Zhang San is right here. Yunmo pointed at Zhang San, who was lying dead behind himself. It is? Li Zhang froze and looked over in the direction Yunmo was pointing. Since it was night and the light was weak, he didn't even notice that there was a body lying behind Yunmo. The two magistrates rushed forward and began to examine Zhang San's body. Bureau Li, the man is dead. Time of death 10 minutes ago. After listening to the report, Li Zhang's eyes changed instantly when he looked at Yunmo, and the man who had seen Great Storm stuttered a little in his speech. Did you kill this man? He's trying to kill me, there's no way around it, I'm being forced to kill back. Yunmo scratched his head in embarrassment, looking still shy. Li Zhang looked at Yunmo in a word, this glib look is not at all like being forced and there is no injury at all on his body. You're just an unclassified student, right? How did you fight back? It's not too far off the mark. They had spent a lot of manpower and resources to capture Zhang San, and several magistrates had been injured. You're making us look stupid. The surrounding dozens of magistrates had different faces when they heard Yunmo's words. The crowd was curious as to how Yunmo had managed to do it, when had such a demonic genius appeared in their Dongyang city. Li Zhang wanted to ask Yunmo how he did it, but he held back. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and it's really not a good idea to ask so bluntly. Bureauly, this was found on Zhang San. At that moment, a magistrate handed Li Jing a few of the seized plaques. This trio is really a spy planted by the Co-Prosperity Society, damn it. Looking at the sign in his hand, Li Zhang looked furious, and the other magistrates looked at Zhang San's corpse with disgust. It's a pity that we haven't captured any living souls to know the exact location of the Co-Prosperity Society's stronghold. The crowd was a bit lost at the words. They had been tracking them for a long time, and the trail was about to break again? Chief Li, what is that Co-Prosperity Society? Yunmo was curious and couldn't help but ask. The Co-Prosperity Society is an organization backed by the Neon Kingdom. They worship demonic beasts, they preach belief in demonic gods and eternal life. Untold numbers of Daxia people have been brainwashed and mutilated by them. Li Zhang looked at Yunmo with eyes full of admiration. He could kill Zhang San alone. He would definitely be the mainstay of Dongyang City when he grows up in the future. Explained instantly. In the future, if you meet someone from the Co-Prosperity Circle, be sure to stay away, or you can contact me at the first opportunity. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Yunmo nodded and didn't say anything else, watching them survey the scene. There's nothing else on Zhang San? Li Zhang questioned the person who searched him suspiciously. No more. Li Zhang glanced at Yunmo and instantly realized, sighing in his heart, that this kid really had a big heart. Not only was he not afraid of killing someone, but he also dared to touch the corpse, and this mentality directly crushed 99.9% of the students. What about the exact cause of death? Li Zhang continued to inquire. The destruction of his martial soul suffered heavy damage, his arm was blown up by a powerful explosive, and the bones in his neck were shattered. The sheriff who performed the autopsy reported as such. After hearing this, the crowd felt more and more that Yunmo was as terrifying as he was. Was he really just a newly awakened student? It was so ruthless that anyone would believe him if they said he killed people on a regular basis. After investigating the scene, Zhang San's body was pulled into the car. Li Zhang once again looked at Yunmo. This student, you need to come back with us for a statement. Don't worry, we won't disclose your information to anyone. There were many geniuses in this world, but very few of them were able to grow up. He wanted Yunmo to grow up peacefully. Naturally, he couldn't let the guys from the Co-Prosperity Society know about his existence. Good. Yunmo didn't refuse and rubbed his hands together with a hefty smile. That bounty. Don't worry, it'll be there tomorrow when the statement is done. Li Zhang laughed and shook his head, not realizing that this kid was still a financial junkie. That feeling's good. Yunmo got the desired answer, joyfully followed with Li Zhang on the car. The three Suanzi men were also taken on other vehicles. City Lord's mansion. A young girl with a stunning aura stood at the highest point, looking down on the entire city from above, not knowing what she was thinking. The young girl's name was Mu Lingshang, the pearl of City Lord Mu Yicheng. Today's awakening is her home turf, the 10,000-year-old who has usually been pushed head over heels by Yunmo in all kinds of simulation tests. However, they were twin martial souls, and both were extremely powerful twin martial souls. Beast martial soul Song Dome Holy Dragon, used for attacking, can also be used as a mount. Weapon martial soul Holy Dragon War Banner, auxiliary class martial soul, can provide various buffs to yourself. Mu Lingxuan was perfectly capable of forming a team all by herself, and her appearance broke the gap in Dongyang City where there hadn't been any dual-born martial souls for thousands of years. I say, sister, are you stupid? The 4 major martial arts colleges have thrown olive branches at you, not hurrying to choose one to enroll in, but also to participate in tomorrow's freshman examination. Are you in over your head? A handsome teenager anxiously ran over, with dyed little yellow hair and a tuggy look. He was Mu Lingxuan's twin brother, Mu Fan. Mullingfrost chose to ignore it. Sister, my dear sister, you're just doing this for that punk Yunmo? Mu Fan fought for his sister. Between the two of you there now exists an insurmountable chasm. What's wrong with having a marriage contract? It's also something that happened 18 years ago. Besides, Yunmo should not know that there is a marriage contract between the two of you. When this person doesn't exist, isn't it good? Dong. Mu Fan received a solid burst of chestnuts, and squatted on the ground in aggravation, with tears about to come out. Sis, I'm doing this for your own good. You're now the proud daughter of heaven. Even the geniuses of Shangjing are worthy of you. Why bother hanging on this crooked neck tree of Yunmo? Mu Lingshan glanced coldly at Mu Fan and spoke faintly, her expression without the slightest ripple. Call him brother-in-law. Chapter 5, Mulingshan, he masters the outside, I master the inside. No. Mufan wanted to oink, he couldn't figure out at all why his oldest sister was just a stick in the mud and had to honor the marriage contract with Yunmo. The two of them haven't communicated in years, have they? In addition to the various mock tests on the competition. Tomorrow I'll announce my engagement with Yunmo, and I'll get a license after the freshman examination. Mu Lingxuan's voice remained indifferent, speaking as if it was something that had nothing to do with her. Sister, you have to think twice, Yunmo's martial soul is just a worm, destined not to become a powerful martial artist in the future. Mufan somewhat wondered if his old sister was possessed by something dirty. No matter, I will protect him. Mu Lingxuan's tone was confident. Well, worthy of being my Muicheng's daughter, with commitment. A loud, boisterous laugh came from the rear. Then a burly figure slowly walked over. This person was in his early 40s, and it was none other than City Lord Muicheng. Mullen sang, Father. Dad, you see how my sister beat me up? Mufan aggrievedly came up to his old man and began to complain about the water. It is said that beating the younger brother should be done before it is too late. Mufan has been beaten up by Mu Lingxuan since he was a child. When will it be ahead? I think you deserve it. Muicheng coldly drank with a shake of his hand. Woo. Mufan's mind collapsed, the ones who know that they are twin siblings with Mu Lingxuan, and the ones who don't know that they thought they were sent by charging the phone bill. Sister is the jewel in the palm of her hand, the sweetest little thing. You're treating me like a piece of, aren't you? If it wasn't for Grandpa Yunmo back then, where would our Mu family be now? Muicheng's face was serious as he stared at Mufan and chided. This is the marriage contract that your grandfather begged for thickly back then, just because you can't see the Yun family now that it's gone down the tubes? I just don't think Yunmo was good enough for my sister. Although Mufan was often beaten up, in his heart his sister was number one in the world. Pure fart, back then our Mu family was not worthy either. Muicheng really wanted to slap his own 2-bit son, and he kept on mumbling in his heart. Pro-life. Our Yun family is not ungrateful people. But father, why haven't you helped Yunmo for so many years? Mufan thought his old man wanted to repent of the marriage before making such a scene. When did Laozi say he would repent of his marriage? These years have just been a grind for Yunma. Who do you think helped him bid for his subsidy? You bastard boy. Muicheng touched his chest and explained breathlessly. After so many years of observation, this kid Yunmo is a person who knows how to get ahead. Even if he can't be a martial artist, he can still shine in other positions and contribute to my human race. Well, when the time comes, I'll take the outside and he'll take the inside. Mu Lingxuan nodded, faintly echoing. Sung, you're all good people. Mufan Nam, feelings on their own and ungrateful villain chanting? Car. Achoo. Yunmo suddenly sneezed, and he touched the tip of his nose in confusion. I didn't catch a cold myself, much less miss it, oddly enough. After sitting in the car for a long time, Yunmo was a little drowsy, while Li Zhang's gaze was looking out of the car window with a grave expression. Ding, congratulations to the host, overstepping the level to kill, rewarding hunting value of 1W. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first kill, gained a lot of experience, the mother bug has been successfully upgraded, current level 10. Ding, congratulations to the host, the female insect has successfully mutated again, obtaining the new skill Absolute Defense 30 seconds of invincibility, consumes 1000 hunting values per second after 30 seconds, cooldown time 24 hours. The system beep that suddenly sounded made Yunmo instantly come to life. A full 1W of hunting value, and his own mother worm had also come to level 10, which meant that Yunmo was now a true bronze level martial artist when he went to the Martial Artist Association for the classification test. There is nothing stronger than the new skill Absolute Defense. With 30 seconds of invincibility, it's completely out of any danger. And it could be renewed with hunting value after 30 seconds, so it was reasonable to say that as long as there was enough hunting value, Yunmo could remain invincible. Cool. If it wasn't for Li Zhang sitting next to him, Yunmo would have thrown up his arms and cheered, jumping twice in excitement. Who? Yunmo exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air to calm himself down. This was all a small scene, there would definitely be more unbelievable rewards in the future. Keeping things in perspective. The car finally arrived at the sheriff's office. Yunmo got out of the car and followed behind Li Zhang. Li Zhang usually had a stern face, and the people in the bureau were afraid of him, but now he was smiling at Yunmo, and it was an amiable one. The crowd watching were all speculating about Yunmo's identity. Li Zhang welcomed Yunemo into his office and personally took a statement. Yunemo cooperated, removing the details of his Yin Zhang San and his martial soul ability, and said everything he could. Write down the bank card number with the phone number and the bonus will be approved tomorrow. Li Zhang looked at Yunemo smilingly, calm, decisive, ruthless, like Yunmo's age has such a heart, he has only seen this one. But if he has a daughter, he must marry her to Yunemo. Thank you Bureau Li, this bounty doesn't need to be taxed, right? Yunemo nodded joyfully. Not naturally. After the explanation, Li Zhang sent someone to send Yunemo to the door of his house. After returning home, Yunemo checked that there were no suspicious people around before locking the door of the room tightly, then summoned hundreds of self-exploding heavenly star insects and scattered them in all directions outside the room. But whenever there was a breeze, Yunemo was able to discover it first. After making these preparations, Yunemo opened his book bag and dumped out today's loot in his head. Yunemo was just money hungry now, the first time he organized the messy cash and then carefully counted it several times. It's a full $58,000 and a couple dozen in change. Get rich, huh? Yunemo had never been so rich, having traveled to this world for 5 years, he didn't have more than 200 cash in his hand. Yunemo happily put the cash aside, the remaining few porcelain vases he wanted to see what they were. This is the mirror breaking Dan? Yunemo poured it out and observed it over and over again, the body is white, the smell is slightly sweet, alright. It seemed that it was used by Zhang San to break through to a silver-level martial artist, and now it was cheap for Yunemo. The market price of a mirror breaking Dan is as low as 20W and can go as high as 30W. This was why ordinary families couldn't afford the cost of a martial artist. Just one elixir could empty a family. Yunemo hurriedly put the elixir back into the porcelain bottle, this thing would be useful later. Afterwards, Yunemo couldn't wait to open the other porcelain bottles, and found that they were all ordinary chi-gathering pills, and this thing was only 10,000 for one. It is used by students before they are officially graded as true martial artists. I'll sell it by the way when I go to the Martial Artist Alliance to finalize my rank tomorrow, but the price of recycling will be reduced by 20%. Planking all the loot aside, Yunemo once again entered the martial soul space. He still needed to become stronger in order to survive in this world infested with demonic beasts. Bronze martial artists were just the beginning, and were not even qualified to be cannon fodder on a real battlefield. Keep mutating. Yunemo searched for a celestial star larva and clicked on it without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host, the heavenly star bug has successfully mutated and gained scouting patrol hunting value 100. Chapter 6. This plot isn't right. I go, another success? Yunemo felt lucky for the first time, after all. Whether he was playing a card drawing game or buying a lottery ticket, he always ate the guaranteed money. Never oh. Turns out all the luck is in. Yunemo couldn't wait to open the attribute panel of the heavenly star bug. Martial spirit, star worm. Special talents, 10,000x breathing speed, self-destruct can inflict 100 times the damage of the self-destructing astropod's own life value on the enemy, ignoring any defenses. Invisible, not easily detected, vision sharing can view the scouting area screen at any time, ignores any distance, host can scatter it everywhere until it is destroyed. Strength, 100. Life, 100. Speed, 100. Hiss. Yunemo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, it really was whatever he wanted. This invisibility and visual sharing function is too heaven-defying, and there is no distance limitation. As long as it is alive, it can constantly transmit information to Yunemo, worthy of the word detection. Assimilate, system, hurry up and hatch me 100 of them. Ding, congratulations to the host, the scouting astral bug has hatched successfully, hunting value 100. Along with the system voice falling, 100 scouting heavenly star insects broke out of their shells and waited for Yunmo's command. Although he knew that the hatching was 100% successful, Yunemo still clenched his fists in excitement when he heard the system's beep, and couldn't wait to experience what it was like to share his vision with the scouting heavenly star bug. Yunemo recalled the self-destructing heavenly star bugs outside the room and released the 100 scouting heavenly star bugs. Slowly closing his eyes, he realized that instead of darkness in front of his eyes, there existed countless threads connecting every scouting heavenly star bug outside. He picked one at random. The next moment the vision cleared instantly, it was the night outside the house. The place where Yunemo lived was relatively remote, and there was no light at all at night, and the scouting astral bug actually had a night vision function, so even if it was dark outside, it was able to clearly see every corner. Yunemo called out marvelously in his heart, this experience was just too much. Arbitrarily switching between a few scouting astral bugs, it was silky smooth, without the slightest lag, to make sure nothing was rattling around. Yun-mo exited the visual sharing. The scouting astral bugs were all used for scouting, so Yun-mo had no intention of upgrading them for the time being, and this was completely enough for now. I just got 1W hunting value, but it's still not enough. System, hatch all the remaining eggs into self-exploding astral worms. While reconnaissance is important, combat effectiveness is the bottom line. Yun-mo felt that it was better to continue to raise the number of self-exploding heavenly star insects. After all, tomorrow the mother insect would be able to hatch another 10,000 larvae. Ding! Congratulations to the host, assimilation successful, hunting value 9798, remaining hunting value 432. Phew, cool. Yun-mo exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and shouted with excitement in his heart. Yun-mo now possessed nearly 10,000 self-exploding heavenly star insects, so it was simultaneous self-explosion. The destructive power produced was really unimaginable. He clenched his fists, looking forward to tomorrow's freshman examination with great anticipation. It's just that this hunting value can't be used. It bottomed out all of a sudden, and he still needs more hunting value. Host, you are currently in possession of 58,103 xia coins. Do you want to exchange them for hunting value? As if sensing Yun-mo's thoughts, the system inquired. No, not now. Yun-mo cradled all the cash in his arms like he was protecting his calf, and the system actually counted the tens of dollars in Yun-mo's pocket. How can I eat if I convert all of it into hunting value? Yun-mo had long had plans to use this money to live on, and once the 500,000 bonus arrived, all of it would be exchanged for hunting values. The system chose to be silent and did not continue to ask. Yun-mo was relieved to keep his small fortune. Too much had happened in these few hours. Yun-mo lay on his bed, silently looking at the ceiling, and began to look forward to tomorrow's freshman examination. The next day. The day of the freshman test finally came. Yun-mo came to school early. Yun-mo actually really dares to come for the freshman examination? What's the difference between this and sending someone to their death? That's right, is there still a need to test the insect marshal's soul? It seems like he felt that losing face once wasn't enough. Yun-mo had just appeared at the school and there were people pointing at him. For these Yun-mo directly chose to ignore, a bunch of jumping clowns just. We'll find out who's stronger or weaker in the freshman test later. Are you people sick? Isn't it time for you to kneel and lick Yun-mo? That's right, Yun-mo, even if his martial soul is inferior, he can be a researcher or an analyst. There's a lot of employment to choose from, and you guys? It's not certain if you can become a martial artist. Not everyone was falling on their sword. Yun-mo's classmates welcomed him and defended him vigorously. Yun-mo, don't mind it, just take it as a dog barking. This bunch of small people who step on the high and hold up the low are destined to not go far. That's right, it's not worth getting angry with them. A few fellow classmates gathered around to shush Yun-mo, making him feel warm inside. It's okay, they're just jealous of me. Yun-mo smiled very frankly. We're jealous of a loser like you? What a joke. A sharp-tongued student looked at Yun-mo with great contempt, itching to stomp him into the dirt to show his excellence. And to continue to sneer a few more times. Get out of the way, don't blame my lord for being rude if you get in the way. Suddenly, an extremely arrogant voice came from behind the man, and before he could react, he was directly kicked to the ground. Who the hell kicked the old? The sharp-tongued guy was just about to get angry when he saw the visitor and was instantly dumbfounded. What? You have a problem with little master? Mufan had a cold smile on his face as he looked at him condescendingly. No. He hurriedly lowered his head, not having any temper at all. Mufan's arrogance was well known. He had always had no one in his sight, and no one dared to be disrespectful to him. However, Mufan had never actively bullied anyone, he just usually took a higher profile. After all, he was the strongest second generation in Dongyang City, who would dare not give him face. The surrounding students hastily took the initiative to make a path when they saw this. He sis, isn't the road here? Mufan looked very doggedly at the rear, looking like he wanted a compliment. Aha! Mu Lingshuang nodded gently, and with her slender thighs, she walked slowly in Yun-mo's direction. I'll go, it's actually Goddess Mu Lingshuang, wasn't she admitted early by the martial artist high school? Why is she still here for the freshman examination? I don't build it, but Goddess Mu Lingshuang is really beautiful, suck it. I'm the goddess's dog. Mu Lingshuang had just appeared and instantly became the center of attention as all eyes fell on her in unison. There was admiration, excitement, jealousy, and a few seizures. Yunemo was confused as he watched Mu Lingshuang walk straight towards him. And so on. Yunemo suddenly remembered something. This niece seems to have a marriage contract with herself to come, so many years the Mu family did not contact her. The purpose of showing up here now is obvious. Is it to break off the engagement with me and then insult me in front of everyone? Yunemo guessed in his heart. Then he or she can yell out that it's 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, so don't kid yourself. Finally, he wrote a letter of truce in blood and made a 3-year contract with Mu Lingshuang. The plot that follows is that he rises all the way to the top and the Mu family regrets it. Surely I took the lead script? Would it hurt too much to bite your finger to write though? Yunemo thought to himself, one moment smiling, one moment frowning and tangled. Mu Lingshuang saw him in this way puzzled. The good-looking brow furrowed slightly and actually had an expression on it. Yunemo looked at Mu Lingshuang and secretly sighed. This unique queenly temperament made people very eager to conquer. This perfect body is evocative. But Yunemo wasn't someone who couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman and only thought with his lower body. Withdrawal is withdrawal. Little master is so good now, what kind of woman can't be found later? Yun Ma. Mu Lingshuang stopped in front of Yunemo and shouted in an emotionless tone. I did guess right. Yunemo was even more convinced of the speculation in his heart that this Mu Lingshuang was too cold to himself and really wanted to withdraw from the marriage. But he didn't know that Mu Lingshuang had always been like this, to anyone. I have a marriage contract with you. Mu Lingshuang spoke faintly. I know, it's not just a refund. Before Yunemo could finish his sentence he was interrupted by Mu Lingshuang. After the freshman test, go with me to get your license. Yunmo's entire body froze directly and looked at Mu Lingshuang with a confused face. What's going on? This is not the right script. Chapter 7 New Student Examination begins. Not only was Yunemo confused, the students who were present to watch were also confused. Is there something wrong with your ears? The city lord's daughter, a peerless heavenly pride with a dual-born martial soul, is going to get a license with Yunemo? Isn't this joke a little too big? Mufan, on the other hand, stood there straight, with a smug look on his face. This plot that caught him off guard was known only to him, and his heart burst with dark pleasure. After Mu Lingshuang's loving education to him yesterday, he could be honest now and didn't dare to be hostile to Yunemo anymore. What did you say? Yunemo always felt a bit dreamy. When was he hit on by Mu Lingshuang? Although the two had met many times over the past 5 years, Mu Lingshuang had been indifferent in rejecting people. Is there something in store for you? Yunemo thought about the fact that he had a family of 4 and a trashy bug martial soul that everyone knew about, so it seemed like there was nothing that was worth someone else's thoughts. The system just awakened and no one knows about it. Brother-in-law, how obvious is it that my sister said that you'll register your marriage after the freshman exam? Mufan rubbed his hands together and came over with a doggy look, a stark contrast to his usual arrogant face. The surrounding students were all shocked with their mouths wide open. Was this still the little bully of Donyang City? Brother-in-law, don't have pressure, the new student assessment can't pass, my father will arrange other jobs for you. What do you want to do? We don't care about the barking dogs. In the future, the Mu family business, my little brother will share half of you. Well, if you want to enter the 4 major martial arts academies to further your studies, I will fight for you. Mu Lingshuang added with a gentle nod. Although Mu Lingshuang's tone was cold, Yunemo felt warmth in his heart. Before crossing over, the original owner gave up on herself and died in a cheap rental house. There are no state subsidies and no help from anyone. After crossing over, he got angry and managed to get various subsidies. Thinking carefully, Yunemo instantly understood that these things were taken so smoothly. It turned out that there were Mu family members helping behind the scenes. Yunemo was touched badly and wanted to give Mu Lingshuang a warm hug. When the Mu Lingshuang siblings said this, the surroundings instantly boiled over. My God, hit me, am I dreaming? My goddess is going to marry Yunemo? I don't believe it. It's not true. Many men instantly feel like the sky is falling. This is the daughter of the city lord, and it is also a super heavenly pride itself, Yunemo, even if he is a waste. Marrying Mu Lingshuang led directly to the peak of his life. Why? The crowd was both envious and jealous. So many boys were glaring viciously at Yunemo, their teeth gritted. The person who had just taunted Yunmo's face turned pale with fear, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he fled with a gray streak. Brother-in-law, let's go, the freshman examination is about to begin. Mufan was a self-starter and naturally put his hand on Yun Mo's shoulder and the two hooked up. Yes. Yun Mo smiled and nodded. But I have one more thing to do before that. Saying that, he looked at the few fellow classmates who had just helped him out and took out the chi-gathering pills that he had seized on Zhang San, exactly one bottle each. It is? Several of his classmates were looking at the porcelain vase in their hands that was forced into their hands by Yun Mo in confusion. I'm getting married today, I'm very happy, in the porcelain vase is a chi-gathering pill, consider it a treat for you guys to eat the wedding candies, I hope it's useful for your examination today. SH. What? Chi-gathering pill. These students were also from ordinary families, and the 10,001 chi-gathering pills were already a heavy burden for them, requiring their families to save money for a long time before they could buy them. Yun Mo, this is a free gift to them, who as the wedding candy is to send the gathering chi dana. This is too expensive, I can't have it. Neither do I. A few of the students declined despite the eagerness in their eyes. You guys don't have to be polite, consider it a thank you for speaking up for me just now, besides I won't be able to use these in the future. Yun Mo patted their shoulders, his tone not to be denied. The other students around them could be envious, just by helping Yun Mo with a few words, they could exchange for a chi-gathering pill, they should have known that they would help out as well. Now that's called regret. Thanks. A few people were very grateful to Yun Mo, with this chi-gathering pill, the freshman examination later on would have one more thing to grasp. Brother-in-law, true nature. The more Mufan looked at Yun Mo, the better he looked at him and silently gave him a thumbs up. It's good to say that you need pills, as long as you quote a number, brother, I'll bring it to you. Mufan thought that Yun Mo didn't care about these ordinary pills and would later rely on the Mu family's resources to obtain higher grade pills. Giving these chi-gathering pills away would also collect people's hearts and make these people grateful to him. Mufan brainstormed a lot and didn't feel disgusted, instead, he felt that Yun Mo had already treated them as a family. Unbeknownst to Yun Mo, he was already a bronze-level strength martial artist, so he didn't need this at all. I can take you to hunt demonic beasts, and perhaps your martial soul will be different once it's upgraded. Mu Lingshuang warmed Yun Mo's heart every time he concurred. Who said Mu Lingshuang was cold? Isn't that caring? At this moment, Yun Mo secretly made a decision in his heart. If you do not fail me, I will not fail you. When he was strong in the future, he would also shelter the Mu family. However, with such a heavenly pride looking like a heavenly fairy wife, even though Yun Mo had the system as a hang-up, there was still some small pressure. It was better to work harder in the future, and it didn't matter if others felt that Yun Mo was going to eat soft food in the future. But you can't really go soft. Well, I won't be polite. Yun Mo didn't make any pretense and quickly mingled with Mufan. Go, let's show you brother-in-law's superb performance today, absolutely brightening everyone's eyes. Then I look forward to a hand. The two of them hooked up with each other in a wolfish manner. Watching the two mingle so quickly, a hint of an imperceptible smile surfaced on Mu Lingshuang's indifferent face. A flash of light. The three left side by side, heading towards the stadium. Ho, I can't do it, I can't breathe with the pain in my heart, woo in the future, goddess Mu Lingshuang will be married to a woman, I'm falling out of love, my heart is going to be broken. Some people just went limp, as if the sky had fallen. Is there a possibility? Even if goddess Mu Lingshuang doesn't marry Yun Mo, it's none of your business? Loser pokes straight to the heart. Get out, I'm going to cut you off. Stadium. Heads were scurrying, and a raised platform was set up in front of them, with a host of teachers from the school. Mui Cheng and the principal were sitting in the C-seat, and next to them were some heads of college admissions. There was a huge open space in front of the high platform, on top of which was placed a huge iron cage, covered tightly by a black cloth, and from time to time, a low hissing sound was emitted, causing one's scalp to go numb. Soon, all the students participating in the examination arrived one after another. City Lord, a word? The principal looked at Mui Cheng and asked with a smile. Just start the test straight away, don't waste time. Mui Cheng smiled and waved his hand. The college people are still waiting. The principal nodded, feeling that this was a reasonable statement, and without making a long speech, announced at once. The rules of the freshman assessment are simple. 3 minutes of tangling with a bronze 1-star demonic beast is considered qualified, and scores will be given based on each person's performance. I declare that it will now begin. Before the words fell, several teachers stepped down from the stage and pulled down the black cloth covering the iron cage, and the demonic beast imprisoned inside revealed its true colors. Chapter 8, I'm super brave. Roar. The hissing sound became clearer and clearer, and many of the students present silently swallowed. Brother-in-law, even a bronze 1-star demonic beast isn't that easy to deal with, except for my sister of course, let's just run when we encounter danger, no shame. Mufan kindly relieved Yunemo, the meaning is obvious, you just go through the motions, the Mu family behind you to help you arrange in place. Do you think we should compensate if we kill this demonic beast? Yunemo didn't reply, but asked in return. Air. Mufan froze at the words and felt that the joke was not funny. Who among the freshmen present dared to say that they could kill a bronze 1-star demonic beast except for Mulingxuan? I guess you won't have to pay for it, and you'll be rewarded for it. After thinking about it, Mufan still didn't say anything to strike Yunemo. He was afraid that Mulingxuan would beat him up. The black cloth completely fell, and the crowd got a clear look at the demonic beast's body that was imprisoned inside. Grayish-black in color, with a body length of 2 meters, sharp claws, and a mouth full of fangs, it was an adult black windwolf. The black windwolves individually only had the strength of a bronze 1-star, but they were pack demonic beasts, advancing and retreating together, and they dared to kill even when they encountered silver-level demonic beasts. Roar! The black windwolf was wild and untamed. It looked at these people in front of it and hissed angrily, violence and wildness written in its eyes. The timid ones were so directly scared that their legs went limp and they sat on their asses. This horrible creature is only bronze 1-star? The crowd was a little skeptical. They had only seen it on video, not in person. Now that I've seen it, it's really scary. Some people were cowed before they fought, and they directly developed the idea of giving up on participating in the examination. The black wind wolf kept struggling, and the chains trapped on its body kept making ear-piercing clashing sounds. The iron cage slowly opened, and the black wind wolf directly rushed out. The 4 chains attached to its body instantly tensed, stopping it from continuing to rush out. Students, don't worry, if there is danger the teacher will come to the rescue in time. There will be no danger to life. The teachers were pacified for a few moments before they took out their lists and began to call the roll. The first examiner, Wang Tang. Before the words fell, a confident teenager walked out from the crowd. Everyone just watch, a bronze 1-star demonic beast is just a handful. It's not life-threatening anyway, so let's put on the pussy first. Moreover, Pops had said that he had the qualifications of a great emperor, and nowadays Wang Tang was exceptionally confident and inflated. Dog stick. Wang Tang summoned his own martial spirit and danced with one hand of the stick. Die. Wang Tang, holding the dog beating stick, leapt forward and smashed towards the black wind wolf. Ow. The black wind wolf slapped out a paw. Ah, I'll be back. Wang Tang flew directly into the sky, transforming into a meteor. The teacher rushed after him and saved him. Wang Tang, eliminated. Next, Lin Yan. Pass. Next. Out. Soon, the teacher called Mufan's name. Hey, brother-in-law, let's show you what brothers are made of. Mufan patted his chest, and it was a soaring confidence. Go for it. Yunmo naturally favored Mufan. After all, besides Mulingxuan, a super heavenly pride, his martial soul was also a very strong existence. Spirit Frost. Ahem, is it okay if I call you that? Yunemo looked at Mulingxuan, who was still indifferent, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with her. It was like a fairy descending to the world, untainted by mortal dust. He's still strong. Mulingxuan looked at Yunemo, and the two of them looked at each other. You'll be careful in a moment, don't get hurt. Oh, good. Yunemo nodded curtly, and the exchange between the two came to an abrupt end. Mufan had already walked up to the black wind wolf amidst the cheers of the crowd. Holy Spirit White Tiger, present. Accompanied by Mufan's low drink, a large white tiger with a body length of 4 meters and a height of about 2 meters appeared behind him. The black wind wolf was like a little kid in front of it. Ow. The black wind wolf instantly wimped out at the sight of the Holy Spirit White Tiger, lying on the ground and wailing, instantly losing its fighting spirit. By virtue of possession. A martial spirit can fight alone, or it can possess a martial artist and enhance the martial artist's own combat power. Mufan likes the feeling of punching, so he chooses to attach himself. Mufan clenched his fists, feeling his entire body filled with unrivaled strength, and charged straight towards the black wind wolf. Each of Mufan's punches was accompanied by the sound of a tiger's roar, just like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, and the black wind wolf was punched to the point of wailing miserably. 3 minutes had finally passed, and black wind wolf felt like it was as long as 3 years. Being hung unilaterally was just too torturous. Mufan is so strong. The crowd exclaimed. That's natural, and we don't see whose brother it is? He's not your brother, what are you fooling around for? Mufan, excellent. The teacher nodded with satisfaction when he saw Mufan's performance, worthy of being the son of the city lord. The person in charge of enrollment at the university hurriedly wrote down Mufan's name. The heads of the four most prestigious schools were all present, and they were all running towards Mu Lingshuang this time. Make sure you get it to your school this time. Brother-in-law, what is it? Have you been shocked by little master's strength? Returning to his original position, Mufan immediately fooled around in front of Yunmo. Like a puppy praying for compliments, he didn't dare to fool around with Mu Lingshuang like this. Easily beaten. Very strong, second only to your sister. Yunmo thought it was awesome. Hey, that's right, I'm super brave, I'll surpass my sister sooner or later. Next examiner, Mu Lingshang. As soon as this name rang out, the entire stadium once again boiled over, and the heads of the four prestigious schools were also pumped up, all their gazes instantly gathering on this high-cooled young girl's body. The person in charge of the examination hurriedly replaced a peak-strength black wind wolf. Mu Lingshuang slowly paced to the testing area. With a gentle flip of his jade hand, the Holy Dragon battle flag instantly appeared in his hand. A wave followed, and various buffs were added to himself. Roar! The black wind wolf hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter and showed its teeth to Mu Lingshuang. Knock! Mu Lingshuang tapped her foot on the ground and instantly arrived in front of the black wind wolf. The black wind wolf sensed the danger before it was too late. Mu Lingshuang slapped her palm on the black wind wolf's head, and its huge body shook and instantly collapsed to the ground, directly losing its fighting strength. With just one move, the black wind wolf was defeated, and if Mu Lingshuang hadn't not used her full strength, it would probably already be a corpse. Seconds. Proper seconds. Hiss. Yunmo looked at his future wife, his heart instantly set off a wave of shock, to be more powerful than he had imagined. Mullingham, excellent plus. The teachers were all looking at Mu Lingshuang with a pleased face, this would be the face of their school in the future. The city lord is blessed to have a pair of sons and daughters who are both so outstanding. The principal said enviously. Ha, a fluke, just a fluke. The city lord smiled very modestly, but his heart was happy. My daughters are naturally the best. The heads of the four most prestigious schools were already at each other's throats, seeking to promise more benefits to Mu Lingshuang. Otherwise it's really hard to recruit to your school. The teacher in charge of the test had replaced it with another living, breathing black wind wolf. Next examiner, Yunmo. The moment Yunmo's name came out, it also instantly attracted a lot of attention, but of course there were more cynical and sarcastic ones. Go brother-in-law. Mufan anchors an optimism. All care is taken. Mullingham commanded. Don't worry guys, I know what I'm doing. Yunmo slowly walked to the testing area amidst the many questioning voices. It's so good, to be able to marry Mu Lingshuang, I don't know what kind of luck I've gotten, the test will be good to go through the motions. Yeah, it's true that we can't work as hard as someone else eating soft food. These guys talk that acidic and have very ugly mouths. You guys want to eat soft food, but you haven't had the chance yet, you really can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. Ready? The teacher looked at Yunmo with some concern, after all, his martial soul was only a bug, it would be bad if he got hurt. So kindly mention it. Aha! Yunmo nodded heavily, his eyes unusually firm. Alright, the examination begins. Chapter 9 shocking the entire audience. Roar! The cage opened, and the new black wind wolf instantly rushed out, but unfortunately, it had 4 bull-thick chains on it, and it was yanked alive a dozen centimeters away from Yunmo. Yunmo stood still, calm and collected, and was able to clearly smell the black wind wolf's halitosis. Why isn't Yunmo moving? It's not going to scare you silly, is it? Some of the students had been quite distressed by Yunmo, and when they heard that Mu Lingshuang was going to marry him, they all wanted to make a good mockery of him. There are so many good students in the school, why did you look at Yunmo? Sis. Mufan looked at Mu Lingshuang with some worry. Concentrate. Mu Lingshuang stared unblinkingly at Yunmo in the field. Yunmo looked at the attribute panel of the black wind wolf and couldn't help but smile. Black wind wolf, bronze 1 star. Status, weak. Current blood level 5K1W. With this amount of blood, Yunmo didn't even need a level 10 self-exploding star bug, getting a level 5 would be enough. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Yun-mo immediately strengthened one and summoned it. The self-exploding astronomical worm is only the size of a thumb and can easily be overlooked if you don't look closely. Is this Yun-mo's martial soul? Not to mention dealing with the black wind wolf, I can stomp it to death with 1 foot. Many people couldn't help but laugh out loud when the self-exploding heavenly star insect just appeared. He summoned a martial spirit. Where is it resting? How come I didn't see it? The group came together and laughed, and the air was full of pleasantries. Muicheng and the principal on the stage were also all looking at Yun-mo nervously, and the enrollment congregation heads of the colleges and universities didn't put Yun-mo in their eyes, and they all started chatting. Roar! The black wind wolf sensed the disdain in Yun-mo's eyes and became manic, struggling frantically, the chains clattering. With a movement of Yun-mo's mind, the self-exploding heavenly star insect flew to the black wind wolf's heel and landed on the tip of its nose. The black wind wolf frantically waved its claws, trying to slap it away, but it couldn't catch it. After arranging everything, Yun-mo silently turned around. Is he giving up on the test? Everyone in the room was confused by this move. If you're going to give up, why are you on the field? It's a shame. I guess he's scared silly, look at how slow he's walking, he must be weak in the knees. You did the right thing, brother-in-law, a gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Mufan's voice was extremely loud and comforted Yun-mo. After a brief exchange with Yun-mo just now, he felt that Yun-mo was quite a nice person. Thinking that if you become your brother-in-law, you'll definitely protect yourself in the future, and you won't be able to beat yourself up when your sister gets married, right? Mufan this person, but whenever he identifies you, he will desperately defend, that is to say, to protect the shortcomings. A trace of doubt surfaced on Mu Lingshuang's face, slightly tilting her head, she was also confused. But she noticed a detail that the onlooker hadn't. That is, Yun-mo's martial soul when he awakened was a different color than now. Yun-mo, are you withdrawing from the examination? The teacher in charge of the assessment asked suspiciously. Just as everyone was puzzled by Yun-mo's move. Explode. Yun-mo faintly spat out a word. Boom. In the next moment, a huge explosion resounded over the entire stadium, and the black wind wolf didn't even have time to scream out. His head was directly blown away, turning into a headless corpse that fell to the ground with a thud. His neck was burnt, and wisps of smoke were emanating from it. Real men never look back at explosions, and a single self-destructing astral worm is enough to kill the black wind wolf in seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the bronze 1-star black wind wolf, gaining hunting value 100. The system's beep made Yun-mo feel like a spring breeze. It was true that the only way to gain more hunting value was to keep fighting and killing enemies. It was necessary to hunt more demonic beasts to be able to do so. The hunting value was really a bit tight right now. The examiner was confused, he was the closest and his head was buzzing. Muicheng and the principal stood up excitedly with a look of disbelief. The enrollment directors of the colleges and universities also stood up straight, somewhat confused as to what was happening. This. Holy, is this the wasteful heavenly star insect you guys are talking about? It blew up the black wind wolf in one go? The heavenly star bug counts as a waste martial soul, then what does my martial soul count as? Holy, sis, did you see that? Sis. Brother-in-law. Mufan was already incoherent with excitement, pointing at Yun-mo in the middle of the field with that envy. That's a good one. Isn't that what you're after? It's really pushing it. Mufan suddenly felt that it was too low for him to storm Black Wind Wolf for 3 minutes. Aha! The corner of Mu Lingshang's mouth squeezed out a trace of arc, and her cold face rarely softened. Teacher, you may announce the results. Yun-mo turned his head to look at the examination teacher. Oh, yeah. The examining teacher slowed down in shock and announced in a hurry. Yun-ma, excellent plus. His own school had produced 2 outstanding plus in succession, and the assessment teacher was a bit flustered for a while, as if he was dreaming. No, Yun-mo actually let his martial soul die with the Black Wind Wolf in order to pass the examination. People who think they're smart enough to spot a blind spot live like a conspicuous bag. His tone was firm, as if he had seen through what everyone else had failed to see through, and his expression was that of triumph. Without a martial soul, what kind of martial artist is that? Yeah, I so thought how powerful it was, but it turned out to be a sacrifice of one's own martial soul. Isn't that cutting off one's own future? What prospects can a celestial starbug have? Master really laughs. There was a lot of talk, people with different minds. Yun-mo, you really sacrificed your martial soul? Muicheng anxiously inquired. This is his future son-in-law, in order to pass the examination. How to be so thoughtless? Ah? It's a bit irrational to do this in order to maintain the so-called dignity in front of the crowd. Yunemo, have you suffered any backlash? Are you alright? The principal asked suspiciously when he saw that Yunemo looked good. Mui-chang was too concerned to notice this. Oh, you guys are talking about this? Yunemo smiled and flipped his big hand. Hundreds of heavenly star insects were summoned and kept flying around Yunemo. My martial soul is the mother insect of the heavenly star insect. These are just breeding larvae, as many as you want. After saying that, he retracted the heavenly star insect back into the martial soul space. This. The worry on Mui-chang's face disappeared and was replaced by excitement, and without regard for his image, he leapt down from the stage and landed steadily on Yunmo's heels. Putting his hands on Yunmo's shoulders, he inquired excitedly. Yunemo, are you saying that this kind of heavenly star insect that can kill the black wind wolf in seconds can be mass-produced? Well, it's going to take some time though. Yunemo was a bit formal when he saw his future father-in-law. Then is there a cultivation limit? It won't only be able to deal with bronze-level demonic beasts, right? Mui-chang wanted to know more. After all, a martial soul with a growth ceiling was destined to not go far. So far, no growth bottlenecks. The two asked and answered questions and just went on for several minutes, completely ignoring everyone in the room. This can breed martial souls? There's still this kind of operation? Who said that the heavenly star bugs are wasteful? I'll be the first to disagree from now on. Yunemo is so handsome, does he lack a maid to warm the nest? The students who had just looked down on Yunemo had wonderful faces. There was shock, horror, and adoration. The world is full of crises and most people are strong. If you're strong enough, you'll be respected by more people. When you're strong enough and surrounded by good people, the taunts instantly disappear. It's just so realistic. Chapter 10. 4 Great Colleges Compete For. Holy! Mufan scratched his ears in excitement, a living monkey. Sis, which stupid ex-tested brother-in-law and said his martial soul was trash? Wasn't there a talent test at the time? Mu Lingxuan faintly said, her tone somewhat pleasant. Perhaps the martial spirit mutated halfway through, don't doubt the testers of the teachers. This is okay? You can keep reproducing larvae. What's the difference between this and having an endless number of martial souls? This is too handsome, sis. I suddenly feel that my white tiger doesn't smell good anymore. Mufan muttered in a small voice and surreptitiously glanced at Mu Lingxuan to see if his old sister was angry. Mufan realized he was overthinking it. Mu Lingxuan's eyes were always on Yunemo and didn't pay any attention to him at all. For some reason, not having been beaten, Mufan was a little lost. So love goes away, does it? No, it was transferred to the brother-in-law. Mu Lingxian was in an extremely good mood at this time. She had thought that she would only be able to run to the battlefield by herself in the future, but she didn't expect Yunemo to hit the ground running. From now on, you can be husband and wife, side by side. Haha, well, what a good son-in-law of mine. I'll see who dares to call you a waste in the future. Mui-chang excitedly patted Yunmo's shoulder. He said it, Yunmo worked so hard, God can't be so cruel. The principal also walked over silently, looking at Yunmo with a pleased face. He was sincerely happy for Yunmo. Yunmo, work hard, in the future you'll be the mainstay of our Dongyang city. I'll work hard to live up to the principal's expectations. Yunmo nodded heavily. Whether it was the principal or Mui-chang, both were people who had helped him, and he respected them from the bottom of his heart. The three of them talked for a while longer before releasing Yunmo back to his original position. The examination continues. The principal resumed his seat and announced. Since Yunemo had given too much of a shock, the students in the back of the room were middling, without any highlights. The assessment continues. The enrollment heads of the 4 major universities had already approached Mu Lingxuan and Yunemo. Student Mu Lingxuan, student Yunemo, I'm the head of White Tiger Academy. Come to our academy, responsible for all the resources for you to cultivate to a platinum-level martial artist, as well as all sorts of subsidies, with the mentor personally leading the way. Don't listen to him, come to our Green Dragon Academy, we can promise all these. What's a platinum level? As long as you graduate successfully, you can directly become special teachers, and you can also be specially authorized to have the right to enter the E-rank secret realm. It will now, the stronger you are, the higher the secret realm can be opened as well. E-rank secret realm, Yunemo was somewhat moved. The so-called secret realm was a world of its own, and the demonic beasts inside were generally at the bronze level, with the silver level already being the king. Go inside to replenish your hunting value. Come to us, we have the best benefits. We get the highest treatment. The Vermilion Bird and the Xuanwu cadets also fought hard. The four of them fought over Yun Mo's head with Mu Lingshuang. Mufan, on the other hand, was left out to dry. Mufan, a face of lovelessness, his own obvious test is also very good. So unpopular? It was true that people were not connected to each other's sorrows and joys, and Mufan only felt that these people were noisy. Which one do you choose? Mu Lingshuang looked towards Yun Mo, and she complied with Yun Mo's decision. What about you? Yun Mo asked rhetorically. Is there a particular favorite college? Where you are, I am. Mullingfrost gently shook her head. Yun Mo only felt his little heart slow down a beat. Was he being teased by his future wife? The heads of the four great academies all looked at Yun Mo with a nervous face when they heard this. The resources they promised were similar, but the more advanced secret realms were only taken by the Green Dragon Academy. I'll take Green Dragon Academy. Yun Mo made a decision right away. I'll choose Green Dragon Academy as well. Mullingfrost softly echoed. Well, the two students are very welcome to join the Green Dragon Academy. The creases on the Green Dragon Academy's representative's face were lost in laughter. Seeing this, the heads of the other three academies turned around and left with some loss. The rest of the students didn't have any that could catch their eyes, and they didn't bother to stay here any longer. After saying goodbye to Mu Yicheng, he hurriedly left. Ugh, what about me? No one will look at me more than once? Mufan had a hard time wanting to cry. Introduce yourself, my name is Lin Dong, freshman guidance. After introducing himself, Lin Dong handed Yun Mo and Mu Lingshuang 2 items respectively. This is the cadet card, a representation of your identity. There are 10 million Xiagua coins in this bank card. You can purchase the resources you need. Yun Mo received it with a bland face, but his heart had already set off shock waves. Holy, $10 million, rich. Mu Lingshuang nodded and took it. Even though his old man was the city lord, $10 million was quite a lot of money for Mu Lingshuang. Mufan watched with bated breath as the two men received these resources, somewhat looking on. He wants it too. Yun Mo sensed Mufan's mood swings and turned his head to look. The child was found to be on the verge of commiserating and crying. That, Mr. Lin, look at my brother. Yun Mo said and pulled Mufan to Lin Dong. His test scores were pretty bright too, or. Yun Mo didn't say it outright, but the meaning is obvious. Take both of us, just take Mufan as a gift together? Sister-in-law. Mufan sniffed and was filled with excitement, his eyes staring straight at Yun Mo. This. Lin Dong was a bit embarrassed. Xinglong Academy was full of geniuses, and although Mufan's test scores were good, he was still a bit short. Between martial artists and being a student, and with Mufan's high-profile nature, he had seen it before. I'm afraid that Mufan will be beaten up every day. Teacher Lin, this kid's talent is still okay. Mu Lingshuang also helped her brother. Older sister, I knew you still loved your brother. Mufan was even more moved. Then. Into it. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and agreed with difficulty. But let's get one thing straight, if you fail the follow-up test, you'll still be dropped from the program. Just give me a chance, thank you, Mr. Lin. Mufan thanked him in a hurry. Here's your cadet card. Lin Dong nodded his head in recognition of Mufan. All of this was seen in Mu Yicheng's eyes, nodding with great relief. Yeah, okay. He is a brother and a friend, and he has not even married his precious daughter yet, so he treats Mufan as his brother. Lin Dong exchanged a few more pleasantries with Yun Mo and Mu Lingshuang before turning to leave. Mu Yicheng rushed to welcome them. Teacher Lin has worked hard all the way. When the test is over, let's have a casual dinner together, huh? The city lord warmly invited me, so I naturally cannot refuse. Lin Dong smiled and nodded his head. He had gained a lot this time and was not in a hurry to rush back. It would be good to cultivate a relationship with the new students. Oh, brother-in-law, thank you for speaking up for me. Mufan looked at the cadet card in his hand. His body was trembling. Xinglong Academy had always been the transcendental academy of his dreams. Today's dream has come true. It's all family, you're welcome. Yun Mo smiled and patted Mufan's shoulder in relief. Right, from now on you're my Mufan's own brother-in-law. Who dares to say bad things about you, little master will bite them to death. Chapter 11 Humanity is a wipeout. The corner of Yun Mo's mouth tugged helplessly. This brother-in-law was really speaking out of turn. Not so much. At this moment, the gazes of all the students landed on Yunmo's trio, and there was a look of envy in their eyes. That's the Green Dragon Academy. The top transcendent academy in the entire Summer Kingdom. As long as one was accepted, it marked half a foot into the ranks of the powerful. It is an ideal college for all students to aspire for. Dongyang City was just a remote town in Xia, and the number of students who were accepted into the top academies was few and far between. The last time he had been accepted by the four great transcendents was decades ago, and now that man had become a mainstay of the Summer Kingdom. And now that three have been accepted in one breath, the entire city of Dongyang will follow suit. These students are not only envious, but also worshipful, with honor. You'll have bragging rights when you go to other colleges. Yunmo, congratulations. Yunmo, don't forget us in the future. We are all martial artists from Dongyang City. For a while, many students took the initiative with Yunmo. There were also some students whose faces turned red, who had taunted Yunmo in the first place and were so embarrassed that they wanted to find a crack in the ground. Now that Yunmo had been accepted into the Green Dragon Academy, this was all trash, so what were they themselves? Good talk, good talk. Yunmo didn't have much expression change on his face, and no matter who initiated a gesture of goodwill with him, he responded with a smile and a nod. For all that he wouldn't care. I remember a guy talking about how when you're on fire, you're surrounded by good people. Now Yunmo was in the same situation, he was now a quasi-powerhouse, and more people would flatter him in the future. From this moment on, he was no longer in the same world as this student. Freshman assessment continues. Instead of continuing to watch, the principal walked off the stage to Yunmo's trio. Yunmo, classmate Mu Lingxuan, you follow me. The principal looked at the two with a grin on his face. These two were the pride of their Dongyang Middle School, and they would surely become the pride of Xia in the future. Yunmo was able to rise, and he was truly joyful in his heart. Good, aha. The two nodded and followed the principal. What about me? Mufan pointed his index finger at himself. No matter what, he was considered the third place in the test, right? Well, at least you're joining the Green Dragon Academy, even though it's buy two, get one free. The principal can't be so double standard. I've done my share of fighting for the school. I've bled for the school too, huh? Mufan jumped in a hurry and lived to be a conspicuous bag. Mufan, you come too. The principal was speechless and held his forehead. The siblings were twins, how could the gap be so big? Hey, principal, I'm coming. Mufan smiled with joy at the words and followed up with his butt. Looking at the backs of Yunmo's trio as they left, the hearts of the students were filled with envy, praying that they could be admitted to a better school. Principal's office. You're welcome, make yourself at home. The principal looked at the two with a smile, once again ignoring Mufan. Mufan didn't care and happily followed and sat down. Your future is bound to be extraordinary, so I won't say anything more. The principal said as he took out two bank cards and pushed them to Yunmo and Mu Lingxiang respectively. This is the school's reward for you guys, there's only $1 million in it, much less than the Green Dragon Academy, so don't mind it. What is the principal talking about? This is not a small amount of money. Yunmo was not polite, and directly put it into his pants pocket, little cute. He only disliked the money, even if it was $100, he didn't mind. Mu Lingxuan turned her head to look at Yunmo and instantly picked up her bank card and stuffed it into his pants pocket. The principal couldn't help but want to laugh a little when he saw how the two acted, it was pretty funny. No, principal, where's mine? Mufan looked at the principal with great heartache, as if questioning, I'm also a student of Qinglong Academy. I'm sorry, the school only had 2 copies. The principal shook his head in embarrassment. Differentiation. Definitely a difference in treatment. Mufan heart crazy spit, what good things are not their own, a little like a stepmother raised. Besides, you're famous in our Dongyang city, so you're not that far behind. The principal faced the trio without his usual majesty and cheerfully spat. It made Mufan get a big red face. Headmaster, my sister isn't far behind, why does she have it? Mufan said that he was not convinced, you see the little master that is all superficial scenery His own old man is a bad old man who favors women over men, and all kinds of food and clothing for the little master are a great deal worse than his own sister It's a tear to say the least. But he couldn't say no to this kind of thing, otherwise where would he put his face? She's number 1, you're the giveaway, simple as that. Yunmo laughed and patted Mufan's head, directly becoming a mouth substitute for the principal. Mufan's heart is going to break, brother-in-law, your words are really only stabbing knives into my heart. Mufan silently went to the corner and drew circles. Seeing him like this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. What a living treasure. Yunemo, Mulingxuan, I won't go into long speeches, this world is full of crises and dangers everywhere, I just hope that you'll pay attention to your safety when you're out and about. The principal paused and swallowed a load of words. He was tempted to say that no matter where the two went, they should not forget that this was their hometown, their roots, and that if Dongyang City was in danger, he hoped that he could help out. Nowadays, the strongest city lord was only a gold-level martial artist, and most people hoped that a strong person could appear in their hometown to guard it. Last year, Hongyuan City, which was close to Dongyang City, suffered a once-in-a-century calamity level, beast tide level, disaster level, calamity level, natural disaster level, unknown, and they were the ones who had dozens of gold-level martial artists. The end result was that the city gates were still breached by a wave of beasts, and millions of people were buried in the mouths of demonic beasts. This scenario had been played out many times over the centuries, and although powerful martial artists continued to emerge from the human race, they were still surviving in the cracks. Under the pressure of the demonic beasts of the various space worlds, they were passively defended and never took the initiative. The Xia Kingdom had thought that when they encountered a crisis of life and death, human beings as a community of destiny could work together to fight against the demonic beasts. Until a joint counterattack by human martial artists 100 years ago, there were constant internal disagreements, and even before the battle, civil unrest had already arisen. Facing the powerful and united demonic beasts, humans were defeated. After thinking about it, the principal decided to shut up. The comment was a bit of a moral abduction and added to the stress of the two men. These were still too far away for the two. What the future holds is yet to be seen. Don't worry, headmaster, I'm the one who values my life the most. Yunemo showed his teeth and smiled. He knew exactly what the principal wanted to say. He was a fatherless and motherless orphan before crossing the border, and remained so after crossing the border without the help of the principal and others. Yunemo would have starved to death long ago. No matter how far he traveled, he would never forget his roots. Chapter 12, let him personally invite me when the time comes. The principal explained some more before Yunemo and Mulingshan left the principal's office. Mufan was still drawing circles in the corner, having been forcibly dragged away by Mulingshuan by the back of his collar. Sister, can you give old brother some face, just drag me out of the water like a dead dog, how am I going to meet people in the future? Mufan protested vehemently. Mulingshuan gave him a slap on the back of the head and was instantly honest. Seeing the siblings' daily routine, Yunemo almost laughed out loud. Brother-in-law, you look at my sister, this is also too violent, you come to get married after the little brother. I am very worried about your family brother position. Mufan knew that he was no match for his old sister and could only place his hopes on Yunemo. Pitifully, he looked at Yunemo. Yunmo looked up at the roof and snorted. It's a nice day. Che, wifey. Mufan bristled and muttered in a small voice. Mulingshuan coldly glared at Mufan, staring him into trembling. Let's go, Yunma. Mulingshan's gaze shifted to Yunemo, and although her voice remained indifferent, it contained a small amount of joy. Ha? What for? Yunemo didn't react for a moment. Get a license. Mulingshuan said as she took the lead and walked out of the school gates. That. Yunemo hurriedly followed. I don't have my account book on me. No harm done, I'll go with you to get it. Mulingshuan had a serious face. Good. Yunemo did not expect Mulingshuan to be serious, so fast to get a license, it feels like a dream. However, the two had just taken 2 steps out when Mulingshuan's phone suddenly rang. Yes, father, I'll be right back. Mulingshuan hung up the phone, a cold aura rose from her body, anyone could tell that she was very upset right now. Ling Frost, what's wrong? Yunemo asked carefully. Father has summoned us back urgently, saying it's urgent, so I'm sorry, but the license will have to wait until tomorrow. Mullingfrost apologized. It's okay, there's no rush about getting a license. Yunemo expressed his understanding that there should be a real emergency. Let's go then. Mulingshan took the initiative to pull up Yunmo's hand, and the two of them interlocked their fingers, since there is no way to get a license today, so let's fix some interest first. Good. Yunemo smiled and nodded. Mulingshuang's hands were white and soft, with a tingly feeling. The two of them talked and laughed as they rushed in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Hey, aren't you guys forgetting there's another one? Mufan's entire body was numb, being treated differently by the principal and having to eat dog food from both of them. That's just enough. No way. I'm going to get a girlfriend, too, and I'm going to show off hard in front of you guys, too. Mufan silently clenched his fists as if he had made a great determination, and when he raised his head, Yunemo and Mu Lingshuang had already walked away. It seems to have really forgotten about him completely. Hey old sis, brother-in-law, wait for me. City Lord's mansion. What is the urgency in summoning me back, father? Just after returning home, Mu Lingshuang questioned Mu Yicheng. That? Mu Yicheng immediately felt Alexander, sweating. He could feel his precious daughter angry, even said. It's Mr. Lin who has something urgent for you. Student Mu Lingshuang, I just received a call from the principal. The academy has organized a special class for geniuses. You've been selected to join and the class will start tomorrow, so you have to rush over now. Somehow, Lin Dong, as a platinum-level martial artist, was actually a little nervous when he met Mu Lingshuang's gaze, and he hurriedly explained. This is short notice and an unparalleled opportunity. Mu Yicheng had just learned of this news. The special class of geniuses in the Green Dragon Academy, which was filled with geniuses among geniuses, led by the principal himself, with lots of resources for cultivation, and all the students squeezed their heads to get in. I didn't realize that my own daughter had internalized it before she even reported to the academy. Mu Yicheng, the old father, was so proud in his heart. See, this is my daughter. Where's Yunmo? Mu Lingshuang was not much happier, but questioned Lin Dong. This. Lin Dong glanced at Yunemo. It was better not to say some things that were too obvious and a little hurtful. In other words, Yunemo is not qualified? Mu Lingshuang's brows furrowed slightly, her breath cold and terrifying. You are, after all, a dual-born martial soul and have a high growth rate. In the face of Mu Lingshuang's questioning, Lin Dong had no choice but to tell him the whole reason why Yunemo had lost the election. Although Yunemo scored well in the freshman assessment, the growth of his martial soul is unknown, and the academy has limited resources, so it will naturally cultivate students with more potential. Being able to give Yunemo these resources was already Lin Dong's best effort to fight for them. Mu Lingshuang's face was even colder. It was true that the preconceived notions in people's hearts were a huge mountain. Yunemo was so outstanding and still treated like this. It's obvious that the top management of the Green Dragon Academy isn't much better. There were many examples of ordinary martial souls turning into powerful people, so why couldn't they believe that Yunemo would be the next one? In that case, I won't be attending. Mu Lingshuang simply refused. Good girl, you don't want to be confused. Mu Yicheng instantly anxious eyes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not be intentional. Lin Dong was also dumbfounded at his words. There would actually be someone who would refuse this hard-won opportunity. Lingfrost, I understand your feelings, but I don't want to see you hold yourself back for me. Yunemo put his hands on Mu Lingshuang's shoulders and reprimanded with a serious face. Although Mu Lingshuang's face was cold, she looked at Yunemo in a well-behaved manner. Mufan's heart called out to see a ghost, who is his old sister, and the face of his old father is sometimes not given. It's still a brother-in-law. There are ways to be a royal lady. Mufan was curious as to when exactly his oldest sister fell in love with Yunemo and was so dead set on it. Scratching his head, he couldn't think of anything dead. You want me to? Mu Lingshuang looked straight into Yunmo's eyes. Aha! Yunemo nodded heavily. The fact that I wasn't chosen to go in only means that principal has eyes but no eyes, and when the time comes, I'll prove myself with my strength so that he'll come and invite me in person. Yunmo's words were full of himself, as if he had already won. Lin Dong's scalp tingled as he listened from the side. He was at least a teacher of the Green Dragon Academy. Is it really okay to spit on the principal like that in front of me? Listen to you. Mullingfrost was a little lost. Unfortunately, there's no license for a while. Yunemo suddenly felt that Mu Lingshuang was so cute, always anxious to get married to himself. This little woman's appearance was really compassionate. Mufan's eyes almost glazed over from the sidelines. Crazy. The world has gone absolutely mad. I can't believe I'm seeing such a little womanly side of my oldest sister. I won't be killed, will I? Mufan gently cupped Mu Lingshuang's English pretty face with both hands. It was so tender and smooth that I wanted to keep touching it. It's not too late for us to get a license after school starts. By then I'll become stronger and prove that the person Mu Lingshuang has her eye on is definitely not a waste. Why don't we hook up? Yunemo coaxed Mu Lingshuang like a child. Although she is a high and cold nature, that is also a woman, there must be soft times in her heart. Yunmo's voice was soft and patient, just like when he was a child. It's gentle. Thinking about how the two of them used to get along, Mu Lingshuang smiled in a rare way at the words. A smile is melting as ice. It's hard to take your eyes off it. Chapter 13 Genius is just the gateway to seeing her. Listen to you. Mu Lingshuang nodded gently. Mu Fan was frantically rubbing his eyes, he had just seen his oldest sister smile. The world has truly gone mad. Lin Dong was relieved to see this. Mu Lingshuang was a rare genius. If she withdrew, how would she explain to the principal when she returned? After Mu Yicheng gave an explanation, Mu Lingshuang followed Lin Dong and left. Riding in a flying boat, he traveled towards the upper capital by starry night. Only 3 people, Yun Mo, were left in the city lord's mansion. They were wide-eyed, and for a while the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Yun Ma Ah. Mu Yicheng coughed lightly twice and looked at Yun Mo with the appearance of an old father. Although I didn't have the time to get a license with Ling Frost, we are already family in my mind, so in the future, just treat the city lord's mansion as your own home and live here, and you can always ask me if you have any difficulties in cultivation. Thank you, Uncle Mu. Yun Mo readily agreed that a good cultivation environment was important, and resources were equally important. We're all family. What's the point of being polite? Well, brother-in-law, let's sleep together tonight. I'm going to sleep with you against my feet and then talk all night. Mu Fan looked at Yun Mo with an excited face. Ugly refusal. Yun Mo waved his hand with a look of disgust, causing Mu Fan's heart to break. My oldest sister disliked herself, and my brother-in-law disliked him. It's an impossible life. It's night. Yun Mo laid down on the soft bed, which was the room Mu Fan had carefully prepared for him. Mu Fan lives next door. There was nothing to say to the two smelly men, and it hadn't been long since he had separated from his future daughter-in-law, so Yun Mo missed her a little. Unconsciously, he picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Mu Lingshuang. Where are we? Are you tired? Almost there. Mu Frost replied in seconds. Yun Mo felt his heart was filled with happiness and sweetness. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Don't worry yourself out, I'll come to you after school starts and show you a whole new me. Yun Ma also attached a picture of the struggle. When the time comes, marry a rich white woman and go to the peak of your life. Good. There were still not many words, and on the other end of the phone, Mu Lingshuang typed many words and deleted them all. She also missed Yun Mo a bit. I didn't have time to get my license, so I forgot to kiss a couple of people before I left. Oh, my God. What a shame. A pang of remorse ran through Mu Lingshuang's heart. Lin Dong, who was on the side, sighed helplessly in his heart when he saw this. Even a genius like that can't help but fall in love. The two just talked back and forth for over an hour. It wasn't until Mu Lingshuang arrived at her destination that the chat ended. Putting down his hand, Yun Mo opened the system interface. He's still too weak. Although he was open, there was still a gap with Mu Lingshuang, causing Yun Mo to be under pressure. System! Yun Mo shouted in his heart. Host, are you recharging your hunting value? The system was ecstatic. Well, $10 million all charged. Yun Mo immediately nodded. The remaining $2 million for daily spending cannot be a breath of all the pokies. Ding, congratulations to the host, 100W of hunting value has arrived, please pay attention to receiving it. Yun Mo looked at the hunting value of 1 followed by a lot of zeros, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK, this is all his capital to become stronger. System, hatch 1W self-exploding starfish larvae. Today, with 10,000 more eggs, the strength has increased once again. Ding, hatching successful, hunting value 1W. Keep mutating. Yun Mo now had 100W points in hand and sought to get more abilities for the mother bug. Host's current level is insufficient, please level up and continue. Lean. It seems like I must make a trip to the Martial Artist Association tomorrow to classify myself. Then continue upgrading the self-exploding astral bug. Yun Mo frantically clicked plus and upgraded all of the 100 plus level 10 self-exploding star bugs to level 20, reaching the level cap once again. A full 5W of hunting value was spent. 900 more. Yun Mo wasn't bad at hunting value right now, and his hand was getting sore from pointing. Gathered up 1000 level 20 self-destructing astro bugs, 60W of hunting value gone. Yun Mo, a burst of toothache, I thought that I had gotten so much money to be able to a wave of fat, and now there are still more than 18,000 level 1 self-destructive skystar bugs wailing to be upgraded. The remaining 40W of hunting value was to be kept in reserve for a wave of reinforcement once he had leveled as a bronze-level martial artist. Even though he had spent so much hunting value in one breath, Junmo's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Nowadays, he dared to touch even a gold-level martial artist. Quite literally, I'm invincible under gold, and 1-for-1 over gold. Unfortunately, the self-exploding astral bugs were all disposable consumables that were gone after they blew up, and needed to be replenished in a constant stream. I'm still not strong enough. Yunemo silently lay on the bed, waiting for tomorrow's grading before making subsequent plans. It's just dawning. Yunemo slowly opened his eyes and picked up his cell phone to see that Mu Lingshuang had sent dozens of messages to himself. I'm done with training. I'm going back to the dormitory. Are you asleep? That Mufan kid didn't disturb your cultivation, did he? Good night. Usually talking very little, Mulingfang turned chatty in online chat. Yunemo saw these messages and felt a little guilty that he didn't reply to Mu Lingshuang first. If those little fairies were ignored like this by Yunemo, they would probably have written little essays to denounce him. Family, who understands? Mu Lingshuang was too emotionally stable until Yunemo went to sleep and thoughtfully sent a good night. Yunmo's mouth was tinged with a smile, his heart was warm, and he hurriedly returned the message. Good morning. You went to bed early yesterday. How do you feel? Feeling okay, the others are too weak. Mullen Frost was back in seconds again. You're the best, naturally. Yunma paired it with a praising emoji. What Jinmo didn't know was that a lot of boys wanted to get close to Mu Lingshuang and get a kiss when they saw such a stunning beauty. All of them were punched to the ground by Mu Lingshuang. Only 20 people attended the special training, and half of them were carried to the hospital that night. The principal was screaming his head off. He knew that Mu Lingshuang was powerful, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. It's true that there are high and low levels of genius. Mu Lingshuang was that absolute heavenly pride that was above the heads of all geniuses. Genius? It's just a threshold to see her. Well, together they're not as good as you. Mu Lingshuang smiled imperceptibly while chatting with Yunmo, and the passing students instantly felt their scalps tingle when they saw her smile. Yesterday's battle, Mu Lingshuang completely made a name for herself. No one dared to covet her anymore, they all called her a female devil. The demoness smiled. Life and death are hard to predict. The surrounding students rushed to hide far away from the situation, fearing to suffer from a fish pond. Being praised so bluntly by Mu Lingshuang, Yunemo was a little embarrassed, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. Knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Brother-in-law, got up yet? It's time for breakfast. As a man, how can you stay in bed? A day's plan lies in the morning. Get up and cultivate together. Mufan's voice sounded outside the door. What a chatterbox, no wonder he was always beaten up by Mu Lingshuang, this mouth was just too broken. Yunemo ended his chat with Mu Lingshuang and smiled helplessly. Get up and open the door to your room. Chapter 14, A Punch to the Crap. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Mufan's head poked in, showing a big toothy grin of simplicity. He thought Yunemo was secretly doing something bad in his room and was a little disappointed that he didn't find anything. Chatting with your sister. Yunemo shook the cell phone in his hand. Huh? Mufan suddenly felt a vicious chill run down his back and asked nervously. Am I interrupting you too? Mufan was really afraid that his old sister would come back and beat him up violently. Just about over. Yunemo shook his head and walked out of the bedroom. That's good. Mufan was really relieved. After eating, Mufan felt bored and wanted to go out and blow up the streets so badly. What are your plans for today, brother-in-law? Since my oldest sister is out of town, I'd better ask my brother-in-law's opinion. How many levels is your martial soul? Yunemo asked rhetorically. It's level 10, what's wrong? Mufan was uncertain. Then why haven't you done the grading yet? Yunemo asked suspiciously. Holy, I really forgot about this. Mufan slapped his head and came to a realization. Let's go, brother-in-law, let's go to the grading together. With our strength, we might even be able to break a record. Under Mufan's urging, the two quickly arrived at the Martial Artist Association. It's pretty busy in here. Looking at the martial artists coming and going, Mufan sighed heartily. In the martial hall, apart from the crowds that came to set their rankings, there were also quite a few martial artists who were receiving various quests. This is one of the important incomes for martial artists. Gentlemen, may I help you? The receptionist hurriedly asked politely when she saw the two. Yunemo, she does not know. Mufan, the second generation of the whole Dongyang city, is really no one does not know. Do not dare to be slow. We're here to set the grade, so arrange it. Mufan looked like he was tugging. Nowadays, apart from Yunemo and Muling Xuan, there is only one other person whose martial soul has reached the 10th level among the newly graduated students. The heart was a little smug. Wait a moment, both of you. The receptionist answered with a smile and began to operate. The arrival of the two instantly attracted the attention of many passers-by. Isn't that the city lord's son, Mufan? The martial soul has reached level 10 so quickly? It's too strong, isn't it? After all, Muling Xuan's strength is here, and it wouldn't make sense for Mufan to be too weak, would it? Who's that next to him? Never seen him before. The grading training room is booked, so wait a bit and you'll be in line for two. The receptionist respectfully handed the two men two serial numbers. Mufan 99, Yunmo 100. With pleasure. Yunemo smiled and took it, sitting casually on the couch with Mufan. That's Yunemo, right? It said that he killed the Black Wind Wolf in seconds at the freshman examination and was accepted by the Green Dragon Academy. I'll go. When did such a genius emerge from our Dongyang city? The crowd was staggered. There was actually a genius who was on par with Muling Xuan. But grading isn't the same as the freshman test. Demonic beasts can't be bound by chains. It's not that easy to pass. With nothing to do, Yunmo's eyes were drawn to the rankings on the huge screen. Bronze grading test. First place, Su Sen 2.5 minutes. Second place, Li Che time 3 minutes and 9 seconds. There was no name of Muling Xuan, so it seemed that she didn't choose to set her rank here. Please go to classified training room 3 with number 99. A nice female radio voice slowly plays. Brother-in-law, it's my turn. Mufan stood up excitedly. Cheer up. Yunemo gave him a thumbs up. Hey, don't worry, my little master will break the record in minutes. Mufan began to fist pump and walked straight into the grading training room. A panoramic live feed of room 3 appeared instantly on the big screen. Many people's gazes were attracted to the son of the city lord's family's grading, and many people were somewhat looking forward to whether he could break the record that Su San had held for decades. For the sake of fairness in the grading tournament, the species of demonic beasts faced by those who were graded were all randomized, and their grades were all bronze 1 star. Of course there were strong and weak bronze 1-star demonic beasts, and it was all up to luck as to which one you could run into. Martial artists are all knife-tipped, and there are accidents everywhere in the wilderness, in order to cultivate their ability to react on the spur of the moment. Let little master see what demonic beasts he can randomize. Mufan summoned the Holy Spirit White Tiger, and his gaze fell on the thick iron door in front of him that was 5 meters high. Along with the ground shaking, the iron door slowly opened and a huge figure appeared in front of Mufan's eyes. My god, it's actually an ink scale snake. This demonic beast is not easy to deal with. Yeah, this demonic beast's defense is very high. It's really tricky for novice martial artists. The ink scale snake was 5 meters tall and as thick as a bowl, its entire body covered with inky scales, as if it was clad in a set of hard black armor. So it's the ink-scaled snake. Let you taste the power of my fists. Mufan showed his teeth and smiled. His martial soul attached itself by virtue of its attachment, and charged up brainlessly. Hiss. The ink-scaled snake hissed as if it was an enemy, revealing its sharp fangs as it tangled with Mufan. Congratulations to number 99 on his successful challenge, which took 2 minutes and 3 seconds, and set a new record for bronze-level grading. Soon the battle was over, and briefings resounded throughout the hall. Mufan made it to the top, and Su San shunted into second place. Hiss, this is too ferocious, worthy of being the son of the city lord. Looking at the ink-scaled snake on the ground, which had been beaten beyond snake-like, some people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The body of the ink-scale snake is full of pits, and the ground is full of smashed and broken ink-colored scales. How a miserable word. Brother-in-law, how was it? Mufan walked to Yunemo with a dejected face, feeling like his tail was about to go up to the sky. Very strong. Mufan fights with punches and it's a pleasure to watch. Hey, average, third in Dongyang City. Mufan touched his nose. It's up to you next, brother-in-law. I guess I won't be able to keep this record up for long before it changes hands. Mufan had seen the power of Yunmo's martial soul with his own eyes, and he really wasn't in the same dimension as Yunemo. Please go to classification room 3, number 100. Hearing the notification, Yunemo slowly stood up and slowly walked in under the gaze of the crowd. A live panoramic view of the room was still playing on the big screen. I've heard that his martial soul can explode itself. Do you think he can pass the grading with flying colors? The demonic beasts facing the classification are not living targets that will stand stupidly and be blown up by him. Watch and see. Although they knew that the power generated by the self-detonation of the heavenly star insect was not bad, there were still many people who looked at people through the door. No matter how much the heavenly star bug mutated, it was still the lowest grade waste martial soul. How much growth potential could it have? Even if it could be successfully graded, it would probably take a lot of effort. Go brother-in-law. Mufan's eyes were tightly fixed on the screen, cheering Yunimo on. What the hell? Brother-in-law? The people around were instantly confused. When did Yunimo become Mufan's brother-in-law? Could it be that the rumor that Mu Lingshan was going to marry Yunimo was true? For a moment, many hearts in the room were broken. After Yunimo entered, the first thing he did was summon a level 10 self-exploding heavenly star insect. Every martial artist could rely on their body by virtue of their martial soul, and Yunimo could naturally do the same. He attached the self-exploding astral worm to his right hand. Some words are right, a demonic beast is not a cutie pie. It won't just freeze in place and be blown up by you, it will dodge and fight back. So this time Yunimo planned to try a different attack. The iron door opened, and a 3-meter-tall demonic beast instantly jumped out. It frantically pounded its chest and hissed angrily, as if venting the anger in its heart. My god, it's the bursting ape. This kid's luck is really a bit backward. This is the strongest demonic beast in the bronze classification. The strongest thing about the bursting ape is its strength, and it's extremely fast, so this is going to be tricky. Mufan also sweated for Yunimo when he saw this. Although the heavenly star bug self-detonation was strong, Yunimo himself was too weak. If he was broken through by the bursting ape head-on, it would be hard to say whether he would win or lose. Roar! Bakura Monkey spotted the tiny little dot that was standing in front of him. Yunimo indifferently glanced at it without any expression fluctuation. The compound eyes automatically recognized it, and all the attributes of the bursting ape were instantly presented in front of his eyes. Bursting Ape, Bronze 1-star Demon Beast. Special, Explosive Fist. Current blood level, 1W1W. Current status, Spirited. The bursting ape felt that it had been underestimated by Yunimo, instantly enraging it. Immediately, he swung his sandbag-sized fist towards Yunmo's head. Good timing. Yunimo had no intention of retreating, clenching into a fist and fearlessly meeting it. Is this kid crazy? If you fight hard with the explosive ape, you'll be crippled if not dead. Brother-in-law, you're confused. Mufan instantly stood up and stared at the screen dead-on, his heart in a state of anxiety. The moment Yunmo's fist made contact with the exploding ape's fist, the self-exploding heavenly star insects attached to the fist instantly exploded. Absolute defense automatically opens. Boom! With an explosion, the whole room was filled with smoke and dust, and the crowd could not see the scene inside at all. The whole hall shook slightly with it. Why did it suddenly explode? This kid isn't going to be crippled, is he? Just as the opinions were divided, the briefing sounded again. Congratulations to number 100 for his successful challenge, taking 0.88 seconds and successfully setting a new bronze level grading record. Chapter 15, you call this a one-stop service? What? The entire hall was dead silent, jaws staring at the big screen. Several people thought they were hallucinating and looked at each other. Worthy of being a brother-in-law, you can actually fight in close combat too. Mufan bounced and jumped with excitement. The smoke slowly cleared and the crowd finally got a good look at the scene inside. Bursting Ape lay still, unaware of his death. The right arm had long since been blown up, sending up wisps of black smoke. Yunemo stood aside blandly, not to mention being injured, not a speck of dust on his body. Good lord, this absolute defense is still ridiculously strong. Yunemo exclaimed in his heart. 0.88 seconds, not 88 seconds, I'm not dreaming. This record is open, isn't it? Even the greatest geniuses in Shangjing can't do it, right? For a moment, the entire hall instantly boiled over. The crowd went from skepticism to admiration, all the while fighting to be happy. A powerful martial artist was about to appear in Dongyang City as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully passed the bronze level grading trial, hunting value plus 1W, mother bug's attributes increased. The battle had just ended when the voice of the system arrived in time. Yunemo sniffed and immediately opened his attribute panel. Martial Spirit, Starworm. Special talents, 10,000x breathing speed, self-destruct can inflict 100 times the damage of the self-destructing astropod's own life value on the enemy, ignoring any defenses. Invisible not easily detected, vision sharing can view the scouting area screen at any time, ignores any distance, host can scatter it everywhere until it is destroyed. Strength, 500. Life, 1000. Speed, 120. This attribute really enhances a lot, and it feels like it's all possible to summon the mother bugs out to fight alone. But there's no need. Not bad. Yunemo nodded with satisfaction. After all, when he first awakened his attributes were 3 ones. Brother-in-law can. Yunemo had just walked out, and Mufan ran up on his ass. No wonder my sister is dead set on you. How did you manage to explode yourself without anything happening? Yunemo at this moment suddenly understood very well why Mulingxuan always punched this cheap brother. His mouth was just too broken, and Yunemo also felt his hands itching a bit. Yunemo can this record, I guess no one will break through in a few hundred years. Congratulations Yunemo, well done. Many people around him heartily congratulated Yunemo, who also smiled and nodded in greeting. Congratulations, here are your 2 bronze coats of arms. The receptionist smiled and walked over to the duo handing over 2 delicate copper-colored crests. Thanks a lot. Yunemo smiled and took it, then pinned it to his shirt. From now on Little Master is also a true martial artist. Mufan held the bronze coat of arms in both hands, happy. Go, brother-in-law, let's have a nice meal today to celebrate. Mufan was about to leave by taking Yunmo's shoulders. 2 of you wait a moment. The receptionist called out to them. Anything else? Mufan is a little impatient, delaying the Little Master to get high. You are very brave. Our Martial Artist Association has a clear rule that those who break records are rewarded, and this is the reward for the 2 of you. The receptionist said, handing each person a bank card. The reward is still money, simple and rough. Yunemo likes it. $1 million in both cards. I hope it will help you too in your cultivation. Me too? Happiness came so suddenly that Mufan was a little incredulous. After all, you broke the record too, naturally. The receptionist was smiling like a flower, and if the president hadn't been out of town, he probably would have had to award the 2 men personally, and there would have been other rewards. Good. Mufan excitedly came to Yunmo's ear and said mysteriously. Brother-in-law walk, the Little Master has money again. I will take you to spend a wave of hard, absolutely high, but cannot tell my sister. What the hell? Yunemo was puzzled. Hey, naturally, it's a one-stop shop. Mufan smiled lewdly. Yunmo's old face reddened, somewhat refusing to welcome him. That's not good, is it? Whether it was before traveling or now, Yunemo had never experienced it. After all, the economy did not allow it. As long as my sister doesn't know it's okay, walk on. Mufan saved Yunmo. Yunemo half pushed and half followed Mufan. Holy Ghost Hotel. Brother-in-law, why aren't you eating? Is it a bad appetite? Mufan ordered a table of delicious food and ate with his mouth full. Looking at Yunmo's delay in moving his chopsticks, he asked suspiciously. Looking at the several beautiful women who were selling the dragon dance in front of him, the corner of Yunmo's mouth tugged viciously. You call this a one-stop shop? Mufan looked at Yunemo in disbelief. That's the dragon they're dancing. Do you like tigers, brother-in-law? I'll let them change. No need. Yunemo was speechless and held his forehead. He shouldn't have gotten his hopes up for this cheap brother-in-law. It always felt like his brain circuits were different from normal. Couldn't it be that he was beaten silly by Mulingxuan? Poor kid. Although it wasn't the imagined one-stop service, this meal was enjoyable for Yunemo. Due to being so poor in the past, Yunemo had never been extravagant. Each meal was no more than $10, while today the 2 of them spent tens of thousands of dollars. Is this the life of the rich? Yunemo only felt heartache. These are turned into hunting value. Does not smell good? Eating is just satisfying the appetite. Being able to eat is enough. Strength is the king. Did brother-in-law eat well? Next time I will take you to other places. Other dare not say, the whole Dongyang city delicious. No Little Master do not know. Mufan hooked up with Yunemo and talked eloquently. You simply can't stop talking about food. Yunemo just listened silently with a faint smile on his lips. He was a great listener and greatly satisfied Mufan's desire to perform. Mufan took Yunmo to the game hall again, the billiard hall. Had a great morning of fun. Ha, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Where else do you want to go, brother-in-law? Mufan laughed like a child. I have to practice in the afternoon. Yunmo shook his head and refused. Mufan still wanted to insist, but suddenly thought of Yunmo's agreement with his old sister and instantly shut up. Okay, we'll make an appointment tomorrow. Thinking of the terrifying competitiveness of the Green Dragon Academy, Mufan also planned to book a training gym to improve his real-world combat abilities. Yunmo took out his cell phone and sent a message to Mu Lingshuang. He hadn't been in contact for a morning and was a bit homesick. Lingshuang, have you eaten yet? Just eat. Mu Lingshuang still replied in seconds, and also attached a beautiful photo of her front. Yunmo clicked on the photo to enlarge it and looked at it again. His own wife was really born beautiful, no beauty face, no dermabrasion filter, this skin is white and clean with no flaws at all. Was the training hard? Yunmo silently snapped the words, and Mufan sneaked a glance, revealing an ant-like smile. The young couple is really in love. No pressure. Mu Lingshuang had total confidence between the lines. So have you graded them yet? How many grades are they? Yunmo was curious to know his strength with these super heavenly pride. The ones that were graded together this morning, they're weak, averaging only 13 levels. Mulanchamp typed extremely fast. What? 13 on average? Yunmo people stupid, this also if, wife this is not with their own joke. And how many levels are you currently? 16. Mullingfrost also comes with a cute Q version of the emoji. It's still you. It's really stressful to have such a super powerful wife, so it looks like we'll have to take a walk on the wild side this afternoon. Hunt more demonic beasts and upgrade as soon as possible, you can't keep being pushed head over heels by your wife. The two chatted for over half an hour before finishing. Had ha. Mufan smiled lewdly and came up to Yunmo. Brother-in-law, this is done talking too, should we go find a training center? The training room is a place created to safeguard martial artists with low strength to improve their strength. As long as you deliver the full amount of Xia coins, you can hunt demonic beasts to your heart's content inside. Combat, cool. Of course, if you are in mortal danger, someone will save you in time. The safety factor is not comparable to the wilderness. I'll pass. Yunmo shook his head. So how do you train? Mufan's brows furrowed slightly, very much later. Naturally, I'm going to try my luck in the field. Yunmo smiled and stood up. What the hell, go into the wild. Mufan looked at Yunmo with disbelief. Brother-in-law, the wilderness is full of dangers, are you crazy? Chapter 16, New Special Talent All-Region Physical Therapy. It's something you have to go through sooner or later. Yunmo's face was bland, causing Mufan's heart to flutter, and he wanted to say brother-in-law take me one. However, thinking about the strength gap between himself and Yunmo, if he encountered danger in the wilderness, he would become a drag. Think about it. That's fine, brother-in-law, I'll go to the training gym to practice first, and then I'll go to the wilderness with you when I get stronger. Mufan nodded. Could be. While danger coefficient exactly how, Yunmo is not clear, self-protection certainly no problem, if you also want to protect Mufan, some bad to say. Yunmo was not strong enough to ignore any danger nowadays, and he respected Mufan's choice. The two of them smiled at each other and immediately went their separate ways. Yunmo retrieved all the scouting heavenly star insects scattered around and walked towards the south gate. Dongyang City is surrounded by tall walls on all sides and has 4 gates, east, west, south and north, with the south side being the one with the lowest risk factor. Walking leisurely along the way, he soon arrived at the south gate. I'll go. It was really better to hear than to see. Looking at the thick city gate in front of him that was more than 20 meters high, Yunmo couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. People were coming and going around, in and out, and there were a lot of people with missing arms and legs. Their bodies were bandaged, their eyes were lifeless, like walking corpses, and they didn't know what they had gone through to become like this. Yunmo swept around with his compound eyes, they were all bronze-level martial artists. All fighting to get stronger. Hey, this student, where are you going? Yunmo had just walked to the door when he was stopped by heavily armed guards. Yunmo was very young, one could tell at a glance that he was a student who had not yet graduated, the wilderness was full of threats, and a student going out was completely looking for death. If they were the children and grandchildren of a large family and had someone to protect them, let's not talk about that. Naturally, I'm going to take my chances in the wilderness. Yunmo smiled and pointed to the bronze crest on his chest. You're actually a bronze-level martial artist? the guards were secretly surprised. Just graded, I should be able to go out according to the rules, right? That's natural. The guards nodded, their tone very respectful, so young to have succeeded in leveling, the future was sure to be great. This way out. The guard pointed to the small door ahead, which was also guarded. Thanks a lot. Yunemo nodded and walked towards the small door, inexplicably excited to leave the city for the first time. Donyang City. Somewhere. A tall statue of a demonic beast stood in the dimly lit room. A circle of people sat around the bottom of the statue. Zhang San turned out not to be missing, he was caught by that bastard Li Zhang, and he's dead. He's not going to reveal our location, is he? What a make it or break it guy. Silence. The icy voice instantly silenced the raucous crowd, and their gazes all turned to the lanky figure sitting on the main seat. Chief. This place was precisely the headquarters of the demon god cult in Donyang City, bringing together all the top echelons. Sacrifices are inevitable for the sake of our great plan, and if the location had been exposed, Li Zhang would have long ago brought in his men to raid it. The chief droned in a deep voice. To be so frightened at the slightest breeze is truly a disgrace to the great demon god. The crowd bowed their heads. Of course, Zhang San won't be sacrificed in vain. According to reliable sources, someone has cooperated with Li Zhang to capture him, and that person has also collected a bounty. This seat has already sent people to secretly investigate who exactly is working against our demon god sect. The crowd majesty jerked their heads up, somewhat incredulous. The demon god sect has long been famous, and there are really people who dare to offend the demon god sect for the bounty? Still don't know what's going on. You guys should also do your best to gather information. As long as we are sure who the other party is, this seat will definitely make him pay in blood. The chief's voice was cold and murderous. Yes, chief. The crowd responded in unison, and at the same time had a sense of crisis. Someone dared to go after Zhang San for the bounty, perhaps they were the next target, and the other party had to be dug out early and completely eliminated. The moment Yunemo stepped out of the doorway, he was enlightened. The wilderness is really different from the city. Whether it's the atmosphere or the feeling you get, it's always creepy to feel like there are a million eyes staring at you. Is there anyone teaming up to hunt demonic beasts together? There's one person missing. The Blood Wolf Martial Arts Group, taking on all kinds of commissions, you deserve it. The best healing medicine, wilderness adventure essential medicine, you cannot buy a loss, cannot be fooled, the number of limited, first come first served. A bazaar formed on the outskirts of the city walls, bustling with activity. Yunemo rushed out and was stared at by quite a few people, rushing up to sell their stuff, feeling that the newcomers were easy to cheat. Some martial artists also stared at Yunemo, searching for how many valuable things he had on him. The law binds no one as long as they walk out the gates. Walking into the dense forest, in the uninhabited place, the most dangerous thing was not the terrifying demonic beasts, but the smiling martial artists. There were martial artists who would do anything to become stronger and obtain resources, and they didn't know how much blood was on their hands. Yunemo refused all sales pitches and didn't rush into the dense forest, but leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. The surrounding people are disdainful spit, think Yunemo is a stupid X, out of the city does not enter the dense forest, put aside this out of tourism? Or do you want to simply pretend to be an X and then go back and brag about it to the next person? Yunemo naturally didn't know what they were thinking, and of course he didn't bother. He had entered the martial soul space. Continue upgrading your own self-exploding Skystar bug. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the self-exploding star bug has been successfully upgraded, current level 30, hunting value 900. The hunting value spent on upgrading was increasing, and Yunemo had a headache for a while. Yunemo still had more than 400,000 hunting value in his hand, and could pull up to 500 level 20 self-exploding Skystar bugs to level 30. Every day, the mother bugs produce 10,000 bugs, and now there are more than 18,000 larvae in hand waiting to be upgraded. To pull them all to level 30, you need almost 3,000 W of hunting value. Hiss. Yunemo didn't dare to do a detailed calculation, this thing could be much more laborious than raising a child. After deliberation, Yunemo raised the 400 self-exploding star bugs to level 30, spending a total of 36 W of hunting value, leaving 60,000 to 70,000 hunting value in his hand. Keep mutating. Host, need to consume 1 W points of hunting value, do you confirm the mutation? The system's voice slowly sounded in Yunmo's mind. Holy, there's even a price increase, and it's so outrageous. Yunemo wanted to curse, but when he thought about the special talent of the mutant mother bug each time, he instantly didn't feel expensive. Mutate. Yun Mo confirmed. Mutation failed, hunting value 1W. Go on. Mutation failed, hunting value 1W. Mutation failed, hunting value 1W. Yun Mo wanted to curse his mother. There was only more than 1W of hunting value left in his hand. He should have known to upgrade more of the heavenly star insects. 5W of hunt value just gone, loss of money. Looking at the last hunting value in his hand, Yun Mo gritted his teeth. There is no reason to give up when it comes down to it. Go on. Ding, congratulations to the host, the mutation is successful. The martial soul has a new special talent of total domain physical therapy, hunting value 1W. This voice was like heavenly music, causing the originally deflated Yun Mo to instantly come to life. It's done. Little master, I've made it. Chapter 17, Beast Tide coming? His own martial soul once again gained a new special talent. Yun Mo tapped on the attribute interface with trembling hands. Martial Spirit, Star Worm. Special talents, 10,000x breathing speed, self-destruct can inflict 100 times the damage of the self-destructing astropod's own life value on the enemy, ignoring any defenses. Invisible, not easily detected, vision sharing can view the scouting area screen at any time, ignores any distance, and the host can scatter it everywhere until it is destroyed. Total physical therapy, can heal any injury of the host, detoxify 100 poisons, consumes varying amounts of hunting value. Strength, 500. Life, 1000. Speed, 120. The new special talent was truly terrifying as hell. Not only can it heal wounds, but it can also detoxify the poison, so as long as one still has a breath one can come back to life with full blood. Perfect. Yun Mo shook his fist happily. I just don't know how much this costly hunting value is not equal to be deducted. Now Yun Mo's hand is only a few hundred hunting value. Yun Mo once again felt embarrassed. His hunting value was still too little, completely insufficient to spend. Glancing up at the dense forest in the distance, he had begun to have hallucinations. Inside, there were countless hunting values bouncing in front of his eyes, waiting for Yun Mo to take them. Yun Mo moved his muscles and bones and finished preparing. It was time to move. Seeing Yun Mo finally move, the gazes of many people around him landed on him in unison. Witness Yun Mo walking blandly into the dense forest until it was displayed in their field of vision. The 5 members of the Blood Wolf Martial Regiment looked at Yun Mo's disappearing back with golden eyes. Alone and looking like a student, he was undoubtedly a fat sheep for these men. Brother Tiger, there's probably a lot of oil on this kid. A bald man looked to his boss and muttered in a low voice. Wukuk, don't worry, we know this neighborhood better than anyone, that kid can't run away. Tiger was a bearded man with 3 long scars over his left eye, which looked hideous and gruesome. He was also moved when he saw Yun Mo, and his delay in making a move was observing the surrounding movements. What Tiger said. Wukuk nodded repeatedly, not daring to disobey in the slightest. The other 3 had been stretching their necks to see where Yun Mo had disappeared. They hadn't done anything yet today, and they were really itching. That's just it, let's follow up and see what happens. If there's no one behind this kid to protect him, then we'll make our move. Tiger thought about it and made a decision right away. If it was in the past, he would have never dared to make a move against a young martial artist. After all, the young martial artists were either geniuses or had backgrounds, neither of which could be messed with by a small martial arts group of theirs. And things were different now that they had the honor of joining the Demon God sect. All that had to be done was to kill more young martial artists from Dongyang City and muddy the waters completely. Instead of fearing reprisals, there are rewards. As long as they do a good job, they can all be rewarded by the chief with the blood of the Demon God in pursuit of immortality. The human race, even stronger martial artists, life expectancy can be 100 years, while the demonic beasts' universal life expectancy of several hundred years, thousands of years also abound. The existence of the Demon God cult was to lead the human race in the pursuit of immortality, and everything that stood in their way was an enemy. Its purpose is to believe in the Demon God and gain eternal life. Boss is mighty. The 4 of them instantly came into the spirit at the words. This was not the first time they had done this kind of thing. Their hands were stained with the blood of many martial artists. Of course, it was the first time that he had taken a shot at such a young martial artist like Yun Mo. Tiger vigilantly surveyed the surroundings and realized that no one was paying attention, before leading the group to quietly feel their way into the dense forest. The moment Yun Mo walked into the dense forest, he instantly felt that the environment was different. The surroundings were filled with a savage aura, and he felt the gazes of countless demonic beasts gathering on his body. Go on. With a wave of Yunmo's hand, all 100 scouting heavenly star insects were dispatched, quickly occupying a 10-mile radius. However, whenever there was a hint of wind and grass around, Yunmo would be the first to learn about it. There's a blood demon rat lurking in the bushes 300 meters away. There's a bilan snake hanging from a tree 800 meters away. There's a nest of wolfsbane spiders 1,200 meters away. A location where the demonic beasts were located was discovered by Yunmo. As if he had opened a full map perspective, he didn't have to worry about a demonic beast that suddenly came out to engage in a sneak attack. Right now Yunmo was not the prey being targeted by the demonic beasts. He's the hunter who can hunt anywhere. Go on, leave no one behind. Yunmo casually released dozens of level 20 self-exploding heavenly star bugs. As long as it wasn't a silver-level demonic beast, one was enough. If you can't kill it in seconds, then get another one. Receiving Yunmo's order, all the self-exploding heavenly star insect soldiers split into several directions and sped towards their respective targets. Boom! 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 Without a moment's effort, a series of explosions resounded everywhere, and quite a few demonic beasts of low strength were scared into scattering. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully killed the bronze 3-star demonic beast blood devil fierce rat, hunting value plus 3W. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully killed the bronze 5-star demonic beast bilan snake, hunting value plus 5W. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully destroyed the wolfsbane spider's nest, hunting value plus 20W. A series of system beeps kept ringing in Yunmo's mind, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of hunting values arrived. As simple as breathing. If other martial artists knew that Yunmo hunting demonic beasts was so easy, they would probably vomit blood in anger. They had to team up to hunt demonic beasts, and there was the risk of dying from injuries. Yunmo simply stood like this, the demonic beasts one by one fell to the ground and died, simply outrageous. His mom to outrageous open the door. Outrageous to the core. Is this still a martial artist? Sure it's not an archmage? Who's a martial artist playing with his martial soul blowing itself up every day? Nice. Yunmo was joyful. Not only did the hunting value grow crazily, his own martial soul also rose one level and smoothly came to level 11. Demon beast corpses were very valuable. Not only could they be crafted into weapons, they could also be made into a variety of everyday items, and demon beast meat was also good food. And now all Yunmo had to do was happily pick up corpses. Making up his mind, Yunmo walked slowly in the direction of the blood demon fiery rat. Holy, Tiger, did you hear those explosions? Wook suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Tiger with a nervous expression. For some reason, a trace of uneasiness suddenly surfaced in his heart. I'm not deaf, so naturally I heard you. Tiger gave Wookie a blank look without a good reason. What's the holdup? Watch out you lose them. But, Tiger. Wookie was tempted to ask if the commotion could be caused by Yunmo, but he instantly wimped out when he saw Tiger's fierce eyes. Scowling, he continued on. The commotion of the explosion was simply too great, and all the surrounding martial artists who were hunting noticed it, all nervously observing the surroundings. After all, explosions aren't fixed in one place, they're everywhere. It's not like there's a beast wave going on, is it? Some martial artists felt a chill down their spine. If a beast tide really broke out, none of the people present would survive. Chapter 18 shocked one after another. Is this a ING rat? Arriving at the corpse of the blood demon fiery rat, Yunmo was really startled by the big guy in front of him. It was over 2 meters long, big and strong, more than a cow. This was still the smallest of the demonic beasts. It's true that what you learn from books is really different from what you see with your own eyes. Yunmo had another visualization of the size of the demonic beasts. With a wave of his hand, he collected the corpse of the blood demon fiery rat into the martial soul space. Yunmo's martial soul space was also equivalent to the size of a small 2-story house, so it was estimated that putting in a few dozen demonic beasts would pile up. It would be a lot easier to get some space gear or something. Of course, with Yunmo's current strength, he could only think about it, and this kind of equipment was only qualified to be possessed by martial artists above the diamond level, right? However, he had heard that Mui Cheng had a treasure like this, and he didn't know how he got it. 5 men approaching at 800 meters. 750 meters. 600 meters. The message sent back by the scouting celestial star bug interrupted Yunmo's contemplation. Someone? Yunmo looked towards the direction where the 5 people came from, not knowing whether the other party was a friend or foe. He did not directly strike. Instead, he leaped to a thick tree and hid his entire body inside. Ha! Where is that kid? Why isn't he anywhere? Soon the figures of the 5 members of the Blood Wolf Martial Regiment appeared in front of Yunmo's eyes. Wuka looked around without seeing Yunmo's figure, and was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the kid has already left here? Tiger asked in a deep voice as he looked around warily. Don't panic, I'm using my martial soul to scout around a bit. Wuka said, summoning his guide centipede martial spirit. In the next moment, the guide centipede spat out a purple-black mist that filled the surroundings. Not only did Wuka's martial soul contain intense poison, but he could also use the poisonous gas to lock onto a target range, but of course, the frontal combat power was worse. It shows it's right around the corner. Now that his strength was still low, he can only roughly determine a range. Fortunately, they were very familiar with their surroundings, which prevented them from completely losing them. Everyone be on guard, that kid could be hiding somewhere. Tiger looked at the traces left on the ground and commanded in a deep voice. Yunemo had some impression of these 5 people, having seen a glance at the entrance. This is coming for me? According to the news that came back from the scouting astral bugs, there were only 6 of them around here. Looks like I'm being treated like a fat sheep. Yunemo smiled coldly in his heart. Since they were looking for death, it would be good to fulfill them. With a thought, Yunmo's compound eyes was instantly activated, and the detailed information of the 5 people appeared in front of his eyes. Brother Tiger, Silver 1-star martial artist. Martial spirit, Flaming Tiger. Current status, in good spirits. Wuku, Bronze 9 stars. Martial spirit, Guide Centipede. Current status, in good spirits. The other 3 were all Bronze 7 stars in strength. Seeing the attribute panel of the 5 people, Yunemo smiled. With this strength, he still wanted to intercept himself? Go! Yunemo casually summoned out a level 20 self-exploding skystar bug. The self-exploding heavenly star insect vibrated its wings frantically and swooped towards the 5 people who were alerting the surrounding area. Where did the bugs come from? The self-exploding astral bug landed smoothly on Wookie's arm, which he impatiently then tapped. Boom! The moment Wuka's palm fell, the self-exploding heavenly star insect exploded. Ah! After the screams, Wuka's arm was directly blown away and he lay on the ground in a bloody mess. My hand, my hand! Pain was written all over Wuka's face as he lay on the ground spasming madly. He was lucky, at least he still had breath hanging in his throat. The other 3 hadn't reacted to what had happened yet, and directly received their boxed lunches. Who? Tiger reacted faster and took several steps back, but he was still shaken out of his internal injuries by the aftermath of the explosion, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. It reduced his combat power by at least 30%. Get your ass out here! Tiger hastily summoned his own Flaming Tiger, his heart panicking a batch. We've lost 3 people before we even see them, and 1 is seriously injured. Tiger! Save me! Wook lost a lot of blood and felt dizzy, and vaguely saw his Teiyukai coming to fetch him. He felt like his whole body had fallen into an ice cellar, shivering with cold. Tiger has no spare time to deal with Wookie. It was the unknown that was the most frightening, his pupils vibrating as he felt people all around him. Flaming Tiger, burn, burn all around for me! Tiger hissed hysterically. Roar! The Flaming Tiger led the order, opening its bloody mouth and spitting out a ball of flame. The surrounding area instantly lit up a sea of fire, the temperature soaring wildly. Yunemo leapt down from a high place and gently stepped on Wuka's head, making him completely immobile. You! The moment Wuka saw Yunemo appear, his entire body trembled violently and he subconsciously questioned. Did you do this? In response, Wuka was stomped hard by Yunemo and instantly became honest. Lying motionless on the ground, pretending to be dead, his heart was beating wildly. At this time, Wuku was called a regret. Today, even if by chance to survive, it is also crippled. He wanted to cry, but he still held it back and tried to minimize his presence, just treating himself as a stone to be stepped on by Yunemo. Aren't you the ones looking for me? It's funny that you're still asking who it is. Yunemo stared at Tiger with a face full of mockery. Finally willing to show up, Flaming Tiger, get on me and kill this brat. Tiger roared, and the Flaming Tiger had already jumped in front of Yunemo, waving its huge claws and slapping towards his head. Thumbs up. Yunemo dodged and evaded, but his arm was left with 3 bloody claw marks. Hiss, that still hurts. Yunemo sucked in a breath of cool air. Does the host spend 1k hunting value to repair the injury? The system's voice sounded right on time. Natural repair. Yunemo was injured just to try out the powerful aspects of healing physiotherapy. I didn't expect that such a serious injury would only require 1k hunting value, it's really conscientious. Ding, 1k hunting value deducted successfully, treating host's injuries. Keep attacking. Tiger was overjoyed at the sight, thinking that Yunemo must not have anything that could cause a huge explosion, and the stone in his heart was considered to have fallen to the ground. Tear him to pieces for me. Knock. With a muffled sound, the flaming tiger's claws landed on a thick shield, and its sharp nails were instantly popped off. The flaming tiger screamed miserably and retreated. The arc of absolute defense wasn't something that a tiny silver-level martial artist could break. What is this thing? Tiger was horrified in his heart. Martial artists were connected to their martial souls, and he could clearly perceive that the injuries from the flaming tiger's claws were not light. The experiment is complete, it's time to end it. Yunemo said as he rubbed his fists, and the ghastly wounds on his arms were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Completely healed in the blink of an eye, as if he hadn't been injured. What the hell kind of monster are you? Tiger was so scared that his legs were soft, and he almost fell to the ground. This hard arc he did not put in his mind, this horrible self-healing ability in the end, what the hell? Tiger's entire body went numb, having received more shock in this moment than in the past few decades. Chapter 19, I won't be a human. Flaming tiger, flame burning, burn him to death for me. Tiger hissed hysterically. Roar. The flaming tiger spewed out a ball of flame and instantly surrounded Yunemo with blazing fire. The shield was still there. Yunemo stood in place without moving, and with a flick of his fingers, a self-exploding astral bug instantly flew to Tiger's heel. No good. Tiger's face changed drastically, and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With a roar, Tiger was instantly knocked to the ground by a wave of heat, feeling his head buzzing and his body burning with pain. He shook his head hard enough to open his eyes, but realized he couldn't see anything. Roar. When Tiger was injured, the flaming tiger's combat power was instantly weakened by a lot. The flames were getting smaller and smaller, and the martial soul looked much more transparent. Wanting to kill a martial artist, one self-exploding heavenly star insect is really not enough. Yunemo murmured in a low voice as he looked at Tiger, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries. Numerically, it was absolutely possible to kill the opponent in seconds, but of course this was only theoretically, in the event that the opponent did not make a dodge. Wookie closed his eyes and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. It is? Yunemo had thought of summoning another self-exploding heavenly star insect to directly understand Tiger and end his suffering. Noticing that there was a token beside Wuku, it looked very familiar. He curiously stooped to pick it up. Demon God Cult? It's the Demon God Cult again. Seeing these 3 words, Yunemo instantly came to life. These 5 people wouldn't also be wanted by the security bureau, right? If they are apprehended, I don't know how much bonus will be given. Yunemo happily pulled out his cell phone and wanted to check it. Lean. No signal. Damn it, I didn't expect that after so many years of walking the rivers and lakes, I would actually suffer a big loss in the hands of a brat like you. Tiger laughed back in anger. Although his heart was panicked, it was clear that now in the current state, if he wanted to live, he had to kill Yunemo. They hadn't even made a move on Yunemo yet, and 3 of them were directly killed and 2 injured. Who would dare to believe this? Got to. This kid is actually playing with his cell phone? Seeing Yunemo looking like he was at ease, Tiger's mentality completely collapsed. It was too much to put him in his eyes. Arrogant guy, die together. Tiger's eyes looked like they were quenched with poison, and he immediately pulled out a dark red pill and swallowed it, hissing loudly. Demon God, give me strength. In a flash, Tiger felt that the injuries in his entire body instantly disappeared. The blood around his body was boiling, and powerful strength was surging. He was at least a silver-level martial artist, and was able to clearly perceive the chi and blood around Yunemo, a bronze-level martial artist without a doubt. Tiger believed that he could definitely kill Yunemo if he did his best. Yunemo felt this abnormal chi and blood fluctuation, put his cell phone into his pocket, and looked at the frantic Tiger. Martial Soul Fusion. Tiger clenched his fists, his upper body's clothes instantly bursting open, his whole body's muscles tight, looking very powerful. Roar. The flaming tiger hissed in pain, as if rejecting the so-called martial soul fusion. Martial soul fusion? Yunemo froze. Martial artists in this world didn't have this kind of ability, did they? Then what is it? He had heard of martial soul fusion techniques. In the next moment, Yunemo understood. The flaming tiger's body was being torn apart torn into pieces at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then integrated into Tiger's body. The so-called martial soul fusion was a one-time life fighting skill where a martial artist self-destructed his or her martial soul and integrated it into his or her own body, skyrocketing his or her strength for a short period of time. It was a match with Yunmo's self-exploding heavenly starbug, but his self-exploding heavenly starbug could hatch indefinitely, whereas ordinary martial artists only had one martial soul to use, and for them, this martial soul fusion was a fight to the death. Roar! Tiger's head grew in appearance, his human head turning into a tiger's head, and his whole body was rapidly animalizing. In the blink of an eye it turned into a tiger-headed man 3 meters tall in size. Ding! Tiger's strength is rapidly climbing. The system informed Yunmo that the danger factor was rising. Silver 1 star. Silver 2 star. Silver 5 star. Rising 4 small realms in one breath, terrifying as it was. Yunmo looked directly dumbfounded. It can still operate like this? Wouldn't you be able to do the same yourself? Thinking about the way his head morphed the astral worm, he immediately shook his head and pressed the impractical idea down. MD. I'm not going to be a human being. Wuka saw that Tiger's entire body was actually healed, and thinking about his own broken limbs and arms, he hardened his heart and also swallowed the dark red pill. Seeing this, Yunmo kicked him out, and Wuka's body hit a thick tree trunk heavily, shouting out loud the moment before he passed out. Martial soul fusion. Immediately after that, Wuka's body trembled violently, and his head turned into a centipede head, sprouting 6 arms that looked abstract. His strength had also skyrocketed to silver 2 star at one point. Tiger, I feel like my whole body is full of power right now. Wookie looked excitedly at Tiger, who was no longer in human form, but in his current state he liked it. That's right, the chieftain really didn't deceive us, the new demon god is able to pursue eternal life. Tiger nodded. Although the martial soul is gone, but the strength is still there, can be a half-human, half-beast existence. The only sad place is that after the absence of the martial soul they do not know how to cultivate. One could only go to the leader of the demon god cult to obtain a new cultivation method. Get together and kill him. Tiger's tone contained an icy killing intent. Although the overall strength has been improved, but the martial soul is gone, the person cannot be done, he cannot expose his whereabouts in broad daylight in the future, only one in the dark corners to live. I'll break his neck. Wuka had long wanted to take revenge, and before Tiger's words fell, he rushed towards Yunmo. Absolute defense is an automatic defense against lethal damage, and will automatically turn off when it's done. Now there are 25 seconds left, more than enough time to deal with the two. Die, boy. Wuku instantly rushed to Yunmo's front, and his 6 hands simultaneously grabbed towards Yunmo's neck and hands. Get out! Yunmo flexed his fingers and a self-exploding heavenly star insect scurried directly to Wuku's arm. No good. Alarmed, Wuka hastily threw his hands away and instantly backed away, pulling away from Yunmo. Boom! Unfortunately, it was too late. With an explosion, an arm was directly blown away hard, purple blood soared wildly, and the pain made Wuku's entire body bruise. Asshole! Kill you! Kill you! Wuka hissed and once again rushed towards Yunmo in a desperate manner. When he was less than 30 centimeters away from Yunmo's body, he spat out a cloud of purple-black weapons from his mouth, instantly wrapping Yunmo in it. At this moment, Tiger's figure was also gone. Ha, my poison gas is very corrosive, kid, you're dead. Watching Yunmo being surrounded by poisonous gas, Wuka laughed out loud in triumph, feeling that his sneak attack was very successful. Now Yunmo should have been hit. Ding host, toxin has been detected invading the body. Is it possible to consume 1k hunting value to detoxify the poison and generate color centipede poison antibodies? Naturally. Yunmo didn't expect that total physical therapy could not only detoxify the toxin, but also allow his body to produce antibodies to this toxin. This 1k hunting value spent is really worth it. Ding, congratulations to the host, successful detoxification, centipede toxin antibodies have been generated, hunting value 1k. Before the sound of the system fell, Yunmo felt a warm current gushing out from his body, dissolving all the centipede poison, and then a thin membrane was generated around him, blocking the continued invasion of the poisonous gas. Soon, the purple poisonous gas dispersed and Yunmo stood unharmed. The smile on Wuka's face instantly disappeared when he saw this. How is this possible? At this moment, Tiger's burly figure appeared above Yunmo's head, and his sandbag-sized fist fell towards Yunmo's head. The wind of the fist was laced with whistling, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Kid, die. Chapter 20, killing people should be prepared to be killed in return. Duong. Tiger only felt that he had smashed into a hard steel plate, and his fist was directly fractured. Ah! With a miserable cry, the lanky body was bounced off the ground. This. Wuko, who had been very complacent a moment ago, was once again in a six-pointed state. Didn't you get stronger yourself? How is it that against Yun Mo it is still unbeatable? At this point, Wuko was a bit skeptical. The moment Tiger landed on the ground, he didn't continue to attack towards Yun Mo. Holding his right hand, which was already fractured, he ran wildly towards the distance. Tiger's heart is like a mirror, he is not Yun Mo's opponent, he is not Ian Hedwa. Hurry up with the 36th walk on. Tiger's every move was under the watchful eye of the scouting celestial star bug, and Yun Mo was instantly enlightened. Casually throwing out dozens of self-exploding heavenly star insects instantly caught up with the fleeing Tiger, blocking his way. Tiger looked at the densely packed self-exploding starfish insects in front of him and instantly felt numb, but he had suffered a lot of losses in their hands just now. He was depressed as to why Yun Mo had so many terrifying bugs that could explode themselves. Is this a ing martial spirit that a human can possess? If you say that Yun Mo is the insect king at this point, Tiger will believe it. Tiger was forced to retreat by dozens of self-exploding heavenly star insects, and quickly returned to the distance. Wook also tried to escape, much like what Tiger was facing. The two were forced to meet again by the self-exploding astral bug. Tiger, what should we do? Wuku is going to cry. Just now it would be better to continue to lie down and pretend to be dead. The ambition in his heart in front of the absolute strength of Yun Mo instantly dissipated. How does the old man know? Tiger is also skeptical. This is not the same as what the leader of the demon god cult said. After fusing the martial souls, taking the demon god's blood would allow them to be bestialized and increase their strength greatly. Why was he still being hung by Yun Mo even after his strength had grown? It's time for the game to end. Through the battle with the two men, Yun Mo verified the power of total domain physical therapy. Not only could healing and detoxification be achieved, but he also obtained the poison resistance of centipede poison. The experiment was over, and there was no use in keeping the two. No, I don't want to die. Wookie gave Yun Mo Gue directly. Please let me go, I'll do anything. You weakling. Tiger's face was spiteful, but in his heart, he was spitting madly. Holy, how did this asshole kneel so fast? How else can I be weird? As expected, hesitation would be defeat, and Tiger only hesitated for a moment before Wookie grabbed the lead. Yun Mo ignored them and turned away. Wait. This survive? Wookie was ecstatic. Tiger also saw hope. However, in the next moment, the self-exploding celestial star insects surrounding their bodies exploded one after another, completely trapping the two in the explosion range. I'm so sorry. In the end of the moment, Wuka's life walk lights in his mind flashing constantly. His own good as a martial artist is not good? Going to believe in some bold demon god religion and pursuing a nebulous immortality. Nowadays it's less than 30 and you're getting a box lunch. The same was true for Tiger. His own martial arts group had been doing well, but since being compelled by the people of the demon god cult, everything had changed. Two people really regret it? No. They knew they were going to die. If they were to do it all over again, they would still choose so. The Blood Wolf martial regiment had stained the blood of many martial artists in their hands before joining the demon god sect, and were not people with a soft heart in the first place. Such is the life of a martial artist. When you want to intercept someone, be prepared to be countered as well. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully killed 5 martial artists, hunting value plus 5W. Hearing the system's beep, Yun Mo didn't stop moving forward, but only murmured in his heart. These few people aren't as valuable as a bronze 6-star demonic beast. Yun Mo hunted demonic beasts hard in the wilderness in order to become stronger, and Mu Ling Xuan was leading off a cliff in the intensive training. Everyone had been beaten by her, and there was no enemy. Lin Dong was more and more satisfied with the student who had come out of this small city, and the principal had also given special instructions to train Mu Ling Xuan well. As long as it was a request made by Mu Ling Xuan that they, Xinglong Academy, could do, they would all have to fulfill it. Niuling Fang student, do you want to go and have lunch together? A tall and handsome student blocked Mu Ling Xuan's path with a warm smile on his face. His name is Chu Tian, is a local of Shangjing, family background is deep, its own strength is also powerful, and people are handsome, people are also gentle, is the dream of millions of young girls, proper Qinglong college school grass. There are countless young girls who have crushes on him. Mu Chang does not distinguish between men and women. Chu Tian had thought that he would need to look for a long time to be able to find the woman of his choice, but he did not think that he would be able to meet her so soon. Several times he was rubbed on the ground by Mu Lingshuang, and the more he did so, the more he enjoyed it. The mind wondered what an accomplishment it would be to conquer such a woman. Many boys also wanted to invite Mu Lingshuang, but when they saw that Chu Tian had made a move, they all left resentfully. The other girls weren't jealous of Mu Lingshuang, but stood by and watched the show. After all, Chu Tian had been rejected not once or twice. They also liked handsome men, but they felt that big sister Mu Lingshuang was more handsome, and cold, cool and valiant. Many of the girls were privately excited and shouted, "Sister, kill me." Mu Lingshuang's power conquered everyone and was practically unisex. Not interested. Mu Lingshuang lowered her head and played with her cell phone, not bothering with Chu Tian in the slightest. She still had to talk to her future husband before the boy forgot about her. Chu Tian wasn't angry either. He believed that as long as he had patience, sooner or later he could take down Mu Lingshuang. Mu Lingshuang slowly walked past Chu Tian, her brows slightly furrowed. Her usual expression could not fluctuate in the slightest. Nowadays, it looks like it's going to be angry. What is Yun Mo doing? Actually didn't reply to my message? Mu Lingshuang was very upset in her heart and exuded an uninviting coldness that made the people around her unable to resist a cold shiver. Looking at Mu Lingshuang's slowly walking away figure, Chu Tian smiled helplessly. Looks like another failure. Mu Lingshuang came to the cafeteria alone, still did not receive a reply from Yun Mo. Some concern, immediately sent a message to Mufan. Old sister, what's your order? Mufan returned in seconds. Mu Lingshuang sent him a message to make Mufan instantly alert. Will the past few days what he did before and after carefully run through several times, and did not do anything bad? Where's Yun Mo? Mu Lingshuang, except for chatting with Yun Mo, who was more talkative, typed less when she could chat with others. Brother-in-law's gone to the field. He says he wants to keep up with you. Mufan replied. There's no signal in the field, it's normal that I can't receive messages. My brother-in-law is very strong. Don't worry, sister. Mu Lingshuang didn't continue chatting with Mufan, but closed her cell phone and ate in silence. Yun Mo's words surfaced in her mind again that day. Yun Mo said that he wanted to become stronger, and when the time came, he would make the principal of the Green Dragon Academy regret not inviting himself to join the special training class. Yun Mo had promised that he would join the special training class through his own efforts, and if it wasn't for Mu Lingshuang, he could have gone anywhere to become stronger. Thinking of this, Mu Lingshuang felt warmth in her heart and squeezed out a shallow arc at the corner of her mouth. With that one smile, it instantly hard controlled everyone in the room. Chapter 21, Spatial Cracks. Yun Mo kept weaving in and out of the dense forest, one demonic beast kept falling, and the hunting value rose crazily. There are too many demonic beast corpses, my martial soul space is going to be unable to hold them. Looking at the demonic beast corpses in front of Yun Mo, some heartache, this can be money can also exchange hunting value, our throne here is too wasteful. Where are all my demonic beast corpses? Yun Mo glanced at his martial soul space and realized that the demonic beast corpses stored in it were all gone, not a single scrap of flesh left behind. He rubbed his eyes, still nothing. If he hadn't remembered it clearly, he would have thought that he hadn't stuffed demonic beast corpses into his martial soul space. Waiting for the meeting? Yun Mo suddenly discovered something unimaginable. He didn't have blurred eyes, but the demonic beast corpses were really all gone, and his own martial soul had risen from level 10 to level 13. And the astroturf has become watermelon-sized and looks substantial. Could it be that one's martial soul could also gain experience by devouring demonic beast corpses? This was a major discovery. Yun Mo instantly became excited and collected the demonic beast corpse in front of him into his martial soul space. As expected by Yun Mo, the martial spirit heavenly star insect slowly crawled onto the demonic beast corpse and quickly devoured it, and in the blink of an eye, it had eaten half of it. Fine, since you like to eat you can eat more, demonic beast corpses are enough. Yun Mo was in a good mood. His martial soul broke through the path of other martial soul upgrades and opened up a new track. And for the moment it's the only one. There were as many demonic beast corpses as there were hairs, so it was reasonable to say that as long as there were enough demonic beasts, one's martial soul could keep devouring them. It was only a matter of time before he became the strongest martial artist. Yun Mo's heart was so beautiful that his mouth hummed a little song. We, the common people, are so happy today. He hummed as he hunted the demon god. The hunting value was growing crazily, and the martial soul was also gaining experience value crazily. Everyone step up, this wind-chasing leopard is about to lose its grip. Get your defenses up and focus on its belly in the back row. Vaguely, Yunemo heard someone directing the battle. Curious, he walked towards the source of the sound and saw a clearing where a dozen or so people were surrounding a wind-chasing leopard. The strength of these people was generally around 5 stars of bronze, while the wind-chasing leopard was 7 stars of bronze. They were in a bit of a mess, their bodies covered in blood, and the wind-chasing leopard was severely injured, wailing in pain. Yunemo just glanced at it and turned around to leave. He wasn't interested in sneaking up on others just to snatch this demonic beast that was only a bronze 7 star, and of course, he wouldn't be so sanctimonious as to go and help them kill the wind-chasing leopard. Other people's fate had nothing to do with Yunemo. He felt that he was already a very noble character by not stabbing him in the back and being the so-called yellow bird. Buzzing. Suddenly, the space around them shook slightly, and the ground trembled violently along with it. A sharp roar resounded beside Yunmo's ears, causing him to feel a dizzying giddiness. What is this? Yunemo was startled in his heart and had a bad premonition. Roar! The wind-chasing leopard was just about to counterattack and engage in a final fight when it was suddenly chopped into two by an unseen sharp blade, with the half of the body with the leader lying limp on the ground, while the other half disappeared into thin air. No good. The faces of the people present also changed drastically. Several more unseen sharp blades flew out from different directions, and one of them went straight towards Yunemo. Dang! Absolute defense automatically opens, and a shield successfully manages to offset it. Ah! A miserable scream kept ringing out. The squad hunting the wind-chasing leopard was not so lucky. Some of their bodies were also cut in half, only half of their bodies were crawling hard on the ground, fear written all over their faces. Oh, Captain, I don't want to die. A female member of the team cried pear-shaped tears. Captain, help me. The others didn't die immediately, and kept wailing. The few people who survived stood frozen in place. They were all struggling to protect themselves. How could they have the strength to save others? This was the spatial blade when the spatial rift was first formed, not to mention that they were only the lowest level bronze level martial artists. Even if a diamond level martial artist came, they wouldn't dare to resist it. Yunmo's heart was beating furiously. If it wasn't for the absolute defense, he would have been sliced in two vertically just now. It's actually a spatial rift. These can be tricky. Since binding the system, Yunmo's cultivation path had been smooth, and the enemies he encountered were simply and roughly solved. And this time, Yunemo had a big crisis. He had now stepped into the range formed by the spatial rift, and although the scenery around him hadn't changed, it had long since reversed its direction, and in this, all kinds of navigational machinery would be out of order, and even a traditional compass would be useless. Although the absolute defense was there, Yunemo didn't know the direction. Wanting to walk out now was simply a fool's errand. All he could do now was to silently wait for the spatial rift to form and the space to stabilize before looking for an exit. The appearance of space rift is irregular and undefendable, and it hasn't appeared around Dongyang City for a long time. Yunemo encountered the first time out of the city, can only be said to be lucky. Thinking of this, Yunemo did not run around, but sat down in place and took out the food he was carrying and ate it silently. The surrounding screams continued. People and demonic beasts alike were falling, and in no time at all the pungent smell of blood filled the air. If there was a demonic beast down around him, Yunemo would nonchalantly receive it into his martial soul space, allowing his martial soul to eat more and get a little stronger. Soon after eating and drinking, the space vibrations continued. In Yunmo's heart, he could only silently pray that this time the spatial rift was of a lower level. If some diamond level or above demonic beasts appeared inside, he could just give up the fight and find a pit to directly bury himself in. Maybe there's still a whole body left. At this time, the entire city of Dongyang was already in chaos, and all places had received the news that there had become a spatial rift being formed. Although he was nervous, he was still relieved. If the spatial rift had appeared in the city, he didn't know how many people would have to die. City Lord, the spatial rift is only 10 miles away from the city. I wonder if the city will be caught up in it. Should we report it to the top? Moody City's phone was directly called out, so there were quite a few people who came directly to the City Lord's mansion to report in person. Wait until the space is stabilized, it's useless to report now. Mui Cheng was already burnt out. Hurry up and send the Pathfinder Corps there to minimize the losses. Contact the Sheriff's Department and tell them to calm the crowd. Strengthen the patrols within the city, don't let the Demon God Cult Gang take advantage of this. In a few minutes' time, Mui Cheng had already given dozens of orders, and all the martial artists in the city were preparing for battle, preparing for the worst. Looking at Mu Yicheng, who was busy with his feet, Mufan was also anxious and prayed silently in his heart. Brother-in-law, don't let anything happen to you. Chapter 22 Gold Level Demon Beast. Mufan stared at Mu Lingshuang's chat box on his cell phone, gritting his teeth or deleting the entire string of words he had typed. Informing Mu Lingshuang of these things would not help, and she would not be able to find Yunimo even if she came, and would delay her cultivation progress. Older sister when the consequences of this matter you cannot beat me Mufan muttered to himself about the resting screen and walked straight out of the city lord's mansion. He was also a formal martial artist now, and although he wasn't able to go out and fight in the city, he was still able to help maintain order. What the hell is going on? I feel like an earthquake. The city was already on edge. I don't know, it couldn't be a wave of beasts coming, could it? Someone weakly analyzed it. You crow's mouth, shut up you, no one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. The man was instantly swarmed. If the beast tide was really coming, there was no need to run at all. You don't have to run from a small wave of beasts, but you can't run at all from a large one. Everyone out, make sure to maintain order, we can't let the city go into chaos. With a wave of Li Zhang's hand, the magistrate set off in full armor. Demon God Cult Branch. Everyone, the spatial rift is forming, now is a good opportunity for us to strike. The chief looked at the people present and spoke eloquently, able to hear the excitement in his tone. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, opportunity and danger coexist, now is the right time for our demon god sect to stir up the storm. At the chief's command only. The crowd threw up their arms in agreement. Pass down the order to split the troops into two, one way to create chaos within the city, the other way all enter the Yi-Space Rift, the resources gained only need to be handed over in half, and for those who perform well, the Demon Godlord will grant you the Demon God's blood as well as the life extension pill. The chief's voice seemed to have some sort of magical power, and before the words fell, everyone in the room was abuzz. Long live Lord Demon God! Believe in the Demon God and gain eternal life. Believe in the Demon God and gain eternal life. It's not too late, let's go. The chief's order had just been given, and all of them left in great numbers. Yunimo was unaware of the various things that were happening in the city as he sat on the ground against a tree in boredom. Space is gradually stabilizing, the space blade has disappeared, and it's safe for now. Buzzing. The roaring sound came to an abrupt end, and Yunimo only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and his entire body, as if weightless, kept falling down towards the abyss. Hoo-hoo! I don't know how long it took, but Yunimo violently opened his eyes, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Yunimo gasped violently and looked around vigilantly, realizing that the scenery had all changed. The original dense forests had all disappeared, and the surrounding area was full of hills that did not have any vegetation covering them, stretching endlessly. The surrounding area is very windy and dry, kind of like the Gobi Desert. Yunimo was very clear that his current self was completely trapped in the spatial rift. What we need to do now is to find the exit and hurry to leave this place of wrongdoing. Crap! Yunimo had thought of recruiting the scouting astral bugs and realized that the connection between them had been severed. I don't know if all 100 scouting astral bugs were killed in action or if they were isolated by the spatial rift. Now Yunimo didn't have any new eggs in his hand to hatch a new scouting heavenly star bug either. In this unknown space, there were no scouting astral worms to probe the terrain. Yunimo's two eyes were no different from a blind man. Yunimo couldn't help but burst out. It is true that when people teach people, they can't remember, but when things are taught, they remember at once. Be sure to save some eggs for future bugs, just in case. The current Yunimo was like a headless fly, he could only familiarize himself with the surroundings first, and wait until the next day when the 10,000 new eggs arrived, then he could hatch at will. Yunimo glanced at his martial soul space. Fortunately, he usually had the habit of bringing supplies. The food and drink were enough for Yunimo to use for a week. If he was more economical, half a month would also be possible. Don't worry about supplies, let's find a place where we can spend the night first. Yunimo muttered to himself as he walked through the dry mountains, surrounded only by the sound of the wind, as if no life existed. How come there's nothing in this spatial rift? Yunimo, however, clearly remembered that the spatial rift that had not been raided by the Pathfinder Corps was rich in supplies, and that one could take a few steps and come across a nice spirit herb or various rare resources. Why had he traveled for so long without seeing a single blade of grass, not to mention spirit grass? The more Yunimo thought about it, the more depressed he became, but he soon let it go. Without demonic beasts, there was no danger, and being able to leave here alive would be great. Help, don't eat me. Vaguely, Yunimo heard cries for help from not far away. He was instantly energized. After walking for so long, he finally came across a live one. Immediately, he accelerated his speed and ran furiously towards the source of the sound. Yunemo walked to a small depression and looked down from above, finding a large scorpion with several meters on its body frantically chasing after a man and a woman, with several corpses strung on its huge scorpion tail like a candy cane. The body swung with the scorpion's tail, and the blood on his clothes had long since dried. Demon Beast Desert King Scorpion. Level, Gold 3-star Demon Beast. Status, Full of Energy. Blood, 990W 1000W. Special Skills, Cannonball Scorpion Tail, Berserk. Rating. Rating less? Hiss. Yunemo never thought that the gold-level demonic beast blood volume actually reached a horrifying 1000W. In the hands of the heavenly starbug wanna kill a, or enough, if more to come a few, can only run for their lives. Ah! The woman ran slower and fell straight to the ground. Help! Help me! The man stopped in his tracks at the sight and helped the woman to her feet, shouting anxiously. Run! Roar! At this time it was the Desert King Scorpion that had already caught up. The woman stood up and saw the behemoth that was close at hand, and with a heartbeat, she kicked the man to the ground. You! The man ate the pain and rolled on the ground several times before he could stabilize his body. He couldn't believe that he was looking at the woman in front of him. He always felt that her beautiful face was so ugly and twisted. If you love me so much, die for me, I don't want to die. The woman said and ran away without looking back, leaving the man to look desperately at the figure that was getting farther and farther away from him. Count me blind, I'm dead, you rest or go out alone too. The man tried to escape, but unfortunately his ribs were broken by the ruthless woman's kick. All he could do was hiss hysterically. Pust! The Desert King Scorpion gave chase and the scorpion tail ran through the man's body, splattering blood. Yunemo wanted to step in to save the day, but the distance was too far for him to help, and he looked at the woman who was running farther and farther away. The fists hardened instantly. I'm sorry. Though the woman said she was sorry, her feet didn't stop for half a second as she frantically ran forward. As the saying goes, a dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist friend, and the mountainous oaths of the time are nothing in the face of death. I don't want to die. Pust! The woman hadn't run out far when a huge python suddenly sprang out of the ground and opened its bloody mouth to drop the woman's head in one gulp. Holy, how come there's another gold equivalent rank demonic beast? Chapter 23 Hunting Gold Level Demonic Beasts. Demonic Beast Sandy Rattlesnake Python. Level, Gold 3-star Demon Beast. Status, Full of Energy. Blood, 1000W 1000W. Special Skill, Sandstorm. Looking at the specific information of this python in front of him, Yunemo man was numb. This gobi is really dangerous. There are such powerful demonic beasts everywhere. It's really not a simple thing to get out of here alive and in peace. The headless female corpse fell to the ground in response, her blood staining the surrounding land and quickly solidifying. The sandy rattlesnake python picked it up and flung it into mid-air, then opened its large mouth, and the body fell inaccurately, being swallowed into its stomach. Hiss! The Desert King Scorpion hissed angrily at the sandy rattlesnake python when it saw its prey being snatched. The sandy rattlesnake python was completely unflattering, seeing the corpse on the Desert King Scorpion's tail, spitting out a long letter as if it was provoking. The big battle is imminent. Fight! Yunemo lay on his back at a high place and peeked out to watch the battle between the two gold-level demonic beasts. If they fought to the death, Yunemo would still be able to pick up a bargain in the process. Thinking of this, Yunemo rubbed his hands together excitedly and kept cheering them up in his heart. Suddenly, the two demonic beasts turned their heads violently, and their gazes all landed on the location where Yunemo was hiding. Holy? Am I being discovered? Yunmo's heart trembled violently. Instead of waiting to die in the same place, he ran frantically towards the distance. Got to. Yunemo suddenly felt that he was running so slowly, his physical body hadn't been strengthened too much by his martial soul, it was just too weak, and the melee combat was even less eye-catching. I don't know when the martial soul will be able to appear as a special talent that can strengthen its own flesh. Hoo-hoo! It was only after running for a while, Yunemo was already panting. He looked back and realized that dust was flying behind him. Two demonic beasts were frantically chasing towards his side. Day! Yunemo screamed in his heart, he was too unlucky today. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow grazed Yunmo's head and flew out, planting heavily inside the sand. What the hell? Yunemo was startled. If this hit him, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was only when he got closer that Yunemo could see that it was actually a corpse. Yunemo did not pause for a moment and continued to run wildly forward. The Desert King Scorpion behind him struggled to fling its tail, and the corpses hanging on it smashed one by one towards Yunemo in front of him. It was like a cannonball, smashing corresponding deep craters everywhere. Luckily, Yunmo's position was windy and he wasn't smashed. Hiss! The sandy rattlesnake python saw this and burrowed headfirst into the ground, its huge body instantly disappearing. Go on, stop them. Yunemo released 10,000 self-exploding heavenly star bugs. The level 31 stayed around and the remaining ones were all dispatched. System, upgrade me. Yunemo had gained a few million hunting value from hunting demonic beasts in the dense forest, so if he didn't use it now, when would he wait? It is the transformation into its own combat power that will emphasize its value. Ding, congratulations to the host on his successful upgrade. The system's beeps kept ringing out, and the hunting value was depleting at a rate visible to the naked eye. Buzzing. 10,000 heavenly star insects were densely packed in a large area, and the sound produced by their wings was like a demonic beast roaring, causing one's scalp to go numb. After they received Yunmo's order, they sped towards the Desert King Scorpion in the rear. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sandy rattlesnake python scurried out from the ground under Yunmo's feet and opened its bloody mouth to bite towards his head. Seek death. Yunemo also came to temper. Absolute defense, still has more than 20 seconds of usage time. Want to eat me? Are your teeth tough enough? When? The moment the sandy rattling python was about to bite Yunemo, the absolute defense automatically turned on, directly popping off several of its fangs. Hiss. The sandy rattlesnake python ate the pain, and its huge body spasmed violently as it fell headfirst to the ground. Yunemo took the opportunity to continue running wildly towards the front. Yunemo consumed 2/3 of his hunting value to pull all the remaining nearly 10,000 self-exploding skystar bugs levels up a bit. The remaining hunting value was for emergencies, and in case he encountered another demonic beast sneak attack, he could at least allow his absolute defense to be used for some more time. Boom! Boom! At this time, the explosions behind Yunemo kept ringing out. The Desert King Scorpion was blown back and forth. One pincer was directly blown away. It screamed miserably and no longer chased Yunemo, choosing to dive headfirst into the ground. No movement. Consuming more than 5,000 self-exploding astral worms blew the Desert King Scorpion into a crippled blood, but unfortunately did not kill it completely. Yunemo didn't dare to continue to pursue, now that there was a crisis every step of the way. Consuming a self-exploding heavenly star insect would weaken his strength by 1 point. Yunemo needed to conserve his strength and wait for tomorrow. Hiss. At this moment, the sandy rattlesnake python slowed down and stood up again, its pupils narrowed to the size of a needle's eye. It was completely enraged. The meat did not get a bite, but was chipped a few teeth, and it has never been in such a sorry state. The sandy rattlesnake python twisted its massive body, and wind and sand began to fill the surroundings, wrapping Yunemo in the ground. Looking around as if he was experiencing a sandstorm, Yunemo stood still. He was clear that this was the sandy rattlesnake python's special skill, sandstorm. If he was swept up into mid-air, he would become a dish for the sandy rattlesnake python, so Yunemo had to stand firmly on the ground as if he were rooted. When the sandy rattling python saw Yunmo's body not moving, it also gradually ran out of patience and flung its thick tail towards Yunmo's head and smashed it fiercely. The meatloaf was acceptable, although it tasted good eaten live. Yunemo hastily dodged and the snake tail grazed his body and landed on the ground, instantly smashing a gully. Although absolute defense is powerful, Yunemo feels that he can still not use it, and will never waste a second until the moment of crisis. Whoosh! The sandy rattling python was extremely fast, and its tail once again arrived in front of Yunmo's body. Bang! The tail slammed heavily on Yunmo's body, and despite the protection of absolute defense, his entire body flew out and rolled on the ground many times, making him dizzy and almost spitting out his overnight meal. The sandy rattling python once again burrowed into the ground and flew out from the bottom of Yunmo's feet, opening its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the person with the shield hole. Yunemo spat, and hundreds of self-exploding heavenly star insects were summoned. Blast! The explosions one after another created a smoke that obscured the sandy rattlesnake python's vision, buying time for Yunemo. Yunmo's body leaned forward, causing the sandy rattlesnake python to pounce and land firmly on the ground. The sandy rattlesnake python hissed in annoyance. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and with a twist of its huge body, it once again opened its big mouth and bit over. The result was predictable. The sandy rattlesnake python's mouth full of teeth was about to be chipped away. Hiss. It was once again rolling on the ground in pain. You like meat, don't you? I'll let you have it. Yunemo summoned back the remaining 5,000 self-exploding heavenly star insects and released another 6,000 of them. Get it together and blow this up. The tens of thousands of self-exploding heavenly star insects once again came out in unison and flew towards the mouth of the sandy rattlesnake python. In the blink of an eye, uncountable self-exploding sky star bugs flew into the mouth of the sandy rattlesnake python. Boom! 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 Before the sandy rattlesnake python could react, the successive explosions pressed its bloodline lower and lower. The sandy rattlesnake python frantically twisted its body and waved its tail, trying to drive away these swarms of self-exploding heavenly star insects that were going forward and backward. And it didn't work at all. The explosions continued. The sandy rattlesnake python had already been blown to a bloody pulp, and its movements were getting slower and slower. Boom! Along with the last explosion ringing out, the sandy rattling python's head was blown up, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground, completely silent. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully killed the gold-level demonic beast sandy rattlesnake python, hunting value plus 3000 W. Chapter 24, Chaos. Phew, finally dead. Hearing the system's beep, Yunemo sighed in relief as if he was relieved. Nearly 20,000 self-exploding heavenly star bugs had lost more than 16,000. If another gold-level demonic beast came, Yunemo really didn't know how to deal with it. Although it caused 1 death and 1 injury to 2 gold-level demonic beasts, the cost was too great. This time Yunemo almost flipped his car, making him feel an unprecedented pressure in a tangible way. I'm still too weak. Yunemo clenched his fists and muttered to himself in his heart. His martial soul was distinctly different from the martial souls of other martial artists. Astral worm attrition means reduced combat effectiveness. I used to think that the breeding rate of 10,000 female worms per day was already terrifying as hell, but now that I look at it, it's still too slow. Yunemo needed more bug eggs and an uncapped hunting value. If Yunmo's words were heard by other martial artists, they would probably want to die. You, a bronze-ranked martial artist facing 2 gold-ranked demonic beasts, causing 1 death and 1 injury to the other party, this is no longer a simple killing of monsters by crossing levels. It is a picture that all martial artists dare not even dream of imagining. This is called weak. What does he count? Strawberries? It was important to realize that every small realm of a martial artist had a considerable gap, and that the large realms were insurmountable chasms. Yunemo, on the other hand, crossed 2 great realms, killing 1 and seriously injuring 1 before he himself was injured. If Yunemo said it, it was expected that everyone would treat him as a psychopath. Yunemo collected the sandy rattlesnake python corpse into his martial soul space and instantly filled it up. Go! Hundreds of self-exploding asteroids were then dispatched. If you find a gold-level demonic beast, immediately explode itself. Yunemo gave a dead order. Without scouting, the heavenly star bug is really a bit tied up. It can only be done. Self-exploding heavenly star bugs would cut off contact with him when they exploded, and in that instant Yunemo could sense the distance of the place and could rationally plan the correct route. Buzzing. All the self-exploding heavenly star insects led the order and vibrated their wings as they flew away in all directions. Space rift, outside. Everyone on the outside had already been evacuated, and thousands of martial artists arrived here at the first opportunity. There was an air of solemnity around them. Roar! Demonic beasts of various shapes and sizes scurried out from the spatial crack, hissing and struggling as if they were announcing their arrival to the humans. As long as the martial artists in front of them were torn apart, the surrounding area would be turned into their territory, a paradise for the demonic beasts. Everyone spread out the battle and find all the spatial entrances. We can't let any of the demonic beasts enter the city. Muicheng stood on top of the city wall and gave the death order. A divine dragon silhouette that was tens of meters long was suspended above Muicheng's head, looking disdainfully at all the living beings below, which was none other than his martial spirit Sung Dome battle dragon. Yes, sir. The faces of all the martial artists were filled with perseverance in the face of the demonic beasts that came before them. The predecessor of the secret realm was the spatial rift, which became a place for martial artists to practice after being thoroughly swept around and the danger level was determined. The hissing sounds of various demonic beasts continued to resound, provoking the nerves of the crowd of martial artists. The crowd of martial artists summoned their respective martial souls. Behind them was their homes. If they couldn't get the spatial rift completely under control, it would gradually evolve into a wave of beasts, which would really not help at that time. The homeland had the parents, wives and children of all the martial artists, and they had no way to retreat. The only way was to fight these demonic beasts to the death until victory. Kill. The big battle is imminent. The hissing of demonic beasts and the shouts of martial artists resounded through the sky. Inside the city. Everyone run away, the beast tide is coming. This is a punishment from the demon god, so join me in believing in the demon god cult in order to get through this crisis in peace. Those who don't want to die follow me into the great demon god cult. Rumors swirled for a while. While most young people do not believe in such childish rumor mongering, some older people are easily fooled. With the emergence of the spatial rift, people were on edge, and with these rumors, many older people had already begun to think about how to run away, or join the demon god cult. Bureau Li. The magistrates were busy, constantly reporting all kinds of news to Li Zhang. Demon god cult. Li Zhang angrily slammed the table, his words full of ice. Rumor mongers are arrested, and malicious instigators are put on the spot. But Bureau Li. The magistrates froze at the words, incitement is also a death sentence? And it was executed on the spot. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary methods, and if we don't kill these guys who are hiding their heads and tails for fear, they will keep jumping up and down. Everyone, follow me and set out together. Li Zhang made the decision that anyone who wanted to destabilize the city would be duly punished. Yes. The magistrates collected themselves and all saluted respectfully. They understood that what was coming next was a tough battle. Li Zhang led the crowd to the front line. Dongyang City is going to be finished, it will be our demon god sex world from now on. A man with ram's horns hissed excitedly, his eyes were scarlet, and a dark red fury permeated his body. Blood, human flesh, immortality. Gradually, desire consumed his sanity. Mommy, I'm scared. Mother and daughter were cornered by the golem monster, drooling with excitement. No fear, no fear. The woman was holding her daughter tightly, her whole body trembling, doing her best to protect her despite her fear. Become my food, haha. The goat-horned monster opened its mouth and bit towards the mother and daughter. The woman clutched her daughter in her arms and closed her eyes in despair. Thumbs up. A long spear penetrated the head of the goat-horned monster, blood soared wildly, and it instantly fell to the ground. Li Zhang retrieved his lance and levitated it behind himself. Take them to safety. Yes, Bureau Li. 2 sheriff's deputies rushed to protect the mother and daughter as they evacuated. The bastards. The martial artists on the front line are killing, and this group of the demon god cult is inciting around and laying hands on ordinary people, it's really damned. Li Zhang leapt forward and rushed towards the next place. Such scum of the human race, he would kill everyone he saw. The entire city of Dongyang was in complete chaos. Yunemo was completely unaware of the situation outside. He finally found a cave that was not inhabited by demonic beasts. It's nice here. Yunemo looked at the cave that was several hundred square feet in size, and it was a satisfying experience. He ran to the inside of his mouth and sat straight down on his ass, leaning against the wall. Remove a box of self-heating rice from the space, open it and add water, then set it aside. There is no telling how many demonic beasts are hidden around, so you can't make a fire, and you can barely deal with the mouth. Yunemo glanced at the time, there were still 8 hours until 12 in the morning. It's kind of hard to get through. One more second in the spatial rift is 1 more minute of danger. Yunemo had a headache for a while. Without the scouting celestial star insect to scout the way, it was a bit of a fool's errand to leave this place easily. Yunemo shook his head, it wasn't time to be at the end of the mountain yet, he couldn't be so pessimistic. He entered the martial soul space and looked at his martial soul. Better get on with the upgrade. Yunemo muttered, he now had more than 30 million hunting values, enough to upgrade all 3,000 self-exploding heavenly star insects to level 30. Hunting values come and go quickly. Looking at the 3,000 level 30 self-exploding star bugs, Yunmo's mouth pulled, he is still so poor. Now there are only a few million hunting value left. Even if he was given 100 worm eggs now, he wouldn't be able to afford to raise them. Ugh. Yunemo sighed silently and looked up at the desolate great gobi outside the cave, murmuring in a small voice. Let's hope we can wait peacefully until the wee hours of the morning. Chapter 25, Neon Infiltration? Space Rift, somewhere at the entrance. Our mission is to search for the treasures inside the spatial rift. If we come across any other martial artists, we will kill them all. A lewd man with a mustache in the middle of his person stood on a rock and spoke forcefully. Hundreds of people stood around him, and all their eyes fell on him. Yes, Captain Yumekawa. The crowd responded in unison. The chief said that we can keep half of the loot for ourselves, and today is the moment of glory for our demon god Sek's name to resonate throughout the entire city of Dongyang. The demon god will bless us with triumph, a new demon god, and eternal life. The more Yumeko said, the more exuberant, could not help but clench his fist and raise it. His words were very inspiring. The people present could not hide their excitement, and raised their arms. For the demon god, kill! 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 Mei Chuan swept around the crowd and sneered in his heart. This Xia people are really good at cheating, casually drawing a pie and selling their lives for us. It's good to kill each other. The more of you die, the happier I'll be. Sooner or later, our great Neon Empire will annex your great Xia country and stand on top of the world. Seeing that the brainwashing was almost complete, he immediately announced, "Depart!" Yes. The crowd of the demon god sect entered the spatial rift in unison. Bunch of idiots, go in and don't come out. All the loot will belong to the great Yumegawa-kun. Yumegawa eyes with hooks, stealing senses in the eyes. He silently looked around, and did not find anyone, and then rest assured that he also walked in. The cave. It was quiet outside. Yunemo had no sleep, and he once again felt tangibly that the days were like years. It's like going back to the days of sprinting through papers every day of my senior year of high school. After checking the time back and forth many times, it had only been 10 minutes. Go, scatter everywhere, and when you meet an enemy, just blow yourself up. Yunemo stayed by his side with 100 level 30 self-exploding heavenly star insects, and the rest of the several thousand were all dispatched and dispersed everywhere, so as long as there was any wind blowing, they would definitely react. After doing this, Yunemo instantly felt secure enough. Leaning against the corner, he covered himself with a coat and slowly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, an explosion instantly woke Yunemo up. Yunemo violently stood up and looked toward the outside of the cave. Not far away from the wisps of black smoke, lying a large bird. Demon Beast Wind Sand Vulture, bronze 8 stars, dead. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully killed the bronze 8-star demonic beast, hunting value plus 8W. After learning the information about the demonic beast, Yunemo bashfully put it into his martial soul space. Holy! Only then did Yunemo realize that his martial soul heavenly star insect had come to level 20 and was a meter tall. Martial soul upgrades would feed back to the martial artist himself, but the heavenly star insect itself was too weak, and the feedback given to Yunemo was completely negligible. If there he was no absolute defense, Yunemo didn't know how many times he would have died, and he was still a bit too weak himself. Alas, I wonder when my body will also be strengthened by a martial soul. Yunemo silently clenched his fists. He was now a mage that was bullish to the core. Even if he was to engage in an earthburst, it wouldn't be difficult. If it's a close combat, it's estimated that a bronze 3-star won't be able to beat it. What a melee heart every mage has. A glance at the clock showed that it was 11:30 at night, only 30 minutes before the new day. Yunemo instantly rejoiced. As long as there were another 1W bug eggs, the combat power would directly double. However, before Yunemo could be happy for long, he felt countless gazes in the sky fall on him. Yunemo looked up into the sky and was really taken aback. Hundreds of meters in the air and countless more wind and sand vultures flapped their wings, staring wistfully at Yunemo as if they were staring at their prey. Because of the explosion just now, they were a little too scared to act rashly. The late-night Gobi stars were twinkling and it wasn't dark, yet this group of wind and sand vultures gathered together in a dark and pressurized mass, like a huge dark cloud, enveloping Yunmo's head. Wind and sand vultures like to live in flocks, with a strict division of labor and high intelligence, like to take turns attacking their prey until they are exhausted, and then attack in groups to enjoy the prey together. Just now, Yunemo was wondering how only one wind sand vulture appeared, but it turned out to be a pathfinder. Turns out the hordes are flying high in the sky, waiting for their chance. Good. Good. Yes. Yunmo's eyes instantly lit up when he saw so many wind and sand vultures. The strongest strength in here was silver level, most of them were bronze level. Where is this a horrible wind and sand vulture? This is a walking hunting value. Since they didn't dare to take the initiative, it was better for Yunemo to take the initiative. On. Not a single one left. Yunemo commanded the self-exploding heavenly star insect to speed towards high altitude at top speed. Hiss. The group of wind sand vultures had a moment of panic at the sight of the charging self-exploding astral worms, and were instantly calmed down by the leader. A little bug still dared to clash head-on with them wind sand vultures. Totally looking for death. Blast. Accompanied by Yunmo's command, a level 30 self-exploding skystar bug flew to the wind sand vulture group and instantly exploded itself. The resulting explosion wrapped the surroundings as much as it could, and the black swarm of wind and sand vultures was hardened and ripped open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the bronze 7-star demonic beast, hunting value plus 7W. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the bronze 9-star demonic beast, hunting value plus 9W. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a silver 2-star demonic beast, hunting value plus 20W. The system beeps kept ringing out, and immediately a level 30 self-exploding skystar bug instantly killed dozens of wind sand vultures. Yun Mo directly earned numbness. The group of wind and sand vultures backed by the horrifying explosion were stunned, and the well-organized group instantly turned into a mess, scattering and fleeing in all directions. No matter how much the chief hissed, it didn't help. Trying to run? Yun Mo commanded the self-exploding heavenly star insects to chase them in all directions. Boom! 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 The explosions kept going off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a silver 5-star demonic beast, hunting value plus 50W. Yun Mo looked at the latest incoming tens of millions of hunting value. The corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Just losing less than 100 self-exploding heavenly star insects, he gained such a large harvest. Suddenly, I felt that killing these low-level demonic beasts was more cost-effective. With a wave of his hand, Yun Mo received all the corpses of the wind sand vultures into the martial soul space, whether they were cooked, charred, or dead. As long as they were demonic beast corpses, they were all received by Yun Mo. After all, one's own martial soul can be devoured and upgraded, and a mosquito's leg is meat even if it is small. Yun Mo did not let go of it at all. Alarm! Alert! A large number of demonic beasts are gathering around, please prepare for the host. Before Yun Mo could breathe a sigh of relief, the system's anxious beep sounded in his head. Holy, is it over? Yun Mo thought that he could get through the last 30 minutes of the day safely, but he didn't expect that the demonic beasts were coming towards his side one after another. We're all here for the reunion, aren't we? Looking at the dwindling number of self-destructing heavenly star insects in his hand, Yun Mo instantly became nervous. Nowadays there are no new eggs hatching, it is using one less than the other. This constant stream of demonic beasts made Yun Mo's head spin for a while. I don't know if I can hold out until 12 AM rolls around. Chapter 26: A male and a female. Z. Hiss. Roar. The hissing and roaring of different demonic beasts came from all directions, and one's scalp went numb from hearing them. The self-exploding celestial star insects scattered around the periphery exploded themselves one after another. The hunting value was rising crazily. Yun Mo's face didn't have the usual smile of harvest, instead, his face became more and more ugly. The number of self-exploding astral bugs was plummeting, and the number of demonic beasts pouring in was still increasing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze 3-star demonic beast, hunting value plus 3W. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the bronze 7-star demonic beast, hunting value plus 7W. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a silver 1-star demonic beast, hunting value plus 10W. At this time, the system's beep was like a countdown of his life for Yun Mo. He glanced at his watch. Late at night at 11:35. Time passes so slowly, Yun Mo's forehead began to break out in a dense and fine sweat. He was curious as to what kind of meat and potatoes he was, causing so many demonic beasts to converge this way. No! Yun Mo gradually calmed down. Such a large-scale appearance of demonic beasts, similar to a beast tide, there must be something attracting them. Could it be some kind of scarce resource? Looking at the desolate surroundings, there was not a single green plant. Where would the rare herbs come from? What the hell? Yun Mo looked around and found nothing. The self-exploding heavenly star insects in his hand had now been sharply reduced to less than 1,000. Damn it! Yun Mo developed the intention to retreat, but at this time, he had no way to retreat. There was dust raised in all directions, and the demonic beast army was getting closer and closer to this place. There are still tens of thousands of shadow bats watching from the sky. Yun Mo wants to curse his mother. If he has enough number of heavenly star bugs, he will absolutely blow up this bunch. Yun Mo stood by the cave, praying that he could hold out until 12 in the morning. The group of demonic beasts was getting closer and closer. Getting closer. At this time, Yun Mo still had 800 self-exploding heavenly star insects. It's done. We'll have to break out. Yun Mo's compound eyes opened and scanned the surroundings, finding one of the weakest spots, a group of sanded hunting lizards. They were small, none of them were more than a meter, and they were all bronze-level demonic beasts. Say it and do it. Anyway, there was still the shield of absolute defense in place, and with tens of millions of hunting value in hand, breaking out wasn't a problem. Hiss. The group of sandy hunting lizards looked at Yunmo, who suddenly came barreling over, and the group was instantly in disarray. Boom! Boom! After a series of explosions, Yunmo managed to break out, only consuming a few dozen self-exploding heavenly star insects. It's safe. Yunmo looked at the tens of thousands of demonic beasts behind him, his heart silently sighed in relief. This is all hunting value, but it is a pity that the number of self-destructive heavenly star bugs in his hand is too small to manifest smoothly. Thinking about this, Yunmo felt a heartache. It was simply a loss of several $100 million. Forget it, let's just get out of this place. Yunmo did not linger, and ran wildly towards the distance, waiting for 12 o'clock to kill a horseback, to see what kind of treasure there is in this place that can attract so many demonic beasts to desperately come up. However, Yunmo hadn't run far when the sandy soil under the ground suddenly bulged out into a large bag, and the huge figure blocked his way. This is the Desert King Scorpion? And it was the same one that had been crippled by Yunmo's bombing. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they see each other. The Desert King Scorpion hissed angrily when it saw that it was Yunmo, and its deep, huge scorpion tail slammed hard towards Yunmo's head. With a muffled sound, the scorpion tail was bounced off, and the thick shell actually had a slight crack on it. Seek death. Yunmo swept a glance at the Desert King Scorpion and realized that it hadn't recovered much and was still bloodied. It's easy to kill it. Before Yunmo could make a move, the ground behind him also shook violently for a moment, and then a reminder of the Desert King Scorpion that was a circle smaller than the Desert King Scorpion in front of him appeared. One in front of the other pinned Yunmo. And it's still a male and a female. Faced with the two Desert King Scorpions eyeing him, Yunmo only felt a chill on his back. The self-destructing astral worm in his hand now was more than enough to kill the bloodied male Desert King Scorpion, but the female Desert King Scorpion behind him was completely unsure. It's done. Run away. Boom. Boom. Dozens of self-exploding star insects exploded themselves at the same time, producing smoke that instantly filled the surroundings, obscuring the vision of the two Desert King Scorpions. Yunmo took the opportunity to run wildly towards the distance. Behind them were the angry hissing sounds of the two Desert King Scorpions as they clung on to Yunmo, bound to make him their food. He escaped. They chase. He can't fly. The Desert King Scorpion also kept throwing huge stones towards Yunmo, thinking that crushing him into meat paste would taste good. A boulder grazed Yunmo's body and fell. Each time, Yunmo's heart jumped. If not for his quick reflexes, he was going to get his head blown off. There's no end to it, is there? Yunmo glanced at the time. It was already 11:40 late at night. Go on, blow them up. With a wave of Yunmo's hand, excluding the 100 self-exploding heavenly star insects that stayed by his side, 3,000 to 4,000 self-exploding heavenly star insects flew over in a Wuyang manner. Blacked out. Hiss. The male Desert King Scorpion was so scared to see this overwhelming number of self-detonating heavenly star insects that it instantly stopped in its tracks. It had suffered a loss, and its eyes were filled with deep scorn. The female Desert King Scorpion also stopped when she saw this, wondering what was wrong with her mate. It's just some bugs. What are you afraid of? You can slap hundreds of them with one pincer. Yunmo took the opportunity to disappear far away and distanced himself from them. Hoo-hoo. Yunmo turned his head to look and had already been left far behind by himself, then he silently sighed in relief. It's safe for now. Yunmo looked around vigilantly. The space rift was filled with demonic beasts, and his taut nerves didn't dare to have the slightest relaxation. The two Desert King Scorpions were swaying their scorpion tails and communicating with each other, when the swarm of self-exploding celestial star insects had already flown in front of them. Hiss. The male Desert King Scorpion waved his huge pincers and tried to drill into the ground. The female Desert King Scorpion felt that her mate had exaggerated the other's power. How strong could some bugs be? Boom. 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 Just as they hesitated, successive explosions continued to ring out, and the body of the male Desert King Scorpion, which had already been bombarded with serious injuries, was blown to pieces, with holes everywhere in its hard shell, and blood continuously gushing out. Hiss. The female Desert King Scorpion hissed anxiously, constantly waving her pincers and scorpion tail. But to no avail, its blood level was dropping crazily, and it was also badly injured. Boom. With another explosion, the male Desert King Scorpion's head was blown out with a bloody hole, completely dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a gold 3-star demonic beast, hunting value plus 3,000 W. The system's beep didn't make Yunemo much happier as he heard the angry hiss of the female Desert King Scorpion behind him. Hiss. The female Desert King Scorpion's eyes were scarlet as she angrily danced her pincers. In the next moment, its body was wrapped in a ball of scarlet light. This was the opening of the Berserk mode, a mode in which all of the Desert King Scorpion's attributes would skyrocket for a short period of time. The cost is that it will continue to burn blood. The female Desert King Scorpion rapidly flung her scorpion tail like a cannonball. The cannonball scorpion tail was simply a descending blow against other demonic beasts, and any demonic beast would be smashed into meat paste under such a terrifying attack. However, it was useless in front of the self-exploding astral worm. Self-exploding astral bugs were inherently suicidal attacks, with explosions occurring the moment the scorpion tail touched them. Without a moment's effort, the female Desert King Scorpion's scorpion tail was directly blown through, losing its attack power. Chapter 27 Jedi Strikes Back. Slipped and slipped. Thousands of self-destructing heavenly star insects all folded in, only able to repel the mother Desert King Scorpion temporarily, and the remaining hundreds around Yunemo did not have 100% certainty of killing the other party. Once again, he glanced at the clock, late at night at 11:45. The rest of these self-exploding heavenly star insects were for life preservation, and Yunemo would not be able to dispatch them as a last resort. Even though there were only 15 minutes left until 12 o'clock in the morning, Yunemo didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. In case some more demonic beasts popped up and didn't leave some cards behind, Yunemo really might fold here. Yunemo ran furiously towards the distance, only wishing that he was farther away from the Desert King Scorpion that had drilled into the ground, fearing that it would suddenly come out of the ground and catch himself off guard. Hoo-hoo! Yunemo didn't know how far he had run and felt like his legs were filled with lead. Can't run, really can't run. Yunemo knew deep down that he had reached his limit, dragging his heavy feet to a towering mountain peak next to lean and sit down. Taking out his water bottle, he took sip after sip of water. Hoo! With a bottle of water in his stomach, Yunemo felt like he had come back to life. Just rest here. Yunemo looked up at the starry night sky and muttered. At the same time 100 self-exploding skystar bugs surrounded the left and right on guard. 8 minutes to 12 in the morning. Yunemo frequently looked at the time, feeling that it was passing too slowly. It was really a bit torturous. Yunemo didn't dare to have the slightest relaxation. It always felt like there were demonic beasts all around, and grass was everywhere. The surroundings were dead silent. Yunemo could only clearly hear his own breathing and heartbeat, and the cries of a demonic beast could not be heard. Breathe in, breathe out. Yunmo's palms were sweating. He had thought that he was invincible at the same level, and that he could also kill enemies across levels was a genius among geniuses. So everything would go smoothly, and what he experienced at the moment shattered Yunmo's fantasy. There are many geniuses, but there are also many geniuses who die halfway, and only a few of them really grow up. In the realm of the human race there would be all sorts of rules and regulations constraining powerful martial artists, but in the world of demonic beasts, the underdog. Being weak, you can only fall into the mouth of the demonic beast, which will not let you go because of your low strength. Yunemo felt that he was still too weak, and that he was too comfortable in the city to truly realize the horrors of this world. Bang! A sudden muffled sound broke the silent night. Yunmo's body subconsciously trembled and instantly stood up. In the next moment, the female Desert King Scorpion crawled out from the ground and reappeared in front of Yunemo. Although the scorpion's tail was broken and its hard shell was pitted, the aura was still there. Hiss! The female Desert King Scorpion's eyes were crimson as she hissed angrily towards Yunemo and charged straight over. I'll go. Yunemo was really shocked. I did not expect this female scorpion to be so persistent, and had to share a life and death with himself. Stop it! Yunemo waved his hand and all the heavenly star insects vibrated their wings in one. Boom! Boom! Explosions continued and smoke rose up, blocking the path of the mother Desert King Scorpion's advance. Yunemo took the opportunity to run wildly towards the distance. The remaining self-exploding heavenly star insects could only cut down the blood level of the female Desert King Scorpion, and it was a bit difficult to kill it. As long as he held out until 12 a.m., Yunemo would be able to fight back. Yunemo glanced at the time. There were still 2.5 minutes left. Hiss! All the heavenly star insects did not self-destruct at the same time, but exploded one after another to buy time for Yunemo. The female Desert King Scorpion's injuries were getting worse and worse, but it couldn't stop it from advancing and breaking through the layers of smoke and dust. Until the last self-destructing heavenly star insect exploded, the female Desert King Scorpion broke through the layers of blockade and chased after Yunemo, who had already run far away. Whoosh! The female Desert King Scorpion used her pincers to pick up boulder after boulder to smash Yunemo. With the escape path blocked, Yunemo could only dodge these flying boulders back and forth. Less than a minute to go. Yunemo glanced at the time. A few tens of seconds should be able to hold out on his own. This thought had just appeared when the huge figure of the female Desert King Scorpion had already arrived in front of Yunemo, raising her huge pincers and smashing them fiercely. When? With a muffled sound, the female Desert King Scorpion's huge body was actually shaken back several steps. Yunemo was also shaken back and forth. Fortunately, there was absolute defense in place, otherwise this pincer would have smashed down. Yunemo designated to turn into meat paste. Without the slightest hesitation, he continued to run with all his might towards the distance. The female Desert King Scorpion was only stunned for a moment and once again caught up with Yunemo. Dang! 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 Raising his twin pincers, he landed one after another on the shield around Yunmo's body. The shield was unharmed, and the female Desert King Scorpion grew more and more irritable. Yunemo ran while blocking, saving a second if he could. 10. 9. Yunemo looked at the time, and his heart followed the frantic beating as the mother Desert King Scorpion's attack didn't stop. 7. The 30 seconds of absolute defense are up. Make it up to me with hunt value. Yunemo now had tens of millions of hunting value in hand and wanted to save it, but now he had to use it. Host, absolute defense wonderful consumes 10W of hunting value. Do you want to enable it? Hurry up and use it. Yunemo also didn't have time to break up the price increase with the system. If he didn't use it again, he was going to become meat paste. Swish! A pincer fell. Fortunately, Yunemo dodged fast, grazing his head and smashing heavily on the ground, taking away a strand of hair. Yunemo fell to the ground and rolled towards somewhere else. The female Desert King Scorpion is in hot pursuit. Ding! Absolute defense successfully activated. Hunting value continues to be deducted. The pincers fell again, and again they were blocked. Enough of the system, I almost got killed by you. Yunemo saw that he was safe and frantically spat at the system. And you're going to raise the price on me, just you wait. Host, the stronger the enemy you face, the more hunting value absolute defense consumes. The system explained helplessly. The female Desert King Scorpion was even more annoyed when she saw Yunemo actually ignoring herself and talking to herself in the air under the protection of the shield. The attacks came more and more frequently, and both pincers were already cracked as well as directly ignored. It was bound to smash Yunemo into mush to avenge its mate. 1. The countdown ended and the cell phone's brain rang on time. Finally. Yunemo was instantly spirited and sullen. System, hatch me 100 self-exploding star bugs and pull them all to level 30. Nowadays, the female Desert King Scorpion's blood level of a few hundred self-destructing skystar bugs was enough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful hatching, successful upgrade, hunting value 15W. It's time to fight back. Yunemo waved his hand. Buzzing. In the next moment, hundreds of self-exploding skystar insects flew out of the shield and began their suicidal attack. Boom! Boom! Successive explosions sounded again, and at this moment, the female Desert King Scorpion felt fear. It smells death and wants to dig a hole and hide. Yunemo didn't give it this chance. All the heavenly star insects exploded at the same time, generating a destructive force that instantly enveloped it. From a distance, a huge mushroom cloud rose. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and the shield around Yunemo disappeared with God, and the 2 million hunting value was gone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a gold 3-star demonic beast, hunting value plus 3000 W. The system sound rang out leisurely, and Yunemo looked at the female Desert King Scorpion in front of him, half of whose body was outside and half of whose body was buried in the ground, and silently sighed in relief. Finally decapitated it. After being chased for so long, Yunemo was a bit of a mess. With the danger temporarily lifted, Yunemo sat down on his butt. Chapter 28, Space Heavenly Star Bugs. System, hatch 500 scouting skystar bugs, hatch all the rest into self-exploding skystar bugs, and upgrade them all to level 30. Yunemo was a little dehydrated and spoke breathlessly, leaning against the mountain wall and breathing evenly. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successful hatching, successful upgrade, hunting value 1450W. The system reacted with divine speed. Before Yunmo's words fell, all the operations had already been completed. Good. Yunemo had a relaxed smile on his face. With these heavenly star insects around, security was full. Go on, find the exit as soon as you can. With a wave of Yunmo's hand, all the scouting heavenly star insects rushed out in a brainstorm, scattering in all directions. Through layers of mountains and over dry rivers until you find the end of the world. With them, Yunmo was no longer blind, and could detect the enemy and receive any movement from everywhere at any time, whether it was demonic beasts, humans, or rare resources, none of them could escape Yunmo's eyes. 5,000 self-exploding heavenly star insects then patrolled around Yunmo, and no demonic beasts were able to get close. After arranging everything, Yunmo completely relaxed. He cozily leaned against the mountain wall, took out food and water, and leisurely ate. After eating and drinking, Yunmo was still in high spirits as he slowly stood up and moved his muscles. System, keep mutating. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the mutation is successful. The Martial Soul Heavenly Star Bug acquires a new special talent, the Power of Space, hunting value 1W. Another one-time success. Yunmo's eyes instantly lit up when he heard the beep, and he hurriedly opened the attribute panel and tapped on the introduction of the Power of Space. Special talent, Spatial Power Elementary. The space of the Martial Soul expands 10,000 times. The host has a wider space to raise the Heavenly Star Bugs. Isn't this a carry-on space? Yunmo's excited heart and trembling hands entered the Martial Soul space. Nice guy. The original Martial Soul space was only considered a duplicate of the upper and lower floors, whereas the current size was completely capable of building a huge palace. The current space was not to mention holding tens of thousands of heavenly star insects. Even if it was 1 million, 10 million, it would not matter. In the future, when you come across the corpses of demonic beasts, you can't dwell on the lack of space for the Martial Soul, throw them all in, and let the Martial Soul eat painfully and vigorously. Yunmo was in a good mood, and when he turned his eyes, there were surprises. The Martial Spirit Heavenly Star Bug's head had risen again, with a body length of over 2 meters, vaguely exuding an imperceptible sense of oppression. And the Martial Soul level came to level 20. Good. Yunmo reached out and stroked the head of the Heavenly Star insect. The Heavenly Star Bug squinted its eyes as if it was pampered and kept rubbing against Yunmo, not like a bug, but like a cute dog. Unfortunately, its shell is too hard and has spikes of varying heights on it, so it doesn't feel very good in the hand. The system continues to mutate. After interacting with the Heavenly Star Bug for a while, Yunmo said in a deep voice that he wanted to try out what the maximum number of mutations was for the bronze level. There's still about 3,000 W of hunting value in hand right now, so it's totally expendable. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful mutation of his Martial Soul. 10,000 times reproduction has been successfully upgraded to 100,000 times reproduction. Another shot in the arm. Yunmo almost squealed with excitement. 100,000 times the breeding speed, which meant that you could now get 100,000 bug eggs per day, instantly raising your combat power by several levels. In the next moment, 90,000 insect eggs appeared within the Martial Soul space. I can't believe I'm getting a refill? Looking at the densely packed insect eggs on the ground, Yunmo was instantly delighted, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but crook into a system. Hatch me a space astral bug and see. Yunmo squatted down and caressed the eggs on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successful hatching, hunting value 1. In the next moment, a celestial star insect with a dark purple color all over its body broke out of its shell and slowly rose, hovering in front of Yunmo and stopped. Is this the space astral worm? Yunmo flicked a point and its attributes instantly popped out. Level 1 Space Star Worms. Attack, 1. Life, 1k. Speed, 666. With 10 square meters of storage space, can be used for storage, cargo, etc., cannot carry live animals for the time being. Holy! Seeing this attribute, Yunmo's eyes almost stared out. This attribute was just too heaven-defying, right? It was important to know that freight transportation was a top priority, and many important material shipments required powerful martial artists to escort them. This was a big target. It would be a target for demonic beasts to attack, and there were other people who would lay their hands on it. In short, the path of escorting supplies was not safe. If you were to use your own astral worm to transport items, it would be the size of a thumb, a very small target, and with astral worms all over the place, who cares about a tiny worm? The most important thing was that with this amount of blood and speed, even if they encountered a gold-level demonic beast, they could still escape without any problems and didn't have to worry about safety at all. Strong. Yunmo even felt that it was a bit too strong. System, pull full. Yunmo stared at the space heavenly star insect as if he was staring at a supreme treasure, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully upgraded, hunting value 1500. In a blink of an eye, the spatial astral bug's level came to level 30, and its attributes had also undergone a skyrocketing change. Level 30 Space Star Worm. Attack, 1. Life, 10W. Speed, 1111. It comes with 1000 square meters of storage space, which can be used for storage, cargo, etc., but cannot carry live animals for the time being. Well. Yunimo clapped his hands and screamed, his guess was right, it will change the entire pattern of freight transportation in Dacia after its appearance. Even if you do not go out to fight and kill, engage in a freight transportation company, Yunimo can earn a lot of money. At this moment, Space Rift, elsewhere. It's actually the Gobi with the desert landscape. Several hundred people from Manhwa smoothly entered the space and surveyed their surroundings, muttering, "What a Thai landscape, not a blade of grass, what kind of treasure can we get?" That's right, there's no spirit grass and spirit fruit, simply coming to kill demonic beasts? This mission is a bloody loss, I should have known to stay in the city and make things happen. The team was in an uproar of regret at the sight of such a landscape. You know. Yumekawa chided in a Osako accent. All the power contained in the spatial crack is from the underground. If it is a forest landscape, all the vegetation will absorb and disperse this power, only then will there be spiritual grasses and spiritual fruits. Without these, that means the power is still underground, that is to say. Hearing Yumekawa say this, everyone's gazes fell on him in unison, their expressions varying in anticipation of the exhilarating answer. There must be a spirit stone mine here. Fruity? Captain. Hearing this answer, everyone in the room instantly became excited. Spirit stone mine. That's a spirit stone mine. A spirit stone of low purity can be absorbed by a martial artist to enhance the power of chi and blood and upgrade more quickly, or it can be directly absorbed by a martial soul and converted into experience value, and it is also able to forge weapons. In a word, spirit stones are extremely valuable, and their existence is indispensable in all walks of life. Ordinary martial artists circulated currency amongst themselves, and those above the platinum level basically traded with spirit stones. Even a trashy piece of spirit stone started at 1,000,000 Siagwa coins, so it was evident that it was valuable. The people present instantly went crazy, they couldn't wait to find the spirit stone mine now, but they would be able to share half of it. Get it and take off straight away. Oh, a bunch of idiots. Watching the crowd excitedly discussing, Manhwa sneered in his heart, his eyes narrowing slightly. Stupid insignificant Xia people, the day you find the spirit stone mine is the day you die, by then all the resources will be our great neon empires, huh? Chapter 29, is this the so-called longevity technique? All of you, listen to the order. Manhwa sighed, and everyone was instantly silenced, looking at him in unison. For the sake of the demon god sect, for the sake of our great cause, we must seek out this spirit stone mine, and don't forget the chief's order, when you come across a live one, don't leave a single one behind. Yes. The crowd nodded in unison, their gazes determined and fervent. As long as we are united, the Lord Demon God will not treat us poorly. Believe in the demon god and gain eternal life. Yumekawa threw up his arms. Believe in the demon god and gain eternal life. For the sake of illusory immortality, this group of people have long since put everything at risk, and anything that stands in their way is an enemy. Remember to fire the signal at the first opportunity when you find the spirit stone mine. Manhwa swept a circle of the crowd and said in a deep voice, his tone not to be questioned. Action. Accompanied by Manhwa's order, all of them swept away in all directions in small groups of 5. Afterward, Manhwa's figure flickered and disappeared. Space Rift, outside. The surrounding area was densely filled with demonic beast corpses, and the smell of blood filled the surroundings. Many martial artists also suffered different degrees of injuries, not many deaths. After all, these demonic beasts are generally not high level. For Dongyang City this is not only not a crisis, but also an opportunity. A great opportunity to hone the martial artists in a valuable way. Muicheng sat steadily and silently watched the crowd of martial artists below fight with the demonic beasts. If a tricky demonic beast appeared he would make a timely move. The chaos within the city had been stabilized by the magistrates under the leadership of Li Zhang. Those who should be arrested and those who should be killed are just a lot of stores that have been vandalized and burned with a lot of damage. Dearly, the situation is under control for now, but a lot of people from the demon god sect have absconded. Dearly, the trapped people have all been rescued. Several magistrates ran to Li Zhang to report the results of the battle. Keep your spirits up, the battle continues outside the city, we can't afford to take it lightly just yet. Li Zhang nodded and said in a deep voice. We can't give the demon god sect a single chance. Yes. The sheriffs responded and each left to continue their high-intensity rounds. Dongyang City was a border city of the Great Summer Kingdom, with a gathering of demonic beasts on its periphery, and further south was the Neon Kingdom proper. Not only did Dongyang City have to defend itself against the invasion of demonic beasts, it also had to watch out for the infiltration of the ne'er-do-wells. Peace was hard won, and Li Jiang would not allow anyone to break it. Phew, the riot is finally over. Mufan saved the last person and silently sighed in relief. I wonder how my brother-in-law is doing, still can't reach him. Mufan looked at the red exclamation mark on the chat interface, and it was clear that Yunemo hadn't come out from inside the spatial rift yet. Oh sister, just keep my brother-in-law safe. Mufan clasped his hands together and hugged his cell phone in a whispered prayer. Inside the spatial rift, Yunemo casually found a cave and directly lay down. After a day of high-intensity fighting, he was already tired. If he found an exit or encountered danger, the scouting heavenly star insects would report back to Yunemo at the first opportunity, and he didn't have to worry about an enemy attack. And he cared about the empty space where the many demonic beasts gathered. There must be some kind of treasure. Now that Yunemo had 100,000 celestial star insects in his hands, he naturally wanted to make a break for it. If he missed out on the good stuff, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Of course, nourish your spirit before grabbing the baby. Yunemo laid down and covered himself with his coat, falling asleep in a second. During the time he was asleep, bloodshed was occurring in all parts of space. Damn demon god religionists, go to hell. Please don't kill me, I'll give you all my stuff. Wherever the demon deists went, they attacked any living person they encountered. Some of the martial artists died on the spot, while others knelt down and begged to be spared, and of course, there were those who killed them back. Yumekawa summoned his martial spirit Akita hound and rode on it all the way. The Akita hound is 5 meters long and extremely large. Mei Chuan was a silver 10-star martial artist, only one step away from the gold level, and he felt that he could completely walk across this space. Riding the Akita hound and feeling the strong winds on both sides, Mei Chuan was in an extremely good mood, thinking that once he found the spirit stone mine, he would successfully advance to the gold level and then proceed to the next step of his plan. When the plan succeeds and Dongyang City is overthrown, this will become their territory in the Neon Empire. Ha ha. Yumekawa couldn't help but laugh happily at the thought. Pathetic Xia people, you really think that everyone can pursue immortality? You are nothing but pawns in the hands of that lord that can be discarded at will. I don't know how long it's been. Yunemo was in a daze when he heard a little girl shouting for help. Help, help. There was a sob in his voice. Yunemo snapped his eyes open and glanced at the time. It was already 6 in the morning. It seems that nothing much happened during the time he was asleep. With a thought, an image instantly surfaced in front of his eyes. A teenage girl is being chased by 4 strong men. The little girl walked forward frantically, while the 4 burly men followed behind playfully, grinning teasingly. Yunemo was curious. Didn't he say that he couldn't leave the city without becoming an official martial artist? How did this little girl get out? Ah! The little girl broke her foot and went straight to the ground. Ha ha! The burly men laughed with glee. What a watery-looking little girl. Yes. It's just cheap for us brothers to kill it when we're done playing. I agree. The 4 burly men had greedy gazes, as if they could see right through the little girl. Please, leave me alone. The little girl looked at the 4 strong men with tearful eyes, her small body shivering, and I felt sorry for her. Yunemo didn't act first, only feeling that there was something fishy about this matter. While he was hesitating, 2 youths stepped forward. Let go of the girl. The little girl sneered as she saw someone appear with a wry smile at the corner of her mouth. Giggle hooked. What are you talking about? The 2 youths were confused. Can't let them get away, this is my prey. The little girl slowly stood up and with a flip of her hand, a sharp dagger appeared. Yes. 4 burly men instantly surrounded the 2 youths. You. The 2 youths were confused, and their hearts were unusually angry. You're a little girl who's actually in cahoots with this group of people from the demon god cult. You're really a disgrace to us martial artists. Yunemo instantly understood the feelings of this little girl and the 4 strong men as a gang, and also the core character, acting this play is to attract these 2 hot-blooded young people to show up. However, he was a little curious as to how the other party knew that the 2 youths were hiding around, and whether his own position had been exposed as well. Plug collaboration, you guys were still breastfeeding when my mom came out. The little girl laughed excitedly, playing with the dagger in her hand and sticking her tongue out to lick it. Young blood is flavorful enough to keep me young forever. The feeling is that it's an old woman pretending to be young, and a demon deist at that. Could this be the so-called longevity technique? Yunmo was suspicious. You. The two youths were trembling as they watched the little girl inching closer to them. Thumbs up. A knife was swung out, accompanied by a miserable scream. Blood spurted out. Chapter 30, just an ordinary martial artist passing by. The young man's chest was cut with a big slit, and blood spurted out, splattering on the little girl's face. The little girl licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled sickly. It tastes good, it would work better if it was the blood of a young woman, will do. Big sister, their blood is yours, the treasure is ours. The four burly men laughed and warned. Don't worry, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. The little girl sneered, now it was her happy mealtime. MD. I'll fight you all. The two youths immediately summoned their martial souls, thinking that they were heroes rescuing a beauty, but they didn't expect it to be an immortal jump. It made them so ashamed and angry that if they didn't resist, their little lives would be accounted for. Ha, aho and a scythe, how dare you call yourself a martial artist? The burly men couldn't help but laugh out loud at the sight of the two men's martial souls. They dared to go out of the city to hunt demonic beasts. Does it mean that they have courage, or is it that they have no brain? Break their limbs off, and the old lady picks a place with a nice view to dine. The little girl glanced at the hill not far away, her mind already made up. Don't worry about leaving it to us, Aunt May. The four burly men also summoned their martial souls and rubbed their fists together. Forgot it again, did you? Call me Sister May. May exasperatedly pouted. Her cute appearance was indeed very confusing, but her age was at least a few dozen years old. The four big men had all seen May's bloody methods with their own eyes, so they didn't dare to think what they shouldn't, summoning their own martial souls towards the two youths to surround them. Go on. Yunmo flexed his fingers and a self-exploding heavenly star insect rushed over at full speed. Brothers, this time we're dead. Out of the gate. The two men had a face of despair. The power that had just been brewing in the face of the four burly martial souls instantly dissipated, and they were completely incapable of resisting. Suddenly. Boom. A blast. Ah. The four strong men screamed out at the same time, falling to the ground one after another, their martial souls instantly destroyed, their entire bodies blown to a bloody mess. External injuries coupled with internal injuries resulted in a direct loss of combat effectiveness. The four of them were now just hanging on for dear life, no different from the dead. Who? May glanced around nervously, not seeing any figure at all, her heart instantly in her throat. Fear not that the enemy is powerful, fear that the enemy is inscrutable. Who the hell is it? Get your ass out here. May played with the dagger in her hand and droned in a deep voice, as she waved her jade hand. All 10 differently shaped daggers were summoned and surrounded her body. Many thanks to Senior for your help. The two youths were instantly overjoyed and knelt down to the empty surroundings, frantically thanking them. Hiding rat, get out of there if you can. May made a point in the air at a boulder in the distance. A dagger instantly swept past. Boom! The boulder was penetrated, split into pieces and scattered all over the place. Get out, get out! May frantically controlled the dagger in a burst of frenzy. The ground around them was full of deep craters of various sizes. Hoo-hoo! May was a little frantic, it was so suffocating. May, save! Save me! The four strong men were lying on the ground moaning continuously, and they could practically feel their own vitality rapidly draining away. Death is approaching. They joined the demon god cult to pursue immortality and did not want to die young. Shut up! Annoyed, May turned her unleashed anger on them. The two youths carefully moved back step by step, thinking to hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing. Get out, get thee out! May was about to turn her surroundings upside down and froze without finding the enemy that attacked her. And not a single demonic beast was found. It was really a bit weird. Is it haunted in broad daylight? Just as May's spirit was about to collapse, a lazy voice came over. Are you looking for me? Yunmo yawned and leisurely walked slowly towards May. It's you! Seeing Yunmo's young appearance, May was a bit confused. Wasn't this just an ordinary student? How could it be possible to easily seriously injure four burly men, who were all bronze 10-star strength? Yunmo's body was not thick with chi and blood. May's silver 3-star strength could be recognized at a glance that the person in front of her was only a bronze-level martial artist. After sizing up Yunmo, the stone in May's heart instantly fell to the ground. It is estimated that it is only with what kind of treasure that the four strong men were sneak attacked and seriously injured. A brat who has not yet graduated, there is nothing to be afraid of. Although Yunmo's panel strength was only at the bronze level, the huge number of heavenly star insects could help him kill gold-level demonic beasts, which was very disorienting. If Mei knew Yunmo's true strength, she probably wouldn't have dared to bowl here, and directly wiped her feet and skipped. Yunmo was handsome. Mei licked her lips and instantly fell in love, teasing Yunmo. "You brat with red lips and white teeth, do you want to have fish and water sex with your sister? It will definitely make you happy and forget all your troubles." Mei said and threw a wink at Yunmo, thinking that this kid's blood was definitely sweeter. "You demon god sect is really tiresome, similar to flies and mosquitoes, you can be encountered anywhere, it's really bad luck." Yunmo fanned himself with a look of disgust. "You boy." It was the first time that Auntie Mei had been so belittled, and her petite body trembled angrily. "Are you guys okay?" Yunmo looked at the two youths. They were in their early 20s and did not know which academy they were from. "We're fine." The two youths were also a bit confused when they saw that Yunmo was younger than themselves. "Brother, thanks for saving us, this woman's strength is above ours, hurry up and escape." The injured youth looked anxiously at Yunmo and urged. They thanked Yunmo for saving their lives, but they couldn't let their benefactor take their own lives. "There's no harm in it, you'll be fine with me." Yunmo smiled confidently as the three of them talked and answered, directly ignoring Mei on the side. "Seek death." Mei's beautiful face was a little twisted. She was at least a cadre of the demon god cult, and being so scorned by a hairy boy, she completely stormed out. The sound of breaking air resounded. A dagger instantly flew towards Yunmo's head. "Look out!" The two youths' faces changed greatly as they both held their martial spirits, wanting to help Yunmo block it. Dang! A muffled sound. The dagger was instantly bounced off by the shield around Yunmo and snapped in two. Put this so possible? With her martial soul damaged, Mei suffered a backlash and a mouthful of blood gushed out as her body swayed helplessly, almost falling to the ground. He had a look of disbelief. His killing move was actually easily blocked. "What the hell are you?" Mei didn't doubt Yunmo's powerful strength and began to doubt his background. This shield definitely originated from a powerful defensive spirit weapon, at least above the platinum level. Just an ordinary martial artist passing by. A self-exploding heavenly star insect slowly landed on Yunmo's hand. He flexed his fingers and instantly rushed towards Mei. The self-exploding heavenly star insect was extremely fast and instantly arrived in front of Mei. Mei subconsciously controlled a dagger to cut it in two. Bugs? Mei froze, and in her heart she laughed at when her guts had become so small that she was actually scared out of her wits by an ordinary bug. No sooner had the idea appeared than she regretted it. Boom! The moment it was cut off, the self-exploding celestial star bug instantly exploded. Chapter 31, All Neons Deserve to Die. Ah! Mei was instantly lifted to the ground by the terrifying airwave. Her clothes were torn and tattered, her face was covered in blood, and she looked woefully out of shape. Hiss! Mei was in pain and felt like her bones were going to break. She tried to stand up but found that she couldn't use any strength at all in her limbs. The four strong men were also blown up into serious injuries like this just now. A bug can produce such horrific destruction. What the hell is this? In this instant, Mei's CPU was dried and smoked. Thinking through his head, he didn't think that this self-exploding heavenly star bug was Yunmo's martial soul. After all, which martial artists let their martial soul explode itself for fun every day? This was only done when fighting for their lives. It was irreversible. When the martial soul blew itself up, the martial artist was completely wasted. The two youths glanced at each other, and both could clearly see the shock in the other's eyes. Where did this terrifying existence come from? A single bug could blow up a silver-level martial artist into serious injuries. Is it still human? Yunmo slowly walked towards Mei, slowly spread out his palm. Dozens of self-destructing heavenly star bugs flew out and surrounded Mei, buzzing. This isn't a stargazer, it's the Grim Reaper. Mei's scalp tingled at the sight of these self-destructing astral worms. Her face turned pale, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. No! Don't kill me! Mei's heart was filled with fear. How could she still covet Yunmo? She wanted to leave here now and never want to see Yunmo again. At this time, although Mei's body was covered with bloodstains, her fine figure was still very attractive, plus her clothes were blown up in tatters, revealing a large portion of her whiteness, which made people unable to take their eyes off of her. Coupled with her horrified appearance, I felt sorry for her. There was a kind of crushing sense of beauty, and the two youths looked at the old face and hastily turned away their faces. I ask, can you answer? Yunemo frowned and stared at Mei with a deadly stare, his tone cold and laced with a hint of killing intent. I'll say anything, make me do anything, if you let me go. Mei nodded her head back and forth, and now that she had recovered a bit, she was able to move a little, presumably making a seductive gesture. She had just noticed the reactions of the two youths and thought to herself that her charm was still intact. What man isn't horny? As long as he successfully pinned Yunemo, he could escape with his life. However, Yunemo didn't eat her and questioned. How did your demon god cult blend in? What is the purpose? Not long after the spatial rift was formed, the people of the demon god sect blended in. Yunemo had some doubts that the current Donyang city was about to become the demon god sect's home turf. It was about to be infiltrated into a sieve, right? There is a need for a major cleanup, otherwise it will be difficult for Donyang city to be completely peaceful. We were let in by Captain Yumekawa to find the spirit stone mine and kill everyone we encountered. Mei saw that color seduction did not have the slightest effect, a brain all explained. She was in her 50s and 60s, but she was young and didn't want to die. Yumekawa? Hearing this surname, Yunmo's brows tightened. As soon as he heard it, it was a neon name. No wonder the demon god sect was criticized by everyone, so it turned out that there was the handiwork of the neon people behind it, and over the years, the neon kingdom had made many small moves and had been trying to encroach on the territory of the great Xia kingdom. Unfortunately, none of them got their way and had to resort to tactics that were not on the table. Can't beat them externally, thinking of disintegrating them internally within Daxia. As was the case hundreds of years ago, the ambition to encroach on the Great Summer Kingdom has never changed. Hundreds of years ago, that was when the spatial rift first appeared, and the human race's numbers plummeted, turning them into rations for demonic beasts. The nations of the world would have been united as one to face the demonic beasts. From the moment the first martial artist appeared, countries without martial artists fell into the category of meat on other countries' plates. The number of martial artists in the Great Xia Kingdom was 0 at that time, and the number of martial artists in the Nei Hong Kingdom had exceeded 10,000, and they massacred a large number of Xia people and appropriated the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. The Great Summer Kingdom did not perish at the hands of demonic beasts and was nearly destroyed by Neon. At the darkest time, a man named Longrenji became a martial artist in the Daxia Kingdom, and became a saint in one day. He was able to save the sky from falling, and cultivated martial artist after martial artist without any reservation, and successfully killed Nei Hong back to his homeland, and reshaped the Daxia Kingdom. Since then, the Daxia Kingdom has been full of martial virtues, and all sorts of curmudgeons dare not make trouble. Sure enough, no matter where they are, ne'er-do-wells deserve to die. After recalling this history, Yunemo clenched his fists and his breath around him was cold and terrifying. I've said all I know, can. Mei begged bitterly, and the 4 burly men groaned. Enablers. Yunmo's face was expressionless as he murmured in a small voice. He slowly turned around, not continuing to pay attention to Mei and the others, and the 2 youths hurriedly followed behind him. They were clear that it was only safe to follow Yunemo. Mei thought Yunemo had spared herself and was instantly overjoyed. In the next moment, a self-exploding skystar bug slowly landed on the tip of her nose. Aha! Get off, get off! Aunt May hissed hysterically at the sight of the stargazer like she was seeing something very scary. ING asshole, you promised me, you're a backstabbing villain, ah! May went completely insane. Her white face appeared cracked, revealing an aged and ugly face. It's time to kill! Before Yunmo's words fell, the self-exploding heavenly star insect instantly exploded, enveloping Mei's 5 people. The 2 youths looked at Yunemo with adoration. They had never seen such a powerful martial artist of their age before. And it looked smaller than he was. Little brother, I really thank you this time. The 2 didn't know how to be grateful to Yunemo. No harm done, it's all our own. Yunemo smiled and waved his hand. The meaning was obvious, it was all trivial, no need to care. The 3 of them talked and laughed as they arrived at Yunmo's resting cave. After learning that the 2 men, one named Seiichi and the other Seiji, were blood brothers and came from Shangjing. Because the strength in the family is the weakest of the younger generation, so seeking to come to a small place to practice, I did not expect to encounter this kind of thing. What the 2 didn't know was that the person who was secretly protecting them had also wandered off and gotten lost in this spatial rift. The cave. Seiichi, are you okay with your injuries? Seiji looked worriedly at Seiichi's still bleeding wound. I'm fine, I'm lucky to be alive. Seiichi shook his head breathlessly, his lips dry and cracked, his face pale and in bad shape. The 2 had been carrying various medicines on their bodies, which were lost when they were chased by demonic beasts halfway. This Seiji was in a hurry, they didn't know where the exit of the spatial rift was nowadays, and if they didn't stop the bleeding, Seiichi would really bleed to death. Yunma hatched a healing astral bug and threw it at Seiichi's wound. In the next moment, the healing heavenly star insect transformed into a soft green light that wrapped the wound, the bleeding was instantly stopped, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This. The two men's eyes were as wide as brass bells, feeling as if they were dreaming. Bugs can explode and heal. What kind of divine martial soul is this? The heavenly star insects all knew each other, but they had never heard of such a heavenly star insect against the heavens. Even the two brothers who had seen all kinds of powerful martial souls were calling out in their hearts that their eyes had been opened. Chapter 32 The Landlord's Foolish Son. I'm better, I'm really better. Seiichi swung his arm happily, the pain disappearing and his breath following suit. It was amazing. Seiji really wouldn't have dared to believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Brother Yunemo, I really don't know how to thank you. Seiichi very sparingly wrapped his arms around Yunemo and smiled sincerely. You've saved a brother twice. And my one time. Seiji added. You guys are too kind. Yunemo always felt that these two brothers were silly, passionate, innocent and kind, and although they came from the metropolis of Shinjing, they didn't have a doorway to look at people, and they had the feeling of being the landlord's silly son. In a moment's time, he started to call Yunemo his brother. This is the quality of a big family, right? Instead of looking down on people with a bit of status. The two brothers weren't very strong, but their character couldn't be faulted. Yunemo looked at the two people who showed their big white teeth and smiled, and was a little puzzled. This martial soul of theirs is considered to be pulled, and they don't know if the pressure is high in such a big family in Shinjing. But look at their happy-go-lucky looks, they don't take it to heart at all, and they live so transparently. The favor of saving your life is larger than life, how can I ever repay you? Seiichi patted his chest in reassurance. Brothers do not dare to say anything else, come to Shinjing and report our brother's name, absolutely cover you. That's right, although our Makoto family is not a first-class big family, most people still sell our old man a face. Seiji nodded. It was a pity that the two had lost everything on their bodies, or else they would have had to give Yunemo a sign or something that represented their identity. The Makoto family? The Makoto family? Yunemo suddenly associated it with a certain deceased person. Then I'm welcome. Being able to make friends in Shinjing, Yunemo was naturally nonchalant and considered it a windfall. You're welcome, we'll be brothers from now on. Makatoichi patted Yunma's shoulder, he was a self-made man. It's a pity that we've lost everything we have on us, when we get out of this hellhole, we'll have our own thanks. Seiji added, a brother-in-law is a brother-in-law. Yunemo is a life-saving gift to them, 3 or 2 words of thanks are not considered gratitude. The more the three of them talked, the more they got into it, like brothers who had known each other for many years. Goo. At that moment Seiichi's stomach growled indisputably. Hey, sorry, I was chased by demonic beasts for most of the day, and I lost all my food and drink. Seiichi's old face flushed and he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. This damn place is full of sand, where to get food? Seiji had a sad face, there was not a single demonic beast around, and there was no chance to eat meat even if he wanted to. And the two of them hadn't had any water in a while, and they were thirsty. Let's look around, we can't wait to die. Seiichi glanced outside the cave, a yellow color. There's no need to go to such trouble. Yunemo said with a big wave of his hand, self-heated rice, mineral water appeared in front of the two. Food and drink are available. Yunemo, a person who went out, would always bring some supplies with him, so he could be prepared. He still had quite a few left, enough for the three of them to eat for quite a while, and there were many demonic beast corpses in the martial soul space, so when the time came, he could just cut a piece and eat it for a while. Holy, Yunemo, you're not my brother, you're my dear righteous father. Makoto's eyes lit up at the sight of the food, nearly jumping up and down in excitement. We don't know when we're going to get out of here yet, so what are you going to do when you share your food with us? Seiji looked at Yunemo, a little embarrassed. Seiichi was in trouble, he was hungry and thirsty, but Seiji was right, Yunma didn't have many supplies either. You guys are not treating me like a brother, are you? Yunmo's expression instantly collapsed at his words. Brothers naturally share the same blessings and difficulties, I still have quite a lot of food and drink, I definitely won't starve. He said, turning on all the self-heating rice and handing the two men their kettles. Hey, I'm welcome then. Makoto rubbed his hands together with a smile and took the water, not daring to drink it in a boozy manner for fear that it would run out and go to waste. A great favor is not appreciated. Seiji took it as well. The three of them ate and drank and continued to make small talk. What are your plans? Yunemo took a mouthful of rice to look at the duo. It's too dangerous here, it's better to stay well and wait for Uncle Lai to join us. Seiichi felt very secure in this cave and definitely didn't leave. We're too weak, we'll only pull back when we follow you. Seiji's chopsticks stopped eating, his expression a little sad. Their father's martial soul was also a farming tool, which was sarcastically criticized by many people at that time. A trash martial soul is just a trash martial soul with no future, destined to become a powerful martial artist, better to plant the land properly. But their father did not believe in evil, by virtue of their own efforts, with the momentum of desperation, kill the demonic beasts, cry father and mother, kill their own piece of heaven and earth. After decades of fighting, he managed to get a firm foothold in Shangjing, and from then on no one dared to taunt the farming tools as a garbage martial soul, really confirming the words that Pops had uttered when he was humiliated. There are no trashy martial souls, only trashy martial artists. But the two brothers have been practicing for so long and still haven't broken through the silver level. It's really a dog waste of time, and it's a disgrace to the old man. Yunemo didn't know how to relieve them. After all, his own heavenly star bug was also a trash martial soul at first. If there was no system in place, Yunemo could only be an ordinary person. Can I see your martial spirits? Yunemo offered. The offspring conceived by a martial artist who has a status in Shangjing shouldn't be this weak. This is nothing. Can. The two immediately summoned their martial souls. The scythe and hoe still had rust on them, like they hadn't been used for a long time. The compound eyes opened, and Yunemo swept around the two men's martial souls. Martial spirit, red-blooded scythe. Status, unsealed. Unsealing condition, need to be poured by the martial artist's own blood. Martial spirit, earth-shaking hoe. Status, unsealed. Unsealing condition, need to be poured by the martial artist's own blood. Nice guy. Yunemo knew that the two men's martial souls would not be so ordinary. It turned out to be in a sealed state, but the condition of needing blood to pour in was too outrageous, who had nothing to do with applying their own blood to their own martial souls. Do you believe me? Yunemo looked at the two and asked very seriously. I saved my life because of you, surely I believe it. Seiichi nodded without hesitation. Brother Yunemo, could it be that you see the difference between our martial souls? Seiji was more attentive and noticed the blind spot. That's right, but I'm not sure it'll work, so you guys should give it a try. Yunemo nodded and took a precaution beforehand. After all, he didn't know how much blood would be needed. If the two had lost too much blood and hadn't unsealed their martial souls yet, how would that be explained? Of course. The two of them nodded without hesitation as they sniffed. They sought to die with a bang, not to be a waste of space being pampered under their wings. But whether Yunmo's method was effective or not, they all had to try it. Your martial souls have been sealed for unknown reasons, and the condition for unsealing them is to water them with your own blood. Yunemo faintly stated the solution. Without the slightest hesitation, Seiichi sniffed and instantly bit his finger, blood dripping onto the scythe. Seiji froze. He didn't think it was this kind of method and also bit his finger and let the blood drip onto the hoe. The two brothers stared at their own martial souls, their hearts beating wildly. They hoped that their own martial souls could produce a metamorphosis. Time passed by. The martial soul did not change in the slightest, and the two brothers began to get dizzy due to the loss of blood, Seiichi even more so. But the two didn't stop. They believed Yunmo's words. Yunemo was also staring dead on, having long prepared the healing heavenly star insect, always ready to help the two. Without stating the specific dosage, Yunemo did not have a bottom line in his heart. I don't know how long it's been. Two people's martial souls have finally changed. Chapter 33, Space Alteration. As the blood continued to pour out, only the martial souls of the two men began to emit a faint red light, and the layer of rust on the surface began to bulge before slowly dissipating. The two brothers were about to give up when they saw that their martial souls hadn't changed, and were instantly overjoyed to see this change. It was hard to hide the excitement even though his face was pale. It's done! It's done! The two shouted excitedly. It's crunch time now, the blood can't be broken, can you two hold on? Looking at the two men's faces pale as paper, Yunemo inquired worriedly. Don't worry brother, you won't die. Seiichi grinned excitedly. Even if I die, it's my bad fate, no one else to blame. Gradually the light grew more and more intense, enveloping the entire cave. All the rust faded away, and the two men's martial souls finally revealed their true colors. The surface of the martial soul was inscribed with ancient runes, exuding an aura of antiquity, and at first glance, it was extraordinary. Done. The seal on top of the martial soul finally succeeded in lifting. The two brothers finally couldn't carry on, their eyes rolled over and they directly fainted, lying on all fours on the ground. The martial souls of the two were received into their bodies with it. Yunemo immediately threw out 2 healing heavenly star insects to help stop the bleeding of the two. After a while, the two slowly opened their eyes and saw Yunemo in front of them. How are the two feeling? Not bad. Seiichi was just feeling a little weak. It was nothing, his own martial soul was unsealed, and he could become stronger in the future. It's okay, I guess. Seiji was rather less excited than that. What's wrong with you? Yunemo curiously sized up Chang'er. Isn't it a good thing that the martial soul has gotten stronger? Why does it look like he died his own father? Nothing, just feel like crap still. The corner of Seiji's mouth pulled in a bitter smile. My father's martial soul is an ordinary farming tool. There is no such thing as a seal. This power to rely on blood to lift the seal is inherited from our mother. Her martial soul is the noble red-blood Luan bird. Isn't that a good thing? Yunemo was puzzled. Inheriting the strengths of both parents was a good thing. Maybe Seiji cares about what Pops said. Seiichi stated the reason. Our old man said there are no trashy martial souls, only trashy martial artists. Why does this sound familiar? Yunemo froze at his words, somewhat unsure of how to spit. After all, those people's martial souls were the top of the top. Yes, father's words have always inspired the two of us brothers. Although our progress has been slow and we've been cultivating hard, we haven't even reached the silver-ranked martial artist until now. Seiji summoned his earth-shaking hoe, and looking at the ancient runes flowing on it, he could clearly feel its potential. It was clear to him that his cultivation in the future was bound to grow by leaps and bounds. In the end, we rely on our martial souls to be strong, not ourselves. Right, when you say it like that, it's still Pops who's great, we're both really useless. Seiichi sniffed in realization. Brother Yunemo is the true genius. The heavenly starbug can play so many tricks, it feels like he's even more powerful than his old dad. Being praised like this, Yunemo was a little embarrassed. After all, he had opened himself up, so it was a little embarrassing if he was weak again. In any case, awakening a good martial soul to cultivate will be twice as effective with half the effort. The fact that you guys have relied on your sealed martial souls all these years and still managed to cultivate to bronze 10 stars shows that your own talent is good, and hardworking as well. Yunemo gently patted Seiji's shoulder. If the next person may not be able to reach your achievements, don't be presumptuous, you just have to work hard and surpass your own old man. Doesn't that mean you're better than him? Brother Yunemo is right, Chang'er, our old man is only a flare-ranked martial artist above diamond rank as flare rank. Wouldn't it be better for us to become ace-ranked martial artists? Saint-ranked martial artists might be even better. Seiichi nodded in agreement, feeling that Yunmo's words made sense. Seiji was silent. Ace-level martial artist? Saint-level martial artist? Older brother, you're not kidding. There are only a handful of ace-level martial artists in the entire Great Summer Kingdom, and saint-level martial artists are even more rare existences. You think that this kind of level of martial artist is a cabbage? You want to break through? Seiichi is right, look how spirited he is. It's not good to be a martial artist and act like this little woman all the time. Yunma felt that Seiichi had made a good point. It's my daughter posturing. Seiji isn't as straightforward as Seiichi and thinks more. After all of their peers had gold-level martial artists, and they were still hovering at the bronze level. Many people were discussing in private, saying that the two brothers had disgraced their parents, and that they were really the father of a tiger and the son of a dog. Seiichi was so happy every day that he didn't care about that. Seiji, on the other hand, is more sensitive and stressed out, and is eager to prove to himself that he's not a loser and can be his parents' pride. If they hadn't met Yunemo today, perhaps the two brothers could only think about such things, but now it was completely different. Yunemo, you saved us today and helped us lift the seal on our martial souls. I won't say anything false. From now on, this life of mine will be yours. If there's any errand from Shanxiang, there'll never be any second thoughts. Seiji clasped his fist at Yunemo and said sincerely. Me too. Makoto smiled and clasped his fists. Well, if something happens, I'm sure I won't be polite to you. Yunemo was also not polite, immediately smiled and nodded. Although the three had only known each other for less than a day, their friendship was already unbreakable. Just as the three of them were talking, more and more demonic beasts rushed towards the clearing as if they were on a pilgrimage. Why are these demonic beasts so hyperactive, and they're all converging in the same direction? Yumekawa murmured as his brows furrowed slightly. Did Suddenly understanding why, Yumekawa looked up into the distance as if there was an energy fluctuation, but it was very faint. So that's how it is. I've been looking for it for a long time. Chai, hurry up. Yumekawa excitedly slapped the Akita hound's butt and shouted excitedly. Fate is in the air. Oldney is going to get rich. Ha ha. The Akita hound grunted twice in displeasure before pulling his legs up and running wildly towards the distance. The martial artists in various parts of the space also sensed the difference in the direction of the open space, and all of them rushed towards this place at full speed. Somewhere. I don't know how the two young masters are doing. An old man was flying high in the sky on a steel flying eagle, looking down from above with a worried expression. The steel eagle wings can spread up to 20 or 30 meters, absolute behemoth. This person was none other than Makoto I and Makoto Tuscard, Uncle Lai, and if anyone met him, they would definitely turn around and run. Because he was a true platinum-level martial artist, Muicheng as the city lord of Dongyang City was only a gold 10-star, of course the exact strength was unknown. Over there? Uncle Lai looked at the thousands of demonic beasts below, and his eyes also looked towards the distance. A voice in his heart seemed to be saying that the two brothers were nearby. Go! At Uncle Lai's command, the steel flying eagle chirped and swept towards the front. Chapter 30 for the weak and the strong, right? In the cave. You guys have a good rest, and I'll leave some celestial star bugs behind to protect you. Yunmo's state had now returned to its peak, and it was time to venture out into the open space again. After all, the Spirit Stone mine was too attractive. Who wouldn't want to go and make a fortune? Of course, if the Spirit Stone mine really existed, Yunemo had a bigger appetite and wanted to take it all directly. What a sight for sore eyes. Add E.D. It's all E.D. Then you take care of everything. The two brothers didn't ask Yunemo much about what he was going to do. Well, if I find the exit, I'll come get you guys first thing. Yunemo nodded and left some food and water for the two of them, at the same time leaving behind 10 scouting Skystar bugs and 100 self-destructing Skystar bugs before leaving with peace of mind. These two were his good brothers, and in the future, they would also be his connections in Shinjing, so he couldn't afford to have anything happen to them. Brother Yunemo was really a good person. Looking at Yunmo's back as he left, Seiji silently lamented. Yes, when I return to Shinjing I will make sure to ask Pops to repay Brother Yunemo properly. I see that Brother Yunemo should be lacking in cultivation resources. What do you say I take out the spirit tea that Pops has treasured for many years and give it to him? Seiichi came up to Seiji and struck up a conversation quite naturally. Seiji didn't say anything. If Pops found out, he would definitely break his big brother's legs. After all, that is the old man treasured for many years of treasure, usually do not want to drink, only when the noble guests come to the door to take out a pot of steep. Your silence will be taken as consent, when the time comes for me to let the wind out of the sails and you to steal. Seiichi gave Seiji a goofy smile. Both Makoto and Makoto were numb to the fact that they both said their big brother was straightforward, but of course that was a highly emotional statement. Low IQ means that his big brother is stupid, but he also knows that he doesn't have to do it himself. Isn't that pretty smart? Thinking back to the many times he had been punked by his big brother since he was a kid, Seiji smiled helplessly and bitterly. You've got your own brother all to yourself, don't you? Big brother is not stupid. This is a great wisdom, right? Son. Seiji just froze for a moment and nodded without hesitation. It was the two of them doing bad things together as brothers anyway, so whoever stole it would be the same. Yunemo ran furiously all the way in the direction of the clearing, but unfortunately, he didn't have a mount, so his speed was still too slow. On the way, he encountered many demonic beasts, all of which were honored to become food for Yunmo's martial spirit, reaping another wave of hunting value. He also came across a few waves of demon god cultists rounding up ordinary martial artists. Yunemo naturally didn't stand by and killed all the demon god cultists, and took away the waste medals that represented their identities in passing. They appear to be redeemable for bounties at the sheriff's office, and Maze 5 took them. The bodies of the 5 men were blown apart, and woe betide those who like jigsaw puzzles. The people who were saved by Yunemo also thanked him profusely and even hardened some of the supplies they had with them. It's really all-knowing. The thing is not how much, but their hearts, so that Yunemo save people also have motivation, more sense of accomplishment. After all, if you meet a white wolf, your good mood is gone. Hey, you kid, hand over everything of value on your body, and I'll consider leaving you a whole body. Yunemo arrived at a hillside. 10 or so people instantly rushed out and surrounded Yunemo. There were people from the demon god sect within these people, and there were also martial artists who were working in tandem with them. Tell you what, hand over what's valuable on you and I'll spare you a dog's life. Yunemo wrapped his arms around himself and looked at the dozen or so people in front of him with interest. Isn't this coming back to life? What, this bunch of scum? Yunemo has no psychological burden at all, and can also obtain hunting value. It's simply beautiful. Kid, you seek death. A bearded man was furious and grabbed towards Yunmo's neck. Boom! Ah, my hand, my hand! Before the crowd could react, the bearded man was already paralyzed on the ground, his hand was directly gone, looking bloody, and the smell of charred and roasted meat was still in the air. This. Everyone subconsciously took 2 steps back, looking at Yunemo as if he were a monster. Big brother, spare our lives, we are just ordinary martial artists, they forced us to do this, please spare us. The 3 people instantly knelt for Yunemo and begged for forgiveness. Run away! I don't know who cried out and turned around to run, the others saw this and also ran wildly in different directions, counting one is able to run. With a wave of Yunmo's hand, each person had a self-exploding heavenly star insect following behind them. Accompanied by a burst of explosions, the demon god religionists fell to the ground in response, completely losing their lives. We're from the demon god sect, boy, do you know the consequences of killing us? The bearded man's face twisted in pain as he stared viciously at Yunemo, the threatening implication unmistakable. It's all just the same thing. Yunemo raised his foot and slowly landed on the neck of the bearded man. I've killed plenty. No. You can't. The bearded man practically felt Yunmo's killing intent and completely panicked. Before he could beg for mercy, he was directly stepped on by Yunemo and broke his neck. You guys? Yunemo turned his head to look at the 3 people kneeling in unison in front of him. Big brother, spare your life, big brother, spare your life. The trio continuously kowtowed to Yunemo and begged for forgiveness, and their foreheads were soon drenched in blood. You guys go. Yunemo waved his hand impatiently. Thanks a lot, big guy. The 3 of them were like amnesties, bowing in thanks before they helped each other up and limped off towards the distance. Looking at the back of the 3 people leaving, Yunemo burst into a cold smile. He gave the 3 people the opportunity to live, it depends on whether they can grasp it. With a snap of his fingers, the 3 scouting astral bugs quietly followed. Big brother, it's still you who reacted quickly, or else we'd have to explain ourselves here as well. The 2 men gave thumbs up compliments. Don't even look at who I am. Big brother smiled smugly. Old me has never flipped a car after being a hijacker for so long. I can only say that these demon god cult guys have eyes without pearls and actually provoke such a terrifying one. Let's stay away from that direction. Big brother is right, so shall we continue? The 2 were a little worried. That's natural, make a few more bucks and we can go on our merry way. The world of martial artists is supposed to be the weakest and the strongest, and when they meet us, they can only count themselves unlucky. Big brother said in a cold voice. We're all kinda big brothers. The 2 minions nodded in unison in agreement. That from yesterday was so moist, it's a pity that she was played to death by Lao San. I don't know if I'll be able to run into her again today. Big brother licked his lips remembering how good it was yesterday. Although the 3 were not from the demon god cult, their crimes were too numerous to mention and they deserved to die. Yunmo's fists instantly hardened after listening to their conversation. The weak are the strong, aren't they? Makoto is right. Then let you also experience what it means to be weak and strong. In the next moment, dozens of self-exploding heavenly star insects arrived in front of the trio, blocking their path. It is? The 3 people saw the densely packed self-exploding celestial star bugs face instantly pale, little cutie. Also understood that their words had been heard by Yunemo. Run! The elder brother summoned his desert flying swallow, leapt onto his back and sped off towards high altitude. As the saying goes, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road, and he couldn't care less about the deaths of the other 2. The 2 junior brothers also summoned their martial souls, a turtle and a praying mantis, and it was hard as hell to block the explosion of the self-exploding celestial star insect. Boom! Boom! Explosions continued to ring out, the desert flying swallow's wings were directly blown up in strings, and his big brother directly free fell from a high altitude. Put! His martial soul was destroyed, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, his eyes filled with despair as he thought. Done! The elder brother fell and broke all his limbs, the 2 younger brothers' martial souls were also destroyed and their limbs were blown off, all 3 of them became crippled, only leaving a breath to look at each other, and all of them had fear written all over their eyes. They're so sorry. The regret isn't about making those bad things. Rather, he regretted that he had been tongue-tied and that what he had said had been heard by Yunemo. Spare! Spare your life! The three men shouted breathlessly. Yunemo would not let them die a painful death, just wait slowly for death to come. This is the punishment they deserve. Chapter 35 Confusion. After resolving these people, Yunemo continued to walk forward, still some distance away from his destination, yet he was able to see the group of demonic beasts in front of him. The number of demonic beasts was extremely high, tens of thousands was not enough to describe it. The black pressurized piece was on the verge of forming a beast tide. Each of the demonic beast clans were close together, striving to catch up towards the front. The number of demonic beasts was too many. Yunemo couldn't kill many even if he threw out all the heavenly star insects in his hand, so he had to hide aside for the time being. See the opportunity to act. There must be something good in that clearing. Yunemo scattered all the scouting heavenly star insects, observing every move in the surroundings, but whenever there was an opportunity he would strike with thunder. I wonder if it's a spirit stone mine. Yunemo muttered to himself, to be able to attract so many demonic beasts together, even if it wasn't a spirit stone mine, it must be a rare treasure. The other side. Captain, the number of demonic beasts is just too much, we can't even squeeze in. Yumekawa rejoined his men without incident, though 500 men lost over 100. Looking at the uncountable demonic beasts, many people had the intention of retreating in their hearts. If this were to break in hard, every demonic beast stepping on them could wipe them all out. Yeah, there are several gold-level demonic beasts as well, it's a bit hard to get hold of, why don't we go somewhere else and take a look? What's your hurry, the good stuff hasn't shown up yet. Meichuan led the crowd and stood on a hilltop, looking down from above, his tone unhurried. At that time, these demonic beasts will definitely kill each other, which is a good time for us to fish in troubled waters. Captain Wise. As expected of a captain, you just think better than we do. The crowd instantly understood what he was saying, and they all kissed their asses in succession. If these demonic beasts really killed each other, with the strength of several hundred of them, wouldn't it be smooth sailing to reap the benefits? If there really is a spirit stone mine here, we will be rich. Yancy, the children are teachable. Yumekawa smiled into a chrysanthemum, the crowd's horses made him suffer, pretending to nod and murmur. All we need now is to be patient, and when the time is right whatever treasure is there will eventually be ours. The crowd heard the heart inexplicably boiling blood, some hands itching to rush down now to cut some. Yunma is very patient and it's worth waiting no matter how long it takes for the baby. With the scouting celestial star bug sharing information, Yunemo hid in a very hidden location, making it difficult to be discovered. There are quite a few types of demonic beasts here. Yunemo watched the images transmitted by the scouting heavenly star bugs, as if he had set up a video camera and filmed in front of them. It was almost immersive. Yunemo suddenly felt that relying on this scouting sky star bug to engage in a 5D experience theater was absolutely barley. I just don't know if I can pass the message on to others. There were too many special talents of the mother bug. Yunemo did not have enough hunting value to develop them and needed to take his time. Yunemo watched while eating a snack, and those who didn't know thought he was out for a picnic. The hundreds of people in Meichuan had a harder time, there were mosquito bites everywhere, and after too long, they were starting to get hungry, and the supplies they had on them were pretty much depleted, making them completely unsuitable for a protracted battle. Captain, how much longer do we have to wait? Some people were going to be unable to hold on, and really wanted to casually grab a demonic beast and roast it to quench their hunger. Yeah, Captain, are we just going to keep spending all this time? If you guys are that capable and can go deeper into the demonic beasts, I won't stop it. Yumekawa heart spit out really a bunch of stupid, really cannot wait to charge I will absolutely not stop you. Choking on those words, everyone instantly shut up. They're just whining, who wants to go and get brainlessly killed? Suddenly, the ground shook violently, like a precursor before an earthquake. In the next moment, the ground of the open space suddenly produced a crack, spreading towards the surroundings like a spider web. With a loud rumble, the ground suddenly collapsed, producing a deep pit more than 10 meters in diameter, which was too deep to see the bottom and dim below. Regardless of whether it was the demonic beasts or the crowd, their gazes all gathered on the deep pit. Brush! 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 Immediately afterward a golden light flew out from the deep pit, a fist-sized spirit stone that contained a large amount of energy. Roar! Hiss! Ow! Whether it was a demonic beast or a human race, the attraction of spirit stones was too great. As long as the energy contained in them was absorbed, they could be quickly upgraded, and all the demonic beasts instantly boiled when they saw thousands of spirit stones flying out. The originally peaceful scene instantly became chaotic. A smaller-sized demonic beast was extremely fast and snatched a spirit stone and held it tightly in its arms. Then before it could be warmed up, a bird of prey caught it in mid-air with slightly sharp claws and ripped it hard in half. The spirit stones naturally fell into the hands of the flying birds. A demonic beast with a size up to tens of meters opened its large hand and grabbed the flying bird's neck, which was snapped under its violent struggle. This situation was constantly playing out, with a piece of spirit stone constantly passing through the hands of various demonic beasts, but not a single one of them left this place of wrongdoing safely with the spirit stone. The scene was thrown into chaos as the demonic beasts fought to grab the spirit stones, and in the blink of an eye there were countless mutilated demonic beast corpses lying on the ground. The pungent odor of blood rose to the heavens, sickening. "Captain, it's spirit stones, there really is a spirit stone mine here." The eyes of the demon god sex crowd that had been waiting for a long time instantly lit up. The long wait was worth it. When the group of demonic beasts lost both of them, it was the time for them to strike. Fate, fate. I didn't realize there was really a spirit stone mine here. The crowd stared excitedly at the bottomless pit, quite sure that there was definitely a spirit stone mine down there. Yumekawa didn't say anything. The surface was calm and unperturbed, but in his heart, he was already shouting with excitement. "Ha, all of this belongs to our great Neon Empire. As long as we get our hands on this spirit stone mine and hand it over to the great emperor, old me can be knighted as well." It was as if Yumekawa saw a well-traveled road slowly forming in front of him. As long as he was successfully knighted, Meichuan would be a man of honor in the future, and perhaps even have his own fiefdom. Dongyang City would be great. Fantasizing about becoming the master of Dongyang City, Meichuan couldn't help but squeeze out a trace of an arc at the corner of his mouth. Everyone was fantasizing about their future, but they didn't know that in the shadows Yunemo was secretly observing the chaotic scene. The corpses of so many demonic beasts that had fallen to the ground were about to make him cry with gluttony. So many demonic beast corpses, if I give them all to my martial soul to eat, I don't know how many levels I can go up. Yunemo was eager to go out, go along for the ride, get more demonic beast corpses and receive them into the martial soul space. But looking at the huge number of demonic beasts, the idea was temporarily dispelled. Stuff is great, little lives are more important. Wait a little longer. Yunemo persuaded himself in his heart not to get excited and to calm down. Sooner or later these would be his own. The scene was becoming more and more chaotic, completely reduced to a meat grinder. Every minute and every second there were demonic beasts falling, and the demon god sect crowd thought they were the yellow sparrow complacent, not realizing that there was a pair of eyes in the pitch-black pit that were staring intently at them. Chapter 36, Your Ancestor. The battle lasted for a long time, and 99% of the demonic beasts had already fallen. The weakest demonic beasts that survived were all above the silver 5-star rank, and they were also covered in wounds, desperately protecting the large amount of spirit stones at their feet. The fighting has stopped for the moment. The dozens of demonic beasts that survived warily surveyed the other demonic beasts, not daring to act rashly. Each demonic beast didn't think about taking the good with the bad. They were bound to snatch the spirit stones from the other demonic beasts, either get them all or die here today. The human race was fighting for their lives in order to become stronger, so how could these demonic beasts not be fighting for their lives? The great battle was imminent, and several gold-level demonic beasts instantly fought as one. Dozens of silver-level demonic beasts staged a great melee. For a time, the ground shook violently, and all sorts of forces kept bombarding each other. The originally flat ground became pitted, and there were corpses of demonic beasts everywhere. In the end, a massive Herculean demon ape stood at the end. The tens of thousands of spirit stones at its feet were its trophies. Ow! Vigorous demon ape pounded its chest with all its might to inform the crowd of demonic beasts that it was the final winner of this battle. With these spirit stones, its strength could be taken to the next level, and it was estimated that it would not take more than a couple of years to sprint to the platinum equivalent rank. The battle is finally over. Watching the corpses of the demonic beasts stack layer after layer, the ground was several meters higher than it was a moment ago. Hoo-hoo! The great demon ape was covered in blood, panting violently, and was not in a very good state. Yunemo saw the current information of the vigorous demon ape through his compound eyes. Demon beast, great demon ape. Level, gold 6 stars. Blood, 800W 6000W. Current status, weak. Special skills, gravity magnetic field, berserk fist. The great demon ape was already bloodied and Yunemo could easily finish it off. But not knowing why his right eyelid suddenly kept beating wildly, Yunemo did not choose to rush out at the first opportunity, but continued to wait. The great demon ape began to collect the spirit stones and looked to leave. Captain! Everyone was already eager to give it a try. There was just this one Herculean demon ape left, so what if it was a gold-level demonic beast? They were several hundred people, and Captain Meichuan was a silver 10-star martial artist, so killing a bloodied golden demon beast wasn't a smooth task. Meichuan frowned. He observed a circle around. There was no longer any trace of demonic beasts. If he didn't make a move, vigorous demon ape would really have to leave. Do it! Before Meichuan's words fell, a few hundred people looked like they had gone crazy, each summoning their own martial souls, like tigers descending from a mountain, charging straight down. Meichuan is more cautious. He still stood in place and waited silently. First, let these cannon fodder help him test the depths of the powerful demon ape, and when it is completely safe, then it will not be too late to make a move. After all, he was the captain, and it was his call on how to distribute it. Ow! Seeing so many bronze and silver level martial artists rushing towards him, after a brief moment of dismay, the great demon ape instantly became furious. He was a gold-level demonic beast. How could he be belittled by these little caramels? Bang! The great demon ape slammed both of its fists heavily on the ground. The ground instantly produced huge cracks, and a sharp stone pillar rose up one after another. Ah! Many people directly turned into meat skewers and died tragically on the spot. There were also some who didn't stand still and directly fell to the ground, and in just the blink of an eye, the demon god religionists lost a dozen or so people. Die! Some people leaped up and jumped into midair, some people made a sliding shovel and rushed toward the Herculean devil ape, and some. This group of people had long been attracted by the spirit stones in front of them, temporarily forgetting that death, a bloodied gold-level demonic beast, was not scary. If they were able to kill them, their value would skyrocket and they would be able to obtain a higher position in the demon god sect. Kill! Everyone had already killed red-eyed, and all kinds of attacks poured down on the body of the vigorous demon ape like a torrential rain. Roar! The great demon ape was in pain, and its blood level was decreasing crazily. Dropped from 800W to 700W in the blink of an eye. The demon god cult again? Yunimo was able to clearly see the belt tags hanging from their waists, and he was curious as to how so many people from the demon god sect were able to blend in. As the saying goes, an ant can still shake an elephant. The great demon ape was seriously injured and was somewhat overwhelmed by the siege of hundreds of people. Its blood level was getting lower and lower. It started to panic and also became unusually violent. Roar! The great demon ape stomped its foot heavily, and the ground around it for dozens of meters suddenly dented for a full 30 centimeters. I suddenly feel so heavy in my body, my feet seem to be filled with lead. I can't run, damn it! What the hell? The crowd instantly panicked. They hadn't studied much information and didn't know about the special skills of the vigorous demon ape. Bang! While they were panicking, Herculean demon ape punched a little friend and directly smashed him into meat paste. The gravity magnetic field could only last for 3 minutes, and with its own state getting heavier and heavier, the Herculean demon ape knew very well that it had to fight quickly. Punch after punch fell, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of people died under the fists of the Herculean demon ape. At this instant, everyone's hearts were instantly filled with fear, and their feverish minds calmed down completely. A severely injured gold-level demonic beast was still gold-level. It was not something that these little caramels of theirs could touch. Maru spice. Some people regretted it too much. Had they known they wouldn't rush so fast, they didn't get anything, and they were going to lose their little lives. Bunch of losers. Meichuan spat disdainfully when he saw that so many people were struggling so much against a bloodied Herculean demon ape, and that the battle was actually lopsided. It looks like it's time for the protagonist himself to step in. Shiba-san, ya give. Yumekawa stroked the Akita hound's head and raised his fist with a cry. Woof woof. Chai-sen barked twice in excitement and drew his legs towards the bottom in a frenzy. At this time, the blood level of the powerful demon ape was already less than 200W, and the time of the gravity magnetic field was about to disappear. Seeing this, Yunimo immediately released 10 level 30 self-exploding heavenly star insects and surrounded the vigorous demon ape, seizing the opportunity to directly kill it. 3 minutes had passed, and the demon god religionists had only survived less than 100 people, dying one by one. Run away! Some people developed a sense of withdrawal, fearing that if the great demonic ape came back with another gravity magnetic field, they would really all be accounted for here. What are you waiting for? Charge with me, this demonic beast is already at the end of its strength. Yumegawa rode right over on his Akita hound, and the crowd saw it, and their morale soared. The captain is right, together, kill this, all the spirit stones are ours. It was as if the crowd had been pumped with chicken blood, and at this moment desire overcame fear as they rushed towards the Herculean devil ape once again. Facing the raging Meichuan, the vigorous demon ape's body had already reached its limit, and casually grabbed 2 handfuls of spirit stones and turned around to run. Where to run? Yumekawa leaped into mid-air and shouted with great triumph. By virtue of possession. The Akita hound raised his voice to the sky and roared, instantly attaching himself to Yumekawa. Meichuan grew dog ears and a dog tail, his speed and strength were greatly increased, and he instantly rushed to the Herculean demon ape's front, his hands turning into sharp claws. Thumbs up! A claw instantly landed on the back of the vigorous demon ape, leaving 3 scratches and blood oozing out. Roar! The great demon ape roared in anger and grabbed his large hand towards Meichuan. Meichuan was relatively short and agile, it was difficult for the great demon ape to grab him, but he took the opportunity to leave countless scratches on the back of the great demon ape. Captain Mighty! The crowd cheered excitedly when they saw Meichuan attacking so cleanly, and had been pressing the powerful demon ape big. Final blow, suffer, sinful beast. Yumekawa lost himself in a vocal trance. Hound's claw. In this instant, Meichuan's entire body's chi and blood surged. Suddenly. Boom! 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 One after another, the sound of explosions continued to ring. Meichuan, directly by the heat wave generated by the explosion, was toppled out of the ground in a sorry state, rolled a few times before stabilizing his body. The great demon ape was directly killed in seconds by this explosion, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Who is it? Yumekawa stood up and hissed angrily. His hair was a mess and he looked a little worse for wear. Hard work, guys, helping me fight for so long. Yunemo slowly walked out with a faint smile on his face, and what he said almost made Meichuan spit blood in anger. Who are you? Meichuan glared angrily at Yunemo, itching to flay him. He had fought for so long and his experience had been robbed. That's right, killing demonic beasts for hunting experience upgrades, the last hit counts. Yunemo touched his nose, as if this matter is no big deal. What are you Meichuan angry about? Seeing Yunmo's unconcerned look, Meichuan was even more furious, gnashing his teeth in anger. But the explosion just now had made him too scared to act rashly. Your ancestors. Chapter 37, Shimakeshi, an old neon tradition. Baka. Meichuan was so angry that he was trembling, rubbing his own head and insulting himself. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Even a small Neonian dares to show off in our great summer kingdom's borders. Who gave you the courage? Yunemo looked at Meichuan like he was looking at a bug. Scorn, disgust, all of it. Meichuan's fragile heart was completely pierced by Yunmo's eyes. Damn it, Nishinai! Nishinai! Yumekawa hissed hysterically. What are you losers waiting for? Get together, kill him and I'll reward you heavily. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you with some hesitation. The power of the explosion just now was not small, and they were very scared. Besides, many of the people who joined the demon god cult did so either for the bull demon god or for the benefits the chief promised to give. Cultivation resources and longevity. Now nothing has been obtained, and many people's lives have been lost in confusion. These people are a scattered bunch and it's hard to twist them together. What, old man's words don't work anymore. Yumekawa's eyes were crimson, and he was about to lose his mind. What are you guys afraid of, a bronze-level kid? The crowd lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. They wanted to spit out, you're a silver 10-star martial artist, why don't you go on? By all accounts, one hand can crush a bronze-level martial artist. Why don't you just step in and kill this arrogant kid in seconds, but let us go up to test the waters and die? Is it a dislike? You guys are really a disgrace to our great summer country. You're actually being called around by a little kid. When your ancestors find out about this, they probably won't be able to hold down their coffin boards. Yunemo opened up directly on everyone's face, showing no mercy. What we do is none of your business. What's wrong with wanting to live forever because I'm trying to become stronger? Many people were indignant and wanted to argue with Yunemo. They just want a better life, and what do they care if other people die or live? As long as one can obtain everlasting life, one's parents, wife and children, one's family, one's country and one's world, anything can be given up. Cut off all the thousands of worries in order to walk on the path to immortality. These people are so badly brainwashed that they can give up everything as long as they can live forever. No matter what the reason, traitors deserve to die. Yunemo snapped his fingers and a swarm of self-exploding heavenly star insects instantly surged over from inside his pocket. They didn't dare to make a move with Yunemo. Yunemo wouldn't let them go. These demon god religionists didn't know how many good people they had scourged. All of them were too dead to be spared. What is this? Looking at the densely packed bugs in front of them, Many people only felt their scalps numb before they could react to what was happening. Boom! Boom! With a loud explosion, all of the surviving 110 people were blown to pieces. Pieces from the east, pieces from the west, not a single body intact. You. Mei Chuan's face was pale. Hundreds of people, just like this, all died in front of him. And it's just a blink of an eye. Monster! Looking at the arc of Yunmo's face, it all looked like a devil's smile. Escape! Chai-san, hurry up and escape, full speed. Yumekawa felt his limbs a little weak and out of his control. The Akita hound was also trembling with fear and grunted twice before it slowed down, carrying Yumekawa as he turned around and ran wildly towards the distance. Yunemo flexed his fingers and a self-exploding heavenly star insect instantly flew to the Akita hound's leg. Boom! Ow vo 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 vo. The Akita hound was directly blown off one of his legs and fell straight to the ground without standing still, and Yumekawa was directly thrown out of the way, hitting a rock hard. Yumekawa only felt his eyes were blurry and his head was dizzy. The marshal's soul was injured, and he also suffered a backlash, only feeling that his internal organs were being churned into a ball, which was indescribably difficult to bear. Yumekawa shook his head, and had just regained his senses when a figure stepped in front of him, blocking out all the sunlight. Spare! My life, I know I'm wrong, please spare me. Mei Chuan was as honest as a quail, constantly begging for forgiveness with Yunemo, who had always kept in mind an old saying of the Great Summer Kingdom. That is to say, a man who knows what's right is a man who knows what's wrong, a man who can bend and bend, a man whose dignity can be discarded as long as he can live. Neons in general are like this: when they meet a strong man they will bow down and be a dog. If you ever show weakness he will show his fangs. Shima Kapu, an old neon tradition. Release you? Yunemo looked at Mei Chuan with a cold smile on his face. Why was he so naive? Did he really think that begging for mercy twice would make Yunmo's heart soften? As long as your excellency spares Junior, I'm willing to dedicate all the treasures on my body to you, and you'll be the guest of honor of our great neon empire in the future. Mei Chuan shivered and knelt on the ground, burying his head so low that he didn't dare to meet Yunmo's eyes. It's ridiculous that a bullet-ridden country dares to call itself a great empire. Yunemo sized up Mei Chuan and detected his flickering killing intent. He was really able to endure it. Not bad for a ninja. Bear with it and get used to it. Bang! Regardless of the world, Yunemo had always hated neons and lifted his foot to directly kick Yumekawa to the ground. What does your excellency mean? I have begged for peace, why do you treat me like this? Mei Chuan forced down the unwillingness in his heart and looked at Yunemo, asking in puzzlement. What kind of bull guest of honor? I'm not interested, and as long as I kill you, everything on your body will still all belong to me. Yunemo said as he lifted his foot and stomped hard on Mei Chuan's crotch. Ah! That hurts, you devil. Yumekawa covered his crotch and grimaced in pain, the hypocrisy on his face no longer hanging on. His scarlet eyes hissed as he stared at Yunemo, hissing unwillingly. Inferior people, the great neon empire will annex you sooner or later, and if I die, you and your family won't survive either. Mei Chuan's eyes were filled with a sinister color. If I die here, aren't you afraid of starting a war between the two countries? You're a small bronze martial artist, are you able to take on this responsibility? Yumekawa's head was covered in cold sweat and his lower body throbbed with pain. You're the one who started the war between the two countries? Yunemo laughed. A trash martial artist who wasn't even gold level really dared to put gold on his face. Even if it would, you won't see that day. Ah! Mei Chuan screamed miserably as all of his limbs were stomped off by Yunemo. The demon god cult senior was actually a neon, and one could tell with their feet that the power behind this cult had nothing to do with the Neon Kingdom. Lurking in Dongyang City must have mutilated many citizens. Yunemo would not let him die too painfully. Ah, the great Neon Empire won't let you go. When the time comes to kill all the men in your family, the women as prostitutes. Yumekawa laughed maniacally. He couldn't live anyway, so why not just be tough? With a backbone, it looks like it's going to be on the upper end of the intensity scale. Yunemo smiled like an evil spirit crawling out of hell, making Mei Chuan's scalp tingle. What are you going to do? Yunemo shoved a self-exploding starfish insect into Mei Chuan's closed mouth. No. Mei Chuan was really scared this time. He was completely confused why he was so hostile when he had no recent grievances with Yunemo, no past enmity, and had robbed his own head. Using a demon wasn't even enough to describe Yunemo. To be so cruel at such a young age was just too terrifying. Death is not scary, this life is worse than death is really torturous. Yumekawa didn't have the hardness he had earlier and begged bitterly. I know I'm wrong, please give me a break. Chapter 38 Earth-Splitting Inferno Jiao. Tell me, how many demon god religionists are there in Dongyang City today, and what is your purpose? Where is the nest? Yunemo stepped on Meichuan's chest, making it hard for him to breathe. A dozen questions were asked in one breath. Meichuan didn't dare to hide anything and told Yunemo what he knew in his head. Dongyang City's population was only a few million, but the demon god followers were actually as high as a few tens of thousands, which meant that 1 out of 100 people was a demon god follower, and this was still in the case of being suppressed with high intensity. The rate of evangelization is really somewhat alarming. Several demon god religion hiding dens Meichuan also all accounted for. The specific purpose: he is just a small captain, only know that the neon people want to seize the entire city of Dongyang City. He wasn't really qualified to know exactly what to do. His mission was to absorb more demon god followers and then kill more young martial artists. The more Yunemo listened, the uglier his face became. Sure enough, the Nahong people's thieving hearts are not dead, they are still thinking about the Great Xia's land, damn it. After Meichuan finished his explanation, Yunemo didn't show the slightest mercy and directly stepped on his neck to break it. The words Meichuan explained were all recorded. With these, when Yunemo goes out he can destroy all the dens that are already known, and also contribute to Dongyang City. After resolving these demon god religionists in Meichuan, Yunemo looked at the demon beast corpses all over the ground and the tens of thousands of spirit stones, his eyes glowing. Scent. This is really rich. You could say it's an overnight success. With a wave of his hand, Yunemo was just about to collect these spirit stones along with the corpse of the Herculean demon ape into the martial soul space when the entire ground suddenly shook violently. An angry hiss came from the dark pit, a sound that seemed to come from the 9 hells and made one's scalp numb. What a terrible roar! Yunemo felt like his eardrums were about to be ruptured and looked at the deep pit in shock, feeling that there were powerful creatures hiding in it. The ground shook more and more, and the ground began to appear large and violent. Click! Click! The ground under the corpse of the great demon ape suddenly collapsed, the corpse and the spirit stone all sank down. Yunemo did not get a single hair. Holy, my spirit stones, my demonic beast corpse! Yunemo wanted to cry, just froze for a moment, all the good things were gone. The ground shook more and more, no different than an earthquake. Yunmo's was also unable to stand smoothly, his body staggered, new deep pits kept appearing around the deep pit and the area was getting bigger and bigger, and uncountable corpses of demonic beasts fell. Yunmo's heart was dripping blood when he saw this situation, and he hurriedly collected the surrounding demonic beast corpses one by one into the martial soul space, picking up as many as he could. What a strong energy fluctuation over there, a gold-level demonic beast is breaking through. Uncle Lai's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart was a bit vaguely uneasy. Although he was a platinum 1-star martial artist, he really didn't have a chance of winning when he encountered a platinum-level demonic beast. If the demonic beast succeeded in its breakthrough, everyone in this secret realm would be in danger. Faster, faster! Uncle Lai anxiously urged at his steel flying eagle, hoping in his heart that his young master would go forward to join in the fun. The steel flying eagle chirped, it was as fast as it could get. Yunemo was frantically picking up corpses while dodging the suddenly collapsing ground. He was so envious of some people's carry-on space, all he needed to do was to move his mind and everything on the ground was taken in. Yunemo, on the other hand, needed to painstakingly pick them up one by one to exist inside. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge body suddenly rushed out of the huge deep pit. It opened its bloody mouth and thousands of demonic beast corpses were easily swallowed into its mouth. It looks like a huge blue whale leaping out of the water onto the surface, which is very visually appealing. Holy, what kind of monster is this? Yunmo's eyes almost stared out when he saw this huge body, the first time he saw a demonic beast with such a huge body. Based on the exposed section of the body, Yunemo estimated that the demonic beast stretched at least a few dozen meters. This demonic beast was shaped like a snake, with 2 horns on its head, its body was dark red, and its body was covered with thick scales. This is an augur? Yunemo froze as Compound Eyes was activated and its specific message appeared before his eyes. Beast, Earth-Splitting Inferno Jiao. Grade, Gold 10 stars in Breakthrough. Status, Hyperactive. Blood, 100 million 100 million. Special skills, Flaming Spit, Exploding Scales. Hiss. Yunemo sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This behemoth was indeed a Jiao Long, and it was only 1 step away from breaking through the platinum 1 star. Looking at the large swaths of demonic beast corpses, and then thinking about the spirit stones that suddenly spewed out from the ground, Yunemo suddenly felt his scalp tingle. It's a bureau. It was this earth-splitting inferno Jiao in front of me that was specially set up for the many demonic beasts and martial artists. By attracting the arrival of many demonic beasts through the spirit stone mine and letting them kill each other, these countless demonic beast corpses were the most crucial part of the split earth flame Jiao's platinum 1-star evolution. All the demonic beasts were killing for the spirit stone mine, and while Mei Chuan and the others thought they were the yellow bird, it turned out that the earth-splitting inferno Jiao was the final fisherman. Are gold-level demonic beasts so smart? Can they all play schemes now, or is it because it is a Jiao Long and is a bit more resourceful than other varieties of demonic beasts? The earth-splitting inferno Jiao cast a sidelong glance at Yun Mo. The fluctuation of chi and blood surging told it that the human in front of it was just a bronze-level trash martial artist. In its eyes it was just a mole cricket that it was too lazy to care about. It was better to grab all these demonic beast corpses and devour them all to smoothly break through to the platinum 1-star. The earth-splitting inferno Jiao was able to clearly sense that a powerful aura was coming this way, so it had to hurry up. It devoured the corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground with a big mouthful. There were so many of them that it was like a buffet, and it had been a long time since the split earth flame Jiao had eaten so happily. It had been hibernating in the underground spirit stone mine for too long, and if it hadn't needed to feed on a large amount of blood and flesh for its breakthrough, it would probably have continued to hibernate. Can't let it break through. Yun Mo made his decision at the first moment. Now that he hadn't found the exit of the space yet, if he let the earth-splitting inferno Jiao successfully break through to the platinum 1-star, it would definitely leap to become the king of this space. By then all creatures would be its prey, and Yun Mo was one of them. Moreover, this huge number of demonic beast corpses, as well as the underground spirit stone mines, made Yun Mo's heart burn. Yun Mo glanced at his martial spirit heavenly star bug. It was already level 25, the various attributes had changed significantly, and the highest level of the various heavenly star bugs that hatched could be pulled up to level 35. System, upgrade. Yun Mo sighed in his heart and left 1000 W points, all the remaining were used for hatching and upgrading. Ding, congratulations to the host, successful hatching, successful upgrade, successful deduction of hunting value, currently remaining 1000 W. Yes. Looking at the nearly 100,000 heavenly star insects in the martial soul space, Yun Mo was hesitant. At this moment, he made a bold decision to decapitate this earth-splitting inferno Jiao and prevent it from successfully breaking through. Muling Shuang's martial soul is a dragon, a pseudo-dragon that is not even a scaly dragon, so what does Yun Mo have to fear? As long as he was killed, both this countless demonic beast corpses and the spirit stone mines buried deep underground would be Yun Mo's. Thinking of this, Yun Mo's fists clenched and his gaze was unusually firm. Rich and famous for this huge resource. Direct stud. Chapter 39, Scouting the Heavenly Star Insect's New Function. The earth-splitting inferno Jiao crazily devoured the corpses of the demonic beasts present, and a crimson light permeated around its body, and it was becoming more and more dazzling. Go! Yun Mo waved his hand, and several hundred self-exploding heavenly star insects instantly flew over. In the blink of an eye, he flew to the split earth flame Jiao's heels. The celestial star insect reminder was too small and was completely ignored. The rift earth flame Jiao was still feeding, and it felt like it wasn't far from advancing. Blast! Accompanied by Yun Mo's command, several hundred self-destructing heavenly star insects exploded at the same time, and all of this damage was penetrating, ignoring all defenses, and it was useless no matter if the split earth inferno Jiao was covered with even the hardest scales. Roar! The earth-splitting inferno Jiao hissed in pain, its scales flared out and bloodied where it was blown up, causing it to instantly quake in rage and turn its head to see Yun Mo not far away. Brush! In the next moment, the huge tail was fiercely flung towards Yun Mo. Yun Mo has not yet reacted to what the situation, only to hear a muffled thud. He was directly thrown out, backward toward the sky in a straight line, simply cannot stop. If it wasn't for the protection of the absolute defense shield, Yun Mo could have been directly slapped into a bloody mist by this tail. The earth-splitting inferno Jiao practically felt a gust of pain coming from its tail, as if the bones were broken. It looked at Yun Mo, who had already flown far away, with some surprise, and set off shocking waves in its heart. Why hadn't a tiny bronze-level human been slapped to death and still managed to inflict damage on himself? It instantly sensed the crisis and accelerated the speed of devouring the demonic beast's corpse. Holy! Yun Mo flew into shape in the sky and couldn't stop at all. He did kind of want to fly, but not under these circumstances. Well, what's that? Uncle Lai arrived on his steel flying eagle and happened to run into Yun Mo, who was flying rapidly towards his side. Uncle Lai was suddenly alarmed, thinking that it was an enemy attack, and made ready to fight the prospective supply. That? Getting closer, Uncle Lai saw clearly that it was a person, and based on the chi and blood reflections, it was only a bronze-level martial artist. Uncle Lai was full of fog. How did Yunemo fly so high? There was actually no injuries on his body at all. It was really strange. He didn't think too much. He leaped and stopped Yunemo. Hoo-hoo! Standing on the back of the steel flying eagle, Yunemo panted violently. Thank you, senpai. Yunemo cupped his fist at Uncle Lai and shouted very politely. What are you, little one? Uncle Lai looked Yunemo up and down. He really couldn't figure out how he flew so high. Was it some kind of performance art? Yunemo did not hide it and informed Uncle Lai of what he had just experienced. Through the compound eyes, he learned that the one in front of him was a platinum-level martial artist, so this thigh should be hugged tightly. Air. Uncle Lai felt Yunemo was crazy after hearing that, either that or he was a cutie. Going to provoke a golden 10-star demonic beast and being slapped away without a single injury on his body. The corner of Uncle Lai's mouth tugged viciously as he looked at Yunemo with a somewhat one-dimensional look. As if to say, look at the old man like a little cutie. Do I? Senior, that earth-splitting inferno Jiao is about to succeed in its advancement. When it calls for all the demonic beasts to leave this space, Dongyang City will surely suffer from a catastrophe. Please help me to kill it together, Senior. Yunemo was too lazy to explain now. Outside the spatial rift was Dongyang City. He remembered that Muicheng was only a gold-level martial artist. If this killed out, Dongyang City would be gone. But Uncle Lai was a bit hesitant. He still had to go and find his two young masters. They were the most important. If something happened here, how should he explain to the family head? Yunemo saw that Uncle Lai was a bit hesitant and didn't continue to dissuade him, but instead clasped his fists once more. Elder, send the brat over there. I should be able to cut him down myself. Uncle Lai sniffed and thought Yunemo was crazy. You're a bronze-level martial artist going to kill a gold 10-star demonic beast? This was no longer crossing over to kill the enemy. It was going to send them to their deaths. Naturally, he would not agree. Kid, just follow the old man. When I find my two young masters, I will naturally kill that one with my own hands. Uncle Lai had good intentions and didn't want Yunemo to die here at a young age. Two young masters? Yunemo froze at the words, and immediately rang the words of the two brothers of the Cheng family. They had someone behind them to protect them, and would not have been in danger if the spatial rift had not suddenly arisen. Could it be that the old man in front of him was? Senior, are you talking about the two brothers Seiichi and Seiji? Yunemo asked tentatively. You have seen the two young masters? Uncle Lai's eyes instantly lit up at the words, and he excitedly inquired. Little one, do you know where the two of them are? Have they encountered any danger? They're fine. Yunemo hurriedly dissuaded the excited Uncle Li and told him everything that happened when he met the two of them. Uncle Lai instantly burst into old tears at his words. Thanks, little brother. If it wasn't for you, two young masters would have been in danger. Yunemo didn't notice that Uncle Lai's address to him changed and became extremely respectful. I wonder where the two young masters are now. Yunemo scratched his head as the scouting heavenly star bug instantly brought information. In a cave a few hundred miles from here, not very far. With the speed of the steel eagle, it was estimated that it would be there in half an hour or so. Can you lead the way, little brother? Uncle Lai now wanted to confirm the status of the two Makoto family brothers today. He had searched for a long time with no news and was about to die of worry. Luckily, he met Yunemo and didn't have to go around like a headless fly. Yunemo was worried about the success of the split earth flame Jiao's advancement, so if he got rid of it a minute earlier, Yunemo would also feel relieved sooner. But Uncle Lai was very insistent and wanted to make sure before making a move. They are safe now, Senior can rest assured. We can settle that earth-splitting inferno Jiao first before. Yunemo explained, but the more he explained the more anxious Uncle Lai became. It was all so pale. Yunemo suddenly had a bright idea. Since Uncle Lai wanted to confirm it, let's give him this chance. Going to the cave to confirm it would take more than an hour for that round trip, so I can't afford the delay. System, help me level up a scouting astral worm. Ding, congratulations to the host, upgrade successful, hunting value 2500, new function unlocked. Can real-time video chat with other asteroids? That's it. Yunemo was instantly overjoyed. He knew that the scouting astral bug upgrade would definitely have new features, otherwise it would have been better to let them be one level at a time. There was no point in upgrading at all. This is what Yunemo wanted, is really a sleepy pillow. System, pull up the level of the scouting astral bugs in the cave. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful upgrade, hunting value 2500. In the next moment, Yunemo released the scouting heavenly star insect with its level pulled full. What is it? Uncle Lai had thought of asking Yunemo to tell him the address and set off now, and was a bit confused when he looked at the fist-sized scouting heavenly star bug in front of him. It's a starfish bug? After observing for a while, Uncle Lai then reacted. This was the first time he had seen a heavenly star insect of such a large size, and it was a person's martial spirit. Connect the screen. Yunemo didn't explain, but gave orders to the scouting heavenly star bug. In the next moment, the scouting astral worm's eyes glowed and projected a cloud of shadows, as did the scouting astral worm at the other end of the cave. After the screen trembled a few times, it gradually became clear. Chapter 40 Happy Body Picking. Brother Yunemo, is that you? Seiichi was shocked to see the image suddenly projected. Did Brother Yunemo encounter something? Why did you suddenly contact us? Seiji came along as well. The two brothers had already set off shock waves in their hearts. So many electronic devices would be ineffective in the middle of the space rift, and Yunmo's heavenly star bug could communicate in real time. It was simply heaven-defying. If this were to come more often, with one in each martial artist's hand, wouldn't it be possible to be in contact at any time without fearing that someone would suddenly lose contact? For a while, the two brothers thought of many things and became more respectful of Yunemo. Young master, is it really you guys? Seeing the two figures and hearing their voices again, Uncle Lai's voice trembled a little with excitement. That's great. Finally, he had found it, and he could explain it to the head of the family. Well, it was Brother Yunemo who saved us. Seiji told the whole story, which was generally the same as what Yunemo had said, but it was Seiji who praised Yunemo a little more powerfully. Seiichi, on the other hand, listened in silence. Of course, the martial soul seal lifting thing, they did not say this kind of thing is more secretive, or go home and tell their parents again, but also can give them a surprise. The more Uncle Lai heard, the more shocked he was. Junmo's paper strength was weaker than his own two young masters, yet he was able to decimate so many people. Starfish bugs that can explode and make video calls. Uncle Lai's shocked gaze fell on Yunemo. This was still the heavenly star insect? This martial soul is a bit heaven-defyingly strong, isn't it? In such a comparison, those heavenly prides in Shangjing were nothing more than that, and they would be eclipsed in front of Yunemo. Yunemo was the savior of the two brothers, or such a genius. Uncle Lai also moved to befriend him. I thought of doing a good deed and rescuing Yunemo in passing, but I didn't expect the teenager in front of me to be this demonic. It just so happens that the head of the family also went out from Dongyang City, and Yunemo is still an old hometown. The more Uncle Lai thinks about it, the more excited he gets. The two young masters being able to get acquainted with Yunemo is their good fortune. After the conversation, Uncle Lai was completely relieved and looked at Yunemo with a complicated gaze. Uncle Lai, what are you looking at me like that for? The relationship between the two had instantly grown much closer. I'm sure it won't be long before there's a place for you in Shangjing as well. Uncle Lai patted Yunmo's shoulder with an admiring look. Then I'll take Uncle Lai's advice. Yunemo clasped his fists and smiled. There's no time to lose, so hurry up and settle that earth-splitting inferno Jiao. I'll go and meet this earth-splitting inferno Jiao. Uncle Lai heard the words and also knew the seriousness of the matter, since he naturally could not stand by and watch the family head's old home be destroyed. Uncle Lai no longer hesitated and agreed to Yunmo's invitation. The two of them no longer lingered, and the steel flying eagle quickly arrived over the split earth inferno scroll. Looking at the uncountable corpses of demonic beasts below, Uncle Lai's brows furrowed slightly. We're still a step too late. The earth-splitting inferno Jiao hovered motionless on the ground. Its entire body was wrapped in red light, permeated with terrifying energy, and no one was able to approach it. When a demonic beast advanced, it would generate a huge ball of energy, creating self-protection. If not for the huge gap in strength, it would be difficult to get rid of it during the advancement process. Yunmo's face was a bit ugly, and with a wave of his hand, 10 self-exploding heavenly star insects flew over. There were dozens of meters away from the split earth flame Jiao that had exposed themselves, and there was no chance of getting close at all. We're just going to watch? Yunemo is a bit of a foe. How does this devour so quickly? There are still many demon beast corpses on the ground. Sure enough, enemies are invincible when they transform. Naturally, I'm going to give it some trouble. Uncle Lai had a serious look on his face. He was only a Platinum 1 star as well. If he let the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao succeed in advancing to Platinum 1 star, he really didn't have the absolute confidence to win over the other party. 10,000 feathers. Uncle Lai let out a loud shout, and the steel-flying eagle's wings frantically incited towards the split earth Inferno Jiao, and thousands of steel feathers instantly transformed into a rain of arrows, pouring down towards the split earth Inferno Jiao. Most of the feathers were counteracted by the shield, and a few pierced into the thick scales of the rift earth Inferno Jiao, causing it to feel pain and its body to tremble slightly. Doesn't do much damage to it. Uncle Lai attacked without stopping, constantly ordering the steel flying eagles to launch a new round of 10,000 feathers. These attacks could only scratch an itch for the split earth flame Jiao in its advanced state. Uncle Lai, save your strength, you can only wait until it succeeds in its advancement. Yunimo was not idle and started picking up corpses, beautifully receiving a demonic beast corpse into the martial soul space. Yunimo, what are you doing with so many demonic beast corpses? Uncle Lai was helpless and blamed himself a little in his heart. If he had listened to Yunimo and rushed here earlier, he might have been able to directly kill the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao. It was just that he couldn't confirm the safety of the two young masters at that time, and he really wasn't in the mood. Uncle Lai was in the midst of self-reflection when he saw Yunimo frantically picking up corpses and asked suspiciously. Naturally, it's for money. With so many demonic beast corpses, it can definitely be sold for a good price. Yunimo casually made up a reason. Its own secrets cannot be casually revealed, in case which Big Brother knows. Catch yourself to slice research how to do. It is true that the children of poor families are born early. On the way here Uncle Lai has already learned about Yunmo's body. It was definitely not easy to come this far. He wanted to help Yunimo, but unfortunately there was no treasure in his hand for storage. Yunimo was picking up corpses and Uncle Lai was always alert to the surrounding area. If there was any movement of the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao, he would make a decisive move. I don't know how long it's been. Yunmo's martial soul space has been stuffed with demonic beast corpses. One cannot be put, looking at them anymore, a burst of heartache, too wasteful. You can eat it quickly, I'll pick it up for you when you're done. Yunimo touched the head of his martial spirit and smiled hee. Buzzing. Before Yunmo's words fell, the nearly 100,000 heavenly star insects in the martial soul space landed on the corpses of the demonic beasts and frantically gnawed on them. I'm going? Yunimo seemed to have discovered a new continent. Actually all the heavenly star insects could devour demonic beast corpses, and could be converted into corresponding experience value, and additional attributes. It was simply earning hemp. In the beginning, the demonic beast corpses were relatively small, so they were all tight to the mother worm to eat, but now that they were rich, they could all follow to improve their meals. Well, eat hard, and grow up fast. Yunimo happily left the martial soul space, 100,000 heavenly star insects, devouring at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye several hundred demonic beast corpses were eaten with no bone dregs left. Yunimo continued to happily pick up corpses. Although the experience value gained was not much, he was able to save a lot of hunting value. I don't know how long it's been. Roar! A hiss cut through the silent sky while a pillar of red light shot straight up into the sky. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions with the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao as the center. Uncle Lai's face did not change in the slightest in the face of this pressure. Yunimo was covered by the absolute defense shield around his body and was not panicked in the slightest, but the pressure of this powerhouse was still there, causing his face to look a little worse. The boy. Uncle Lai looked at it in surprise. Actually being able to stand peacefully under the pressure of a platinum-level demonic beast, it was truly extraordinary. Moreover, the shield around Yunimo made Uncle Lai a little surprised. He had a feeling that he seemed unable to break it as well. Chapter 41, Armor Combination. Uncle Lai had long been ready for battle, and the steel flying eagle stood behind him, his wings unfolded, his gaze like a sword, a look as if he was facing a great enemy. With a wave of Yunmo's big hand, all 90,000 self-exploding heavenly star insects were released, black and pressurized, suspended above the two men's heads, very oppressive. Yunimo, is this your martial soul? Uncle Lai faced this nearly 100,000 self-exploding starbug's heart is also a little weak, cannot help but cry out in shock. He asked himself, he against these self-exploding starbugs have the hope of winning? Uncle Lai shook his head, his entire body was numb. He was a cutthroat platinum 1-star martial artist. Facing a bronze-level martial artist actually gave birth to the thought of not being able to defeat him. He somewhat wondered if he was out of his mind and hallucinating that a bronze-level martial artist would dare to fight a platinum-level demonic beast. It's a crazy world. Uncle Lai finally understood where Yunmo's bottom line stemmed from. My martial soul can keep reproducing, and these were hatched by the mother worm. Yunmo didn't hide it. This. Uncle Lai had lived for decades and followed the family head for some years, thinking that he had seen a wide range of things, but now that he saw Yunmo, it simply overturned his perception of the world. Martial souls have uniqueness. The demonic ones are nothing more than dual-born martial souls, and this kind is also one in a million. He had also seen quite a few martial artists whose martial souls were various bugs, and they didn't have the ability to reproduce either. Those bug martial souls, either using poison or weaving webs, it was the first time I had seen one that relied on numbers to win. Uncle Lai dared to be certain that Yunmo's martial soul could change the martial soul system of the entire Great Summer Kingdom in the future, or even the entire world. Good boy. Uncle Lai smiled with relief after a bout of brainstorming. If every new generation martial artist in the Great Summer Country was as demonic as Yunmo, there would really be no need to worry, and then the land that had been occupied by other countries hundreds of years ago could be completely reclaimed. Even more demonic beasts were fearless. Bigger fists were the reason in this world, and he was looking forward to the day when Yunmo grew up. Smiling, he patted Yunmo's shoulder, giving Yunmo a reassuring look. I'll hold it back with all my might, and I'll leave the attack to you. Yes. Yunmo nodded heavily with a confident face. With Uncle Lai's help, he was very confident. This earth-splitting inferno Jiao is dead today. What Yunmo said, even if the so-called demon god came today, he couldn't protect it. The red light pillar slowly disappeared, and the shield on the split earth inferno Jiao followed suit, and its body became even larger, growing 2 limbs in front of it, and the scales that covered it were layered and distinct, its aura going up a notch. Roar! The earth-splitting inferno Jiao spiraled up into the sky, looking down at Uncle Lai and Yunmo below, its eyes filled with contempt, and its attributes changed dramatically. Beast, earth-splitting inferno Jiao. Grade, Platinum 1 star. Status, Hyperactive. Blood, 200 million. Special skills, Flaming Spit, Exploding Scales. The life value was directly doubled, and of course the defense attack and whatnot grew a lot as well. But these in front of the self-exploding star insect, all things are equal, your defense is higher, I am also a real injury. Go! Uncle Lai leaped onto the back of the steel flying eagle and soared into the sky, flying at a height equal to the split earth inferno Jiao in the blink of an eye. 10,000 feathers. Uncle Lai pointed in the air, and uncountable steel feathers once again flew the cracked earth inferno scroll. The earth-splitting inferno Jiao hissed angrily, and the scales covering its body opened and closed as if it was breathing. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, directly, explode scales, countless pieces of red scales flew out, blasting against the steel feathers. Explosions continued to ring out, and the entire space shook with them. Go! Yunmo commanded the self-exploding heavenly star insects to split into several squads and fly the split earth flame Jiao in batches. Even if the self-destructing heavenly star insects had a smaller target, they would still be stopped by some attacks and directly self-destruct, losing hundreds of them before they even flew to the split earth flame Jiao. Blast! After a burst of sprinting, the thousands of self-exploding heavenly star insects finally arrived in front of the split earth flame Jiao. Along with Yunmo's command, they exploded at the same time, and the resulting power directly engulfed the huge body of the earth-splitting inferno Jiao, emitting a burst of angry hissing sounds. Roar! The surrounding area was filled with smoke and dust, as if it had been attacked by countless missiles. Soon the smoke and dust dispersed, and the huge body of the earth-splitting inferno Jiao reappeared. It had many more wounds on its body, blood and flesh, constantly oozing out, and some of its thick scales had been blown into several pieces, while others were with huge cracks. Yunmo glanced at it. This sneak attack directly took out tens of millions of blood for it. It could be said to be a big success. The split earth flame Jiao's anger reached its peak as it looked towards Yunmo and opened its bloody mouth. Phew! In an instant, a red spit instantly spewed out, so fast that Uncle Lai and Yunmo didn't react. Yunmo's body froze in place as if it was fixed by something. Yunma! Uncle Lai was shocked and let out a cry of alarm, that the fiery spit instantly enveloped Yunmo in it, and the ground around him was also ablaze. Countless corpses of demonic beasts were incinerated, emitting a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. The moment the flame spit erupted, the absolute defense automatically opened, protecting Yunmo inside. Flaming spit came and went as quickly as it came, and a huge gully hundreds of meters in length and more than 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. This. Uncle Lai's eyes were rounded in disbelief as he looked in front of him. Yunmo stood unharmed, but all that remained under his feet was a stone pillar that was more than 10 meters tall, surrounded by deep pits. Uncle Lai has been shocked numb. How long has it been since he knew Yunmo? Being shocked one after another, it always feels like he has lived in vain for the previous decades. Just now, that flame spit would have been seriously injured even if he received it head-on. Yunmo, a bronze-level martial artist, was actually unharmed. A big departure? He was somewhat skeptical that Yunmo was the young master of some hermit family, carrying a peerless treasure that he had never even seen before. The split earth flame Jiao also froze at the sight, and it had begun to doubt life. By all accounts, a trashy bronze-level human martial artist would have long since turned into ashes under his own flame spit. Yunemo, however, acted as if nothing had happened. His attack just now landed on this human, right? The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao felt as if a piece of his memory was missing, and he became more and more confused. Uncle Lai, kill it while it's sick, don't freeze. Yunemo hurriedly urged at the sight. Uncle Lai was a bit embarrassed at his words and instantly rushed up and tangled with the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao. Yunemo, on the other hand, was playing assist from behind, seizing the opportunity to sneak attack the Rift Earth Flame Jiao, whose blood level was constantly decreasing, and gradually it had been worn down by half. The strength of one person and one demonic beast were both platinum 1 star, and for a while, they fought hard. The Rift Earth Flame Jiao might have the bloodline of a dragon, both in terms of staying power and attacking power. It was much stronger than Uncle Lai, and even with Yunemo at his side to fight and assist. Gradually, Uncle Lai was suppressed by the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao. More and more forceful. This is so strong. Lai Shujin gritted his teeth with a hiss. By virtue of possession. Afterwards, the martial spirit steel flying eagle raised its head to the sky with a hiss, and its body instantly transformed into various parts of the mech parts, one after another completing the splicing on Uncle Lai's body. In the blink of an eye, Uncle Lai's whole body was fully dressed in a set of War Eagle armor. Each part had a metallic texture, and the whole was black and gold, which was too handsome to be true. When Yunemo saw this, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up and exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, armor ensemble huh, that's just cool. Chapter 42, Bow to my lord. Yunemo is about to be Uncle Lai this handsome armor gluttonous cry, if he can also can be close combat. Yunemo, this is not easy to deal with, I can still fight for you for 5 minutes at most, it's up to you whether or not you can kill it. Uncle Lai looked hungry at Yunemo and his body instantly flew out like a cannonball. Leave it to me. Yunemo nodded heavily, already having a plan in his heart. Roar! Split Earth Inferno Jiao felt the pain drilling through his body. He had never been injured so severely. He hated to tear Yunemo into pieces. When he saw Uncle Lai rushing over, his huge tail smashed over fiercely. In an instant, one person and one demonic beast tangled up. Go on! Yunemo simultaneously released the self-destructing astral bug, the scouting astral bug, and the healing astral bug at the same time. The scouting heavenly star bug explored the location of the heart of the split earth Yin Jiao. The healing heavenly star bug could help Uncle Lai heal his injuries anytime, anywhere, and the self-exploding heavenly star bug rushed up to explode a wave of itself when it had the chance, mainlining a sneak attack that overwhelmed the split earth Yin Jiao with fury. It is? A single healing celestial star insect transformed into green light and landed on Uncle Lai, healing the injuries on his body. Being shocked once again, Uncle Lai said that he was already used to it, and always felt that Yunmo's martial spirit heavenly star bug could do anything. Not to mention healing his own wounds, he could rely on the heavenly star bug to start the armor in the future, and he dared to believe it. Under the tacit cooperation between Yunemo and Uncle Lai, the bloodline of the Rift Earth Inferno Jiao was pressed lower and lower, and had already come to 1000 W, feeling like it could die a violent death at any time. But Yunemo was clear that it was still far from reaching the decapitation line. At this time, the scouting heavenly star insect also transmitted a message, learning the exact location of the heart of the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao. Yunemo was instantly delighted. As long as he destroyed its heart, he would be able to kill it with one blow. Immediately, Yunemo commanded the many self-exploding heavenly star insects to divide into countless squads, approaching from all directions. Roar! The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao was also aware that its physical state was getting worse and worse, and it had to settle the battle quickly. Along with a roar, a red glow once again filled its body, containing terrifying energy. It's burning blood? Uncle Lai's face changed drastically. This move of the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao indicated that it was going to fight for its life. Burning blood could increase the demonic beast's own attributes for a short period of time, at the cost of its lifespan naturally. In the next moment, the attack of the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao, its speed was raised by several levels, its huge body was extremely fast. When Uncle Lai reacted, the huge tail had already smashed towards the head. Bang! Uncle Lai crossed his arms and blocked his head to catch it hard, and his entire body was instantly slammed into the ground with a loud crash. With a loud bang, Uncle Lai's body bounced uncontrollably on the ground dozens of times, flying out for thousands of meters before he managed to stabilize himself, and the armor around him was in tatters, feeling like it would disintegrate at any moment. Yunemo seized this opportunity and commanded the approaching self-exploding heavenly star insects to instantly attack. Burst! Burst! Explode! Yunemo commanded thousands of self-exploding heavenly star insects to keep crushing up, intending to cover them with direct fire. The flesh at the heart of the earth-splitting inferno jiao was blown to a bloody mess, and the thick scales kept falling off, deep enough to be seen in the bone. Roar! The earth-splitting inferno jiao couldn't be bothered to ride on Uncle Lai's victory. It understood that the Yun-mo in front of it was the trickiest one. Its huge body just dodged and instantly arrived in front of Yun-mo. Suspended above Yun-mo's head, condescendingly staring at Yun-mo in death. In the face of this behemoth, Yun-mo did not have the slightest bit of panic on his face. Instead, he squeezed out a faint smile. Powerful strength is the capital of arrogance. With the existence of absolute defense, not to mention a platinum-level demonic beast, the holy level is not afraid to come. This special skill is explained clearly. It is invincible for 30 seconds, it is the concept god. It's just that when they encounter a more powerful demonic beast, they might be flung into outer space. The earth-splitting inferno jiao saw the indifference in Yun-mo's eyes, as if he was weak, which made him even more irritated, and his huge claws directly grabbed over. Click! The sharp claws were instantly resisted by the shield formed around Yun-mo. The split earth flame jiao actually showed a shocked look on its face. It couldn't figure out why it couldn't crush a small shield. With another push, only a continuous sound could be made, but not a single crack appeared on the shield. The daily 30 seconds were about to run out, and Yun-mo was not the least bit flustered with 1000 W of hunting value in hand. At this moment, the self-exploding heavenly star insects that had dispersed out all rushed over, black and pressurized, suspended above the head of the earth-splitting inferno jiao, very oppressive. Blast! Yun-mo faintly spat out a word. Explosions once again rang out one after another. The rift earth inferno jiao ate the pain and angrily grabbed the shield, bound to tear Yun-mo apart. No matter how hard the earth-splitting inferno jiao tried, the shield around Yun-mo was unaffected. Although Yun-mo had a calm face, his heart was very anxious. The hunting value was decreasing crazily. Uncle Lai had fallen to the ground for many seconds. Why didn't he get up and continue fighting? It's not just going to lie there, is it? Yun-mo couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness when he thought of this, constantly commanding the self-exploding heavenly star insect to attack the split earth flame jiao. At this moment, the rift earth inferno jiao's body was full of wounds, constantly oozing blood, and its blood level was decreasing, and it had already come to 200 W. The originally vibrant heart was also ravaged and beating slowly. Its vitality was rapidly draining away. Yun-mo was in a hurry. The split earth flame jiao was equally in a hurry. If he didn't solve Yun-mo, he himself would bleed to death. The earth-splitting inferno jiao intended to make a last-ditch effort. Whether it was the tail, or exploding scales, or flaming spit, all the attacks that could be used were greeted once, but they didn't break through the shield on Yun-mo's body. The earth-splitting inferno jiao was tired, feeling physically and mentally exhausted. From rage to disbelief, to skepticism, and finally fear appeared in its eyes. As a platinum-level demonic beast himself, he was actually unable to break through the defense of a bronze-level martial artist. Could it be that the other party was a super-strong martial artist pretending to be a pig in a poke? Thinking about this, the rift earth flame jiao's heart became even more flustered. Thinking that he had successfully promoted to the platinum level and that he was invincible in this space, two human martial artists suddenly jumped out. It left the split earth flame jiao speechless for a while. It had all been planned out well, and he himself was well on his way to platinum. Why? God is going to kill me. Think of here, cracked earth inflammatory scaly pain hissed in the sky. It is planning for so long, the exchange isn't empty. It's not willing. It's so not willing. Yun-mo could see the complex look in its eyes, and at this point the blood level had dropped to 100 W. The rift earth flame jiao's attacks were getting weaker and weaker, and it felt like it was about to resign itself to its fate. Want to live? Yun-mo looked up at the despairing split earth flame jiao. His tone remained light, as if those crazy attacks just now were just scratching an itch. Question mark. The earth-splitting inferno jiao looked down at Yun-mo in confusion, not knowing what Yun-mo meant. At this time Yun-mo put away the shield on his body. Anyway, suffering an attack will be automatically triggered, afraid of a fool. He slowly raised his hand at the earth-splitting inferno scroll and said in a deep voice, "Take me as your lord and your life will be spared." Chapter 43, Subduing the Earth-Splitting Inferno Jiao. Martial artists could contract demonic beasts, but the conditions were very harsh, and it was usually the next best thing for martial artists whose martial souls had been destroyed. The condition of contracting a demonic beast needs to beat it to death and completely convince it before it will honestly contract with you, and there is a certain amount of risk. After all, the imperial beast is not as handy as one's own intrinsic martial spirit. There is another kind of martial artist whose martial soul has been destroyed will keep suppressing their strength after contracting a demonic beast. After a martial artist's martial soul is destroyed, they will suffer great repercussions and will not have the slightest refinement in the future, and will stay at a certain level for the rest of their lives, so the contracted demonic beasts can only be suppressed along with them. If the contracted demonic beast was too strong, it would be easy to suffer a greater backlash. Yunmo's own strength was strong enough that he didn't have to worry about this happening at all. Yunmo has such a powerful martial soul. Contracting another demonic beast is really useless. Raising such a behemoth is very costly in terms of all kinds of resources. However, he felt that this earth-splitting Inferno Jiao had a lot of potential and might have a chance to metamorphose into a dragon in the future. If it could be successfully subdued, it would be an additional platinum-level combatant, and some battles would not require Yunmo to personally fight at all. Host, this demonic beast is worth 200 million hunting value. Are you sure you want to spare its life? The system voice suddenly rang out, causing Yunmo to be a bit perturbed. How many heavenly star bugs could be cultivated with that much hunting value? Yunmo shook his head, instantly sobering up a lot. He couldn't just see the immediate benefits, he needed to look to the future. As long as the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao submitted, there were definitely many benefits. Roar! The Rift Earth Flame Jiao now only had a few 100,000 blood left, so Yunmo would be able to kill it 100% with a wave of charge from the self-exploding heavenly star insect under his control. It thought it was dead, but it didn't think it was alive. The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao did not speak, but silently bent down its body, its head hanging low and leaning to Yunmo in a submissive position. Smart choice. Yunmo was overjoyed. He and Split Earth Flame Jiao were also considered to be not fighting. When he first encountered it, Split Earth Flame Jiao didn't take the initiative. Yunmo hunted it firstly for the safety of Dongyang City, and secondly for the sake of a large amount of hunting value. Now that it is subordinate, the crisis in Dongyang City is lifted, and Yunmo also gets a big boost, so it can be said that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Yunmo raised his hand and slowly placed it on top of the Split Earth Flame Jiao's head. The scales are somewhat warm, hard and thick, with an average feel. In the next moment, Yunmo urged the power of qi and blood to converge into his palm, and then passed it to the top of the head of the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao. Being old, I'm still a bit overwhelmed. This earth-splitting Inferno Jiao is so strong. Uncle Lai slowed down for a while, hurriedly stood up and instantly flew to Yunmo's side, shouting, "Kid, you didn't." The Split Earth Flame Jiao was too strong. Without Yunmo's support from the side, Uncle Lai would have been defeated long ago, and he was still a little worried that without his own hold, Yunmo would be in danger. When he just rushed over and saw the image of the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao bowing down to Yunmo, his mouth opened wide and his eyes almost stared out. The word thing didn't even make it out of my mouth. What the hell is going on here? Uncle Lai instantly understood when he saw Yunmo running the power of qi and blood, and immediately came forward and said anxiously, "Kid, you confused? This strength is very strong. You are not afraid of being backfired?" The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao had long since developed spiritual intelligence when it obtained this level of rank, or else it wouldn't have been able to make this kind of thorough plan, and it turned its head and glared at Uncle Lai in dissatisfaction as it understood his words. If it wasn't with Yunmo's face, he would probably fight with Uncle Li again. "Don't worry, Uncle Lai, I'm naturally sure of how to handle it." Yunmo looked at Uncle Lai smilingly. He knew that Uncle Lai was doing it for his own good. After all, there are quite a lot of things that contracted demonic beasts hurt their masters after advancing. Seeing Yunmo so determined, Uncle Lai couldn't say anything. Although Yunmo was very strong, the level gap between the contracted demonic beasts and him was too large and worrisome. Yunmo just took a look at his martial soul and actually reached level 30 smoothly, grading gold at his fingertips. The contract was successfully concluded. The Split Earth Inferno Jiao was finally relieved. This little life of his own was saved. His huge body coiled in front of Yunmo's heel, his head lowered, not daring to make a sound at all, like a meek little sheep. It knew very well that Yunmo was strong. Even the bronze level could injure himself. If he was promoted to a higher level, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? The Rift Earth Inferno Jiao is not a little cutie, felt that he was definitely much better following Yunmo than staying in this space as an Earth Emperor, and had a completely bright future. Looking at the Split Earth Flame Jiao being dishonest, Uncle Lai completely lost his temper. Since the matter here was resolved, it was time to pick up his family's 2 young masters and hurry to leave this place of wrongdoing. "Uncle Lai, there are quite a few demonic beast corpses here. I want to pick up some more." Yunmo could see Uncle Lai's thoughts and spread out his palm. A scouting heavenly star insect appeared in front of Uncle Lai. "It will take you to your destination, and I won't be traveling with you for a while." "Good thing too." Uncle Lai smiled and nodded, not continuing to insist. Yunmo once again threw Uncle Lai a dozen or so healing heavenly star insects before happily picking up the corpses. "I'll see you later then." The injuries on Uncle Lai's body quickly healed under the healing of the healing heavenly star insects, and after saying goodbye to Yunmo, he leaped onto the back of the steel flying eagle. With a cracking sound, it flew into the sky and quickly disappeared. Yunmo had long ago exchanged contact information with the two brothers of the Makoto family, and could contact them at any time after leaving this space. After Uncle Lai left, the surroundings instantly became quiet. All that could be heard was the sound of rustling and picking up bodies. Yunmo engaged in 100 space star insect all pulled to level 35, inside actually after tens of thousands of cubic meters of space, then their own martial soul space is even bigger, while all the demonic beast corpses all stored in is not a problem. Yunmo was overjoyed and transferred all the demonic beast corpses in the martial soul space into the spatial heavenly star insects, then placed the spatial heavenly star insects in the martial soul space, with a feeling of Russian nesting dolls. Of course Yunmo didn't forget to heal the Rift Earth Inferno Jiao, getting a dozens of healing celestial star insects that pulled full rank. There were clumps of green light falling down, instantly wrapping up the Rift Earth Inferno Jiao's huge body. From afar, the entire body emitted an eerie green light, and the split Earth Inferno Jiao felt a burst of warmth spread throughout its body, indescribably comfortable, and pleasantly squinted its eyes. It was even more convinced that it was with the right person. Although the injuries on its body were inflicted by Yunmo healed it regardless. Master is so nice. The split earth flame Jiao thought in his heart. His mood became even more pleasant, and his huge body couldn't help but relax. Yunmo was still diligently picking up corpses when he suddenly made a major discovery. That was the space astral worm placed in the sky above. It would automatically collect what Yunmo wanted to store, and in the blink of an eye, it would be able to store tens of thousands of cubic meters full. The corners of Yunmo's smug mouth were about to grin behind his ears, and without hesitation, he unleashed all the space heavenly star insects. In a matter of tea, the mountain of demonic beast corpses were all collected, and the ground instantly became empty, leaving only crimson bloodstains behind. Chapter 44 Capturing the Lesser? Looking at the 100 space heavenly star insects being stuffed to the brim, Yunmo nodded with great satisfaction. These were enough for one's martial soul to eat with the larvae for a while. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yunmo turned his head to look at the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao, which was still honestly lying on the ground without moving, waiting for Yunmo's command. Little Yen, is there a spirit stone mine underneath this hole? The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao froze. Was Little Yen its own name? Martial artists were able to communicate through their consciousness after signing a contract with a demonic beast. Little Yen, I named you, how's that? Yunmo reached out and gently stroked the split earth flame Jiao's head. The split earth flame Jiao nodded its head repeatedly to indicate that it liked it very much, and then the wood pipe looked towards the huge deep pit. There was indeed a spirit stone mine in the deepest part, or it was its lair, and had been absorbing the energy contained within to cultivate. Really? Yunmo was instantly overjoyed and leapt to the top of the split earth Inferno Jiao's head, holding its feet with both hands and shouting excitedly. Split earth Inferno Jiao sniffed its huge body and immediately moved, head first towards the bottomless pit and stuck down. It was pitch black down there, unable to reach out, and a pair of scarlet eyes appeared from time to time in the surroundings, seemingly bat-type demonic beasts, all of which were afraid of the aura of the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao and didn't dare to approach. Gradually, light began to shine. Yunmo subconsciously looked down, golden light, as if there was a huge piece of gold releasing brilliant light. One man and one beast landed without incident. It is? Yunmo looked at a fist-sized spirit stone at his feet and opened his mouth wide in surprise. Countless spirit stones converged into a stream that stretched toward the distance, as if it couldn't see the end. Yunmo leapt down from the head of the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao and casually picked up a spirit stone. The spirit stone flickered, and Yunmo could clearly perceive the great energy contained within. He felt that the energy contained in this one spirit stone mine could feed hundreds of thousands of martial artists in Dongyang City for several years of cultivation, or even more. Get rich! Yunmo's whole body only trembled with excitement. I wonder how many heavenly star insects could be cultivated with these spirit stones. Although the demon beast corpses were worth money, it was negligible compared to the spirit stone mines. Yunmo took a piece and threw it away, as if he was throwing worthless stones on the side of the road. The split earth flame Jiao on the side didn't know why Yunmo was so excited. It had lived here for an unknown number of years and had long since gotten tired of absorbing it. If you wanted to advance, you still needed to devour more demonic beast blood and flesh before you could do so. Such a large spirit stone mine, the Rift Earth Flame Jiao had absorbed less than 1/10,000th of it. Letting it keep hogging it was really a bit of a waste. Good on. It's all Yunmo's now. Yunmo happy flies rubbing hands, eyes constantly light. Good thing there are still dozens of space sky star bugs left. I do not know if I can put down all the spirit stones. A Yunemo do not want to leave. The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao obediently laid down on the side and waited, beginning to close its eyes and rest. Its perception of itself was clear. Now it was Yunmo's contracted beast, when it was needed to perform well, when it was not needed to honestly stay aside and just be a little transparent. Ding, a medium-sized spirit stone mine has been detected. Will the host convert it into the corresponding hunting value? Just when Yunemo was excited, the system voice arrived late but made it calm down instantly. Spirit stone mines can also be converted into hunting values? Yunemo thought that he needed to slowly absorb it himself. That's natural. The system sounded a little smug. How much hunting value can this spirit stone mine be exchanged for? Yunemo asked weakly. 1 megabyte. The system replied faintly. It's only a trillion. Yunemo was not much shocked by what he heard and waved his hand casually. That's not much. Wait a minute? In the next moment, Yunemo reacted, his voice trembling a little. You say take away less? Answering host, 1 trillion. The system repeated again. I got the big? Yunemo exclaimed in shock. Split Earth Inferno Jiao? Yunemo would ponder for a while, exclaim for a while, and laugh for a while, making the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao somewhat doubt whether his newly recognized master had some mental problems. 1 trillion. That's like $1 trillion. The scale of this spirit stone mine was really beyond Yunmo's imagination. The energy contained here could cultivate so many diamond-level martial artists. Calculating carefully, nowadays Yunemo needs several thousand hunting value to cultivate a level 35 starfish bug. If he pulls it up to level 100, it is estimated to be several tens of thousands. What if he cultivates 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million of them? Moreover, most of the self-destructing celestial star bugs are expendable. After self-destructing, the consumed hunting value is zeroed out. Other martial artists' martial souls are not like this, cultivated to the top even if graduated. It wasn't much to say that, but this much hunting value was enough for Yunemo to use for a long time. Even if he didn't hunt for a long time, he wouldn't be worried in the slightest. Redemption, natural redemption. Hunting value is the fundamental. For Yunemo, whether it is huasha coins or spirit stones dispensable, can be exchanged, naturally will not refuse. Ding, congratulations to the host, the exchange of hunting value is successful. The current hunting value is 1,400,000,000 W. Before the system voice fell, all the spirit stones on the ground instantly disappeared, and the surroundings instantly became dim. The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao was startled and instantly stood up. It was a little confused as to what had happened. How did the spirit stone mine instantly disappear? It was as if it had suddenly evaporated. Tisk. Yunemo looked at the balance of his hunting value. The corners of his smug mouth were harder to suppress than AK, and his heart cheered in triumph. Sent, really sent. Previously, Yunemo felt that it was too difficult to cultivate 100,000 bug eggs per day, but now with this 1 trillion hunting value, there was no need to worry at all. The more bug eggs the better, the more the better. It was as if Yunemo saw himself summoning millions of heavenly star insects, covering the sky like an insect plague. One man becomes an army. Other than Yunmo's martial soul, there was no second martial artist in the world today who could do it. That scene is exciting to think about. For a while Yunmo's fighting spirit was high. The most bullish thing is that so much hunting value Yunmo's, absolute defense, can make him invincible all the time. Even if he faces the most powerful demonic beasts, he doesn't have to worry about being killed in seconds, and he can completely fight for the chance to escape. Yunemo had a direct wave of fat, and the smile on his face couldn't be hidden at all. Seeing that the surroundings were really too dark, the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao immediately spat out a ball of fire that was suspended in mid-air, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Yen, we should leave. Yunemo smiled at the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao and jumped to the top of his head once again. Roar! The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao hissed and soared into the sky, quickly flying out of the deep pit and once again coming under the azure sky. Yen, follow it. Yunemo ordered, pointing at the scouting heavenly star insect in front of him. The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao sniffed and followed closely, and the one person and one beast quickly arrived in front of the cave. Uncle Lai is talking to the two Makoto brothers. Yunemo leapt down from the high altitude and landed steadily. Yunma? All three looked at him in surprise. Yunma, are you alright? Seiichi asked worriedly as he came over to Yunemo. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yunemo patted his chest. There was not a single injury on his body, which looked like someone who had something wrong. Just now, I heard Uncle Lai say that he scared us to death. Seiji came up as well. Brother Yunemo is really something, actually daring to get tough with a platinum-level demonic beast. You can't find the second one under the sky. I don't have the guts to do that without Uncle Lai. Yunemo smiled modestly. Yunemo doesn't have to be self-effacing. I guess it won't be long before you can surpass Lao Fu. Even now against your ever-changing heavenly star bug, Lao Fu doesn't dare to say that he can defeat you 100%. Uncle Lai smiled and shook his head. An existence like Yunemo really couldn't be evaluated with common sense, it was too heaven-defying. The four of them chatted for a while longer, which brought them back to the point. This spatial rift has been completely molded. I don't know when the exit will appear. Uncle Lai mumbled to himself as he looked around at the stereotyped space, no longer distorted. Guess it won't take long. Yunemo echoed. Before his words fell, the entire space suddenly shook violently, and the earth-splitting inferno Jiao high in the air hissed along with him. Chapter 45, Returning. The four of them all changed in color, and immediately all of them left the cave, vigilantly surveying the surrounding movements. In the next moment, the space not far away suddenly became twisted and then was torn apart, quickly forming a twisted vortex. The exit, it's the exit! Seiichi shouted excitedly. The exit had finally appeared and they could safely leave this place of wrongdoing. It's the exit! Uncle Lai's serious face also had more than a faint smile on it. Little Yen. Yunemo raised his head and shouted to the sky. The earth-splitting inferno Jiao hissed in response before flying towards the bottom. Holy, you really contracted the earth-splitting inferno Jiao? Makatoichi's face was a little pale. This was a platinum 1-star demonic beast. He was really afraid that he would be eaten in one bite. Brother Yunemo, the one I used to admire the most was my old man. Now you are this in my mind. Seiji gave Yunemo a thumbs up. Soon, the earth-splitting inferno Jiao rushed to Yunmo's eyes and disappeared in the next moment, being received in the martial soul space. The split earth inferno Jiao was too big to be able to change its size at will, and it didn't know how many people it would scare if it was taken out like this, so Yunemo had to let it condescend to be a companion to his own heavenly star insect mother insect. We should leave. Uncle Lai immediately summoned the steel flying eagle, and Yunmo's trio successively jumped onto his back. The steel flying eagle raised the sky and let out a cry, then soared into the sky and swept towards the distant spatial exit. Out of space. The demonic beasts had been completely annihilated, and the Dongyang city had not lost much in this battle, with a few hundred martial artists killed in battle, a few thousand injured, and tens of thousands of demonic beasts killed, which was considered a great victory. Muicheng retrieved his martial soul and slowly walked to the largest space entrance. The surrounding martial artists orderly made away. Looking at the entrance in front of him that was tens of meters high, Muicheng frowned. Now that the spatial rift had stabilized and taken shape, it was time to form a pioneering group to grade it. Hopefully, it contained a large amount of cultivation resources and was not of a high grade. Muicheng fantasized that the spatial rift in front of him could be graded as a resource-rich secret realm. Unbeknownst to him, the most valuable spirit stone or inside had already been dug up by Yunemo, and not a single piece of spirit stone dregs was left behind. Many of the surrounding martial artists were diligently cleaning up the battlefield, and there were also several hundred elites waiting for orders in place. Where is the Pathfinder Corps? Muicheng let out a deep cry. Pathfinder Group 009 reporting to you. A stout man slowly walked up to Muicheng and responded loudly. Good. Muicheng patted his shoulder full of seriousness. It's all up to you, stay safe. Promise to finish the job. After saluting, the regimental commander turned his head and droned at the members of the team. Get ready to go. Yes. The shouts of the crowd of players were tremendous and resonated through the sky. However, before their words fell, a huge shadow scurried out from within the space. Attention to the enemy. Muicheng instantly reacted and summoned his own martial spirit. Lord Mu City is at ease. Uncle Lai's pale laughter slowly sounded. The steel flying eagle then slowly landed, and Yunmo's four people jumped down from it one after another. Uncle Lai? Yunemo? Muicheng was confused. He knew both of them, but how did two unrelated people come together? It's a long story. Our two young masters were caught in a spatial rift thanks to Yunemo. Uncle Lai smiled faintly and began to slowly explain to Muicheng. Yunemo was also confused, how anyone who shouts Uncle Lai called Uncle Lai, so counting, he is not the same generation as the future father-in-law? Of course Yunemo just thought about it and didn't dare to say more. The 009 Pioneering Corps wasn't affected by this little episode. After all, every time a spatial rift appeared there would be people trapped inside. The lucky ones were able to get out, and most of them died inside. Uncle Lai had the special chi and blood fluctuations of a platinum-level martial artist that everyone could feel. This kind of strong person was naturally not in danger in the midst of a low-level, spatial rift. Mui Cheng saw that there was nothing left for him to do here and followed Uncle Lai as he chatted towards the city. Yunmo, you know the city lord well? Just now, Cheng Yi had heard Mui Cheng call out Yunmo's name. His elbow gently poked Yunmo and asked curiously. My future father-in-law, naturally familiar. Yunmo didn't hide it either. What did you say? Cheng Yi and Cheng Er were both looking at Yunmo incredulously. After all, Dongyang City was their hometown. They can follow all the news about Dongyang City, but of course they don't have time to pay attention to the recent ones. But they knew that Mu Lingshan was an absolute genius born with dual martial souls, and had already gone to Shangjing to participate in intensive training, and she was very cold to everyone. When did she talk to Yunmo? However, thinking about Yunmo's strength, the two felt that there was nothing wrong with Mu Lingshuang's choice. Just got engaged to Spirit Frost. Yunmo touched his nose somewhat sheepishly. There's nothing wrong with calling the city lord's father-in-law, is there? If it weren't for the urgency of the Green Dragon Academy, the two would have been licensed by now. Stop, big brother, stop, please stop the hurtful behavior towards us single dogs. Seiji even white-handed it. You do make quite a pair, both of you are geniuses. Seiichi genuinely complimented. When he said that, he suddenly dropped his head forlornly. Really good Lang talent, and the two are martial artists and the genius, brothers too due to the potential of the martial soul is too poor, talent is also general, the four major colleges it cannot get in, at first put their old man or anxious on fire. I'm sure your cultivation will soar in the future. Yunmo patted the shoulders of the two men and smiled. You're right. Seiichi nodded. Aha! Seiji also had a firm gaze. This. Mui Cheng listened to Uncle Lai's narration, his face became more and more ugly, and his little heart went up and down. Yunmo, a tiny bronze-level martial artist to harden a platinum-level demonic beast? That's not bold, that's just going to die. Dongyang City really has a constant stream of young talents. Yunmo, this kid is estimated to resonate throughout the entire Great Xia country in no time. Uncle Lai stroked his mustache and praised it heartily. Mui Cheng's face still did not smile. If Yunmo really had problems, how could he explain to his baby daughter? Mui Cheng's teeth ached for a moment at the thought of this and turned his head to glare at Yunmo. Yunmo sheepishly lowered his head. He had sneaked out, not knowing if this cheap father-in-law of his would settle scores. Seeing Yunmo's little expression, Mui Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Okay. Everything went well and his son-in-law came back in one piece. Yunmo also showed his teeth when he saw this and smiled at Mui Cheng. Mui Cheng instantly pulled his face down and turned his head to continue chatting with Uncle Lai in one way or another. The two brothers, Makoto I and Makoto II, were also exchanging their experiences from this experience. Yunmo pulled out his cell phone and saw a full signal. Ding dong. Ding dong. Beep after beep. Yunmo hurriedly opened the communication software to see that it was a message from his precious wife Mu Lingshuang and his cheap brother-in-law Mu Fan. Opening the messages sent by the two, Yunmo carefully looked at them one by one. The arc of his mouth grew bigger and bigger, feeling warm in his heart. It feels good to have someone who cares. Chapter 46 Killer Spirit Snake. Inside the city. Order has been restored under Li Zhang's leadership. Crowds of sheriff's deputies are helping to clear the streets. I'm back, what are you doing? Yunmo couldn't wait to send a message to Mu Lingshuang, ignoring Mufan. Mufan was still worried about Yunmo, and if he knew he was being ignored, he would definitely spit on Yunmo. Brother-in-law, so does love go away? Of course not. The love is all in your sister. What's going on? Mu Lingshuang was replying in seconds, and she was worried when she didn't receive any message from Yunmo after a day and a night had passed. I can't eat well, I can't sleep well, and I feel like I've lost my soul. Normally, when she saw Yunmo studying hard, Mu Lingshuang suppressed the thoughts in her heart and listened to her father. These were all test practices for Yunmo. When she saw that Yunmo was awakened by the heavenly starbug being taunted by the crowd, Mu Lingshuang was heartbroken. If not for her father's obstruction, she would have stood up to defend Yunmo. It was good that Yunmo didn't sink there, he stood up. Mu Lingshuang felt happy for Yunmo from the bottom of her heart. The two were finally able to be together and were on the verge of getting their license when they were delayed by set training. Originally Yunmo suddenly lost contact again, but Mu Lingshuang was frightened. Now that he received Yunmo's message, his hanging heart finally fell. There were a few hiccups, but they've been resolved. Yunemo was afraid that Mu Lingshuan would be worried, so he naturally reported the good news. That's good. When are you coming to Shangjing? Mulanchamp typed extremely fast. 2 days later. The two of them chatted happily, back and forth, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the city lord's mansion. Yunemo wanted to help Muicheng eradicate the demon god cult before he set off. Anyway, the intensive training of Qinglong Academy had nothing to do with Yunemo, and he could just go there before the start of the school year. Sooner or later, he would stomp on all those so-called super geniuses, letting the Green Dragon Academy understand who was the true number one of the younger generation. If the principal doesn't come forward to beg him to join, this college is not going to go. What was promised to Mu Lingshuan, Yunemo was bound to fulfill. Uncle Lai, why don't you stay in Dongyang City for a few days, or let me do my duty as a landlord? Muicheng is retaining Uncle Lai. I still need to take the two young masters back to resume their orders, so I won't bother you another time. Uncle Lai grinned. It's been delayed for a day, so I guess the head of the family is getting anxious. In that case, I won't keep you any longer, and I hope to drink with you again sometime. Muicheng clasped his fist at Uncle Lai and didn't insist anymore. Word I will bring. Uncle Lai nodded his head. For a moment there was some sadness, thinking that Muicheng was also a generation of heavenly pride, but unfortunately, he was seriously injured in the 10,000 Beasts battlefield, his strength was greatly reduced, and he gave up all kinds of generous conditions given by the higher-ups, and came to his hometown to be the city lord. I only hope to guard my hometown for as long as I live. Uncle Lai gently patted Muicheng's shoulder and smiled warmly. Take care. Uncle Lai said as he jumped onto the back of the steel flying eagle and looked down. Young master, it's time for us to depart. Yunemo, be sure to come find us when you come to Shangjing. Seiichi was a little reluctant. Long connection, bro. Seiji reminded Yunemo. Aha! Looking at the two, Yunemo smiled and nodded heavily. It won't be long before I'll be in Shangjing, see you later. Kid, I'm watching you. Uncle Lai nodded his head very appreciatively at Yunemo, and then the steel flying eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky, speeding towards the distance. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yunemo retracted his gaze, then he met Muicheng's serious face. He father-in-law, who's messing with you here? Yunemo rubbed his hands together with a pleasing face. Kid has hardened his wings, just leveled bronze martial artist and dares to run into the depths of the dense forest. Are you tired of living? Muicheng didn't have the good sense to say. Father-in-law taught me a lesson, so I'll pay attention next time. Yunemo nodded his head repeatedly, looking very well behaved. There's a next time? Muicheng blew his beard and eyes out in anger, even though he had learned from Uncle Lai that Yunemo possessed the strength to fight head-on against a platinum-level demonic beast. But without seeing it with his own eyes, he always felt a bit unreal. After all, it was his cheap son-in-law. Both parents are gone. Muicheng is Yunmo's elder, naturally he should care more. I know it's wrong. Yunemo hastily backed up several steps and distanced himself from Muicheng. There were so many people around, how disgraceful it would be if he was beaten up. Although he knew it was wrong on his lips, Yunemo was screaming madly inside. Don't you dare next time. That's just it, you're fine. Muicheng collected his temper. After so many years of observation, he also understands that Yunemo himself is an idea man, and also very life-thirsty, and would not have gone into danger if he did not have full certainty. Thanks for hanging in there, father-in-law. Yunemo heatedly smiled and came up. Not a decent one. Muicheng glared at Yunemo. He always felt that he didn't have his usual composure, but was as playful as his cheap son. It's only been a few days and you've been influenced by Mufan? Achoo. Mufan, who had just finished his work, was about to take a break when he inexplicably sneezed. He rubbed his nose, looked left and right a bit, saw nothing, and muttered to himself. Which pretty girl is thinking of me? A den of the demon god cult. The chief slapped the table angrily, and the crowd was as quiet as chickens with their heads bowed. What a bunch of losers, they can't even do such a small job and lose so many people. The chief looked at the message he had just received. The Yumekawa squad of more than 500 people had been completely wiped out, and many other demon god followers had been killed or injured, and the action had left the city in chaos for a few moments, which was quickly suppressed. The demon god cult hadn't gotten any substantial benefits at all, and the chief felt like his lungs were about to explode. Chief, our heavy losses this time have nothing to do with one person, and Zhang San's death has something to do with him as well. Someone had the guts to step forward. Who is it? Dare to go against our demon god sect? The chief's eye gaze was as sharp as a knife, looking at this person's heart. Other than the martial artists led by Mui Cheng and the magistrates, everyone else facing the demon god cult was avoiding them like snakes and scorpions, who dared to take them head on. We've gathered information on him, there's something odd about this guy, so I'd like to ask the chief for his insight. The man said as he took out a stack of information and respectfully handed it to the chief. The chief took a look. Yun Mo, senior student, accepted by the Green Dragon Academy, martial spirit Tian Xing Bug, strength unknown, martial spirit can constantly self-detonate. Looking at the information on it, the chief's face became more and more ugly. Nonsense! The chief snarled. Are you saying that our demon god sex elites are not as good as this fledgling brat? Angry as he was, the chief still took one more look, thinking that all these things were related to Yun Mo, a student, and there must be something fishy. Either Yun Mo really had this strength, or he had a strong person behind him protecting him. The chief was more convinced it was the latter. I don't know, I just looked up the information. The person who reported this hurriedly lowered his head, his face full of horror. In that case, it's time to pay attention, our demon god sect won't spare any of our enemies. The chief sat down slowly inside. Spirit Snake. Chief, something to trouble your slave again? Before the chief's words left his mouth, a charmed-to-the-bone voice came over, and the people present couldn't help but wince as their gazes looked towards the source of the sound. A silhouette twisted water snake waist slowly pacing, the crowd have to give way, eyes have stunning, but also greed. Many people's eyes were on fire and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Put your charm away. The chief froze for a moment, then chortled in annoyance. Chieftain, what a lack of compassion, alas, always assigning some dirty work to slaves. The spirit serpent wriggled and winced. The crowd woke up as if from a dream, and they all couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. Spirit Snake is the strongest assassin in the Dongyang City branch of their demon god sect. Don't look at her seductive looks, but she kills without blinking an eye, and there are 900 people who have died in her hands without 1,000. Get to the point. The chief said, throwing a picture of Yunma at her. The spirit snake took a steady grip and glanced at the photo. Her tongue licked her sexy red lips. It's actually a cute little brother, funny. He's the target this time, success only, no failure. The chief ordered in a deep voice. This kid seems to be a bit evil, so be sure to proceed with caution. Looking at Yunmo's handsome face, a refined aura erupted from Spirit Snake's seductive eyes as she lazily answered. As you wish, slave. Chapter 47, Still Letting People Live? City Lord's Mansion. Mui Cheng was in front and Yun Mo followed silently behind. By the way, father-in-law, I have something important to report to you. Yun Mo saw that Mui Cheng's anger was all gone, and once again came up and said very seriously. What father-in-law, you and Ling Frost aren't married yet? It was only then that Mui Cheng realized that Yun Mo had been calling himself father-in-law instead of Uncle Mu, slippery brat. It's all the same. Yun Mo smiled and beat a dead horse. Mui Cheng also laughed along with him. The two children have love for each other, and the concubine is interested in them. Although he has not yet had the time to get a license, he is also too lazy to care about the name calling. Besides, Yun Mo calling him this way brought the relationship a lot closer. Are you on to something? The smile on Mui Cheng's face gradually tightened as he asked in a deep voice. Well, what do you see here? Yun Mo took out Meichuan's identity card and handed it to Mui Cheng. This is the identity card of the demon god sect? Mui Cheng took it and was stunned when he saw the word Meichuan on it. Is this the Yumegawa one from Yumegawa's squad? Mui Cheng's voice trembled a little, broken with excitement. I think so, he led a squad of 500 people, presumably the same person you're talking about, and his martial soul is an Akita hound. Yun Mo nodded and slowly explained. Did you meet him here, or? Mui Cheng was a bit incredulous as to how Yun Mo had gotten Meichuan's identity card. He already had the answer in his mind, but he didn't know how to ask it. Naturally, I slaughtered them, and I don't think well of the neons. Yun Mo smiled gently. Slaughter? Mui Cheng froze and then rejoiced. Meichuan, this person is very cunning. In Dongyang City secretly do a lot of bad things. They and the security bureau efforts for a long time did not arrest him. I did not expect Yun Mo did. And these? Yun Mo said with a big wave of his hand, several hundred identity tags clattered and scattered all over the place, directly piling up into a small mountain. This. Mui Cheng was truly shocked. Hundreds of demon god followers were wiped out? Yun Mo killed them all? Ironclad evidence was here, and Mui Cheng had to believe it. They seem to want to fight for that space. I ran into them so I destroyed them in passing. Yunemo explained seriously. Muicheng listened as his heart had already set off shock waves. Hundreds of demon god followers, but they are all martial artists, and they were all wiped out by you just like that? It takes a long time to catch even a couple hundred pigs, right? It's not that Muicheng doesn't believe in it, it's mainly because it's so unbelievable, but looking back, he thinks about it. Yunemo was not that surprised when he even dared to do head-on with a platinum-level demonic beast. Well, you did a great job. I'll ask for credit for you. Muicheng was in a good mood. Yunemo had really helped Dongyang City eradicate a tumor this time. Then I'll be polite and give me more xia coins or spirit stones when the time comes. Yunemo was not polite either. These rewards were able to be converted into hunting values. More is better. Yes, you can, satisfaction guaranteed. Muicheng pointed at Yunemo and smiled. You're still bargaining with me, aren't you? By the way, Uncle Mu, here are some more things that Yumekawa explained. Yunemo said and passed the recording to Muicheng, as well as the simple map that recorded the various demon god cult dens in Dongyang City. Looking at the markings on the paper and listening to the recorded Meichuan's explanation, Muicheng people have been numb. Yunmo went out on this trip to catch up with what they had been working on for years. Yunemo must be rewarded fiercely, and the meritorious officials must not be chilled. Muicheng was looking at Yunemo with more and more satisfaction, worthy of being his son-in-law, excellent excessively. That Qinglong Academy actually special training does not bring their good son-in-law, really blind ah. Anger was anger, but if Yunemo had really gone to the Green Dragon Academy with Mu Lingshuang, he wouldn't have been able to do such a feat today. It's a blessing in disguise, isn't it? Didn't you call your father-in-law with great joy just now? Why are you calling me Uncle Mu now? Muicheng glared at Yunemo in a serious manner without a good mood. Call me Dad from now on, I love it. Okay, Pops. Yunemo nodded with a toothy grin as he sniffed, mainlining a rebel. Mufan liked to call it that, and Yunemo also thought it sounded smooth. You boy. Muicheng looked at these identity cards in front of him, as well as the testimonies in his hand and so on. These are all trophies ah, it seems that today he has a busy day. Pops, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go to the Martial Artist Association to set a rank. Yunemo said and turned around. Your martial spirit is at level 20? Muicheng was surprised, not expecting Yunmo's cultivation speed to be so rapid. Considering that he had dared to beat up a platinum-level demonic beast, it wasn't surprising. Hands in the air. Yunemo did not say the specific results of his martial soul, thinking to give Mu Lingshuang a surprise when the time came. Success. Go ahead and I'll collect your reward back when it comes down. Muicheng waved his hand to indicate that Yunemo could leave, he was going to be busy. Okay. Yunemo showed his teeth and smiled, walking away without looking back. This had just stepped out of the gate of the city lord's mansion, when he came face to face with the pudgy Mufan. Brother-in-law? Is it really you brother-in-law? When Mufan saw Yunmo shouting excitedly, he somewhat couldn't believe his eyes and thought he was hallucinating. The main thing was that Yunemo didn't have a single injury on his body, and his clothes weren't stained with dust, as if he hadn't experienced anything. As for Mufan, his hair was disheveled and his clothes were in disarray. He looked a bit wretched. He was rather like the unlucky one who was trapped in the spatial rift. What's gotten into you? Yunemo came up and saw Mufan in this state, somewhat wanting to laugh, similar to a barker. It's just a big battle with the demon god religionists. Said here Mufan, face proud, waist instantly straightened, the body also hung color, but he did not care. This is his own military medal ah. Brother-in-law, looking at you I don't think you're in any danger, it's good to be back safely. Well, all the best. Yunemo nodded and casually agreed. Even if he said that he had killed hundreds of demon god followers and subdued the platinum-level demonic beast Split Earth Inferno Jiao, Mufan probably wouldn't believe him, so he was too lazy to explain. Brother-in-law, why are you going out again when you just got back? Why don't you take a day off? Mufan said and yawned, tired and sleepy after a long period of intense work. I'm going to the Martial Arts Association to set my rank. Yunemo responded as such. Want to come along? What the hell? Classification? Mufan looked at Yunemo with a face that looked at a monster. Yes. Didn't you just finish grading the day before yesterday? I am now a declassified silver-level martial artist. Yunemo didn't dare to say that his martial soul was already over 30 levels, fearing that this child would just swing for the fences and lose hope in cultivation after a big blow. Both of them were geniuses, only seeing a difference of 1 or 2 levels, and both of them could supervise and work hard for each other, so that they could promote each other. If the gap between the two was like a chasm, the other felt not pressure but deep despair. Holy, my current martial soul is only level 15, it feels like it's already high. Brother-in-law, your martial soul is already level 20? Mufan couldn't help but spit out the fact that he felt like he was already good. But when compared to his own old sister, brother-in-law, he was directly turned into slag. Mufan had gone home in high spirits, intending to tell his old man about his valor. Now all of a sudden I feel like a comical clown. Mufan wanted to cry without tears. He is also a genius. Why there will be two demons on his head, or his own sister and brother-in-law. It was a feeling that really could not be described, and Mufan looked at Yunemo in a complicated manner. Does this still allow people to live? Chapter 48, without a trace of performance. Can't help it, I'm just this gifted. Yunemo laughed and patted Mufan's shoulder with a smile that was very beat up. Hey, I've got this violent temper. Wait, I'll get to level 20 in a few days too. Mufan rolled up his sleeves and exposed his arms. Okay, I believe it. Yunemo was very perfunctory. I'm going to go ahead and get changed and get some rest. Saying that, he also summoned a healing heavenly star insect and threw it onto Mufan. In a flash, Mufan was wrapped in a warm green light that healed all the injuries on his body. Holy? Mufan looked in disbelief at the location of his injury, which was as good as new. Brother-in-law, your martial soul can still heal? If not for the fact that he was standing in front of the gate of the city lord's mansion, Mufan would have knelt down and hugged Yunmo's thigh. Well, just learned a special skill, no thanks. Yunemo said and turned around to leave. Brother-in-law, wait, take me one. Mufan hurriedly followed with his ass. You're just going to come with me? Yunemo looked at Mufan's hairstyle that was the same as a chicken's nest and shook his head somewhat speechlessly. You're the king of Donyang. Don't you want to lose your image? You've been busy for so long, if you don't grab some sleep, watch out for sudden death. He sister-in-law, I'm in much better spirits after being healed by your martial spirit. Mufan hemmed and hawed with a pleasing smile. Just wait for me, I'll just change. Success, go and come back soon. Yunemo agreed. Okay, brother-in-law, you wait a moment. Mufan happily answered and turned to run into the city lord's mansion. You boy. Muicheng saw this image of his son, just wanted to say a few words of instruction. Mufan did not even stay, directly ran back to his house, leaving a sentence. Pops, I'm busy right now, I'll talk to you tonight about something. Hey, this kid, it's only been a day and he's grown. Muicheng smiled helplessly and did not dwell on this. Instead he took the evidence Yunemo handed over and looked at it again and again, then took out his cell phone and dialed Li Zhang's number. Uprooting these dens of the demon god cult required close cooperation between the city lord's office and the security bureau, and one was indispensable. Mufan cleaned up quickly, and in no time stood in front of Yunemo, still in his usual dejected appearance. Go! Yunemo looked at this confident face of Mufan and was a little envious. When could he do the same? That would be really powerful. The two of them just talked and laughed as they walked towards the Martial Artist Association. Whoosh! It's like a gust of wind blowing through. Yunemo turned his head violently to look behind him, and there was nothing. What's wrong with my brother-in-law? Mufan looked behind him suspiciously. Nothing, maybe it's an illusion. Yunemo shook his head and didn't say anything as he continued to walk towards the front. Not long after the two left, Spirit Snake's figure slowly walked out from the shadows, looking at Yunmo's back and covering her mouth with a delicate smile. This little brother is quite cautious, a good prey, concubine likes it. Martial Artists Association. Yunemo turned back again and still found nothing, but he was able to clearly feel that someone was staring at him. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Mufan looked at Yunemo. This is the neck sleeping off the pillow? Nothing. Yunemo shook his head, his arms naturally dropping down, and several scouting heavenly star insects flew out from his sleeves, scattering in all directions. Inside the hall. When the crowd saw that it was Yunemo, their gazes fell on him. As the battle at the front had just ended, there were many fewer people present than usual. Why is Yunmo here again? Yeah, didn't you just finish grading the day before yesterday? The crowd looked at Yunemo and discussed suspiciously. Hello, what can I do for you? When the receptionist saw that it was Yunemo and Mufan, she immediately greeted them with a smile on her face. Open me a silver-level training room. Yunemo pulled out his identity card and said softly. Ha! The receptionist stared at the words and thought she had heard wrong. You mean a silver leveling? Well, with pleasure. Yun Mo urged. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and open a graded training room for my brother-in-law. Seeing that the receptionist was still frozen in place, Mufan couldn't help but growl twice. Oh, well, you wait a moment. The receptionist slowed down and nodded repeatedly, and after some maneuvering, opened a graded training room for Yun Mo. There are very few classified martial artists today, and plenty of rooms. Your room number is 002. The receptionist returned the identity card to Yun Mo. Good. Yun Mo took it and looked at Mufan. Just wait a moment. Okay, brother-in-law. Mufan nodded and sat aside very nicely. The crowd watched Yun Mo walk into the grading training room, and then all eyes gathered on the huge screen in the hall. Although they didn't know why Yun Mo was doing silver leveling so quickly, they were interested in whether or not he could break the record. Do you guys think that this time the grading Yun Mo can break the record? It's still a broken record, so I guess it's hard to succeed. Some people weren't optimistic either. After all, so many martial artists couldn't reach the silver level even if they worked hard for more than 10 years, and those without talent would be stuck at the bronze level for the rest of their lives. What's all the noise about? Take a good look. Mufan chided without a good mood, and the crowd was instantly as quiet as chickens. They don't dare to mess with the little bully of Dongyang City. In the grading training room, Yun Mo sensed that the person who was following him had also walked into the hall, but he could not be sure who it was yet. What he could be sure of was that the other party's strength was not bad. Therefore, Yun Mo planned to hide his true strength a bit, and he really didn't care about that reward for breaking the record nowadays. Roar! While Yun Mo was thinking, a silver-level berserk battle bear had already appeared. It stood upright in front of Yun Mo, like a small hill, with a great sense of oppression. The berserk warbear saw that Yun Mo's saliva in front of him had already flowed all over the place and hissed excitedly, his thick bare paw slapping towards Yun Mo's head. Yun Mo dodged in a panic and managed to dodge the claws of the berserk warbear, rolling on the ground in a lousy manner, and hurriedly stood up to stabilize his body. Ha, sure enough, this Yun Mo was here to be funny, isn't he? Still wanting to perform a silver-level grading, how naive. Don't be in a hurry, its bug martial soul is the most difficult to deal with, it's the one that can self-detonate, so it can't be underestimated. The battle continued, and as Yun Mo dodged the attacks, he casually released 10 level 1 self-exploding heavenly star insects. Boom! 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 Explosions continued to ring out, and the berserk battle bear hung up, but did not reach the state of being killed in seconds. This. Mufan froze. He couldn't believe Yun Mo had suddenly become so weak, but the lack of any signs of acting made him anxious. This bug's damage isn't that great, it looks like it's only good for dealing with bronze-level demonic beasts. Someone bristled with disdain. No wonder the Green Dragon Academy's training camp didn't take him. It's true that the bug martial soul growth space is too low. It's a pity, it feels like Yun Mo's legend can only end here. Many people instantly lost interest in Yun Mo's fight, looking at this condition, let alone breaking the record. It's hard to say if you'll be able to successfully classify. Chapter 49 Killing Opportunities in the Alley. Mufan was so anxious that he couldn't wait to rush in and help Yun Mo fight. After 10 minutes of fierce battle, the berserk warbear was finally boiled to death by Yun Mo. Along with the self-destruct of the last self-destructing heavenly star insect, the berserk battle bear didn't move, and its huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Yun Mo sighed in relief, his expression on the big screen also gave a close-up. Ding! Congratulations to martial artist Yun Mo for successfully grading silver, no record broken yet. The familiar electronic sound started, the thick door of the grading training room slowly opened, and Yun Mo walked out in a somewhat wretched manner. Brother-in-law, are you okay? Mufan hurriedly greeted him and assisted the seemingly wretched Yun Mo. It's fine, I'm glad I passed, the silver leveling was a bit hard, I almost failed. Yun Mo smiled and waved his hand like it was nothing. This. Mufan felt like his brain wasn't enough. What was his brother-in-law up to? He was cooperative, though, and instantly comforting. It must be hard, after all, it's silver leveling, you only passed bronze leveling the day before yesterday, this upgrade speed is already unstoppable. Those who had just mocked Yun Mo for passing through the difficulty suddenly felt a burning pain on their faces. Yeah. Yun Mo, even if more woeful, but still smooth leveling silver level martial artists, they are not young, some are still in the bronze level, some leveling to silver also used for a long time, in the beginning can be more woeful than Yun Mo. Everyone instantly shut up, feeling a little embarrassed and wanting to find a hole to dig into. You're right, it's good when it's done. Yun-mo straightened his somewhat messy hairstyle and was comforted. At this time, quite a few people left the hall one after another, among them was the one who followed Yun-mo. The steps of departure were very bland, as if some sort of determination had been made. Looking at that person's back as he left, the corner of Yun-mo's mouth hooked up slightly. Hooked. Mr. Yun-mo, congratulations on your grading success. The receptionist came up with a smile and handed Yun-mo the silver badge. The original bronze grade was a brass color, but now it's a shiny silver color that looks exquisite. Thanks a lot. Yun-mo took it and hung it on his chest. It was a symbol of identity and a representation of strength. That's nice. Mufan looked at Yun-mo's silver badge with a look of envy, wondering when he would be able to level silver as well. But a silver medal, what's there to envy? In the future you'll be diamond rank, flare rank, or even higher. This is just a transition. Yun-mo relieved Mufan. He was very confident in himself. There was a bottleneck for other martial artists to upgrade. They needed opportunities, and they also needed the assistance of various valuable materials. And Yun-mo upgrading was as simple as playing a game. With enough experience value, he was able to upgrade smoothly. The martial soul was now at level 35. If it was any other martial artist, I don't know how much pain and suffering one would have to endure to reach this level. Brother-in-law is right, I was short-sighted. Mufan instantly sniffed like chicken blood, exuberant. If it wasn't for the lack of level, he would have wanted to go and have a hard time with the silver-level demonic beasts. Go, 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 eat your treat. Yun-mo hooked his arm around Mufan's shoulders and smiled heatedly. Consider it a celebration for me. Ah, that's okay? Mufan hard to want to cry. Old sister go out also like to let themselves spend money. Spread a brother-in-law is also the same. His life is so bitter. His own poor pocket money, is going to run out. Success, it's just a meal. Mufan pondered that he needed to ask his old man for more pocket money. Brother enough. The two just hooked up and walked out of the hall of the Martial Artist Association. The moment he just walked out the door, Yun-mo felt a hint of killing intent. Just can't wait? The corner of Yun-mo's mouth hooked and suddenly let go of Mufan. Right, I suddenly remembered something urgent. You go back first, we'll get together again tonight. Okay then. Mufan is a little lost. There is something how not to bring a brother. Is it smacked my strength is too low? Or do you think you have too little money for a good meal? Mufan had a lot to say, but held his tongue. Go go go, I'll treat you tonight. Yun-mo wanted to laugh a little when he saw Mufan like this. Although he usually looked arrogant, he was still a little kid inside. Fruity, brother-in-law? Mufan instantly came to life. Naturally, but any restaurant in Dongyang City will go wherever you want. Yun-mo left some spirit stones and xia coins in his hand for pocket money, not to mention a simple meal, like a store is no problem. Then we'll see you tonight. Mufan left happily. Yun-mo did not take him to play, and also lost his spirit, instantly sleepy. It is better to go back to the city master's mansion to sleep. It feels like I'm going to die suddenly if I keep going hard. After watching Mufan leave, Yun-mo walked slowly in another direction. Yun-mo walked and strolled as he went, and the people who followed closely behind him stayed at a safe distance. The opponent thought that she was hiding deeply, not realizing that Yun-mo had long known her trajectory of activity by relying on the vision sharing of the scouting astral bug. Unconsciously, Yun-mo walked inside a secluded alley where there were very few passers-by, a good place for assassination. Yun-mo looked completely unhurried, kicking an easy open can under his foot and blowing a whistle leisurely from his mouth. Suddenly, Yun-mo kicked the can into mid-air and then kicked it inside the trash can by the wall. Little brother is really laid back. The sexy and seductive voice slowly sounded behind Yun-mo, making people think about it. Who? Yun-mo pretended to be surprised and turned his head to look over, finding a person wearing a black robe walking over with a twist, his hat pressed down so low that he couldn't see the other person's face at all. Nice figure though, front and back. LOL. The black-robed man cackled. Concubine me, I'm here to kill you, little brother, I wonder if you're afraid. Kill me? Yun-mo whirled around and laughed. Doing this in broad daylight, wearing such a thick robe, is it because you're too ugly and embarrassed to meet people? Articulate boy, not cute at all. The black-robed man flung his black robe and threw it to the ground, revealing her exquisite face and her proud figure, which was none other than Killer Spirit Snake. Yun-mo couldn't help but take a couple more looks, it really wasn't bad. But the other party was here to kill Yun-mo, he didn't like it at all. Well, it's really ugly, no wonder you need a black robe to cover your face, I can't stand it. you'd better hurry up and put it on. Yunemo had a disgusted expression of blindness. Seek death. Spirit Snake was most proud of his face and body, and there was a rage burning in his chest when he was so degraded by Yunemo. Concubine wanted to have some fun with you. Since you seek death, then concubine will fulfill you. The Spirit Snake stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips, letting out a chorus of killing intent. Billion crazy snake, swallow that kid for me. The Spirit Snake's toes gently touched the ground, and a dark green circle instantly appeared under Yunmo's feet, and in the next moment, a python with a bloody mouth scurried out from within the circle. Chapter 50 Desperate Spirit Snake. Yunmo's entire body was instantly swallowed by the python without the slightest struggle. LOL, the chief was really overthinking it. This kid is too easy to deal with, isn't he? Spirit Snake cackled, not expecting a super genius to die so easily in his hands. Offended the demon god sect, this is what you deserve. My concubine is a little less than happy. I had thought that I could still have some clout and reign. The Spirit Snake's favorite thing was to abuse its targets, relying on its powerful strength to make the other party fall into deep despair and then slowly die in despair. I had thought that Yunemo would struggle to death and be able to bring some fun to himself. Instantly killing in seconds was really boring and tight. The python kept twisting its huge body, seemingly doing its best to digest the cloud ink it had just swallowed. It's a pity that such a young silver martial artist. Mission accomplished. Spirit Snake turned around and was about to leave. Oh? Looks like you can't be bothered to kill me. Yunmo's laughter yow sounded, and the Spirit Snake violently turned his head to look and realized that the body of the python he had summoned was rapidly expanding like a balloon. Boom! With a muffled sound, the python instantly exploded, and Yunemo stood unharmed in front of the Spirit Snake's heel, a teasing smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. You? The Spirit Snake instantly felt a chill on his back, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. His own moves knew best. Even if he couldn't kill Yunemo in seconds, he could still injure him. But Yunemo stood in front of himself leisurely as if nothing had happened. Spirit Snake subconsciously took 2 steps back, a trace of bad feelings suddenly rising in his heart. You're actually okay? Spirit Snake's tone was filled with incredulity. At least you're a 3-star gold martial artist, don't make a fuss. Yunma said as he began to fist pump. Be honest and I can leave you in one piece. Go to hell. The Spirit Snake sniffed as if it were a great enemy and let out a chorus, summoning a dozen pythons at the same time, converging towards Yunemo and frantically tearing it up. For some reason, she sensed an aura of danger in Yunemo, and it would be better to fight quickly and get away. The Spirit Snake kept summoning pythons, and in the blink of an eye, it summoned dozens of them, piling up the entire alley, and Yunemo was wrapped up in it to death, so he thought it would be hard to break free. Let's see you die now. Watching the dozens of pythons constantly wriggling and tearing, a hint of pleasure surfaced on the Spirit Snake's face. The playfulness was instantly extinguished. She felt that Yunemo was evil. Not caring whether he could solve Yunemo or not, he turned around and ran, praying in his heart that Yunemo would hurry up and die, so that he could complete the task explained by the chief. Yikes! Then turning around and just running not 2 steps away, the Spirit Snake was so frightened that he screamed and his body was so weak that he almost sat down on the ground. The Rift Earth Flame Jiao's huge body blocked the exit of the alley, like a wall, completely blocking the way out. The Split Earth Inferno Jiao's eyes stared at the Spirit Snake with a deadly gaze, softly roaring lowly with a strong sense of oppression. White. Platinum-level demonic beast? The Spirit Snake shook its body, not resisting, and directly went limp on the ground, its delicate body trembling violently, its small face pale with fear. How can there be a platinum-level demonic beast in the city? Where did it come from? Spirit Snake's lips trembled. Although she had killed countless people, she was still scared out of her wits in the face of a terrifying existence with crushing strength. Boom! At the same time, the familiar sound of explosions once again came from behind the Spirit Snake, and dozens of pythons were all blown to ashes, with no dregs left. Yen, you're scaring people. Oh! Yunmo's teasing voice slowly sounded. Roar! The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao sniffed and lowered its head in response, still staring at the Spirit Snake with a deadly stare, causing her to be overwhelmed. You! Spirit Snake turned his head to look at Yunemo and then looked up at the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao, really wanting to just pass out. A silver-ranked martial artist contracted a platinum-ranked demonic beast, who would dare to believe it when they say it? Is this a human being? Spirit Snake wanted to cry. He should have known better than to take this mission. That. Spirit Snake forced himself to calm down and turned his head to look at Yunemo, saying in a pitiful manner. Little brother, my concubine was just joking with you, don't take it seriously. Oh? Just kidding. Yunemo slowly walked towards Spirit Snake and quietly watched her performance. Naturally, little brother, my concubine is here to make amends to you. Spirit Snake smiled sensuously, her tender white hand brushing over her flesh-filled thighs, constantly scratching her head at Yunemo and making all sorts of tantalizing gestures. She slowly placed her hands on her chest, her red lips moving slightly. You let concubine. Concubine do whatever you want, as you please. Really? Yunemo walked up to the Spirit Snake and smiled warmly, but it made the Spirit Snake even more frightened. That's right, concubine is yours tonight. Spirit Snake said and even pulled her dress downward, revealing her shoulders and her eyes pulling at her, which was really tantalizing. Yunemo stretched out his large hand and pinched Spirit Snake's chin, sneering. In that case, the Spirit Snake's heart snickered. It's true that no man can resist the temptation of a concubine. Spirit Snake chi and blood surged, summoning a small black snake to appear behind Yunemo. The small snake moved very little, it was hard to be discovered, it slowly climbed upwards along Yunmo's body and soon climbed to Yunmo's shoulder. Spirit Snake was secretly happy that his small movements had not been discovered by Yunemo. This black snake was her martial soul essence, highly poisonous and incomparable. As long as one was bitten, one would definitely not survive for more than a quarter of an hour. The Spirit Snake sold out and attracted Yunmo's attention. At this time, the black snake had already opened its mouth and bit at Yunmo's neck. Then please go to hell. Yunemo suddenly snapped, his large hand fiercely strangling the Spirit Snake's neck. You. Cough. A sense of suffocation instantly enveloped Spirit Snake, and she tried to resist, but realized that she could no longer use the strength in her hands. You. Me. The Spirit Snake stared deathly at the black snake standing on Yunmo's shoulder. Thumbs up. Finally, as she wished, she took a bite on Yunmo's neck. Yunemo only felt a pain on his neck and subconsciously grabbed over, catching the black snake in his hand and steadily grasping at 7 inches, releasing the Spirit Snake in the process. Due to the low damage, absolute defense did not trigger automatically. Giggle ha, little brother, you're dead if you get bitten by my concubine snake. Cough cough cough, you only have a quarter of an hour to live, enjoy it. The sneak attack was successful, and Spirit Snake yelled out in excitement. If you beg your concubine now, she will make your death more comfortable. Anger rose in Yunmo's heart, and he immediately broke open the black snake's mouth and pulled out its teeth one by one. What do you do? The Spirit Snake was revolted and looked at Yunmo's frantic movements and instantly became fearful. Don't worry, the grass on your grave grows to 2 meters, little master won't die. After pulling out all of the black snake's teeth, it took one of the self-exploding astral worms and stuffed it into its mouth. Yunemo then threw the black snake to the ground. The black snake spasmed up on the ground in pain, at which point a healing astral worm emitted a warming green light and slowly landed on the spot where it had been bitten by the snake. Buzz. In the next moment, the healing heavenly star insect transformed into a ball of green light to wrap the wound, and in the blink of an eye, the blackened wound disappeared. Boom! At the same time, the self-destructing heavenly star insect exploded, and the black snake was instantly blown to pieces. How is this possible? The Spirit Snake was beginning to doubt life, his own snake venom had actually been detoxified so simply. Put! With his martial soul destroyed, the Spirit Snake once again spat out blood from his mouth, his breath instantly shriveled up a lot, and his eyes were lax and lightless. Completely gripped by despair. Chapter 51, Compassion? Killing a sister to prove the Tao. Yunemo once again walked up to Spirit Snake. Spirit Snake really knew that she was afraid this time. She hurriedly knelt down in front of Yunemo and begged frantically for forgiveness. Concubine really knows it's wrong, please, forgive me once, concubine is willing to be your plaything for the rest of my life, please. Most of the people who joined the demon god sect were goods that were afraid of death, and now that the great power had gone, Spirit Snake completely put down the arrogance in his heart. She had suffered a huge blow to her confidence, and what she had thought was a passing task had been followed for quite some time in order to confirm that Yunemo was indeed not a threat to her. Unexpectedly, Yunemo acted with her and deliberately acted weaker to draw her out. Playthings? Yunemo sneered. You deserve it. Yunemo was not a person who saw color, much less understand what pity, since the other party wanted to kill himself, he should be prepared to be killed back. Killing a sister to prove the way is the way. Yunemo already had the perfect companion in Mu Lingshuang, why would he need to set his eyes on another woman? Yunemo deadlocked Spirit Snake's neck and easily lifted her up, her feet dangling in the air. Ahem, please. The Spirit Snake's feet continuously stomped the air in a chaotic manner, and his hands fought to clasp Yunmo's large hand. Yunmo's hand was like an iron clamp, it couldn't be broken free at all. Let's. Through me. Click. Without the slightest hesitation, Yunmo directly snapped the spirit snake's neck. The legendary assassin of the demon god cult branch in Dongyang City fell in this way. Yunmo very disgustedly threw the corpse aside casually, then took out a handkerchief to carefully wipe his hands. The spirit snake does have a nice-looking skin, and that's about all that's good about it. Sweeping a glance at the spirit snake that was lying on the ground and had lost its breath, Yunmo was curious. This was really a gold-level martial artist, it was a bit too weak. Spirit Snake was able to successfully assassinate many times, firstly because she had a higher success rate in sneak attacks, walking in the darkness, and was not easy to be detected. Secondly, because of her snake venom, this thing as long as the bite on the strength of the low strength of the martial artist must die, even if it is stronger than her martial artist cannot resist for a long time, is considered a strange trick. The spirit snake was good in 100 different ways, but in melee combat and whatnot, she was completely inept, and Yunmo's absolute domain and the healing detection heavenly star bug skyrocketed both of her abilities. So the spirit snake was a suppressed one, completely unable to utilize a tenth of its strength, and eventually died with a grudge. Spirit Snake was the strongest assassin here, bar none, and there was no telling what the chief's expression would be if he knew that she had also planted herself. Yunmo didn't think much about it. With a gentle wave of his hand, he collected the corpse into the space of his martial soul, and also specifically instructed his martial soul, the heavenly star insect, not to eat this. Handing the corpse over to Mui City might even be rewarded in exchange for some rewards. The astral worms also showed disgust, as if to say that they would be unclean themselves if they ate such people. Little Yen, you come back too, before someone finds out. Yunmo raised his head and glanced at the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao. The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao nodded very obediently and turned into a stream of light, returning to the martial soul space. It had already fallen in love with this space, and with the mother insect, the heavenly star bug, accompanying it, there was a buffet to its mouth when it wanted to eat meat by telling Yunmo. It's a super favorite place to be with the large number of astrocytes and their good temperament. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yunmo folded his hands behind his head, humming a tune in his mouth as he leisurely walked in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion. Brother Mu, what's so important about calling me here in such a hurry? Li Zhang was dealing with too many things on his hands right now, he was already too busy to touch the ground. If Muicheng hadn't said it was urgent, he wouldn't have rushed over in such a hurry. Naturally, it's a big deal. Muicheng looked around and realized that no one was there, then he closed the door of the room and took out all the several hundred identity tags and piled them up in front of Li Zhang. This is the identity card of the demon god religionists? Li Zhang's eyes trembled slightly and he exclaimed in shock, but he deliberately suppressed his voice. Could it be that outside the city you were under siege by the demon god cultists? They don't have the guts yet. Muicheng smiled and shook his head. He was not being conceited. Even if the entire demon god sect came out to fight him head-on, he still had full confidence to kill them all. He said and also handed Meichuan's identity card to Li Zhang. These are Yumekawa's ID tags? These are from Yumekawa's squad? Once again, Li Zhang was shocked and glanced down at the mountains of identity cards. That's right, it's been all but wiped out. Muicheng nodded his head very proudly. After all, it was his son-in-law's battle results. As a good father-in-law, he was also honored with it. When Li Zhang saw Muicheng was this reaction, he thought that he was the one who annihilated it, and said very solemnly. Brother Mu has helped us eradicate a tumor in Dongyang City this time, now their leader should be able to rest for a while. It's not my doing, it's all my wonderful son-in-law's doing. The corners of Muicheng's mouth were harder to suppress than AK at this time, and he immediately informed Li Zhang about Yunmo's glorious deeds one by one. Yunma again? Li Zhang was even more shocked. Since he caught Zhang San, he had been busy with his work and did not take the initiative to contact Yunmo. He did not expect to do another big thing without saying a word. This is to with the demon god cult people. Yes, just my wonderful son-in-law, envious, huh? Muicheng smiled smugly, but it was a pity that Li Zhang had been single and had no children to experience this kind of joy. That kid is really a character. At that time I knew it wasn't simple just by looking at his old and spicy strength. I didn't expect, to be cut off by you. Li Zhang said with a smile. I didn't expect that Ling Frost kid to like Yunmo. She gives off a feeling of being uninviting wherever she is. You're not just messing around, are you? Li Zhang was really afraid that Muicheng would see Yunmo's excellence and forcefully tie him to be his son-in-law, not caring if the two were happy or not even knowing that they still had a marriage contract. How can that be? Two kids you love, don't you dare say that. Mui Cheng glared at Li Jiang without any good reason. My daughter has been in love with that boy for a long time, so naturally she won't let any other boys get close. Got it. Li Jiang nodded at his words and smiled at once. Mu Lingshan was very precocious. From a young age she was like a small adult. At a glance the future was unlimited. I didn't call you here to look at these dead people's things, but I need you to cooperate in a major purge up and down Dongyang City. Back to the main topic. Mui Cheng looked at Li Jiang solemnly and took out the map recording the demon god cult's den in his curious eyes. These are the known dens of the demon god cult. Let's take them all down today. This too? Li Jiang's pupils shrunk. The dens they had destroyed after so many years of effort were not as many as those marked on this map. Suddenly, Li Jiang has a love of talent. Looking for this time must pull Yun Mo into the security bureau. With his ability, it won't be long before he can take over his Sita. Chapter 52 Bitter Demon God Sect for a long time. Just don't hit on my son-in-law. Li Jiang's thoughts were instantly seen through by Mui Cheng. His future path lies in the upper capital, or the 10,000 beasts battlefield. It's impossible for him to reside in this tiny Dongyang city. It's my pattern that's small. Li Jiang nodded with great approval at his words. Yun Mo had only been awakened for a few days, and he was already doing things that many martial artists could not do in their entire lives, and it felt like it wouldn't be long before he would be able to beat them, the previous waves, to death on the beach. If Li Jiang knew that Yun Mo now had the ability to defeat him, he didn't know how he would react. Now that we've determined the other party's location, hurry up and take action before it leaks out and gives them time to react. Li Jiang naturally cooperated fully. Well then, you go back and integrate all the magistrates, and I'll mobilize all the martial artists who can fight, and today we're bound to uproot the tumor that's been attached to Dongyang City for years. Mui Cheng slammed his palm hard on the table. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. The demon god cult is like a stubborn disease that keeps going back and forth and is very disgusting. Again, they are like rats in the gutter, living in the dark and occasionally appearing to attack people, many of whom have suffered them for a long time. Yes. Li Jiang nodded with a solemn face, and the two of them determined some battle plans before opening the door to both walk out of the house, coincidentally bumping into Mufan who was coming back. Mufan wilted as if he had suffered a great blow. Ugh, it's really a people person. Mufan sighed silently and spat to himself. Brother-in-law has successfully leveled silver. My martial spirit is only level 15, so it seems I still need more grinding. What did you say, brat? Mufan's words were heard clearly by Mui Cheng and Li Jiang. How long has it been since we've seen each other? Yun Mo has been graded as a silver martial artist. Was it his old ears or was Mufan still awake? Ah. Pops, Uncle Li, you're here too. Mufan froze at his words and hastened to greet him honestly. Mufan, you're saying Yun Mo is now a silver-ranked martial artist? Li Jiang looked at Mufan with an excited face. Yeah, I just got out of the Martial Artist Association with my brother-in-law. Mufan nodded woodenly as he saw the two's excited looks. My brother-in-law said something came up, so he let me come back on my own first. Genius, my good son-in-law is indeed a supreme genius. Mui Cheng was so pleased. As the saying goes, when a soldier parted for 3 days, he should be treated with respect. It had only been a day and a night since he had seen him, and Yun Mo had become so much stronger again. With this kind of talent, the first-class geniuses in Shangjing are no better, right? Li Jiang was also surprised. The number of times he was shocked today was more than he had been in several years combined. The shock Yun Mo had brought him was just too much. Learn well from your brother-in-law in the future. Mui Cheng gently patted Mufan's head and took out the majesty of being a father. Look at your sister and your brother-in-law, and then look at yourself. What a disgrace to me. Mufan was a little dazed by the beating. What do you mean, humiliated? I've only been awakened for a few days, and my upgrading speed is already very strong, right? Mufan was tempted to say that his current rank was much stronger than when he was Mui Cheng's age. But he didn't dare to say anything for fear of being beaten. You brat, you're not talented in cultivation and you're not talkative, really. When Mui Cheng saw his son like this, he patted him on the head a few more times. Mufan cried, it is true that he is the old father picked up, the old sister is the pearl in the palm of the hand, the little princess of the city master's house. Being the dispensable little wretch, he had thought that he would get more love when Mu Lingshuan left for Shangjing and he was left beside Pops. Now that he looked at it, it was true that Mufan had overthought it. Love would not be transferred, it would only be reserved for Mu Lingshuan. Ugh. Mufan really felt Alexander. Compared to others he was a proper genius, and with such an excellent sister and brother-in-law, where could he reason with them? Li Zhang smiled and patted Mufan's shoulder as a consolation. He also felt that Mui Cheng treated him a little differently. His own son was like a found one. Father-in-law, Uncle Li, you're all here? Yunemo slowly walked into the city lord's mansion and smiled at the sight. Mufan, what's wrong with you? Seeing Mufan hanging his head, he immediately came up suspiciously. It's nothing, it's just a little hard, and you can't help me, brother-in-law. Mufan is fortunate to be an old man, or he would have to oink in aggravation. You guys get some rest, we're going out to run some errands. Mui Cheng looked at Yun Mo and nodded gratefully, instantly instructing. Father-in-law, don't worry, I'll give you another great gift. Yun Mo said with a big wave of his hand. The corpse of the spirit snake was thrown out and appeared in front of everyone. It is? Mui Cheng and Li Mu's gazes stared at each other, and their breathing became a little short. This is the demon god sex ace assassin, spirit snake? Li Zhang's heart was shaken beyond belief. He was also a gold-level martial artist, and he didn't dare to say that he could retreat in one piece against the spirit snake, let alone kill it. The spirit snake is good at assassination and is so slippery that she has been wanted by the sheriff's department for a long time and has not been captured. I didn't expect Yun Mo to bring such a big shock once again. How did you kid do that? Mui Cheng glanced at the corpse of the spirit snake on the ground and then raised his head to look at Yun Mo, always feeling that this son-in-law of his was familiar and strange. A little too demonic. Brother-in-law, does that mean? Seeing this, Mufan instantly understood why Yun Mo frequently observed the surrounding area, and also knew why he had sidetracked himself. If Mufan was allowed to face this spirit snake, he would surely die, and would most likely drag his feet for Yun Mo. Well, I hope that helps. Yun Mo nodded his head with a look of favor and disdain. It helps so much. Mui Cheng excitedly patted his thighs. This was directly helping them to solve a huge potential threat. They didn't have to worry about being attacked by the spirit snake when rounding up the demon god sex crowd, and could avoid many casualties. Yun Mo, I'll record all of yours, whether it's rewards or honors. The more Li Zhang looked at Yun Mo, the more satisfied he was, and it was really too bad that he couldn't absorb it into his own security bureau. Yun Mo nodded. The reward was naturally the more the better. Let's go, old Li, after fighting them for so many years, it's time to close the net. Mui Cheng's face was full of anticipation. The demon god sect will be removed today. Okay, I'll gather my men and we'll split up. Li Zhang nodded, his brows contained an icy killing intent. So many magistrates had died in the hands of the demon god cult, it was time to liquidate. Father-in-law, Uncle Li, take me one. Yun Mo also wanted to contribute his share. Having his swarm of heavenly star insects around could reduce the death rate of the crowd. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Mui Cheng and Li Zhang immediately nodded their heads and responded. Yun Mo's strength was in their eyes. All of them could kill the spirit snake alone, and there were not many people in the entire demon god sect who could threaten his life. Pops, me too. When Mufan saw that Yun Mo was going to take part in the action, he instantly became excited and took a step forward. Before he could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Mui Cheng. Why don't you hurry back to your room and take a good rest? You can only drag your feet even if you go. You might as well cultivate well and level up to silver earlier. Chapter 53 Martial Soul Sharing. I know. Although Mufan was a bit lost, he was very self-aware that his current strength was indeed a bit weak. We'll get together sometime later. Yun Mo patted Mufan's back in relief. Well, brother-in-law, you have to be more careful. Some of the followers of the demon god sect are weirdly ruthless and crazy. You can't take it lightly. Mufan faded, gave an explanation, and took one step and 3 turns back. Let's meet at the usual place. Li Zhang said and took the lead to leave. Come on, good son-in-law, let's go gather the martial artists as well. Mui Cheng said and walked forward. Yun Mo followed closely behind. Martial arts training ground. Mui Cheng stood on the high platform, and the following was drenched in a dense crowd that numbered in the tens of thousands. I know everyone has just finished fighting the demonic beasts hard, but there's a tough fight coming up next. Those who are injured stay behind, make some slight corrections, and leave in 10 minutes. The crowd hissed in unison at the words. But by the demolition of the lord of the city. Those who were subsequently injured left the group on their own initiative, none of them trying to be brave. They were clear that dragging their injured bodies to forcefully fight would only drag their companions down. That's over 10,000 people missing straight away. Great. Mui Cheng looked around the crowd and waved his hand. Depart. In the next moment, tens of thousands of people followed Mui Cheng in unison, and Yun Mo followed closely behind. Sheriff's Department. Li Zheng had already gathered several thousand magistrates. This is a raid, and I have only one request, and that is to be at your disposal. Li Zheng paced back and forth in a serious manner. Yes, Bureau Li. The assembled congregation of magistrates were also in full form and spoke with a resounding voice. At this moment, the large force led by Muicheng arrived on time. It was so grand and majestic that it was like 1,000 horses running in 1,000 armies. Muicheng and Li Zheng exchanged glances. Split up. Muicheng said in a deep voice. All of us are at your disposal. Li Zheng nodded in agreement. Father-in-law, Uncle Li, take it easy. Muicheng was just about to announce his departure when Yun Mo's voice slowly sounded. In a flash, countless gazes landed on him. Many people were curious as to who Yun Mo was that he dared to interrupt Lord City Lord. What do you suggest, good son-in-law? Muicheng respected Yun Mo very much, after all, His Excellence was there, and did not get angry at being interrupted. What the hell, son-in-law? The crowd was confused at the words. The marriage contract between Yun Mo and Mu Lingxuan had not yet been made public, so naturally not many people knew about it. Goddess Mu Lingxuan's name is taken? All at once there were now the sounds of broken hearts as the goddess they had longed for was chased away by the hateful brat in front of them. Abominable. Yun Mo instantly felt uncountable unkind gazes, making him feel like an on his back, somewhat Alexandrian. Naturally. Yun Mo said and summoned 2 scouting heavenly star insects, commanding one to fly into the distance while the other hovered in front of the crowd. What's this about? Muicheng was a bit puzzled. Father-in-law, Uncle Li, look. Yun Mo pointed at the scouting astral bug, and before his words fell, a screen slowly surfaced with a picture on it. It was the very same image that the scouting astral bug that flew out had scoped out. The scouting skystar bug could only do vision sharing with Yun Mo, allowing others to use it could only rely on the cooperation of the 2 scouting skystar bugs. This? Li Zheng's eyes instantly lit up. With this scouting heavenly star bug he could probe the enemy's internal conditions at will, and could avoid many ambushes. This thing is much better than a drone, and it's small enough to be undetectable. Simply perfect for scouting. This is my martial spirit scouting celestial star insect. As you can see, it can be used to scout the enemy. I don't have a lot of them in my hand, I can only take out 1,000 of them and distribute them to 500 teams. I hope I can be of some help. Before Yun Mo's words fell, all 1,000 scouting heavenly star insects appeared and hovered behind him, their wings vibrating crazily. All of the scouting astral bugs' wings vibrated at exactly the same frequency, and the sound they made was minuscule, making it difficult to be detected without careful observation. Good boy, you've really surprised me too much, you're quite the jack of all trades with this bug. Muicheng was so excited that he couldn't wait to call his good son-in-law his brother. Not so much omnipotent, just a product of mutation. Yun Mo scratched his head in embarrassment. The crowd was also shocked by Yun Mo's martial soul. There were many types of martial souls and many branches, but they were all used by martial artists based on themselves, and this was the first time they had seen a martial soul that could be used by others. It's really unheard of. Good, distribute it quickly. Li Zheng's eyes were on fire. If everyone in the security bureau could be equipped with 2 scouting astral bugs, it would be like a tiger with wings. I just don't know if Yun Ma is for sale. Soon 500 groups of scouting astral bugs were distributed, and the captains of the squads learned to use them. Good, now find the area your squad is responsible for according to the markings on the map and set off. At Muicheng's command, tens of thousands of people each summoned their own martial souls, transforming into countless streams of light that sped off in different directions. Let's go, we're aiming for here. Muicheng pointed to the largest mark on the map, where the leader of the demon god sect was located. Demon god called Dongyang City headquarters. The chief stood in front of the statue of the demon god with his head bowed, a respectful look on his face and his mouth chanting. Lord Demon God blesses our demon god cult to successfully take this spatial rift, and blesses us so that we can swallow up Dongyang City and revive the great Neon Empire. Having lurked in Dongyang City for many years, the demon god cult's goal was to subvert the city lord's mansion and then swallow this land, so that the Neon Kingdom's land could extend out for thousands of miles, and they could also demarcate the surrounding demon beasts' gathering grounds as their chassis. Nowadays, there are demonic beasts spread all over the territory of the Great Summer Country. The land is very scattered, and there are other countries watching from the outside. They feel that even if Dongyang City, a small fringe city, is annexed, it won't cause any ripples. Even if the Great Summer Kingdom found out about it, it could only hold its breath. After all, there were many cities that had been destroyed by the beast wave. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. and the chief remembered the promise from the top that once he took Dongyang City, he would be the owner of the land, and could then move from the shadows to the light. After murmuring, the chief bowed respectfully to the tall statue of the demon god 3 times in a row before slowly getting up. Roar! The statue of the demon god appeared to have heard the chief's words and echoed them. The roar was drawn out so long that it seemed like it came from the 9 hells, and it seemed like it was in his ears. In the next moment, the eyes of the demon god statue emitted scarlet light, followed by drops of red liquid continuously dripping downwards. This is the blood of the demon god. The chieftain was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly took a porcelain vase to receive it. Feeling the raging power permeating inside the demon god's blood, the chieftain was so ecstatic that he really wanted to absorb it all. Unfortunately, the blood of the demon god was too overbearing, and after absorbing it, it would make people lose their minds, and might even be bestialized, becoming inhuman and ghostly at that time. With the chief's current ability, he only dared to absorb 1 drop a month, in a gradual manner. Receiving a screen full of them, the chief's heart rejoiced. With these he could train some powerful dead soldiers, which was also a huge gain. Just as he was happy, one of his men ran in a panic. "Chief, it's bad, it's bad." Chapter 54, abandoning the vehicle to protect the marshal. What is it, such a panic? Since he had just obtained a lot of demon god's blood, the chief was in an extremely good mood, and did not have his usual seriousness. His tone actually had a hint of pleasure. "Chief, Captain Yumekawa is all but dead." The henchman paused for a moment and reported truthfully. "What did you say?" A terrifying aura instantly erupted from the chief's body, sending this person flying directly. "Calm down, chief." The henchman rolled and crawled to his feet, kneeling in front of the chief, his heart screaming with depression. Sure enough, it was a bad job, and everyone pushed and shoved, not wanting to be the wrong guy, so they pushed him out. It's a wonder the chief wasn't angry when he got this news. "How do you expect me to rest my anger?" The chief laughed in anger. He had united many of the backbones of the demon god cult to hold back quite a few people, which created an opportunity for Mei Chuan's squad to sneak into the spatial rift. It's only been a day and a night and they're all gone? Even if we put in 500 pigs, we'd have to catch them for 3 days and 3 nights, right? The men were trembling on their knees, not daring to make a sound. The squad was completely wiped out, and not to mention having to completely occupy the spatial rift, they couldn't even transport the resources contained within. Losing so many people at once, the chief felt a pang of flesh. "Chief, it's bad, it's bad." At this moment, another henchman ran in a panic, slid directly to his knees in front of the chief, stuttering and shouting, his voice trembling terribly. "What is it this time?" The chief's eyes narrowed slightly and he gave off a chilling aura. "Spirit. Spirit Snake Lord Shi." The henchmen were straight up scared out of their wits. "What happened to her, Spirit Snake?" The chief instantly tensed up at the words, and grabbed the person's collar and directly lifted him up, with a bad feeling in his heart. Spirit Snake-sama, she failed in her mission and was sacrificed. The men summoned up great courage and finally shouted. "No way, that's impossible." The chief threw him out with one hand, hitting the thick wall hard. "Spirit Snake is the top assassin in our division, how could he fail just by assassinating a kid who hasn't been leveled for long?" The chief couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. With the Spirit Snake's ability, even if it was under Mui Cheng's eyes, it would still be right for it to be able to slip away. False. It's fake news. The chief suddenly felt that many things were escaping his control. It seems to be all related to that Yunemo kid. "Yunemo, what kind of freak are you?" The chieftain gritted his teeth in anger, and a scarlet fury permeated his body. "Chief, no." Another man ran in, panicked. "It's never over." The chief roared, scaring the man so much that he directly swallowed back a hard stomach. The 3 henchmen knelt in a row in unison, quiet as chickens. "Say, what's the bad news again?" The chief calmed himself and looked to the 3rd henchman, who ran in and barked in a deep voice. "Chieftain, our position has been exposed. The martial artists and magistrates of the city lord's mansion are rushing towards us. There are 20,000 to 30,000 of them as far as the eye can see." The men told the truth. "MD, it's really exposed." The chief couldn't help but burst out at the words. When he learned that Yumekawa's squad had been completely wiped out, he knew that this would be a possibility, and had held out a hint of luck, but he didn't think that he had still been exposed. The location where he sits is exposed and the other divisions speak for themselves. The chief clenched his fists, internally wrestling with something. The 3 henchmen looked at the chief, waiting for his roll, anxiety written all over their faces. Mui Cheng and Li Zhang joined forces and they really couldn't find a chance to win. The demon god cult was able to popularize itself in Donyang City not because of how strong the leader was, but because its dogma had a great deal of confusion and was also able to infiltrate everywhere. If they really met head-on, Mui Cheng alone could kill their leader. Rally everyone to meet the battle. The chief made up his mind immediately after some deep thinking, then with a wave of his hand, he threw out 3 drops of demon god's blood that landed in the palms of the 3 of them. With the blessing of the demon god lord, no one can stop us from hitting the field, go on. Yes, chief. The 3 of them looked at the demon god's blood in their hands and instantly became excited. This thing was precious, only the backbone of the sect had the chance to obtain it, and today, the 3 of them from the fringe division got it. Suddenly the job of delivering the message felt pretty good and so worthwhile. Go on, this seat will prepare a little and fight them to the death. The chief's face was solemn and serious and convincing. Yes, sir. The 3 responded and retreated in unison, rushing to gather all those who could fight. Seeing the 3 people leave, the chief immediately changed his face, immediately unlocked the door and turned to look at the statue of the demon god that finally stood in the room. Panic was written all over his face. Fighting head-on with Mui Cheng, Li Jiang, there is absolutely no chance of winning, he is not a cutie. Since the position is exposed, we can only abandon the car. The chief thinks he is the marquis and the rest of the congregation is cannon fodder ready to be discarded. Your deaths are thanks to the great Xia people, so don't blame this seat. The chieftain muttered to himself as he slowly walked up to the statue of the demon god, and without hesitation, kneeled down on both knees. O great demon god, your most loyal follower is now in danger, and I hope you can lead me out of harm's way. Roar! In the next moment, the demon god statue emitted a whisper, and its eyes released a scarlet red light. The chief then cut his finger and let the blood drip down on top of the statue of the demon god. After a few moments, spiderweb-like cracks surfaced on the demon god statue and spread rapidly towards the surroundings, crumbling layer by layer. Boom! The demon god statue exploded, and the space around it quickly twisted up as a teleportation array was slowly taking shape. Ah, it worked! The chief rubbed his hands together in excitement. As long as the teleportation array was formed, even if a diamond-level martial artist came, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. The tens of thousands of people outside had completely surrounded this place, and along with Mui Cheng's command, all of them launched their attacks at the same time. A huge number of chi and blood values converged together, instantly smashing the demon god sect's several-meter-tall thick door. For the sake of Lord Demon God, kill! The number of people who rushed to kill was extremely small. Most of the religious were here to seek immortality, not to give their lives away, and the moment they saw the army pressing in, they directly gave up resisting, and they all crouched on the ground with their heads in their hands, and chose to throw themselves into the air. One by one, the fervent believers fell, and the army burst into destruction, completely occupying the entire demon god sect branch in less than a quarter of an hour. Boom! The door to the room where the chief was located instantly shattered, and Yunemo and the others poured in. Kamita, sure enough it's you dog who's behind all this uptight stuff. When Mui Cheng saw the leader's appearance, he was instantly furious. This guy was a sinister villain on the battlefield, and he was ruthless, and he would do whatever it took to achieve his goal, and many Dasha people died in his hands. Ha, Musen, long time no see. Kamata smiled grimly, and the teleportation array behind him had already taken shape. So what if you found this seat's location? If you want to capture me, wait for your next life. Chapter 55, Special Skill, Endless Berserking. Not good, he's trying to abscond. Li Zhang was the first to realize the existence of the teleportation array, but it was too late to stop him. Kamito had already jumped into the teleportation array and his body was already half submerged. Die for me! Mui Cheng blasted out a fist, accompanied by a dragon roar, towards Kamita. At the same time, Yunemo threw out dozens of self-exploding heavenly star insects and rushed over at full speed. Boom! Mui Cheng's punch hit an empty space, smashing a huge hole in the wall in front of him, and the stones continued to fall, looking like they were about to collapse. Ha, this seat said, you. Blast! Yunemo sensed that a few self-exploding heavenly star insects had successfully attached themselves to Kamita's body, and immediately moved his mind. Boom! 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 All parts of Kamita's body exploded at the same time, and the pain that drilled through his heart caused him to hiss out. Ah! In the end, that bastard sneaked up on this seat. One of Kamita's arms was directly wasted by the blast, causing him to become enraged, and his furious voice came out from the still dissipating teleportation array. This seat will return, and the day I return will be the day Donyang City is destroyed. In the next moment, the teleportation array completely disappeared and the entire room returned to silence. Or let him escape. Mui Chang looked chagrined. Father-in-law, I've already hurt him, so I guess he'll be honest for a while. The self-detonating astral bugs blasted off 1/5 of Kamida's blood, which was considered a serious injury, and it would take quite a bit of time to regain his peak state. It's still you, kid. Mui Chang patted Yun Mo's shoulder to look at Li Jiang. Kamida has probably teleported back to Neon. It's a bit hard to chase them across the border, so it's better to clean up the mess first. Aha! Li Jiang nodded and split up with Mui Chang, ensuring that no demon god follower would escape their search. At this moment, this situation was being played out in all the demon god sect gathering places. The demon god cultists were originally a bunch of rabble. Now that Kamada was far away, the backbone members were dead and wounded, and it was easy to uproot them one by one. The operation took less than an hour, and all were taken without a single casualty and only a few dozen wounded at a very small cost. If Kamida knew that the various divisions he had spent more than 10 years of effort to establish were destroyed, he would probably vomit blood in anger. What is it? Yunemo wandered up around the room and found that a porcelain vase had been left at the location of the original teleportation array. Picked up and opened the bottle cork, instantly a pungent smell of blood rushed straight to Yunmo's heavenly soul, making him almost spit it out, and hastily recorked the cork. Ding, the blood of the demon god has been detected. Does the host exchange the hunting value? Blood of the demon god? Yunemo looked at the porcelain vase in his hand and muttered to himself. What does this thing do besides dialogue hunting values? After absorbing it, you can increase your attributes, but if you can't control it, you will be turned into an orc and lose your mind. The system patiently explained. This thing is so dangerous? Yunemo suddenly felt like a hot potato and felt it would be better to exchange it for hunting value. Host, you can still let your martial spirit devour it, there may be unexpected gains. And is there any danger? Yunemo didn't want his precious martial soul to be in danger. Danger and opportunity exist side by side. The host can choose for himself. The system stated that it would not help Yunemo make a choice. Yunemo was caught in the middle of a tangle. What was the windfall he cared so much? Now that he had 1 trillion hunting value in his hand, there was no shortage for the time being, and after a moment of agonizing, Yunemo made a decision right away. Take a gamble. Immediately came to the martial soul space. Looking at the martial soul heavenly star insect that was getting bigger and bigger in size, Yunemo was very elated and had the feeling that the child he raised had grown up. Here's a good one for you. Yunemo said as he opened the cork of the porcelain bottle and handed the demon god's blood to the heavenly star insect. If it was willing to swallow, Yunemo naturally rejoiced. If it chose to refuse, Yunemo could only exchange it for hunting value. Question mark. The starfish bug came up and sniffed, instantly spirited, without the slightest hesitation, even the porcelain bottle swallowed in one mouthful. Hey, you're really not picky about what you eat. Yunemo was really afraid that the porcelain vase would puncture the intestines of the heavenly star insect when it broke. The moment he swallowed the demon god's blood, the heavenly star bug felt a rush of heat all over his body, as if there was a fire burning all over his body, and Yunemo felt the same. After a while, Yunemo was already sweating profusely and his back was wet. What's going on? Yunemo was a bit surprised. His own self was unaffected when his martial soul mutated. What was the situation this time? Just as Yunemo was puzzled, the heavenly star insect's body was surrounded by a crimson flame, which was indescribably bizarre. But the fire didn't make the astral worm feel any discomfort. On the contrary, it was somewhat comfortable. Yunemo also sensed warmth, and this warmth flowed around his body. He closed his eyes in comfort and beauty. I don't know how much time has passed. Ding, congratulations to the host, unlocking the special skill, Endless Berserking. The system's voice sounded again, causing Yunemo to instantly wake up. Endless Berserking? It's able to gain special skills even if it's not a mutation? Yunemo was a bit puzzled. Host, mutation applies to the martial soul itself, hatched larvae can be assimilated, and special skills influenced by external factors apply to the host itself. The system explained. So it is. Yunemo nodded and instantly tapped on the use of this special skill, which was a shock without looking. Yunmo's eyes almost glazed over. Endless Berserking Elementary strengthens one's various attributes by burning one's own blood, without any side effects. Strengthening effect, 10 times along with skill upgrading, the strengthening effect will become stronger and stronger. I'll be damned. Yunmo instantly understood the function of this endless berserking, but it didn't have any side effects, enhancing Yunmo's attributes by these 10 times. He could finally realize his wish of melee combat. But come to think of it, enhancing it tenfold doesn't seem that strong, does it? The last second he was quite excited, and after thinking about it, Yunmo once again depressedly lowered his head. After all, his own initial attributes were only silver level, and even if he was stronger, it was impossible for him to kill his enemies in melee combat over the level. Ugh. Yunmo shook his head in disappointment. It seems that he still has to count on his own mutation. Thinking of this, Yunmo suddenly remembered that he hadn't used his mutation for a long time, and he didn't know how many more chances he had. Let's try it first. System, use mutation. Yunmo refreshed himself. Host, each mutation deducts 5W of hunting value, use it or not. Holy, another price hike? Trader. Host, along with your strength getting stronger, the hunting value needed for mutation will also increase. Didn't I tell you that already? The system felt a little aggravated. Yunmo had a heart attack. Although the hunting value was much, it couldn't just be wasted. Success, 50,000 is 50,000, keep mutating. Ding, mutation failed, hunting value 5W. Ding, mutation failed, hunting value 5W. Ding, mutation failed, hunting value 5W. Put. $1 million smashed in, all failed. Yunmo was going to vomit blood. It's a pit, it's really too much of a pit. Host, do you want to continue the mutation? The system reminded Yunmo. I'll change your grandmother's leg. Yunmo couldn't help but burst out. Host, to be civilized, start with you. The system is really choking on its words. Yunmo only felt a wave of dizziness and some difficulty in breathing. This dog system is really getting more and more doggy. Chapter 56, A day without seeing is like 3 autumns apart. Yunmo gave up. A bit of bad luck today, more on that tomorrow. Even if the hunt is worth quite a bit, it can't be wasted like that. It's okay, system, you kneel in peace. Yunmo more or less gritted his teeth. 1 million hunting value, he can upgrade dozens of heavenly star insects. The system did not respond again, choosing to remain silent. After carefully rummaging around the room again and not finding anything more, Yunmo then left to leave. Walking out the door, he ran into Muicheng and Li Zhen, not knowing what they were discussing. Yunmo yawned, feeling a little groggy in the head. Yunmo, go back and rest first, I still have some things to take care of with the city lord. Seeing that Yunmo kept yawning, Li Zhen suggested. Boy, it's been hard work, get some rest. Muicheng's eyes were full of love when he looked at Yunmo. If Mu Fan was there, he would be envious again. He had never felt the so-called fatherly love like a mountain since he was a child, only a landslide. It felt like 90% of the love was given to Mu Lingshuan. Tired indeed, so you guys get busy, I'll head back. Yunmo didn't insist and answered, turning to leave this place of wrongdoing. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Yunmo dove headfirst into the bed. 2 ears and a good night's sleep. By the time he woke up again, it was noon the next day. 100,000 new bug eggs lay quietly in the martial soul space. Yunmo stretched his back and felt refreshed. The first thing you do is pick up your cell phone and open your communication app. Sure enough, there were quite a few messages from Mullingham. Good evening, Yunmo, my training is over for today. Yunmo, when are you coming to see me at Green Dragon Academy? Good night. Yunmo saw from the beginning to the end. Mu Lingshuang message at least dozens of everyday messages, very patient, let Yunmo heart warm. A quick snap of the word at once. Ling Shuang, good morning, I was too tired yesterday, I slept until now, are you tired of practicing? Sending it out for several minutes with no response, Yunmo guessed that Mu Lingshuang was busy, immediately got up and washed up, pushed the door and walked to the large courtyard. Brother-in-law, you're awake? Mu Fan summoned his own martial soul that was training hard, and when he saw Yunmo's figure, he immediately smiled and waved his hand. Well, you can't gain experience or accumulate much real-world combat experience by just beating things to death. Yunmo looked at the wooden stakes in front of Mu Fan's eyes and felt that training like this was a bit of a waste of time, and the only way to upgrade quickly was to kill with demonic beasts. I also want to go outside the city to hunt demonic beasts, but Pop said that the spatial rift has just been stabilized not long ago, and for the time being, no ratings have been made for the new secret realm, and that the dense forests are chaotic, so he told me to stay honestly for this period of time. Mu Fan also shrugged helplessly at the words. He was different from Yunmo. If he really encountered a platinum-level demonic beast, he would only be sent to his death. The inside of the spatial rift is safe nowadays, so I guess you'll be able to go in and try your hand at it in a few days. Yunemo estimated that the final grading of the secret realm would be D grade, which couldn't be any higher. Really? Yunemo had come out from inside the space rift, so Mufan naturally believed it. Aha! The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao had been subdued by Yunemo, and the gold-level demonic beasts inside were almost dead. With Mufan's current strength, if he encountered a silver-level demonic beast, even if he couldn't defeat it, he would still have no problem escaping. Okay, then I'll practice a little longer. Mufan nodded excitedly, very much looking forward to the moment when the new secret realm was open to all. At this time, the pioneering squad was still in the spatial rift for map scanning. Strange, how come the number of demonic beasts in this space is so low? The squad member muttered to himself in confusion. Yeah, and there's no resources at all, it's all gobbledygook, and the spirit stone detector isn't responding to anything, so it can't be dead space, right? The so-called dead space was a space with no demonic beasts, no resources, and no value whatsoever. There are no less than tens of thousands of such places around the world. Some were formed with nothing at all, while others were overexploited later in life, and both the demonic beasts and resources were all thought to have been wiped out. Halfway through the scan, keep probing. The captain said in a deep voice that he had still encountered some demonic beasts on the road, only that the number was too small and the level didn't exceed the silver level. Yes. The team members responded and continued to explore forward. That's... I don't know who exclaimed and came to the place where Yunemo had once fought. In front of the crowd there was a huge open space, the ground was covered with deep pits, and the pungent smell of blood filled the surroundings, seemingly after a great battle. But not a single body was left behind, which is puzzling. The captain remembered that Uncle Lai, a platinum-level martial artist, had left from here and was not surprised. City Lord's Mansion. Yunemo had a full meal and realized that Mu Lingshuang had written back. It's noon, I just finished training. There's a selfie attached below. Mu Lingshuang had fine sweat hanging on her forehead, and the corners of her mouth were beautiful with a soft smile. Seeing this beautiful photo, Yunemo froze for a moment and instantly saved it, typing happily. You're my wife, you're so pretty. The opposite side of the cell phone Mu Lingshuang saw Yunemo this sentence pretty face actually slightly red. Fortunately there are no other students around, if you see Mu Lingshuang this little woman shy look, do not know what will cause a storm. When are you planning to come to Shanjing? Mu Lingshuang immediately changed the topic. We're leaving in the next few days. Yunemo returned in seconds, now that he had a large amount of hunting value in his hand, and the demon god sect in Dongyang City had been temporarily uprooted, there was no problem in a short period of time. What Yunemo wanted to do most right now was to rush to Shanjing, stick it to his beautiful wife, and then stomp on the other geniuses, letting the principal of Qinglong Academy know what a ridiculous decision it was to reject his participation in the intensive training camp. Really? Mu Lingfang was overjoyed. A day does not see like 3 autumns, just a few days, has made her a little trance, seeking to wait for Yunemo to come to Shanjing. 2 people can go to get a license. Wait for me. Yunemo returned. Good. The 2 of them chatted for quite a long time until the time for Mu Lingshuang's intensive training arrived, and only then did they end their chat. Brother-in-law, Pops is looking for you. Mufan ran all the way over to give Yunemo a shout. It's coming. Moody Chang's study. What did Pops want to see me about? Called father-in-law in front of people, and called Pops in private, Yunemo felt quite intimate. Yunemo, this time when you were able to successfully eliminate the demon god cult, you have the most credit. After a group of high-ranking officials in Dongyang City have deliberated, excluding some tilts in cultivation resources, they intend to award you the National Medal of Honor 3rd-class medal. Seeing Yunemo come in, Muicheng looked at him with a serious face and said in a deep voice. The top is still wrestling with whether to give you the medal privately or have a special recognition meeting, and I was wondering what you had in mind. Muicheng was worried that Yunemo was still young and his strength was still shallow. If he was too high profile and was targeted by others, he would be in trouble. Public recognition, naturally. Yunemo did not hesitate to return. He was completely not actually being stared at by someone with a heart, and no one is jealous of a mediocrity. He couldn't wait for many guys to set their eyes on him, so that he could not only eradicate some scourges, but also earn some hunting value along the way. It was simply the best of both worlds. I knew you boys would pick that way. Muicheng smiled instantly at his words and instantly patted Yunmo's shoulder, looking in an extremely good mood. It's good for young people to be confident and cocky. What's a young person without cockiness? Chapter 57 Departure to Shanjing. Mui Chang had already arranged everything and brought Yun Mo to the entrance of the security bureau. The front of the sheriff's office was crowded, with reporters of all stripes ready to go. As soon as Yun Mo appeared, a brain all surrounded him, and all kinds of questions were asked which made Yun Mo a bit headstrong. The commendation assembly was very lively. Besides Yun Mo getting a third-class medal, many martial artists were also rewarded accordingly. But Yun Mo was the protagonist of this commendation meeting, and he was busy from noon to the afternoon. Phew, I didn't realize that this commendation was more exhausting than the battle. When it was over, Yun Mo was really relieved. There were a lot of reporters, but very few professional ones. Some of the questions were too odd, and Yun Mo truly felt that the quality of these reporters needed to be improved. Boy, hard work. Mui Chang smiled and patted Yun Mo's back, expressing his deep sympathy. As the city lord, he had been interviewed every day and had long been accustomed to the fact that when faced with some oddball questions, he would simply ignore them. What's next? The two of them walked side by side, and Mui Chang had no frame at all. Naturally, I'm going to the upper capital to find Ling Frost. Yun Mo answered truthfully. It's only been a few days since we parted, right? Mui Chang couldn't help but laugh out loud at his words, teasing Yun Mo. Yun Mo's old face flushed and he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. It's a relief to see your young couple so close. Mui Chang nodded in relief. It's already late today, so you can take the earliest flying boat in the morning. Exactly. The two of them asked questions and chatted. There was no talk all night. Brother-in-law, you actually didn't bring me with you when you went to Shangjing. Don't forget, I'm also a student of the Green Dragon Academy. Yun Mo just stepped out of the door. Mufan directly served over, his hands tightly embraced his thighs, lying on the ground, a look of a complaining woman. Air. Yun Mo was speechless. This flying boat can be ridden for free as long as the martial artists after the success of the grading. If Mufan wants to go, he definitely won't stop him. You can go too. If you want. However, before Yun Mo could finish his words, Mui Chang came over with a sullen face and lifted Mufan's collar as if he was lifting a chicken. Go my ass, you're only a bronze-level martial artist now. Following Yun Mo around will only slow him down. Wait until school starts, stay home and cultivate for me. Yun Mo instantly understood why Mufan had come to ask for help. He wanted Yun Mo to convince Mui Chang. Pops, Mufan looked at Yun Mo for help. Tomorrow the secret realm will be leveled successfully. Do you still want to enter the experience? Mui Chang questioned. This. Mufan hesitated. He had been looking forward to the success of the secret realm leveling so that he could go in and boost a wave and perhaps come out and reach level 20 without any problems, leveling silver as well. But he also wanted to follow Yun Mo to Shangjing. For a while Mufan was torn. I'm telling you this not to seek your opinion, but to inform you that what are you doing going to Shangjing as a single dog? To be a light bulb for them? Mui Chang said, dragging Mufan away like a dead dog. The corner of Yun Mo's mouth couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. This father-in-law of his was really saying what he had to say, and didn't care in the slightest about his son's thoughts. Yun Mo silently mourned for Mufan in his heart for a second before he turned around and walked towards the Flying Boat Harbor. Flying Boat Harbor is located in the northernmost part of Dongyang City, with hundreds of flights per day. Between every city in the Great Summer Kingdom there existed a large territory of demonic beasts, and to cross this uninhabited land to reach another city, a flying boat was the best option. Your martial arts badge, please. When Yun Mo arrived at the Flying Boat Harbor, there was already a long line. The staff was extremely efficient and it was soon Yun Mo's turn. You're Yun Mo? The staff member inspecting the medallion was a beautiful woman who instantly became excited upon seeing Yun Mo. It's me. The beautiful staff was too enthusiastic, making Yun Mo a little embarrassed. Yesterday's interview made the major news headlines in Dongyang City that night, and now Yun Mo is a household name, all knowing that the demon god sex destruction is heavily associated with him. It's really Yun Mo, seeing a live one. The surrounding martial artists lined up were also agitated, and if it wasn't for the fact that there were people on the scene to maintain order, they would probably have surrounded them. This is my martial arts badge. Yun Mo handed the silver badge to the beautiful staff. Yun Mo is so powerful, this young is a silver-level martial artist. After inspecting it, the badge was returned to Yun Mo. Yun Mo hurriedly tucked it into his arms and hurriedly walked into the flying boat. It was a bit unnatural to be stared at by so many people. After entering the flying boat, Yun Mo realized that he was actually sitting in not an economy class, but a small independent private room. Do I already have that privilege? Looking at the luxurious small private room, Yunmo's heart rejoiced and without politeness, he directly walked in. Sitting on the soft sofa, Yunmo squinted his eyes comfortably. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of scouting heavenly star insects flew out, quickly scattering towards every corner of the flying boat. No matter what place he went to, Yunmo would never completely relax and was always on guard in order to face all kinds of sudden crises in time. After doing so, Yunmo covered the small quilt, intending to catch up on his sleep. I don't know how long it took, but there was a knock on the door of the room. Who? Yunmo opened his eyes, and his shared vision showed that outside the door was the beautiful woman inspecting the martial artist badge, and she was holding a tray with the special meal inside. Mr. Yunmo, I'm here to deliver food with you, the beautiful woman softly said. Yunmo immediately opened the door and was faced with a sweet smile. Thanks a lot. Yunmo smiled and took it. That. After the delivery, the beautiful woman didn't leave, but was a bit torn. You got something else? Yunmo didn't want to have too much contact with other females. Can I get a picture with you? The beautiful woman said, taking out her cell phone. Could be. This kind of request, Yunmo naturally would not refuse. Thanks. The beauty jumped up happily at the words, and immediately came to Yunmo's front and carefully took a group photo. After taking the picture, the beauty was very happy looking at the picture in her cell phone and thanked Yunmo once again before leaving. Seeing her back as she left, Yunmo smiled and shook his head. He didn't realize that he already had quite a few fans because of a recognition ceremony. He only wanted to get stronger and become a powerful martial artist. He didn't want to become some top stream star. Reclosing the door, Yunmo just wanted to sit down when his brows instantly furrowed. What is it? Somewhere in the corner the temperature suddenly plummeted and a shadow flickered. Ah! The next moment came a scream of fear. The beautiful woman who had just left Yunmo's room was blocked in a corner, looking at the monster in front of her in horror, her entire body directly paralyzed on the ground. Save! Save! The beautiful woman was trembling with fear and tried to scream for help, but realized she couldn't make a sound. Her eyes were filled with a look of horror, and her entire body was gripped by fear. Roar! The humanoid monster hissed in excitement, stuck out its long tongue and wrapped it around the beautiful woman's neck, letting out a hideous laugh. Chapter 58, Air Crash. Bang! With a muffled sound, the humanoid monster only felt a sharp pain coming from the back of his head. Who? The humanoid monster looked back angrily and realized that there was no one in the narrow corridor, and after turning his head again, Yunmo was already standing in front of the beautiful staff. Are you okay? Yunmo glanced at the beautiful staff member who was paralyzed on the ground and asked with concern. I'm fine, thank you, Yunmo. The beautiful staff member's smiling face went pale with fear. Damn Yunmo, it's you again, die! The humanoid monster hissed angrily and charged towards Yunmo's. Yunmo laughed coldly in his heart. Sure enough, he was coming towards himself. A self-exploding astral bug flew out instantly, blocking the path of the humanoid monster. No good! The humanoid monster's face changed drastically, and in the next moment, it was blown apart. In the narrow corridor was a pile of rubble, and the entire airship followed and shook violently for a moment. In the next moment, the beautiful staff member's face suddenly became twisted as a sharp blade suddenly appeared in her hand and stabbed towards Yunmo's waist. Before the sharp blade could touch Yunmo, it was instantly broken off by the absolute defense shield, and the beautiful staff member was also bounced off, hitting the wall heavily. How? How is that possible? The beautiful staff was filled with horror. According to the plan, Yunmo should be weak all over right now. This knife could directly waste him. What went wrong? Yunmo's face was full of gloom and instantly rushed to the beautiful staff member. His big hands directly locked around her neck and slowly lifted her up. There's one thing to be said for the good taste of the specials you send. Yunmo's voice was cold, and a coldness instantly rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, causing her to shiver. Why are you okay with eating it? The beautiful staff couldn't figure out why it didn't work when it was a special drug that could temporarily dissipate a martial artist's chi and blood. I didn't know to do my research before ambushing me. The demon god cult is nothing more than that. Yunmo smiled coldly and broke her neck without mercy, tossing the body aside casually. His healing heavenly star bug could cure 100 poisons, and such a small amount of medicine could not really help Yunmo. After resolving these two people, Yunmo had just stepped out of the narrow corridor when several silhouettes once again rushed out from both sides, all of which were humanoid monsters with different forms. These were all humans who had drunk the demon god's blood and animalized, completely turning into inhuman monsters. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another, and these humanoid monsters that rushed out were killed miserably on the spot before they could touch Yunemo. Yunemo walked briskly all the way towards the economy cabin, encountering quite a few humanoid monsters blocking him on the way, all of which were killed by him in seconds. Video feeds were constantly coming in from the scouting astral bugs scattered throughout the blimp. The humanoid monsters had completely taken over the entire airship, and there was actually not a single normal human. Seeing these images, Yunemo was completely sure that this airship was here for himself. It seems that there are still latent demon god followers in Dongyang City, and they are really powerful. They actually knew that they were going to take the airship to Shangjing early. It was a pity that they were deployed so quickly, but it was a pity that these humanoid monsters were too low in strength to pose much of a threat to Yunemo. At this moment, the airship was already thousands of miles away from Dongyang City, high above the Sunset Mountain range. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang came from the distance, which was not caused by Yunmo's self-destructing heavenly star insect. In the next moment, the airship began to shake violently, and the explosions grew louder and louder, and the airship was soon blown up in 1,000 holes, falling rapidly towards the bottom. Gusty winds kept pouring in from all the holes, and the originally warm airship became chilly inside. Yunmo's clothes hunted in the wind as he ran wildly towards the operations room, hoping to find a few parachutes. Stop him! Dozens more humanoid monsters scurried out in all directions. Their purpose was to block Yunemo from escaping, regardless of the cost, even if the entire army was destroyed. Off! Yunemo blasted his way to the operation room without any resistance, and the blimp was still descending rapidly. The demon god followers of this airship were all cannon fodder, and in order for Yunemo to die without hesitating to let all of them be buried with him, it was really a blood sacrifice. The door of the operation room was open, the whole operation room was empty, the operation table was completely destroyed, the surrounding constantly resounded crackling sound did not give Yunemo the opportunity to operate the dirigible. Yunemo turned and ran towards the kitchen of the blimp. The kitchen was well preserved with all types of ingredients, canned vegetables and fruits and meats. With a wave of his hand, Yunemo collected them all into the marshal's soul space. There was no accident with this dirigible, it was 100% going to crash. The demon god cult then wanted Yunemo to follow the airship and crash and die, buried deep in the sunset forest. Even if Yunemo managed to survive the air crash, he would be eaten alive by the powerful demonic beasts in the sunset forest, completely not giving Yunemo a chance to live. Yunemo came to the storage area. No matter what, all of them were collected into the marshal's soul space. Wanting to cross the sunset forest, Yunemo didn't know how many supplies were needed. In any case, it was better to be prepared than not. He didn't want to eat the meat of demonic beasts all the time. The airship was still falling. Yunemo did not have the slightest look of panic on his face. He was very calmly searching the entire airship. Soon it was all scraped clean by Yunemo, leaving only a shell of the airship. Boom! The airship landed and instantly exploded, sweeping up a huge mushroom cloud that shot up into the sky. The temperature around it instantly rose, and the trees burned madly. Many of the weak demonic beasts in the surroundings were scared and fled in all directions. Yunemo walked out calmly from the midst of the blazing fire. The shield on his body shone with golden light and did not hurt him in the slightest. With the card of absolute defense, Yunemo was not afraid of any plots and tricks. Sure enough, there's no signal. Yunemo pulled out his cell phone and took a look. There was not a single signal. Trying to contact the outside via cell phone was impossible. Go on. Yunemo immediately summoned 2 scouting heavenly star insects. One flew to Dongyang City to inform Muicheng, and one flew to Shangjing to look for Mulingshan, lest they be anxious to learn that the dirigible has crashed. After doing so, Yunemo began to wander around, surveying his surroundings. He was in the middle of a dense forest with a canopy of trees that covered the sky, making it completely impossible to see the sky and discern the direction. With a wave of his hand, Yunemo released all the scouting celestial star insects, scattering them in all directions to find the way to Shangjing first. City Lord's Mansion. Where's Yunmo? Li Zhang arrived at the City Lord's Mansion after handling the matters at hand. Muicheng was leisurely sipping tea. Having solved this big problem of the demon god sect, his heart was so happy. The boy has gone to the capital. Muicheng smiled and poured a cup of tea for Li Zhang. The young couple is too affectionate. It's only a few days apart and they miss each other. As elders, naturally they can't intervene too much. Li Zhang took a sip from his teacup, a little lost. I've come at a bad time. Yunmo's scouting astral bugs were so convenient that the magistrates were a bit disgusted with the equipment in their hands after using them, and he searched for a way to purchase some from Yunmo. You're looking for that boy in a hurry? Mui Cheng looked at Li Zhang suspiciously. It's not too urgent, wait until he gets back. Li Zhang didn't have the heart to continue staying and turned around to leave. At this moment, a guard from the city lord's mansion hurriedly ran in. City lord is not well, the airship UNMO was traveling and crashed in the Sunset Mountain range for some unknown reason. What did you say? Chapter 59, Another Demon God Cult. Mui Cheng and Li Zhang's faces changed. The airship was flying at a height of several thousand meters, and UNMO didn't know how to fly, so how could he live? How did the blimp crash when it was fine? Mui Cheng now had another ball of anger surging in his heart, and he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Airships have always been a very safe means of transportation, even flying demonic beasts can't reach its flying height. The airships flying out of Dongyang City haven't been involved in an air crash for decades. It was hard not to be suspicious when something went wrong while UNMO was riding. Was it an accident or did someone do it deliberately? Li Zhang looked at the guards to force down the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice. According to the images transmitted back from the airship, it is the handiwork of the demon god sect. The entire airship except Yunmo are all people of the demon god sect. The guard returned truthfully. He was also pained. After all, Yunmo was a genius who had just risen to prominence, and might become a leading figure in Dongyang City in the future. Now that he had encountered a plane crash, if he died, it would not only be a loss for Dongyang City, but also a loss for the great summer country. Bang! The teacup in Mui Cheng's hand was pinched into pieces, and the boiling hot tea was scattered all over the place. Demon God Cult again, damn it! Mui Cheng was still complacent just now. He didn't realize that there were still so many demon god followers lurking in Dongyang City. It was a dereliction of duty on his part. How should he explain it to his own daughter? Who exposed the news that UNMO was traveling in a dirigible? This must have been planned in advance. Li Zhang was completely unaware of Yunmo's departure, and the only people who knew about it were those in the city lord's mansion. Mui Cheng sniffed and thought for a moment. His heart instantly had a guess. Men, bind the steward to me. A group of guards led the way to the steward's quarters. Brother Mu, don't be in a hurry, trust that UNMO kid, with his methods he definitely won't die that easily. Li Zhang relieved the anxious Mui Cheng. What, brother-in-law, he's in a plane crash, life or death? Mufan, who was passing by, heard the conversation between the two and his face was very ugly. Although he had only been with UNMO for a few days, he had already recognized this brother-in-law. If his old sister knew how sad she would be. No, this news must not reach my sister. Mufan immediately made a decision. If Mu Lingshuan knew about it, he didn't know what out-of-character actions he would make. Even if UNMO was lucky enough to survive the airship explosion, but that's the Sunset Mountain range, there's no telling how many powerful demonic beasts are coiled inside, and it's rumored that there are diamond-level demonic beasts lurking in there. Mui Cheng was worried. Even if UNMO was strong, when he met a diamond-level demonic beast, he would die without even knowing how. Li Zhang lowered his head and didn't say anything. Reporting to the city lord, we've searched up and down and there's no sign of the butler. The squad quickly came to resume their duties, but failed to capture the steward, presumably fleeing from the crime. I can't imagine that Mui Cheng, who was smart for a lifetime, was actually set up by the demon god sect. Mui Cheng laughed in anger. The butler was an old man who had been with him for 20 years, but he had actually been infiltrated by the demon god cult as well. It was really ironic. I wonder how many more demon god followers there are in this city lord's mansion. No wonder that Kamita Kid is so confident that he will come back. Check it out for me. Lock down the city. Live and let live. Mui Cheng clenched his fists tightly and sat disheveled on the chair. His body was trembling, visible anger to the extreme. I'll send someone to look for it, too. Li Zhang turned around and left the city lord's mansion. Mui Cheng's fist slammed hard into the table, and the thick tabletop was directly smashed away to a corner. If he didn't need to sit in Dongyang City, Mui Cheng would have long ago made a personal trip to the Sunset Forest. On one side was his son-in-law, and on the other side was the lives of millions of people in Dongyang City, making it difficult for Mui Cheng to choose. Many demonic beasts and unknown forces were eyeing the surrounding area, and Mui Cheng was unable to leave Dongyang City without a special draft. Dad! At this time, Mufan slowly walked into the room and was a bit scared to see the furious Mui Cheng, but he still summoned up the courage to shout. Mui Cheng lowered his head and didn't say anything. Father, you have to believe my brother-in-law, he'll definitely turn the danger into a safe journey. Have you forgotten that he just left from the space rift? It was also very dangerous in there. Didn't my brother-in-law come out safely? Mufan tentatively persuaded Mui Cheng, who was the C-pin of Dongyang City and could not afford to disorganize himself. You're right. Mui Cheng looked at Mufan with some surprise. This indomitable son of his could speak human words today? In a slightly better mood, Mui Cheng slowly stood up. Since he could not leave Dongyang City for the time being, he could only choose to trust Yunimo. Couldn't rescue Yunimo, but could personally catch the old housekeeper who betrayed him. Kid's grown up. Mui Cheng gently patted Mufan's shoulder. The city lord's mansion is yours to guard for now. I'll personally bring out the thing that's eating out of the palm of my hand. Yes. Mufan's eyes lit up when he heard the words. This is still the first time his old man praised him. His heart was happy, and he immediately nodded his head heavily. Don't worry, Pops. Mui Cheng nodded and walked outside the courtyard, summoning the Tsung Dome battle dragon, and with a leap landed steadily on the dragon's back. The crowning battle dragon hissed and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing. Another day of intensive training was over. Mu Lingxuang happily sent a message to Yunimo, thinking that she would be able to see Yunimo tomorrow. Her mood was very happy. Where's Yunimo? He should be here soon. Yunimo, have you eaten yet? Mu Lingxuang sent many in one breath but did not receive a reply. Good-looking eyebrows instantly knit up. He was clear that Yunimo, as long as he saw the message, must return to himself in seconds. Is it in danger again? But what danger can you encounter in a blimp? Thinking of this, Mu Lingxuang's heart suddenly thumped. Bad emotions instantly filled. Mu Lingxuang dialed Yunmo's cell phone. The number you have dialed is not in the service area. Please dial again later. A mechanical electronic tone repeated over and over on the other end of the phone. Just came out of the space rift. Is this another danger? Mu Lingxuang's heart was instantly in her throat, and she immediately dialed Mufan's number. Seeing that it was his old sister's call, Mufan almost threw out the cell phone in his hand. He knew very well what Mu Lingxuang was calling for, and his heart was in a panic. What kind of excuse would he or she have to make up to coax his or her oldest sister? Hey, sis, what's up? After a while, Mufan then picked up the phone. His voice was obviously a little heartbroken. What are you doing? Mu Lingxuang's voice was a bit cold. No. Nothing, sis, what are you calling me for? I can't reach Yunimo. Is he in some kind of danger? Mu Lingxuang's voice was cold, and without waiting for Mufan to answer, she added another sentence. You know what happens when you lie to me. Mufan couldn't help but shiver at the words, and his heart was torn, whether to say it or not. That old sister, brother-in-law he. Chapter 60 Yunimo needs me. The airship that brother-in-law was traveling in is lost. Mufan let out a long breath, still did not dare to hide it, and informed Mu Lingxuang of what he knew one by one. Mu Lingxuang coldly did not continue to speak and directly hung up the phone. Sis. Mufan anxiously shouted several times, responded to him only the phone on the other end of the beep sound. Should I tell my old sister the truth or not? Annoying. Mufan was very annoyed, and after dwelling on it for a while, he immediately called his old man's phone. Hopefully, his old man would be able to dissuade his sister from her intentions. You boys are really accomplishing a lot. Mui Cheng scolded Mufan when he learned of the situation, and Mufan was like a quail, listening silently. He felt that he was really difficult. Two heads are not people. The place where Yunimo fell was the Sunset Mountain Range. If Mu Lingxuang was determined to go there personally to rescue him, it was really no different from sending him to his death. You keep a good watch on the city lord's mansion. I'll take care of it. Mui Cheng hung up the phone impatiently after saying this, having thought that his son had finally matured a bit. I didn't realize I was still so useless when it came to things. But whenever he added a couple more sentences, such as the airship encountered a thunderstorm or the air signal was bad, just find a few reasons to stabilize Mu Lingxuang first. It didn't even last for 3 seconds, and it directly surrendered when it heard Mu Lingxuang's icy tone. Harm. Mufan looked at the cell phone that had already rested its screen, froze for a while, and sighed silently. He also felt quite unreliable. But that was his oldest sister. The suppression from his bloodline. He really didn't dare to lie to Mu Lingxuang. After Mui Cheng hung up on Mufan, he immediately called Mu Lingxuang. No answer on the occupied line. Called several times in a row and no one answered. Mui Cheng's heart was beating wildly. He was very afraid that his precious daughter was in danger. Green Dragon Academy. Student Mu Lingxuang, it's the intensive training period. You can't leave without permission. Lin Dong blocked in front of Mu Lingxuang and rebuked in a cold voice. He also saw the news of the airship crash on the news. The first time he knew that Yunimo was also on it. As a teacher, he was also worried, but it was the Sunset Mountain Range. Even he didn't dare to wade in easily. For Mu Lingxuang to go alone was simply a 9 deaths, and there was no way Lin Dong would let his student go to her death. Yunmo's whereabouts are unknown now, so he can't take another one. Teacher, I hope you won't stop me. Mu Lingxuang's whole body qi and blood surged, with a posture that if you don't let the road go again you will have to make a move. Student Mu Lingxuang, calm down. The Sunset Mountain Range is dangerous, you can't go. Lin Dong spoke in a serious manner to dissuade him, and the other set of students also gathered around, completely unable to understand what Mu Lingxuang was up to. These days she had been fine, how did she suddenly go against her teacher? Teacher, I'm calm now. Mu Lingxuang instantly summoned her two martial souls, her body exuding a terrifying aura without anger, and the students who were watching the scene retreated in fear. Because Mu Lingxiang knew that the Sunset Mountain Range was full of dangers, she had to personally go forward to confirm and see with her own eyes that Yunmo was still alive, and didn't want to stay where she was anxiously waiting for news. Please get out of the way, Yunma needs me. As a teacher, I'm responsible for you. Lin Dong still did not back down and released his martial spirit, although he was a bit higher than Mu Lingxuang in terms of rank, and his aura was actually counter-pressured. Offended, by virtue of possession. Since there was no way to negotiate, Mu Lingxuang fought her way out on her own. The Tsang Dome Holy Dragon let out a hiss up to the sky and instantly attached itself to Mu Lingxuang's body, its aura becoming even stronger. Holding the Holy Dragon battle flag, Mu Lingxuang applied a few gains to herself and leapt towards Lin Dong. Suddenly, a huge palm shadow appeared in the sky and grabbed at Mu Lingxuang. Break me! Mu Lingxuang charged forward towards the huge palm shadow. In the next second, it was tightly clutched in her palm, and no matter how much Mu Lingxuang struggled, she could not break free. Student Mu Lingxuang, be at ease. At this moment, an old voice rang out. Before the voice fell, an old man with a white beard stepped into the void and appeared in the crowd's field of vision. He looked down at the bottom, his body emanating an aura of terror without anger. Headmaster? Lin Dong was stunned. He did not expect the principal to personally come out. He was a powerful martial artist who was only one step away from the ace rank. Even if Mu Lingxuang was as demonic as she would never be able to escape from him. Mu Lingxuang still didn't give up and tried to break free, but realized that her qi and blood were gradually becoming weaker and weaker. Damn it! Student Mu Lingxuang, have a good rest. Yunmo is also a student of our Green Dragon Academy. I will send someone to look for him. The principal landed slowly, his voice full of majesty and conviction. Mu Lingxuang was still about to retort something. Just at this time, the scouting heavenly star insect vibrated its wings and flew in at full speed. Ha! The principal instantly noticed it, but didn't make a move to destroy it. Instead, he watched as the scouting heavenly star insect stopped at Mu Lingxuang's heels, vibrating its wings and hovering at its side. It's a starfish bug? Mu Lingxuang was instantly overjoyed. She could recognize that this heavenly star insect was hatched by Yunmo's martial soul and was quite different from the wild heavenly star insect. Oh? The principal's tightly knit brows slowly relaxed as he looked at Mu Lingxuang with some curiosity. He didn't understand why Mu Lingxuang was so happy to see an astral bug. Lin Dong fell back on some guesses and thought in his mind. This heavenly star insect wouldn't be related to Yunmo, would it? The surrounding students also pointed and wondered what was so peculiar about this heavenly star bug, causing Mu Lingxuang, who had almost stormed out, to calm down instantly. Just as the crowd was puzzled, the scouting celestial star bug dropped a screen, and in the next second, an image surfaced on it, which was none other than Yunmo's face. Great, arrived safely at the Green Dragon Academy. Yunmo smiled heartily when he saw Mu Lingxuang's exquisite face in the picture. Yunma, it's great that you're okay. Seeing Yunmo unharmed, Mu Lingxuang silently sighed in relief in her heart and a charming smile bloomed on her face. I'm fine, Ling Frost, you don't have to worry, there's nothing dangerous nearby, I should be able to reach Shangjing tomorrow. Yunmo smiled and nodded, only to realize that Mu Lingxuang was being tightly clutched by a huge palm shadow, and her face instantly turned ugly. Ling Frost, what's wrong with you? It's fine, I just got stopped by the principal trying to get to you. Mu Lingxuang explained the cause and effect clearly in one sentence. Yunmo's heart warmed up when he heard that. It was true that his wife had been worrying about him. What is this? This? Seeing Yunmo and Mu Lingxuang chatting like that through a heavenly star insect, the principal was confused. Even though he had seen a wide range of things, this was the first time he had seen this kind of thing, and he looked at Lin Dong, who was at the side. Lin Dong spread his hands and shrugged, stating that I don't build it either. Headmaster, I only knew that student Yunmo's heavenly star insect could explode itself. I didn't realize that it could also be used as a communication device. It's only been how long since it flew from the Sunset Mountain Range to our Green Dragon Academy. The speed of this heavenly star insect is a bit terrifying. Looking at the scouting celestial star insect in front of Mu Lingxuang's eyes, The principal's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured in a small voice. It seems like we all underestimated Yunmo's martial soul. Chapter 61 Neons, Experiments? What kind of species is this heavenly star insect that can video chat? The surrounding students instantly exploded. My goddess of frost is ignoring everyone, just waiting for this kid? The goddess smiled. It's so pretty, why isn't the other person me? Oh. Seeing that Mu Lingshuang had quieted down, the principal gently waved his hand, and the huge palm shadow instantly dissipated and disappeared, and Mu Lingshuang regained her freedom. Mu Lingshuang held out her hand, letting the scouting celestial star bug land on her fingertips, and walked away as everyone watched. Laughing as he walked, he looked really happy. Mu Lingshuang's days of this intensive training had been characterized by a refusal of indifference and a sense of detachment from anyone. The crowd had never seen Mu Lingshuang laugh so recklessly before, and they didn't know what the other party's merits were that this flower of the high ridge could give up everything for him. No fear of life or death. All right, break it up, training continues this afternoon. Lin Dong lightly coughed twice and urged the crowd to hurry up and disband. Mu Lingshuang has already had her name on the list, so it would be better for you guys to extinguish this thought. Lin Dong could still remember that Mu Lingshuang chose Qinglong Academy because Yunmo chose this place. If he let Yunmo inexplicably have a few more love rivals and made him unhappy, what if the two of them left together? He could keep a close eye on the students who adored Mu Lingshuang and couldn't give them any chance. The principal glanced in Mu Lingshuang's direction, pondering. Well, you go about your business too. The principal was relieved when Mu Lingshuang gave up on leaving the Green Dragon Academy, and after instructing Lin Dong, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. If there is any news of Yunmo, remember to inform me first. Yes, headmaster. Lin Dong nodded gravely, indicating that he had memorized it. Mu Lingshuang came to a gazebo and slowly sat down, chatting happily with Yunmo. Since the signal tower could not be established in the area where the demonic beasts gathered, the signal was very weak, and if you were far away, you could only send a message or answer a phone call, and it was a bit difficult to video chat. For one thing, the screen would be very stuck, and for another, it would be difficult to connect. Seeing Yunmo's face once again, Mu Lingshuang's heart was sweet. Yunmo, are you sure you don't need rescuing? Mu Lingshuang was still a little worried. After all, the place where Yunmo was located was the Sunset Mountain range where demonic beasts were the most active, and now that it was looking quiet, there was no telling when a demonic beast of unknown strength would suddenly spring out. I know it in my heart, just don't worry about it. Yunmo nodded confidently. You'll see me when you wake up tomorrow. Well then, you take care of everything. Mu Lingshuang nodded with a light smile. Keep this scouting astral bug and I'll check in with you. The two of them hadn't been chatting for long when Yunmo cut off the video. Based on the information coming from the scouting heavenly star bugs around him, there were already dozens of demonic beasts staring at him. All hiding in the shadows, watching intently. Mu Lingshuang gently touched the scouting heavenly star insect and received it into her sleeve. With it, Mu Lingshuang felt that the distance between Yunmo and each other was instantly brought closer, and it was a wonderful feeling. Roar! Suddenly a bronze 10-star black shadow dog scurried out from the bushes not far away, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yunmo's head. Get out! Endless berserking instantly opened, and Yunmo slammed a circle on the dog's head. The black shadow dog didn't even have time to scream miserably. His head bone was smashed into pieces, his body was like a kite with broken strings, falling towards the back, crashing heavily into a tree, dying on the spot. Yunmo was now at the gold level, and with the tenfold increase of endless berserking, even if he was physically weak, killing a bronze-level demonic beast in seconds was still very simple. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully killed the bronze 10-star demonic beast, hunting value +1 W. Roar! Ow! One after another demonic beasts came out from the shadows and rushed towards Yunmo without fear of death. Yunmo punched one by one. In a few breaths, dozens of bronze-level demonic beasts were all killed under Yunmo's fists. This feeling of punching into the flesh was really too pleasurable, making Yunmo a bit addicted. His fists were already covered in the blood of the demonic beasts, and they kept falling lower and lower. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully killed. The system's beeps kept ringing out, easily arriving at hundreds of thousands of hunting values. Surrounded by clear bronze-level demonic beasts, Yunmo estimated that he hadn't reached the territory of the powerful demonic beasts yet. Most of all, hundreds of scouting heavenly star insects were spread all around, so as long as there was any breeze, Yunmo would be aware of it, and if he really found a demonic beast that was so powerful that Yunmo couldn't be defeated, he would silently bypass it. Yunmo advanced very quickly, and in a moment's time, he had already walked out a dozen miles away. Hurry up and keep up, Don't delay Lord Kamui's experiment. Baka, what's the point of dawdling, get a grip. Suddenly, an image came from a couple of astral worms to the north. There was a small group of people on the screen, it looked like a dozen of them. They all released their martial souls and alerted the surroundings. Everyone was carrying a huge suitcase in their hands, they were all in a hurry to catch up. Why is there someone here? Yunemo was suspicious, this was the Sunset Mountain Range, if there wasn't any special reason, one wouldn't easily wade into it. Moreover, the other party appeared to be all neons, which made Yunemo smell the flavor of conspiracy. In the gathering area of demonic beasts within the Great Summer Kingdom, these ne'er-do-wells were designated not to hold back any good farts. Without the slightest hesitation, Yunemo immediately ran towards the north at full speed. Yours, come on. The leader kept urging the people behind him, who had long been exhausted but didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. If you delay Lord Kamui's business, beware of being used as test subjects. The crowd's faces became even more ugly at the words, and they immediately accelerated their steps. Becoming a subject of Kamui's experiments could be more horrible than death, and they would rather die of exhaustion than be reduced to a test subject. Great! The leaders nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Suddenly, a figure rushed out, and before they could react to what was going on, the person at the end of the line had already been dry-humped to the ground and received his box lunch on the spot. Who? The leader's was instantly alert, maneuvering the baguette martial spirit in his hand. Come out and play God. The squad's crowd was already all tired and their spirits had been taut. Now that they saw their teammates die, their minds instantly collapsed, and the entire team instantly became chaotic. Quiet, quiet. The leader's baton smashed into the chest of one of them, directly smashing him to the ground, and the others were instantly as quiet as chickens, staring at the long baton in his hand in horror. Don't disorganize yourself, our base is just ahead, what are you afraid of? However, before his words fell, a self-exploding heavenly star insect slowly landed on the tip of his nose. This is... Boom! Before he could react, he was instantly engulfed by the smoke of the explosion. Chapter 62, All Deserve to Die. The long-stick martial soul in the leader's hand was instantly blown apart, and his entire body was tipped over by the powerful heat wave. Hot! 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 The leader's whole body was wrapped in flames, and he kept rolling on the ground in pain. Ah, my face, my face! The leader felt his whole body burning and drilling. Run away! The others couldn't help but shiver at the sight, dropping the suitcases in their hands and scattering in all directions. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another in all directions, followed by a scream that resounded throughout the dense forest. A squad of a dozen or so people were all injured by the blast, lying on the ground crying out in pain. Yunemo ignored them and walked over to a suitcase and violently opened it. It is? Seeing what was inside, Yunmo's face changed, and his face was so dark that he could drip ink. What was contained inside was not any gold or silver, nor any cultivation resources, but human organs and human skin. Hiss! Yunemo sucked in a breath of cool air. Although he had also killed many people, it still caused physical discomfort. Yunemo forced back the nausea, intending to close the suitcase, and found a label inside. Lee Sung, male, 12 years old, from Natsukuni, Class A Experimental Materials. Seeing this line, Yunmo's eyes went black with a sense of suffocation, and a wave of anger instantly erupted. The bastards! Yunemo swept a glance at the crowd of ne'er-do-wells lying on the ground and wailing, his eyes emanating an icy killing intent. Damn! Sure enough, neon people all deserve to die, this gang actually experimented with summer people, should be killed. Yunmo leapt up and jumped in front of a ne'er-do-well. No. Don't, please spare me, Private Marseille. I was forced to. This ne'er-do-well had long been scared out of his wits, and the furious Yunemo seemed like a rampaging, ferocious demonic beast in his eyes. Hearing his neon country voice, Yunemo became even angrier and almost lost his mind. Do you still have to bow and apologize and then let us forgive you? Die for your master. Yunemo raised his foot and directly stomped on his head. Forgiving him is what God wants to do, and what Yunemo wants to do is to send this group to see God. Goat fight. Ah! Apart from that leader, a dozen or so neons either had their heads stomped on or their hearts pinched by Yunemo, and one died more miserably than the other. Your turn next. Yunemo walked up to the leader and lifted his foot on his chest. At this time, the fire on the leader had been extinguished, his clothes had been burned beyond recognition, and his whole body was charred black, filled with an aroma of roasted meat. Red bean mud, Private Marseille, spare me, spare me. The leader couldn't care less about the pain in his body and kept begging for mercy. Say, what are you doing with all these organs? Where is the lab? How did you avoid the demonic beasts here? Yunemo asked a number of questions in one breath, and the leader didn't dare to hide it in order to stay alive, and gave a clear explanation. It turned out that they had a hidden laboratory in the Sunset Forest, which had existed for some years as it was largely untouched. They had been experimenting with the fusion of humans and demonic beasts, wanting to cultivate stronger warriors through genetic combination. A killing machine that exists to kill without fear of life or death. Being able to avoid demonic beasts because they had researched a medicinal powder that could conceal the human aura on their bodies, the leader also handed Yunemo an ID card with which he could enter and exit the institute at will. I've explained everything I can, please spare me. The leader was almost fainting from the pain and was holding on for dear life. We Xia people always keep our word, unlike you Neon people, backstabbing villains only. Yunemo sneered and moved his feet. Thank you, my lord, thank you for sparing me? The leader sniffed and instantly squeezed out a wide smile on his face, which was worse than crying due to being somewhat disfigured by the fire. Smiling on his face, but MMP in his heart, he had already cursed Yunmo's ancestors in his heart for I don't know how many times. Kid, you wait, when I return to the institute, I will definitely send my experiments to round you up. You're welcome. Yunemo had a nuclear good smile on his face, and his raised foot instantly landed on his leg. Ah! The screams were endless as Yunemo simply and roughly broke his limbs, leaving him breathless. The Neon people fear authority but not virtue, violent suppression of them is the best means. It is useless to talk to them about propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. After all, their entire people are people who know small manners but not great righteousness, and who observe small rules but not great virtues. Putting the ID card and the special medicinal powder into the marshal's soul space, and putting away all the suitcases, he found a chance to put them in the ground. Yunemo then grabbed a set of their spare clothes and put them on, and without looking back, rushed towards the location of the institute at full speed. The screams of these people just now were too loud and must have attracted the attention of the surrounding demonic beasts. It was only right to hurry and leave. Ah, Baka Yalu. Damn Natsukuni, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The leader cursed Yunemo hysterically, but unfortunately, his limbs were already broken and he had burns all over his body, so there was no possibility of him surviving, so he could only release the endless anger in his heart in this way. Ow. The hissing of demonic beasts suddenly came from the surroundings, and the leader was immediately silenced in fear. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, dozens of demonic beasts scurried out at the same time and surrounded towards the leader. Aw, help, I don't want to die, ah. The leader of the house wailed, and was soon divided by the crowd of demonic beasts, leaving no bones behind, only a piece of broken clothes stained with blood. The corpses of the others had also become a meal for the demonic beasts. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully killing a bronze 10-star martial artist, hunting value +1 W. Ding, congratulations to the host. Donyang City. Muicheng was about to go crazy. The renegade butler was not captured for the moment, his own precious daughter could not be reached, and his good son-in-law remained lost. For a moment, Muicheng felt like the sky had collapsed. Why don't you answer the phone, my sweet girl, don't you do anything stupid. Muicheng didn't give up and still kept dialing Mu Lingshuang's number. At this time, the scouting Skystar bug finally arrived and silently landed on Muicheng's shoulder. It is? Muicheng looked at the heavenly star insect on his shoulder, which was several times bigger than the wild ones, and his eyes instantly lit up. Could it be that this was his good son-in-law's martial soul? Sure enough, the scouting astrobug dropped a screen with a line that popped up on it. Father-in-law, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'll be in Beijing tomorrow. Yunemo didn't have time to video call with Muicheng right now, and only typed a string of words as he continued to rush towards the institute. Well. When Muicheng saw this line of text, he excitedly patted his thighs, and his hanging heart was finally put down, wondering if his precious daughter had gotten the good news. Just thought of this, Muicheng's phone rang, fixed his eyes, the corners of his mouth instantly squeezed out a trace of his old father's happy smile. It was his own baby girl calling. Chapter 63 Special Talent, Bionic. Hey, Lingfrost, I finally got in touch with you, but I've made my old dad so anxious. Muicheng picked up the phone like a woman starting to nag, full of worry about Mu Lingshuang. Father, I've worried you. Mullingfrost apologized. Yunma got in touch with me and won't be impulsive in the future. That's good. Muichang also do not want to harshly criticize their own baby girl, shushing 10 minutes, which is not reluctant to hang up the phone. Well, it's great that both are okay. Muichang finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the whole person completely calmed down, feeling that they had all become Buddhist. City Lord, the man has been captured. A guard rushed over and said excitedly. Finally got him. Muicheng's gaze instantly became cold and stern at the words. He thought he treated his housekeeper well, no matter what the reason was, betraying himself and betraying the Xia kingdom. This kind of person did not deserve to live. Lead on ahead. Muicheng's voice was cold without the slightest emotion. Yes. The guard answered and obediently led the way ahead. Muicheng was usually easygoing and had never been red-faced to anyone. He had never seen the city lord so serious. Sunset Mountains. Yunemo sped all the way and sprinkled his body with the special medicinal powder. He really didn't run into any demonic beasts attacking along the way, which surprised him. If he got the formula of this medicinal powder, wouldn't it be possible to send a small team to carry out a mission in the Sunset Mountain Range? After all, the Sunset Mountain Range was rich in materials, and if it could be successfully developed, more martial artists could be cultivated. Yunemo thought a lot. He was worrying. After all, he couldn't imitate those neon faces. What should he do if he was recognized? What if the infiltration fails? Thinking about it, there is an inexplicable emotion that affects Yunemo, as if it is shouting, idle, come to bed a few times on the heavenly star bug mutation. Yunemo ghosted to himself. System, select mutation. Ding, congratulations to the host, successful mutation, successfully obtained special skill, bionic, hunting value 10W. Holy, it really worked? Yunemo suddenly froze in a trance and stopped in his tracks, instantly ecstatic, not realizing that his subconscious move had actually succeeded. He couldn't wait to open the attribute panel and saw the introduction of Bionic's special skill. Special skill, Bionic. Can change any creature, regardless of size. The higher the level, the closer to the changed creature. Well. Yunemo couldn't wait to hug the system and kiss it hard a few times. This was exactly what he needed. This was the special skill of the mother insect martial spirit, and I wondered what changes could be made when assimilating the larvae. System, assimilate bionic special skills. Ding, congratulations to the host, successful mutation of bionic star bug, hunting 1. Yunemo couldn't wait to open the introduction of the bionic heavenly star bug, and sure enough, it was similar to the mother bug's special skill. That is, there was one more special change, that is, it could imitate a human face. Seeing this, Yunemo didn't hesitate for a second and pulled the bionic heavenly star bug level to 35 before releasing it. At Yunmo's command, the bionic heavenly star bug stuck to Yunmo's face and in the blink of an eye gave birth to a new face skin that was attached to Yunmo's face. This face skin was even more powerful than transfiguration, because the bionic heavenly star bug was a living thing. As long as Yunemo didn't want it, no one could tear off his imitation face skin, which was hundreds of times more powerful than transfiguration. Nice! Yunemo pulled out a mirror and looked at it, looking just as lewd as that leader. That's not quite the right size. Yunemo could be much taller than those dwarfs. As if the bionic heavenly star insect heard Yunmo's concern, its body was like a slime, instantly opening a huge bundle, wrapping Yunmo's entire body inside, and in the next moment, Yunemo became exactly like that leader. It's obscene to the core, both in terms of size and temperament. Perfect. Yunemo silently gave a nod to the bionic heavenly star insect. Now there was nothing to worry about, and rushed towards the front at full speed without any distractions. After walking for an unknown period of time, the scouting heavenly star insects ahead sent a message to Yunemo. A few thousand meters away from this place there was an inconspicuous hill with people patrolling around it, which should be the exact location of the institute. Finally finding the institute, Yunemo immediately atmospheric 12 points of spirit. The clothes will be tattered and torn, as well as the blood of various demonic beasts that had long been prepared, haphazardly coated on his body. After making these preparations, Yunemo then walked towards the front, and when he was about to approach the institute, his pace started to become staggering, with a shaky look. Captain Yamashiro, what's wrong with you? The people patrolling around quickly discovered Yunemo and hurriedly greeted him and held him up, asking with a worried face. Where are the others? Ugh, it's hard to tell. Yunemo put on a difficult expression. Baka. Today was really unlucky. On my way back I ran into some rampaging demonic beasts, the medicinal powder didn't work, everyone else died valiantly in battle, and I was almost accounted for there. It's good to be back safely. What can the patrol say? Captain Yamashiro was too far above them to condemn him in the end, and certainly didn't have the guts to do so, and had to leave it in the hands of Lord Weichi. Captain Yamashiro had a hard journey. Go back to the institute and heal your wounds first. Yunemo acted as if he had no bones and let them carry him. Then don't hurry. Yunemo looked at that Shan Chang and didn't look like a good talker, so he learned to rebuke without a good mood. Don't worry, Captain Yamashiro, we'll carry you back. The crowd on patrol instantly winced. Just now they saw Yunemo being so nice, they thought that after experiencing life and death, their attitude had changed. Now that I look at it, it's still the same familiar Captain Yamashiro, fawning over Lord Kamui and never looking good to the likes of them. Several patrol officers carried Yunemo to a tree trunk hidden behind a bush, and with a gentle press, a door instantly appeared. Yunemo raised his eyebrows fiercely when he saw this. He thought that the door to go in would be hidden on the mountain wall. He didn't expect it to be so secretive. If he came by himself, he would definitely become a headless fly and bump into walls everywhere. Captain Yamashiro, watch out for bumps. A few patrol members were polite to Yunemo. Okay, you guys take it easy. Yunemo stopped talking with a cold snort. Afterwards, several people carried Yunemo and opened the door, walking in. Inside is a downward staircase. Yunemo glanced at it, simply cannot see the head, and do not know to press an elevator. Several patrol members just carefully carried Yunemo downstairs. Exhausted and sweaty, it took 10 minutes of walking to reach the corridor in the underground. The corridor was wide, 10 meters wide and 4 or 5 meters high. The lights flickered, and on both sides were neatly placed glassware up to 3 meters and 4 meters high, which appeared to contain something. Getting closer, Yunemo was able to see the items placed in the glassware clearly, and his pupils shrank, exclaiming in his heart. It is? Chapter 64 Mad Scientist. Placed in the glassware were some human specimens that had the appearance of demonic beasts on them to a greater or lesser extent. Some people's right arm was the claws of a tiger, some people's feet were the claws of an eagle, and some people directly replaced the head of a demonic beast. They were all soaked in a transparent light blue liquid, and all of them had their eyes calmly closed, as if they were dead or asleep. These are the experiments they talk about? Yunemo slandered in his heart, somewhat similar to the demon god's blood of the demon god sect. Drinking it could briefly gain great power. Those with strong wills might be able to manage it, but most people would become manic and lose their minds after drinking it, and then become completely animalistic. No longer human. The combination of human and demonic beast genes was simply an anti-human move, and the most detestable thing was that this Neonian had secretly kidnapped the Xia people to become victims in their crazy plan. Yunemo was carried by a few patrol members and carefully surveyed all the glassware in the corridor for all the experiments that were not human or animal, seeking to make sure to destroy them all. This genocidal experiment must stop. Captain Yamashiro, get some rest, we'll go on patrol first. After leaving the long corridor, Yunemo was carried to a restroom, and the people gently placed him on the bed before leaving. Go on, nothing to disturb my rest. Yunemo impatiently waved his hand, displaying the image of a villainous person to the fullest. The patrolman bent his head low and eased the door to the room closed, his footsteps growing farther and farther away until they disappeared. Yunemo didn't walk out of the restroom at the first opportunity, but released a scouting astral bug and drilled out through the window. The scouting astral bugs flew low in the empty corridors, just in case they were spotted. Phew! The scouting star bug had just flown out a few hundred meters when a laser was suddenly shot out from the top, instantly penetrating its body, and then hundreds of lasers were shot out one after another, and the scouting star bug was directly shot into a sieve, with not a single crumb left behind. Hiss! Yunmo's face changed slightly. He didn't realize that this institute had hidden weapons everywhere. A bug would have a hard time breaking in, let alone a human. No wonder they were so confident that no one was actually patrolling the institute. Yunmo tapped his fingers lightly on his thighs. The option of letting the scouting astral bugs go ahead and scout the path was not going to work. Yunemo wanted to break his head and did not know how to find the laboratory of the institute. Could he directly open the peerless mode and rampage? That would cost how much hunting value and it is not necessarily smooth. Just as Yunemo was torn, the door to the room was pushed open. Two heavily armed staff members barged in. Not only did they summon their martial spirits, they also held firearms in their hands, so it was a double insurance policy. You guys? Yunemo froze, the chi and blood in his body surged. He could feel that the visitors were not good. Since this was the case, he could only kill them first before making any subsequent plans. Yamashiro, Lord Weichi has summoned you. The two of them had an icy tone, treating Yunemo with no politeness at all. Yes. Yunemo instantly rejoiced at his words. He was just struggling with how to get there, but the opportunity had come. It's really a case of sleepyheads getting a pillow. Go. The two men rudely took Yunemo out of the lounge, completely unconcerned about the injuries on his body. What is it that Lord Kamui summoned me for? Yun-emo deliberately showed weakness, looking very careful for fear of offending some big shot. Go and find out. The two men saw Yun-emo in this state, about to look at people with their nostrils, and gave a cold snort of disdain without speaking again. Yun-emo was in the center, and the two were on the left and right, like they were escorting a prisoner. Yun-emo was very honest and coy on the way, like he was scared out of his wits. The two of them led Yun-emo through a thick protective door and made 7 turns before finally arriving at a large laboratory. The laboratory covered a large area, with various instruments piled up around it, as well as the body parts of various demonic beasts. In the center were situated many large machines, and beside the machines stood a middle-aged man less than 1 meter 5 in height. He was wearing a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a dangerous aura, and his hands were tinkering with various human organs, not knowing what kind of experiments he was doing again. Lord Kamui, Yamashiro has been brought. The two men brought Yun-emo in slowly, not daring to produce too much noise for fear of disturbing Lord Kamui's experiments. After all, many of those who had violated the taboos had now become test subjects on the table. Kamui waved his hand and did not speak as the two men bowed respectfully and turned to pace away, leaving Yun-emo alone to face this the mad scientist. Kamui continued to do his experiments as if he was mesmerized, as if Yun-emo didn't exist. Yun-mo's face appeared alarmed and uneasy, but in his heart, he was wondering what this Shinjing was looking for. Eyes glanced around quietly. Damn, it failed again. Sure enough, the quality of this batch of experiments is too poor. Yui angrily threw everything in his hand to the ground, muttering angrily to himself. The countless times he had tested it, failing at every critical step, had almost consumed his patience. Ben thought he could get a decent result when Kamui brought in a new batch of experiments. The men under his command told him that the men who had escorted the new batch of experiments had returned, and that Yamashiro was the only one left alive. The others were dead, and the experiments had been lost, infuriating an already angry Weichi even more. As long as they succeeded, their country could keep cultivating war machines, and by that time, even conquering the world would not be a problem, not to mention annexing some of the Great Xia's lands. Yamashiro. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Kamui turned back angrily, his icy eyes sweeping over Yun-emo as he shouted angrily. Do you know the error of your ways? Lord Kamui, it's because my cultivation is not refined. When I encountered the powerful demonic beasts I could only stare in disbelief. I have already tried my best to protect that batch of experiments, but the opponents are too powerful. Not only all the experiments, but my men have also become the rations of those demonic beasts. Yun-emo hastily conceded. I'll be careful next time, and I'll fight to my last breath from now on. Although Yun-mo's mouth conceded defeat, the words he uttered were like shirking responsibility. The usual Yamashiro would have been scared to his knees and begged for mercy long ago when he saw Yujui's anger, and would probably have just pissed his pants. But there was something really strange about Yamashiro today that made Kamui a little confused. Kamui suspiciously looked Yun-mo up and down and didn't see anything suspicious. Hill City is still the same Hill City, both in appearance and size. The first hint of suspicion had barely surfaced before Weichi himself snuffed it out. Kamui looked at Yun-mo's tattered clothes and the bloodstains of the demonic beasts all over his body, and his tightly frowning brows slowly unfolded. You have 3 days to prepare a new batch of experiments for me, or they will be your downfall. Kamui's voice was icy cold, his tone devoid of the slightest bit of emotion as he pointed by the corner and gave Yun-emo a death order. Yun-emo looked over following where Kamui was pointing and his face changed slightly. There were piles of human limbs and arms, and quite a few skeletons, and it was unknown how many people had died unjustly at the hands of this person. Yun-mo's fists were clenched, and he secretly made a decision in his heart. Why should it take 3 days? Today he will destroy this evil place of scourge. This person must be killed. Chapter 65, Invisibility. Many thanks to Lord Kamui for still being willing to give Junior a chance to make up for his mistakes. This time Junior will definitely complete the mission successfully and live up to your trust. Yun-emo hastened to be grateful, but secretly sneered in his heart. He sensed the presence of a number of dangerous auras around him, and if he were to directly take on the well here, he wouldn't necessarily succeed, and it wouldn't be easy to get away. Let's map out the place first and find the right opportunity before we do anything. Yun-emo has always been not to fight unprepared accounts, know your enemy and know yourself and win 100 battles, although a lot of hunting value in hand, but also cannot be wasted at will. Get lost. Kamui impatiently drank back Yun-mo. Yes, I'm rolling. Yun-emo responded and turned around and ran away. Waste is waste. If you didn't still have some use, I would have turned you into a piece of experiment here. Yunemo left the lab and made his way through, silently noting all the doors and re-arriving at the lounge. Lying on the bed with his legs crossed, Yunemo did not rest, but instead calculated the next battle plan. Why don't we summon 10,000 self-exploding heavenly starbugs and destroy this place first? Thinking about it, Yunemo unconsciously opened his attribute interface and looked at it again and again before coming to the martial soul space. Accidentally clicked on the variant plus. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the mutation is successful. The martial soul gains special skill, invisibility, hunting value 10W. What the hell? In all fairness, Yunemo is really just a slip of the hand. Would not want to continue to mutate, after all, too costly hunting value, and there is no guaranteed one said, really look at the face. Nowadays, it seems that Yunmo's luck today is really nothing to write home about, both mutations have succeeded, it's simply like the Huang in the world. What was even more outrageous was that the special talent of invisibility was the most needed for Yunemo at this stage. Yunemo couldn't wait to click on it to check it out. Special skill, invisibility. The host can rely on invisibility, the whole person's breath will be completely hidden, as if they don't exist in this world, not being scanned by any high technology, nor being detected by any strong person, really making it possible for people to sneak into any place freely without realizing it. Consumes 100 hunting value per second. Nice. After Yunemo read the introduction, the smile at the corner of his mouth simply couldn't be held back. This special skill is the same as absolute defense. It is also a consumable skill, only consuming 100 hunting value a second. Yunmo's heart called out that it is too cheap. It is simply the conscience of the industry. With this skill, Yunemo could go wherever he wanted without fear of the dense cameras of the institute, along with all kinds of high-tech equipment. Yunemo looked up at the roof of the room. The lounge was equipped with cameras. It was not very realistic for Yunemo to try to be directly invisible here. Rubbing his stomach, he got up and left the lounge. Yunmo's every move was under surveillance, and after he left, Kamui always felt that something was wrong, and immediately explained that he would go down and monitor Yunemo throughout the entire process, and if he acted erratically, he would be arrested on the spot. Yunemo could clearly detect a pair of eyes staring at him wherever he went, a bad feeling that upset him. Yunemo didn't run around, he directly went to the restroom and chose a single room. The bionic heavenly star bug that was attached to him detached itself and turned into the appearance of Mountain City at Yunmo's command. You stay here in the pit and just come back to the lounge in 10 minutes and wait for my next order. Yamashiro nodded, and there was an instant light in his otherwise dull eyes. With this Yunemo didn't have to worry about being discovered at all, and immediately turned on invisibility and swaggered out of the restroom towards the experimental area. Invisible is good. Yunemo all the way unimpeded, meet a lot of people, simply cannot detect the existence of Yunemo, even in front of them to pose a variety of oddball shape, no one saw. Even if the current Yunemo ran around naked, no one would know. Yunemo felt more and more reliable after successive trials. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. With this special skill, Yunemo felt that even a trip to the lair of ace-level demonic beasts would not be a problem. Soon Yunemo arrived at the experimental area. There were many more scientists in white coats here, all of them exuding a grim aura, coming and going without a single smile on their faces. Not at all like scientists working for the good of mankind, but rather like executioners who scourge good people. That person is out of breath, he can't even carry this pain. Isn't it just injecting a tube of Flame Tiger's blood? Actually all the blood vessels in his body collapsed, splashing me with blood. Bad luck. I'm okay, the grafting technique is kind of mature. I managed to replace a man's feet with the hooves of a black stone cow, still a bit weak but finally survived. They discuss things that are very inhumane and yet they say it so lightly. The disregard for human life by everyone here is at an extreme. All killed, not one innocent. Ah, please kill me, ah. Yunemo walked over to a laboratory where the pleading hissing of a man appeared to be in great pain. Without the slightest hesitation, Yunemo immediately dived in, instantly being surprised by the images inside. 10 crosses were lined up in the lab, each with a person tied to it. 9 were dead, and the last one was tortured beyond recognition. His hair was in a mess, his entire body was covered in veins, and several people were injecting the blood of various demonic beasts into his body. The man's face kept changing, looking pained. Increase the dose, he can still resist. Excitement was written all over the faces of the experimenters, the twisted smiles looked a little sick, a living room full of perverts. Yunemo wanted to step in to save this person, but unfortunately it was a step too late. There's no breath left. The staff member was halfway through the blood injection in his hand and actually had a relieved smile on his face when he realized that the man was no longer moving. What? The experimenter instantly exploded in rage at the words, releasing his frustration with a flurry of punches and kicks at the dead man. Baka! Damn it, that was close, it worked, I could have been Lord Kamui's second in command. It's already the limit. The staff looked at the latest data in their hands and shook their heads helplessly, it still didn't seem to be working. Hurry up and apply for a few experiments, there should be a new one coming in today, I have to succeed, if I can't, I have to. This man has gone completely insane. Damn Xia people, that's all they're worth, wasting so much demonic beast's warped blood. Already hit the application, it's still being reviewed, hold your horses. Listening to their conversation, Yunmo's fists hardened, the people tied to the cross were almost all his compatriots, these guys really deserve to die. Yunmo walked into the lab and secretly placed a self-exploding skystar bug at the bottom of all the tables, completely unnoticed. After doing that, Yunmo quickly walked out of this lab and coldly glanced towards the inside. You bunch, give them a burial. Yunmo gave a cold shout in his heart. Boom! 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 The laboratory was instantly engulfed by continuous explosions, the people inside had not had time to escape and had already been wrapped up by the hordes, the less fortunate ones were directly blown apart and died tragically on the spot. Chapter 66, Looting. Put out the fire. Quickly put out the fire. The surroundings instantly became chaotic, the fire in the lab was blazing, and the people inside turned into firemen, frantically shouting and running around, unable to find their way out at all. Help! Help! You will be buried with those who died unjustly. Looking at the fire behind him, Yunmo gave a hateful cold snort and turned around towards his next target. Soon, the rescue team arrived, and they were methodically putting out the fire, with an indifferent face that didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. Something like this happened so often that they said they were used to it, and every other day the lab would blow up. This time, however, the fire was much larger than usual, and it took 3 times longer than usual to bring it under control successfully. When the rescue team rushed in, everyone in the room had been burned to a crisp, and all the lab equipment and experiments had gone up in flames, leaving nothing behind. How tragic. The captain's brow furrowed tightly, always feeling that there was something unusual about this explosion, and immediately waved his hand and said in a deep voice. Survey the surroundings carefully and don't let any traces go. Yes. The members of the team responded in unison and instantly dispersed, with no one in charge of an area, and began to line up. Wherever Yunmo went, wherever he blew up, in a moment's time, the entire experimental area was filled with fire, everywhere was filled with hoarse cries for help, the surrounding temperature soared, and instant chaos ensued. It's on fire. This place is blowing up too, call the rescue team quickly. The rescue team, who were lining up the first scene, heard the cries rising and falling outside and felt a rush of headaches. Even the little cutie also understood that this succession of explosions was definitely not some experimental accident, but someone was doing it deliberately. An ear-piercing alarm instantly sounded in the sky above the experimental area, hundreds of martial artists poured out, all the surveillance of the entire institute was turned on, and all the weapons were on standby, as long as they found the target they would kill them on the spot. Compared to the chaotic experimental area, Yunmo had stealthily walked towards their resource area. Even if they turned the entire institute upside down, they would never be able to catch Yunmo. When the matter is over, brush off your clothes and hide your achievements and fame. Yunmo wandered around the resource area for a long time without having the chance to dive in. The only entrance was a prototypical gate, similar to a large heavy iron door in a bank vault, which was complicated to open with several steps. In front of the door there are several patrols patrolling back and forth, no matter what happens they can't leave their post, they must keep someone in front of the treasury all the time, there are a lot of cultivation resources stored inside, they can't make the slightest mistake. What a waste of time. Yunmo silently glanced at the time, he had been waiting here for 20 minutes, apart from the patrols that kept passing by, he hadn't seen anyone, his patience was wearing thin. Everyone be careful, these are the newest elixirs, there can't be any damage, Lord Kamui will also use them for special tests. Suddenly a voice reached Yunmo's ears. He looked over at the sound and found a group of 10 men carrying bottles and cans slowly walking over. There were rare spirit grasses growing in the jar, growing happily, this would be an excellent thing for martial artists if they took it or refined it into a dan. Yes. The crowd followed slowly with their heads down, led by the leader. The aura of the surrounding patrols was so strong that they didn't even dare to raise their heads, if they didn't have to deliver something, they wouldn't have come to this hellish place. Every time I come, it's hard to go back for the rest of the day. Finally. Yunmo was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly followed the group. The leader went through a line of leaders, which brought him to the gate without incident. The guards at the gate raised their hands to stop them. The leader respectfully handed over his identity card, and when it was confirmed, the guards then pushed it to the sides in a very strict manner. Yunimo was all sleepy waiting and idly kicked the man in front of himself. "Who kicked me?" The person who was kicked was instantly furious, angrily turned his head back to Chide, realizing that nothing was there, but reaping the cold gazes of the many patrol members around him, scaring him into instantly lowering his head and being as quiet as a chicken. The leader didn't have the heart to give him a blank look and walked over to the gate, after verifying his fingerprints, iris, and special magnetic card. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yunimo clearly heard a sound of mechanical activity inside, and the heavy door finally opened. Yunimo took the lead and ran in. The entire treasury was golden, all the walls seemed to be made of pure gold, surrounded by all kinds of resources. There were spirit stones, spirit herbs, and all kinds of pills, as well as many of the most valuable parts of demonic beasts, plus countless weapons. Yunmo's eyes instantly radiated golden light when he saw the countless resources. Getting rich. E-drops, all e-drops. Yunimo almost shouted out in excitement, and immediately waved his hand, summoning a dozen level 35 space skystar insects. In the blink of an eye, everything was all collected into the space and became Yunmo's belongings. Yunimo has emptied all the coffers, leaving nothing behind, and if the rats come they will all leave a bag of rice. Perfect. Yunimo looked at the empty treasury, very satisfied, and clapped his hands, but felt that it was not enough, immediately took out a pen and inscribed a pair of words on the golden wall. Your ancestors have traveled here, and these treasures will be smiled upon by this ancestor. After writing, Yunimo even stepped back and took a look, nodding his head with great satisfaction before turning to leave. At this moment, the leader had just walked in with the others, and Yunimo brushed past them and walked out of the door of the storehouse very smoothly. Passing one patrol after another, he strutted away with his hands behind his back. Be careful, you can just leave it here, don't bump it, watch out for your dog's life. The leader shredded the whole thing for fear of damaging it a little. Who? Seeing that all the spirit herbs landed safely, the leader sighed with relief. This is not a job where you can just move things around, if something goes wrong, it's deadly. Some time ago, a team of porters had all been dismantled into parts by Kamui because they broke a rare spirit herb, and were honorably turned into experiments. They don't want to follow in the footsteps. Go! Putting down these spirit herbs, the crowd didn't dare to delay and were about to leave. Wait! Suddenly, the leader realized something. It wasn't the first time he came here. He vaguely remembered that the treasury was full of all kinds of cultivation resources. Why did it feel so empty today? At that thought, the leader bravely raised his head and looked toward the front. The look was an instant shock and his brain nearly went down. This. Looking at the empty storehouse, the leader felt a heart palpitation and almost fainted. Where's the stuff in the storeroom? Why is it all gone? Yunimo folded his hands behind his head and leisurely sang a little song. With so many good things in his hands, his heart was so beautiful. In the next moment, the leader's terrified hiss came from inside the storehouse. The treasury has been burglarized. Patrols, where are the patrols? Chapter 67, Ruthlessness doesn't even spare yourself. A few patrols heard the screams and rushed in unison. When they saw that there was nothing left of the treasury here, everyone instantly felt a chill down their spine, cold sweat wetting their backs, and the less courageous ones intuitively fainted and fell down. The patrol's duty was to guard all the resources here, and now that there wasn't a single bit left, they couldn't solve the problem even if they had to die for it. Quickly! Call up all the surveillance cameras, seal off the scene, and strictly investigate all suspicious persons. A patrol leader forced himself to calm down and gave the order at once. Now was not the time to panic. If the stolen resources were not recovered, they would experience a torment worse than death. Yes. When the patrols heard this, they all nodded heavily and quickly left the storehouse, regardless of whether it was you or me. Many people's whole body trembled. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was isolated and surrounded by demonic beasts, they would have run away and quit. Nothing has ever happened before, and this is a big one, and all of their little hearts simply can't carry it. Everyone on the patrol kept their heads down, silent, the pressure of the moment suffocating. All patrols are out in force, searching for suspicious members. Compared to their nervousness and panic, Yunemo was so happy that he happily walked towards other areas again, not knowing what goodies were waiting for him. Ding detected that the host has acquired a large amount of resources. Is it redeemable for hunting value? The system's voice arrived, albeit late. Spirit stones, spirit herbs, and elixirs could all be exchanged for hunting value here in the system, and the system it smelled. This resource is not less than that spirit stone mine. How much hunting value can be exchanged? Yunemo instantly became interested and asked with an expectant face. Calculated to be worth 2.5 trillion hunters dollars. The system sank for a moment and replied instantly. That much? Yunemo instantly became nonchalant at the words, thinking about his martial soul that increased by 100,000 bug eggs per day. He instantly felt that it was not much. Does the host redeem? The system repeated itself again. Keep it for now. Yunemo was not in a hurry to exchange it. He thought that these resources could train many martial artists, and exchanging them into the corresponding xia coins could also be exchanged for hunting value, the best of both worlds. But there aren't many people who can eat such a large amount of resources in one bite. I'll talk to you when I want to redeem it. Kneel down. Yunemo waved his hand and walked towards the accommodation area. The storehouse was scoured clean, and he didn't know how much each person's private stash was. Words are meat no matter how little they are. Yunemo decided to scavenge them all and not give a dime to these assholes left. The system didn't say another word and continued to dive away. The fire in the lab area was finally under control, but all the labs were all destroyed in the fire, nothing was left, and the surrounding area was in ruins. The experimental materials and all kinds of medicines were destroyed, 90% of the experimental personnel were killed, and the loss was heavy. Patrols around the depot went back and forth, just about digging into the ground, without finding any traces, and this time, everyone panicked. All the resources of the treasury had disappeared, and this bizarre thing was happening right in front of their eyes. The treasures of storage were only possessed by martial artists of diamond level or above, and one person was not enough if they wanted to roll away all the resources of the treasury. The more I think about it, the more unscientific it seems. How in the world did these resources go missing, and how are they going to account for it? Some had gone limp with despair. It's over, it's all over. Why in God's name would you play such a joke on me? I've only just joined the patrol. Patrol has always been the meat and potatoes, so many people squeezed their heads to come in. This person has just passed all kinds of tests, as expected, and ran into this kind of fatal thing, directly broke the defense. Two regions going back and forth can't hide it for very long at all. At that moment, several people rushed into Kamui's lab. Lord Kamui, something has happened out of. A man shouted in shock. Lord Kamui, it's not good. The other man was full of panic. What's the panic? On the well at this time on the body of hostility is very heavy. Experiments one after another in the important juncture failed. The heart is harboring a wave of anger. If the two people cannot say what is important, directly kill the sacrifice to the sky. Sudden continuous explosions in the experimental area. All the labs were destroyed. Our researchers were killed and injured. Gone, all gone. One wailed on and on as if his own father had died. Lord Kamui, everything in the storehouse has disappeared without a trace left around, as if it had suddenly evaporated. The other one had an expression as ugly as eating and gathered his courage to say it in one breath. What are you talking about? Kamui instantly became furious at his words, his entire face rising to a pig's liver color, his forehead veins bulging. These places are heavily guarded, how could anything happen? Assholes, damn it, you all deserve to die. Uei grabbed one of them by the neck. Lord Uei, spare your life. Click. The neck was broken and the head drooped helplessly. Lord Kamui, no, don't. The other man was directly scared to pee, and backed up in fear, but realized that his legs had lost their strength and were not listening to him at all, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Thumbs up. Suddenly, the clothes at the back of Kamui's back were burst, and a crimson outcropping flung out, instantly penetrating the man's chest, and in the next moment was sucked into a dry corpse. Ha ha ha. Kamui covered his face and suddenly laughed maniacally for a long time before he slowly stopped, controlling the tentacles on his back as they continued to dance in a very smooth manner. This tentacle was the tentacle of a platinum-level demonic beast that was grafted on, but unfortunately, it had a long-lasting repulsive reaction and wasn't quite under the control of the upper well, and this tentacle had a mind of its own. Kamui tried many things, but could not completely become one with himself. And today, in a fit of rage, he made a move that made him realize that the tentacle was finally under his control, as if it were a companion, without the slightest reaction of rejection. It's kind of a windfall. Uei is a ruthless man, not only experimenting on other people, but also on himself, so ruthless that he won't even spare himself, and if the experiment doesn't go his way, he will kill at the drop of a hat. Using this to vent his anger, that's why the entire institute is so afraid of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a member of the Neon Kingdom's royal family, he would have died many times over. Kamui not only experimented on the Xia people, but also slaughtered many of his own compatriots, a living pervert. All of these things were pressed by the royal family of the Neon Kingdom, and not many people knew about it, so it didn't make any splash. Hahaha, it worked. Even if I'm not a martial artist, I can still gain the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Smiling, Kamui's gaze suddenly turned cold, permeated with icy killing intent. Now that the experimental area has been destroyed and the storehouse ransacked, all of these things are happening too strangely. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Kamui forced down the anger in his heart to calm himself down. Suddenly, Yunma's face dressed as Yamashiro flashed through Kamui's mind. Could it be him? Chapter 68, a place that victimizes people, it's better to completely destroy it. Shangjing increasingly felt that Yunmo was suspicious, and immediately let out a deep cry. Come on, man. Whoosh. 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 Before the words fell, 6 silhouettes appeared in front of Kamui in unison, shouting respectfully in unison. Lord Kamui. Aha! Kamui nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the 6 people in front of him. They weren't really people anymore, exactly. The 6 people had different forms, half of their bodies were the appearance of demonic beasts, some had a huge rhinoceros horn on their heads, some had a long snake tail resting on their backs, and some had their hands turned into sharp claws. More humanoid monsters than human beings, all 6 are Weiqi's best creations. All 6 of them had miniature bombs in their heads by Kamui, so they didn't have to worry about anyone betraying them, and the miniature bombs would also automatically detonate whenever there was a thought of harming Kamui. The 6 were determined to carry out Kamui's orders, even if it meant death. Follow me. Kamui said as he walked out of the lab and walked briskly towards the lounge area. The 6 of them responded in unison and followed silently, not saying a word, all of them exuding a fierce aura. At this time Yunmo has successfully infiltrated into the dormitory area, just like playing chicken to touch the equipment. Yes, walking into a room will make Yunmo gain something. Whether it was money or cultivation resources, as long as it was somewhat useful, Yunmo waved his hand and collected all of them, not leaving a single hair behind. Yunmo was extremely fast, almost scouring a room in a few minutes. Detected that the host's harvest is full, whether to redeem the hunt. No, Toon-chan, you play by yourself first, ha. Yunmo scavenging high, really do not bother to get things as cool, this is not then honestly earn a few thousand summer coins much faster? After coming to this research institute for just a few hours, Yunmo had already gained a huge amount of wealth that an ordinary family wouldn't be able to earn for thousands of years. Cool. It's so cool. Yunmo's side was searching high and low, the rest of the place was getting more and more chaotic, the experimental area was burned down, and a lot of people were seriously hit. The depot patrol is still searching around, hoping to find some clues. Yujui and his 6 men had arrived at the room where Yamashiro was resting with a vengeance. Bang! The door to the room was violently kicked in and flew right out, set directly into the wall of the house. Yamashiro, he shouted in some alarm as he hurriedly stood up at the sound of the commotion and saw the men from Kamui. On! Lord Kamui. Even if he was more like a human being, he was still a bionic heavenly star bug illusion, with a real person or quite a few perceptions, was instantly recognized by this old fox of Kamui. Boom! The tentacles on its back instantly flew out and wrapped around Yamashiro's body, slamming it against the wall. Yamashiro did not bleed, nor did his face change in the slightest, but continued to repeat mechanically. Uei. Da. Lord. Damn it, who the hell are you? Kamui was filled with hostility, the anger in his heart had nowhere to be vented. Go to. Before Yamashiro could finish his sentence, the tentacles exerted force and directly squeezed his body hard. Damn. Old me was actually fooled by you. Yujui finally found an outlet for his anger, and controlled his tentacles to keep swinging Yamashiro and smashing it against the wall. After a moment's effort, the front wall was deeply dented, spiderweb-like cracks continuously spreading towards the surroundings, and the 6 people silently stood guard, silent and indifferent, as if nothing had anything to do with them. Die! Yamashiro's reaction completely enraged Kamui, and countless attacks landed on him mindlessly. With his entire body badly twisted and deformed, Kamui completely lost his mind and was bound to torture him properly. Say, did you have anything to do with what happened in the experimental area? Kamui looked at the dying Yamashiro and questioned in a cold voice. Yamashiro was silent, but there was no pain on his face, as if he couldn't feel it. The strings of Kamui's sanity nearly snapped. Phew! He let out a long breath, calming himself down as best he could. Where did the things in the treasury go, honestly? Is there an inside man for you here? Give an honest account and I can let you die a quicker death. Pust. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke was released from Yamashiro's body, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Ahem. Kamui coughed violently, and the tentacles wrapped around Yamashiro's body showed no sign of letting go. Soon the smoke cleared, and Yuzui watched as Yamashiro took on the form of an astral bug, vibrating his wings rapidly in front of Yuzui, looking somewhat innocent. Bugs. Bugs? Kamui's expression barely tensed as his three views were shocked like never before. A bug that can transform into a human form? How is that possible? Shangjing dabbled in the study of demonic beasts extensively. The characteristics and habits of various demonic beasts were as good as a few. He did know that some demonic beasts were able to bionic, such as transforming into other demonic beasts and scaring off demonic beasts stronger than himself. This type is unheard of, and it looks like it should be an astro bug? Not just Kamui, but the 6 men behind him were also in obvious dismay, having seen this for the first time as well. The bionic astral bug paused for a moment and swung its wings towards the door. Don't let it get away. It took Kamui a long time to catch his breath, and he hissed angrily. Snap. Before his words fell, a strong and powerful serpentine tail threw the bionic heavenly star bug directly onto the wall, clinging to it. The bionic astral worm is only strong in the function of bionic, and its other attributes are average. It was easily caught in Kamui's hands. This is definitely not a masterless object. Following it may lead to the person behind it. Kamui clutched the bionic heavenly star insect in his death grip, fearing that it would run away, and his tone was icy cold, containing a strong killing intent. Buzzing. The bionic astral bug struggled desperately, and Kamui felt it was too noisy and simply pulled off its wings, which quieted it down. The 6 men were speechless. How could they find the person behind it through the bug when it was made half dead? Let's go find Yamashiro. Kamui led the 6 out of the lounge. He was pretty sure the person he met up with today was a real person, he just didn't know which corner he was lurking in. Pass the word down, everyone drop what they're doing and search Yamashiro with all their might. Walking out of the rest area, Kamui gave everyone a direct death order. But if you find any raw faces, no more than reporting, all of them will be killed. But anyone who discovers its traces will be rewarded 10,000 spirit stones upon reporting it. If they are able to capture it alive, they will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones, and if they kill it, the same applies. Just after Kamui's order was given, the entire institute instantly boiled over. 100,000 spirit stones, enough for them to cultivate to the gold level even. It was a huge sum of money, all were craving for it. For a moment, everyone at the institute dropped what they were doing in unison and began a carpet search for suspicious people. But if you find any hint of it, it's a hit. Compared to the bustle of this side, the accommodation area is basically not searched empty. Another wave of tension, the heart is called a beauty. Resources were scavenged, other places were wandered, and not a single survivor was found. In that case, this sinful place. It's better to destroy it before it harms people again. Chapter 69 Body Protecting Spiritual Treasure? Yunemo was a man of action and did what he said he would do, immediately waving his hand. Thousands of self-exploding heavenly star insects were instantly summoned out in a black mass. Bomb it, level it all. Yunemo pointed to the lodging area in front of him and immediately gave the order. Buzzing. Dozens of self-exploding skystar bugs were like a member of a death squad when they received the order to open a suicide attack mode. After Yunemo gave the order, he directly lifted his stealth and turned around to rush towards the next area. He's going to blow the whole place up and leave nothing behind. Boom. Boom! Boom! Explosions continued to ring out, and rows of neat houses arrived with a bang, turning into ruins in the blink of an eye, and the entire ground shook violently along with them. Real men never look back at explosions. Yunemo has confidence in the power of the self-destructing heavenly star bug, and walks leisurely and slowly toward the front. Suspicious person detected here. Requesting backup, requesting backup. Yunemo had just taken no more than 2 steps when he was stopped in his tracks by a few people. Yunemo saw that he didn't give them a glance, they were all bronze-level scum. His index finger gently moved, and a self-destructing heavenly star insect instantly rushed in front of them. What is it? Before they could react to what was going on, the self-exploding heavenly star insects instantly exploded, engulfing everyone, their blown-apart bodies scattered everywhere, and the fishy smell of blood filled the air. Explosion in the lodging area, requesting backup, requesting backup. Many people on the outskirts of the lodging area turned pale when they saw the clash of fires and rushed to turn on their walkie-talkies to notify the rescue team, as well as informing Kamui. Kamui's fists clenched as he made the entire institute impervious to even a single bug, and he wondered how Yamamura had managed to bring in so many explosives. How did so many resources disappear when the warehouse was heavily guarded and required layers of verification? The more he thought about it, the more his head ached, and Kamui's blood rushed up in his veins. Thinking out of the box, I couldn't imagine that Yamashiro had died long ago, and the one who came in was Yunimo. Lord Kamui, the opponent's whereabouts have been found. At this moment, the Rhino Horns man handed Yuzui a tablet with the image of Yunimo walking out of the accommodation area. And who is this kid? Kamui instantly felt like he didn't have enough brains. How did he get in here? Your own institute can be ironed out. Can't figure it out. Kamui really couldn't figure it out. His anger deepened in his heart, and the flat plate was directly crushed into a ball of scrap by him. Let's go to the accommodation area. I'll make that kid beg for his life. Looking at Yunimo strutting through the institute like this, Kamui was furious. This was not treating him like a human being at all. Kamui felt that his face was being smacked by Yunimo, practically being rubbed on the ground. Yes. The six were fast, led by Kamui. Yunimo blew up while walking. As long as he encountered a living person, there was no need to show mercy at all, directly throwing out a self-destructing heavenly star insect to send him to God. In less than a quarter of an hour's work, the surrounding area was already pitted by Yunmo's bombing, completely lacking the prosperous scene of the past, and there were incomplete corpses everywhere, just like a hell on earth. Yunmo pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time. After destroying this place, he was able to make it to Shangjing before dawn. He had made an agreement with Muling Xuan, so he couldn't go back on his word. Yunemo quickly arrived at the cafeteria and a few hundred self-destructing heavenly star insects were thrown down, once again blowing up a piece of rubble. Yunemo had just left in the front foot, and Shangjing arrived in the back foot, and each time he pounced. Looking at the devastated building, Kamui was completely furious. This place can be all his heart and soul, just like this watching being destroyed by Yunemo bit by bit. Shangjing's heart was dripping blood, hating to strip Yunemo of his skin and bones. Damn kid, ayaha. Kamui completely crazy, the anger in his heart can no longer be controlled. Behind the back of the 8 tentacles at the same time scurried out, flying haphazardly. The 6 people see this, hastily dodged away, for fear of being affected. Now that there was only one last area left, the independent experimental area of Kamui, he tensed up and quickly drank. Follow me. The 8 tentacles moved with ease, instantly striding dozens of meters away. Kamui was pleasantly surprised to find that all the tentacles actually fused with his own body, making it more comfortable to use them. A small comfort to his grumpy heart. The 6 of them hurriedly followed at full speed, finally arriving just as Yunemo was about to make a move on the upper well independent experimental area. Kid, who are you that you dare to destroy my heart's blood? Yo, so soon? Yunemo slowly turned around to look at the Kamui 7 when he heard the voice, and casually flicked out a self-destructing heavenly star bug, instantly blowing the door of Kamui's lab in half. I thought you guys wouldn't find out until it was all blown up. Seek death. Kamui completely lost his mind, and the 8 tentacles behind him instantly rushed towards Yunemo. If this is taken head-on, it will become a sieve. Knock. A muffled sound caused Kamui to be directly confused. All 8 tentacles were easily blocked by the shield of absolute defense. Yunemo stood in place without moving. This so possible? The corner of Kamui's mouth tugged viciously. Just now it was his full force strike. Even if it was a gold-level martial artist who didn't die, he would be crippled. How did Yunemo do it? Could this shield be some kind of powerful body-protecting spiritual treasure? Kamui's thoughts turned fast, and he reacted in an instant. Since it was a spiritual treasure, the number of times it could be defended must be limited, and he immediately ordered. You guys go together. This kid seems to have a protective spiritual treasure on him. Be careful. Kamui said with his eyes blazing a little. It would be great if it was his own, but the number of spiritual treasures is very rare, and only diamond-level martial artists are qualified to have them. Diamond level was a watershed for martial artists. Anything good could be enjoyed at this level. But this hurdle stops millions of people. The entire Great Summer Country has only a few tens of thousands of diamond-level martial artists. While there are tens of millions of martial artists, it's really an army of tens of thousands of people crossing a single wooden bridge. Reaching the diamond level required not only strength, but also talent, plus acquired effort. One could not do without the other. Yes. The 6 people responded and instantly dispersed, stopping at Yunmo's stay direction. In the next moment, their bodies began to swell, and various demonic beast parts underwent mutations, not as bad as the snake's tail becoming long and thick, and the rhinoceros horn's entire body covered in armor. In the blink of an eye and so on, all 6 of them turned into monsters that were 3 to 4 meters tall, exuding a terrifying aura with strengths that were close to the platinum level. Feeling the aura emanating from the 7, Yunmo also felt an unprecedented pressure. The fact that none of them were martial artists but relied on human modifications to have such strength did seem like a bit of a thing. Yunmo always felt that this Kamui was a bit like making horrible androids. That's a weapon for killing. It's better to exterminate this kind of crazy guy early, in case he creates monsters that can destroy the world. Together, kill. Chapter 70 in our summer country only discusses bloodline. Kamui hissed angrily and controlled the 8 tentacles to attack Yunmo once again. The remaining 6 people have also made use of their skills, which can be described as the 8 immortals showing their abilities. The tail of the person who possessed a snake's tail instantly swelled several times and slammed fiercely towards Yunmo. The person with the rhino horn controlled it to fly out like a spinning lance and also rushed towards Yunmo. Several attacks landed on Yunmo in unison, instantly engulfing him. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, the walls around them were cracked in layers, the earth shook violently along with them, and the glass windows rattled. Round after round of attacks, direct fire coverage, not giving Yunmo a chance to catch his breath at all. Let's see if you won't die now? The 7 people's rounds of attacks lasted for 10 minutes before they ended, and all of them were panting with exhaustion as they looked at the smoke in front of them. The power of their attacks was enough to kill a platinum-level martial artist in seconds, and could also injure a diamond-level martial artist. They still didn't believe that Yunmo, a brat, could survive such a fierce attack. The smoke slowly dispersed and Yunmo's figure reappeared in front of the crowd. The shield around his body had disappeared and he remained unharmed. He yawned, plus stretched, sounding a little beat up. That's the end of the attack? Is this tickling me? Yunmo said and scratched an itch. It's all trapping me, etc. This comment was not very offensive and extremely insulting. Put. Kamui had never encountered this kind of strange existence before, and a mouthful of old blood was directly sprayed out, his face full of incredulity. This can't be. Even a stronger spiritual treasure should have broken under their rounds of bombardment, so why was Yunmo not injured at all? Fake, right? Then it's my turn to attack next. Yunmo said with a flick of his hand. All the self-exploding heavenly star insects were all summoned out and automatically split into 7 parts, surrounding everyone towards Shangjing. Watch out for these bugs. Kamui's face changed and he retreated back and forth. The faces of the people were ugly. They had just seen the powerful destructive power of the self-destructive astral bug. The door of the laboratory was made of special materials. Even if it was bombarded with cannons, it would not be able to leave any traces. A self-exploding celestial star insect could easily blow it up, which would have unimaginable consequences if it landed on his body. The main thing was that Yunmo had directly summoned tens of thousands of them, which were ING monsters, right? The crowd felt a tingle in their heads. They weren't here to surround Yunmo, this was clearly to send them to their deaths. Buzz off. The number of heavenly star insects was extremely large and black, instantly covering the entire area. Not a single one. Yunmo let out a deep cry, and with a command, uncountable self-exploding celestial star insects rushed forward and back towards the few people fearlessly. This sending stream of death was spine-chilling, and Kamui stepped back in fear. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Yunmo like a ghost, and sharp claws stabbed Yunmo's neck. He was one of the 6, lurking at some point. This man moves without a sound and is extremely fast, a good assassin. Unfortunately, he ran into Yunmo. Brush! The moment the sharp claws were about to touch Yunmo's neck, this person only felt that he had touched an extremely hard shield. 5 sharp nails were broken, and before he could scream in pain, Yunmo's figure just disappeared in front of his eyes in a bizarre manner. What, disappeared? This person's face showed shock as his body froze in mid-air. Bang! In the next moment, Yunmo's figure reappeared and kicked him in the face with an explanation. The whole person is like a broken kite, flew backwards, heavily smashed on a wall. The whole person is directly set in it, the kind that can't be buckled down. Ahem! This person began to doubt life, at least after a special flesh transformation. The physique has long been different from normal people, but was actually kicked out of a serious injury. Yunmo was also a bit surprised. This endless berserking was more powerful than expected. Kamui was forced back by a group of self-destructing heavenly star insects. Having seen their terror, he shouldn't have fronted up to them, and seeing that Shadow's sneak attack had failed, Kamui was even more furious. He had been operating for so long, but no one in the royal family of the Neon Kingdom dared to disobey him, and no one had ever made him so miserable. Years of self-confidence were being disintegrated by Yunemo one by one. Suddenly, 100 of the fastest-charging self-exploding skystar bugs rushed up to Kamui. They were flickering with red light, a complete precursor to self-destruction. Kamui was forced into a corner and was already retreating, immediately controlling the 8 tentacles, coiled together to form a meat shield, blocking in front of himself. Boom! 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 Explosions continued to ring throughout the area, mixed with screams. After the explosion, the 6 experiments that Kamui was most satisfied with, 2 of the 6 died on the spot, 3 were crippled, and the remaining one's whereabouts were unknown, buried underneath a wall that had collapsed somewhere. Kamui is also in poor shape. 3 of the 8 tentacles were blown off, and the remaining 5 were charred and blackened, emitting a special aroma of roasted meat. Fire-roasted octopus, huh? That should be good. Yunemo smelled this flavor and drooled indisputably. Ahem. Kamui coughed violently. He had spent so much energy to finally get these tentacles to merge completely with himself, and before he could experience it properly, he had directly wasted half of it. It was simply impossible for his 8 tentacles to be able to regenerate in the same way as a real octopus demonic beast. Wasted was wasted, and to control the 8 tentacles again, he had to parasitize him with new ones again. And that kind of pain, Kamui no longer wanted to glance at it a second time. Who the hell are you? Why are you against me? Kamui looked at Yunemo, who walked out from the smoke and dust, sank his face and questioned in a cold voice. All 7 of them were injured, but Yunemo was unharmed, which made Upper Well's heart hate even more. And at the same time, a trace of fear rose. Although Kamui was intoxicated with human experimentation, he was also keeping tabs on the movements outside, and he had absolutely no idea when such a demonic existence had appeared in the Great Summer Country. I'm your ancestor. Yunemo looked down at the half-kneeling Kamui from his perch, and the look of waste was a little too much for people to laugh at. Kid, do you know what I am? Kamui's Osamu accent flavor is very positive. Yunemo wants to laugh when he hears it. After all, he has brushed too many short videos before. He really can't be serious about this accent. Yunemo forced to smile, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tug. Kamui noticed Yunmo's micro-expression and became even more enraged in his heart, unable to resist hissing hysterically. Kid, I'm a member of the royal family of the Neon Kingdom, above the commoners and nobles, with the purest and noblest bloodline. Do you know what happens when you insult the royal family? Shangjing's tone was full of complacency, as well as a threat to Yunemo in the Nihon Kingdom, but whoever knew that he was a member of the royal family, no matter who, would be scared to kowtow and make amends, and he didn't believe that Yunemo wouldn't be flustered when he heard this. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yunemo couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Bull royal family members, precisely because of the pure bloodline, they are all inbred marriages, so the offspring wither away. One is more abstract than the other, isn't it? Besides, who and everyone in the Great Summer Kingdom didn't have a broad ancestor? What are you laughing at? Kamui was infuriated, but he held back and didn't continue to fight Yunemo. The remaining 5 tentacles were still recovering as he waited for his chance, and the 3 surviving henchmen were also doing their best to recover. I'm sorry, but I'm a man who's been professionally trained not to normally laugh unless I can't help it. Yunemo smiled and shook his head. It's just that in our Xia country we never believe in pedigree theory, only will we use bloodline to differentiate between breeds. Chapter 71 Furious Yunemo. You. Kamui's face changed and changed at his words, so ugly that he almost died of a heart attack. Compare his honorable bloodline to? Abominable. It's really damned. Damn, the Xia people actually have no respect for his great Neon Kingdom's royal family at all. His conscience is greatly broken. You've mutilated too many people. I've come to send you on your way. Yunmo's eyes were cold and his killing intent radiated out without reservation. You don't have to hold back with this kind of enemy, you need to decisively kill them. As the saying goes, villains die from too many words, and although Yunemo is not a villain, it is better to start early in order to be prudent. Lest this Kamui has something else up his sleeve. Yunemo said, controlling the self-destructing heavenly star bugs hovering around one after another to land in front of Kamui. Kamui this time actually felt fear, feeling that these self-exploding heavenly star bugs around him were like a black and white impermanent that demanded their lives, leering at them. His throat rolled and he silently swallowed his saliva, being surrounded by so many self-destructing heavenly star insects at the same time, not to mention living, it would be difficult to leave a whole body. Do it! Right at this moment, the floor behind Yunmo suddenly burst open, and a tentacle instantly rushed out and pushed straight to Yunmo's head. At the same time, the three experiments also launched a general attack on Yunmo with the same target. Same with Yunmo's head. Dang! With a muffled sound, the golden shield reappeared, and the three experiments were sent flying, spitting blood from their mouths, their breath swimming, in a sorry state. The tentacles that Kamui was controlling were bounced off, and his body took 2 uncontrollable steps backward. This. Kamui was a bit skeptical. Even the strongest spirit treasure had a number of uses, right? It actually worked, blocked their sneak attack, and most of all was passively triggered. Kamui people are numb, such a perverted shield, not to cut can play? Kamui was going crazy, controlling his 5 tentacles to keep slapping the ground. The ground instantly shook, the floor layers broke, Yunmo's body lost its balance, crooked and almost fell. Kamui took the opportunity to turn and run. Staying green is not a worry. He was a member of the royal family. Even if all these people died out, as long as he was still around, he would be able to rebuild this institute. Kamui thought so in his heart. Many precious research data he had been carrying with him, so everything of these could be discarded. Buzzing. Dozens of self-exploding skystar insects followed close behind, continuously exploding themselves, producing a circle of heat waves that instantly lifted Yuzui to the ground, directly falling to the ground. Kamui couldn't care less about his wretched appearance, and stood up to continue his escape. Controlling the tentacles, he leapt 3 feet in the air. It's Lord Kamui. The others went from shock to surprise to skepticism at the sight of Kamui's figure. Who in the world had made Lord Kamui in such a state of distress, and with panic written all over his expression? Boom! Boom! A constant stream of self-exploding astral bugs caught up with them, and explosion after explosion gave the men their answer. Run away! These are a bunch of rabble-rousers, and when they see that Weichi, the man in charge, is running away, what are they still doing here? Waiting to die? For a time, the entire institute was in complete chaos, everyone variously pushing and shoving the people around them, and soon someone fell down and was trampled by countless people, and soon had no sound and never stood up again. Help! Help! Somebody help me up! At this moment, everyone was desperately trying to explode themselves, and couldn't care less about the people around them. Many of the surrounding self-destructing heavenly star insects followed behind Kamui in a completely immortal scene. It was clear to the crowd that when Kamui died, their turn would come next. Now is the best time to escape. Kamui relied on the strong elasticity of his tentacles to instantly jump into mid-air. Ha, I can't catch up with anyone at this speed. Kid, you wait for me. When I return to the Neon Kingdom and make a comeback, I will make you into an experiment at that time. Kamui was fuming in his heart, but he didn't realize that he was already surrounded by countless self-destructing heavenly star insects. Boom! An explosion brought him back to reality from his beautiful fantasy. What? Kamui subconsciously shielded his arms in front of his body, and was instantly wrapped in a wave of heat as his body plummeted towards the bottom, smashing through a house in a very lopsided fall. Yunmo resolved the remaining experiments and quickly rushed over, looking at Kamui, who was lying on the ground in a sorry state, and sneered in his heart. Immediately, he controlled the self-exploding heavenly star insects to instantly block off all retreating paths, surrounding Kamui layer by layer. At that moment, the room that had been smashed through by the upper well slowly tilted, the roof instantly collapsed, and the bodies of many children tumbled out in an irregular pattern. It is? Seeing the corpses of these children, Yunmo's pupils tightened, a bad premonition instantly rose in his heart. He took 2 steps and came to the front of the collapsed house, squatted down to take a fixed look. These children's bodies have long been white, do not know how long they have been dead, their clothes are carrying an identity plate with their specific information, all of them are the name of the great summer country. This. Yunmo stumbled and almost fell to the ground. These were the bodies of the children of the great summer kingdom. Every year, children go missing in every part of the Daxia country, and about 90% of them are hard to recover, and the parents of the lost children can only accept the reality helplessly. Yunmo's fists were pinched with clicks, and a terrifying hostile aura rose up to the sky. In this moment, Yunmo seemed to have been devoured by the devil, as if he was a furious beast. Traffickers, damn it! These scumbags from Neon, they all deserve to die. Yunmo snapped his head back and coldly glared at Kamui. Feeling the terrifying gaze, Kamui's heart inexplicably thumped, a sense of suffocation, and his neck subconsciously shrunk. Yunemo suddenly didn't want Kamui to be blown up so simply. He wanted to make this scum feel the pain that these children had suffered, so that he would live in torment forever. Save. Save me. Suddenly, there came a very many voices that came from this pile of children's bodies. Yunemo froze. There are survivors. Kamui's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this cry for help. Wasn't this his life preserver? Yunemo just wanted to look for the surviving children. A tentacle instantly burrowed out of the ground and very violently lifted the bodies off the ground, easily finding a little girl who was still hanging on to her breath. The tentacles wrapped around the little girl's waist and instantly pulled her to Kamui's heels. Asshole. Yunemo clenched his teeth and it was too late to grab it. Kid, if you want this little girl to live, honestly let me go, or else I'll kill her right now and make her give my old man a burial. Kamui shouted in triumph. Today one should not die, God is favoring one. Yunmo's face was ironic, holding a child hostage to threaten himself. This Shangjing was really shameless to the point of being outrageous. Spare you? Yunmo's eyes narrowed slightly as he let out a cold smile. So you can hand her over? That's natural, I'm a man of my word. Kamui's eyelids jumped and he immediately assured him, not knowing why. His heart straightened up, feeling that it wasn't that simple. You Neonese are really a joke when it comes to honoring your word. With a wave of Yunmo's big hand, all the heavenly star insects instantly tightened up and surrounded the area, not giving Shangjing a chance to escape at all. What do you mean? Seeing that Yunemo would not eat this, Kamui instantly panicked, and his other tentacle wrapped around the little girl's neck, threatening in a cold voice. All I have to do is push, and this little girl will die for sure. You could have tried, and the moment she died, it would have been your death as well. Chapter 72 Scared to Piss. Yunmo's tone was icy cold, and his boundless killing intent was unreservedly released, instantly wrapping Shangjing's entire person in it. At this moment, Yunemo was like an emotionless beast, and the words were not a discussion, but a notice. Kamui's body subconsciously shivered, he could feel it exactly. Yunemo wasn't joking with these words. For a while, Kamui was in a bit of a trance. He was puzzled. He had dealt with many Xia martial artists. If they had a hostage in their hands, those Xia martial artists would be very scrupulous, for fear of doing something to harm the hostage. So whatever requests were made, they were basically met, and many Neonites relied on this to get out of it unscathed. Why did it suddenly not work when it came to Yunmo today? Boy, you're really a cold-blooded guy. Shangjing stared at Yunemo in death. The tentacles wrapped around the little girl's body tightened a few more points, but did not dare to kill. He knew very well that the little girl was his only dependence nowadays. He could not let anything happen to her. Or else you're really dead. Scum like you calling me cold-blooded? Yunemo laughed. Let her go now, and I might be able to keep you alive. Kamui instantly sniffed a little heartily. As long as he could leave the institute alive today, by then the higher-ups of the Neon Kingdom would surely send someone to intervene and save him back. He had that confidence. But Kamui didn't dare to gamble. What if Yunmo was a man of his word with himself? It's a gamble on your life. Ahem. Just then, the little girl woke up leisurely, coughing violently. She quickly became clear about her current situation and didn't make a fuss or cry out in pain, begging Yunemo to save her. The little girl slowly raised her head and glanced at the piles of corpses on the side. Her eyes were lightless and she didn't know what was in her mind. Kamui instantly rejoiced at the sight. If the little girl cried out for help in pain, perhaps Yunmo's heart would soften? With that thought, he added a few more pounds of strength. The little girl was somewhat suffocated by the tentacles. Hurry up and scream for me. Kamui shouted anxiously in his mind. The little girl's brow furrowed slightly as she forced her body to endure the unbearable pain. She had suffered many inhuman tortures in this laboratory. What was this pain nowadays? She looked at Yunemo with an inexplicable sadness. When Yunemo saw this, he only felt a pain in his heart, and he was not a hard-hearted person. But Yunemo was clear that if he allowed Kamui to carry the little girl away, she wouldn't necessarily be able to come back alive. When bad people don't die, they plague good people. The scourge that is Kamui will surely do these unconscionable experiments again as long as he lives. So Yunemo was gambling on the fact that Upper Wells was afraid of death, and he could leave him a dog's life, hand him over to the higher-ups of Xia to deal with, and still exchange him for some rewards. Big brother. The little girl finally spoke, still breathless. This looked really heartbreaking. Kamui's heart perked up when he saw her speak. That's right, hurry up and beg this kid to save you so I can get out while I can. Yunemo was also staring straight at the little girl. Big brother, no need to care about me, kill him and avenge them. The little girl hissed as she practically ran out of energy, looking once again at the pile of corpses, some of whom she recognized, and watched as they were dragged out to be experimented on by the scum that was Kamui. She herself had been injected with all sorts of strange liquids, as well as the blood of demonic beasts. The little girl will never forget the pain she experienced. She was more than willing to trade one life for another with Kamui if she was allowed to. Her father was a martial artist and had taught her from a young age that there were no cowards in the Summerland, including children like herself. Hearing the little girl's words, Kamui-man was directly dumbfounded. Is that something a child could say? Yunmo's heart ached even more for the little girl. What had happened to her to be able to say something like this? It was really heartbreaking to understand. Yunmo gritted his teeth to keep himself from showing pity as his nails sank deep into his flesh and blood slowly flowed out. For a while, the opponents were frozen in place, neither of them wanting to take a step back. Kamui, it's up to you if you want to live or not. Yunmo once again waved his hand and summoned all the heavenly star insects. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly star insects covered the sky and all surrounded Shangjing's circumference, not to mention one of his Shangjing. 10 of them would not want to leave peacefully. Kamui's face paled and he trembled in fear when he saw this increasing number of heavenly star insects. Could it be that I really have to perish here today? Kamui's teeth were chattering. You talk the talk? Kamui knew that the hostage in his hand was no longer of any use, and if he harmed it, it would be even more of a catalyst for his own death. Gradually, Yuzhui began to fight back inside. He was now out of options. He could only choose to believe Yunmo's promise, otherwise he would surely die. 3. Yunmo had long since lost his patience and started counting down the days. Kamui instantly let go of the little girl when he saw this. Yunmo reacted extremely quickly and instantly rushed over, taking the little girl into his arms while a healing heavenly star insect transformed into a soft green light and wrapped it around him, healing the injuries on his body. Kamui's mouth grew wide, not realizing that the destructive starfish bug could be used for healing. He became more and more curious as to what kind of heaven-defying existence this martial soul of Yunmo was. After doing this, Yunmo eased the little girl onto the ground and instantly came to Kamui's side. You said you'd spare me, eh? Poof. Before Kamui could finish his words, Yunmo kicked him heavily in the stomach and rolled back and forth on the ground, covering his stomach in pain. You actually went back on your word. Kamui hissed angrily as his eyes glazed over. Don't worry, I'm naturally true to my word and will leave you breathless. Yunmo said as rain of punches and kicks continued to fall on Kamui's body. Ah! Miserable screams continued to ring out as Kamui's limbs were broken by Yunmo, bending in a very bizarre arc. Yunmo then pulled down the tentacles behind him one by one and threw them aside like garbage. The tentacles that left Kamui's body instantly dried up, like seafood that had been dried in the sun. After doing so, Kamui's entire body was visibly disheveled, his face bloodless, his chest rising and falling very low, with only one breath hanging on. Spare me. Kamui begged breathlessly for mercy. That's not even close. This scumbag suffered less than 1% of what those people suffered. Yunmo ignored Kamui's pleas for mercy and took out a rope for him to tie up, casually summoning the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao. Roar! The moment the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao came out, it let out a hissing roar towards the air, and Upper Well almost peed in fear when he felt the terrifying aura. His eyes glazed over and his whole body trembled even more. This is a platinum-level demonic beast? Shangjing was terrified, truly afraid that Yunmo would directly throw himself as a ration for the demonic beasts to the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao. He shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with panic. Fear had long since filled his heart. What royal dignity, what human confidence, in the face of life and death was instantly crushed to smithereens. Roar! The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao opened its bloody mouth and roared at Kamui. With such a distance so far, Kamui felt that he was going to be swallowed by the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao in a single bite in the next second, and perhaps chewed by those sharp teeth. His whole body would be stabbed into a sieve, and he would die an extremely miserable death. Thinking of this, Kamui's face no longer had the slightest trace of blood on it, and he no longer held back. Pissed. Chapter 73 Emo Xiaoya. Yunmo frowned in disgust and Kamui pressed his head down so low that he couldn't wait to find a crack to drill into. This day has disgraced a lifetime. Yunmo lifted the upper well and threw it onto the back of the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao like it was trash. The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao shook its body and actually revealed a humanized expression of disgust as well. As if in protest, this human is covered in filth, what about getting it on my smooth scales? Yunemo directly ignored the split earth flame Jiao and turned towards the little girl. The split earth flame Jiao felt so aggrieved that its huge body curled up and crouched on the ground, not moving a muscle. Kamui was already heartbroken, and although he had saved his little life, he was already socially dead. He gritted his teeth in hatred and hissed continuously in his mind. Kid, you wait for me. When I go back smoothly, I will definitely capture you to the Neon Kingdom, and then I will make you beg for your life and beg for your death. Kamui's eyes were resentful, like poison knives. After the treatment, the little girl looked a little better, but her injuries were so severe that one healing astral worm was not enough to fully recover her. How does it feel? Yunemo squatted in front of the little girl and asked softly. I'm fine, thank you, big brother. The little girl nodded gently and looked at Yunemo with great gratitude. She knew very well that if Yunemo had not appeared here today, she would not have been able to live to see the sun outside in her life. Seeing the sky again, the little girl had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago, glancing at Yunemo and then looking up at the blue sky. A line of hot tears fell silently. The little girl's appearance is really heartbreaking, and she's quite lucky that those children are never coming back. Yunemo could have just killed Shangjing to avenge the people who died in vain, but that would have been too cheap. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yunemo thoughtfully helped the little girl wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes and spoke gently. What's your name and do you remember where home is? The little girl came back to her senses, the corners of her mouth barely squeezed out a smile, and she once again looked at Yunemo and said in a good-natured manner. Big brother, my name is Emo Shoya, my father's name is Emo Tian, my home is in Shangjing, can you send Shoya back? The little girl spoke forcefully and clearly, and really didn't look like a child of 8 or 9 years of age, somewhat precocious. However, Emo Tian's name Yunemo always felt a bit familiar, but he forgot where he had heard it before. Isn't this a coincidence? I also happen to be going to Shangjing, we happen to be traveling all the way. Yunemo gently touched Emo Shoya's little head and laughed. Well, thank you, big brother. Emo Shoya's eyes finally had a light in them, she could go home. But soon it was dimmed, and he turned his head to the pile of corpses, but they could never come back. Big brother, they... Emo Shoya wanted to say something. Don't worry, I'll take them home. Yunmo's tone was also a bit sad, whether it was a child or an adult, these were all Xia people, his compatriots, and now that they died tragically here, he had to expose Shangjing's crimes and let him be duly punished. All crimes have long been recorded by the detective Astro Bug, which is one of the features that allows for the recording of video footage. Yunemo said, hitting his hand for a moment and storing all the corpses inside the space heavenly star insect. Now that we've met them, it's only natural that they should return to their roots. Emo Shoya nodded and didn't say anything else, but opened her arms and looked at Yunemo with an obvious meaning. Big brother, hold. Looking at the cute little girl, Yunemo smiled and picked her up. Xiaoya was very light, after those inhuman tortures, she had long been bone thin, but she was still pitiable. Yunemo didn't dare to imagine how cute the little girl used to be. Holding Emo Xiaoya in his arms, he leapt up and landed firmly on the back of the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao. Yen, let's go. The earth-splitting Inferno Jiao hissed in excitement at the words and instantly lifted its head and flew into the sky. It's finally time to get out of this hole. Below the institute, Yunemo left behind many self-destructing heavenly star insects and gave them a death order. Destroy them all, leaving no one alive. Kamui was captured alive, powerful experiments were killed, and what was left was basically a rabble. A lot of people died in the stampede alone. They were still trying to escape, despair written in their eyes as they looked at the blackened mass of self-destructing heavenly star insects. Done. It's all over. Boom. Boom. The entire institute was instantly enveloped in explosions, and more people were buried in flames. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully killed an enemy researcher, hunting value plus 1k. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully killed. Another wave of hunting value arrived. Yunemo was not interested in listening to it, his attention was all on Emo Xiaoya's body. This little girl talked a lot and kept pestering Yunemo about this and that, already treating him as a very familiar person. Big brother, is this your contracted beast? Emo Xiaoya looked at the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao in surprise, this was a platinum-level demonic beast. Moreover, only a person with a destroyed martial soul would risk this line to contract a demonic beast, isn't Big Brother afraid of being revolted? Although Emo Xiaoya was young, she knew a lot under her father's influence. Yes, he's well behaved. Yunemo could see the worry in Emo Xiaoya's eyes and nodded with a smile. My martial soul as well, it is seeing me as powerful and submitting on its own accord. Yunemo began to add oil and vinegar, telling how powerful, teasing the little girl giggle straight laugh, eyes full of worship. When I grow up I must be like Big Brother, a powerful martial artist, bad guys, none of them. I'm sure you'll be an excellent martial artist when you grow up. Yunemo looked at the adorable little girl, and for a moment, fatherly love overflowed. I wonder if I could have such a cute daughter with Mulingshan. Ahem. Yunmo's old face flushed, realizing that he was thinking a little too far ahead, not even kissing on the mouth, already thinking about having a child. Big Brother, why is your face suddenly so red? Imo Xiaoya stared straight at Yunemo and asked curiously. Nothing, it's colder at altitude, it's freezing. Yunemo touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment and made up a random excuse. Oh. Imo Xiaoya nodded with seeming understanding, and as she watched the two interact happily, the resentment grew in Kamui's heart. But he didn't dare to speak, and stayed hidden at the edge, shivering, afraid that he would be noticed and have to suffer another round of pain. Huh, he's still alive? At this moment, Imo Xiaoya discovered the upper well on the side, and her face instantly turned cold. Well, leave a dog's life, wouldn't it be cheaper to let him die so easily? Yunemo nodded and didn't hide it from Imo Xiaoya. Although she is still a child, she already knows right from wrong. Kamui shrunk his neck, feeling Imo Xiaoya's icy gaze, he always felt a chill down his spine, like an on his back. Big Brother, do you have a needle or something like that? Imo Xiaoya stared at Kamui for a while and suddenly said. Yes, what do you need this for? Despite his doubts, Yunemo took out a few sharp needles and handed them to Imo Xiaoya. Hey, thanks Big Brother. Imo Xiaoya took it happily, smiling dangerously. Yunemo watched silently as Imo Xiaoya walked up to Kamui and grinned. This smile made one's scalp numb. Kamui was so scared that he backed up, but his limbs were wasted by Yunemo, he couldn't move at all. Moya took out a needle and waved it in front of Kamui, muttering to herself innocently. I wonder if this would hurt to stab into the head. No, ah. Shangjing's screams were unceasing, and Yunemo was truly shocked as he watched Imo Xiaoya stab a needle into Shangjing's body, then pull it out and stab it in a different place. This little girl will definitely be a ruthless person when she grows up. Chapter 74, Will Xiaoya marry you when she grows up? I don't know how long it took, but Imo Xiaoya got tired of playing with it and directly left the needle in Shangjing's body, with no intention of pulling it out. Spare me, I know I'm wrong. Kamui had already been tortured by Imo Xiaoya, completely lacking his usual high and mighty demeanor. Kamui felt like this was like a dream. In the morning he was the adult that everyone feared, now he was a prisoner, being tortured by a few years old girl begging for mercy. It was still full of drama. Finish up and call it a day. Imo Xiaoya clapped her hands, a burst of pleasure in her heart. How much suffering she had suffered from being used as an experiment by this scum, only she knew. Now she was finally out of a mouthful of bad breath. No. It's not enough. It's just the beginning. Big Brother, thank you. Imo Xiaoya looked at Yunemo with a childish and innocent smile on her face, a far cry from the scary little girl just now. I can only say that it is worthy of the children of this era, that is, they are precocious and have seen blood early. Although he admired Imo Xiaoya's courage, a trace of heartache flashed through Yunmo's heart. A child less than 10 years old should have been a carefree age. Because of the existence of the spatial rift, one had to face the threat of demonic beasts on a daily basis, as well as the eye of other countries. Now that human territory was shrinking, many countries were once again treating the Great Summer Kingdom as fat meat, all thinking of getting a piece of the pie and expanding their own country's territory. Children are exposed to this as soon as they know what to do, and it's simply not realistic for them to want to grow up carefree. You're welcome. In a flash, Yunemo thought of many things. He raised his hand and gently touched Imo Xiaoya's head, smiling warmly. You're welcome, we're all on our own. Aha! Imo Xiaoya's large eyes were starry inside, full of adoration. She walked to Yunemo, then sat down and leaned tightly against his side, smiling sweetly. Lovely! Yunemo couldn't help but pinch her little face. A big small two people get along very well. Those who don't know still think they are father and daughter. Big Brother, can you see if the cell phone has a signal now? The two of them were chatting happily when Imo Xiaoya suddenly asked. Let's see. Yunemo immediately pulled out his cell phone, took a look, and shouted in surprise. Huh, there's really a signal. That means it's not far from Shangjing. Are you trying to contact home? Yunemo instantly understood what Imo Xiaoya meant. Aha! Imo Xiaoya nodded her head obediently, analyzing very maturely. I've been missing for so long, my father must be frantic, so let's give him the news first. Yun Mo didn't say much and directly handed the cell phone to Mo Xiaoya. Mo Xiaoya thanked her and very skillfully dialed a string of numbers. Da! Soon, a voice rang inside the phone, however it didn't ring for long. Toodle oh. There came the sound of a busy line, which appeared to be hung up. Mo Xiaoya didn't give up, but tried to call several times, but unfortunately, they were all hung up. She handed her cell phone to Yun Mo with some loss. When Yun Mo saw this pitiful appearance of the little girl, he just wanted to console her, when he heard Mo Xiaoya talking to herself. It looks like Dad took me as a harassing call. Ugh, it's all my fault for being naughty at the time. It wouldn't have been like this if I hadn't been running around. Mo Xiaoya began to blame herself as she spoke. Having grown up without a mother, Mo Xiaoya was a bit sensitive and spoiled by her own old man, and after being taught a lesson for doing something wrong, she had the guts to run away from home. I didn't expect to meet bad people on the road. Even if Mo Xiaoya was smart, she was just a child, and when she encountered a strong martial artist, she had absolutely no possibility of resistance, and was very easily taken captive. A child who was hidden in a spatial spirit treasure could easily be taken out of the city, even if the upper capital was heavily scrutinized. It's all in the past. Yun Mo also do not know how to comfort this little adult. A lot of reasoning. Understand, after this crisis, become more mature. I think in the future will not fall out with Dad. Just apologize to your dad when the time comes. Well, thank you, big brother. Mo Xiaoya looked up at Yun Mo with tears glistening in her eyes. Big brother, there's no way to repay the favor of saving your life when Xiaoya grows up and marries you, okay? Put. Yun Mo nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. A child's word is a child's word. That, Xiaoya, brother already has a girlfriend. If you don't mind, you can recognize me as your godbrother in the future. It's the same. Yun Mo hurriedly explained, he didn't want Mu Lingshuang to be jealous with himself because of a little girl. Besides, the child is still so young, he is not an animal, he doesn't want to be called an old cow eating young grass. Is sister pretty? Mo Xiaoya wasn't saddened by what she heard, and the color of gossip instantly erupted from her eyes. Of course it's beautiful. The moment he mentioned Mu Lingshuang, Yun Mo was so proud. His girlfriend was not only beautiful, but also very strong, but she was the goddess in many people's hearts. She's in special training at the Shangjing Green Dragon Academy. I'll introduce you guys to her when I have the chance. Yeah. Mo Xiaoya raised her arms and cheered. Xiaoya loves pretty big sisters. Xiaoya wants to be friends with her sister. The corner of Yun Mo's mouth tugged hard. Good guy, at a young age, he has the potential to be a lily. No problem, I'm sure she likes you too. Yun Mo also didn't know if Mu Lingshuang liked children, but he was clear that he couldn't let the little girl be sad. The earth-splitting inferno Jiao sped along and soon saw the outline of a city in the distance. Shangjing. It is the political hub of the Great Summer Kingdom and the busiest city, bar none. A large number of powerful martial artists were scrambling to develop here. The upper well had the best cultivation resources, but of course it also had an extremely high threshold. Martial artists with low talent and weak strength wouldn't be able to stay long before they were eliminated. Big waves. Only the martial artists who were able to persevere to the end were qualified to have a place in Shangjing. The father of the two Makoto family brothers is a representative of those who have changed their own destiny through their own efforts. Getting closer, Yun Mo was really shocked by the spectacular and magnificent Shangjing. The outer walls alone were 100 meters high, and there were patrols patrolling back and forth in the sky and on the ground, all of them exuding a terrifying aura. Yun Mo was still thousands of meters away from Shangjing when he was spotted by a patrol. The captain rode a two-headed griffin martial spirit towards Yun Mo and quickly rushed over, and the team members behind him were also riding their respective flying martial spirits quickly in order to come up. In the blink of an eye, Yun Mo was surrounded. Nice guy. Yun Mo utilized his compound eyes to sweep around the crowd of the patrol. The leading captain was a diamond-level martial artist, and the rest of the team were platinum-level martial artists. Worthy of being the upper capital, the configuration of just one patrol was so terrifying. The bottom line was really strong. Who are you, young man? The captain's gaze was sharp, as if he could see through everything, and his voice was cold, without the slightest emotion. Yun Mo was riding a platinum-level demonic beast, although he couldn't make any waves in the Shangjing. According to the regulations, contracted demonic beasts were not allowed to enter the inner city of the Shangjing. It would be bad if the demonic beasts went berserk and hurt someone. If Yun Mo had walked or taken a flying boat to Shangjing, he wouldn't have been questioned. After all, riding a scaly dragon was too eye-catching, and those who didn't know would have thought that he was here to cause trouble. Hi, I'm. Yunemo had a faint smile on his face and was just about to explain when Emo Xiaoya, who was on the side, saw the patrol leader's face and instantly shouted in excitement. Uncle Jean! Chapter 75 Arrival in Shangjing. Xiaoya? Uncle Jean, as Emo Xiaoya called him, instantly shouted out in excitement when he saw that it was her, and thought that he had misread with blurred eyes. Since Emo Xiaoya's disappearance, his father, Emo Tian, had gone crazy looking for someone everywhere, and as long as he got the slightest bit of news, no matter how dangerous it was ahead of him, he would travel just to bring his precious daughter back. Unconsciously, after 3 months, Emo Xiaoya still has no news. The crowd felt hopeless, thinking that Emo Xiaoya had been killed, and urged Emo Tian to look on the bright side. Mo Tian always believed in his daughter, or he never gave up. Jin Wu, Emo Tian's good friend, was watching Emo Xiaoya grow up, for this little girl is also like tight. At that time he also deliberately take leave to follow along to look for nothing. He also gradually gave up, not expecting to see Emo Xiaoya, who had been missing for 3 months, today, making Jin Wu think he was dreaming. Xiaoya used to be white and chubby, how cute, and now skinny skin and bones, little face white. Jin Wu almost didn't dare to recognize it and was heartbroken. How much the little girl has suffered and suffered. Looking at Xiaoya by Yunmo's side, Jin Wu's body instantly erupted with a terrifying hostile aura, and the surrounding team members simultaneously urged their whole body's chi and blood, treating Yunmo as an outlaw who kidnapped Emo Xiaoya. That's a big misunderstanding. Kid, honestly, where have you been tying up here for the past 3 months? Seeing that Jin Wu was about to make a move with Yunmo. Yunmo really wanted to spit some. You see that kidnapping and still purposely send people back? Isn't this just a way to get yourself killed? As expected, Yunmo was not angry with Jin Wu. Emo Xiaoya hurriedly blocked in front of Yunmo, opened her arms and explained word by word. Uncle Jin, brother Yunmo is Xiaoya's savior, you can't take action against him. Before Jin Wu could ask why, Emo Xiaoya told all the causes and consequences, and the people present were burning with rage when they heard what happened to her. Scum! To do this unconscionable thing to a child. Damn it! Kamui felt the terrifying killing intent around him, and he curled up tightly, hiding in the corner of the split earth flame Zhao's body, and wasn't detected. He was secretly relieved. Emo Xiaoya also didn't identify the hiding Kamui because he knew that this scum was used by Yunmo to exchange for credits. Handing Shangjing over to the upper echelons of Shangjing would help Yunmo exchange for higher benefits, and it was imperative to squeeze more value out of this scum to do so. So it is. After listening to Emo Xiaoya's explanation, the hostility in the Jin Wu crowd instantly disappeared. Looking at Yunmo's eyes filled with gratitude and more admiration, an ordinary martial artist who hadn't even gone to college yet actually dared to go deep into the enemy camp. He also saved Emo Xiaoya. He's really a hero. Of course, Jin Wu didn't feel that the institute that Emo Xiaoya was talking about was that scary. After all, Yunmo's surface strength looked really bad. He just thought that Yunmo was considered a little genius, right? He just had too much guts and was a bit lucky. If the institute really had strong people inside, he wouldn't dare to say that he'd come back in one piece even if he went there. Uncle Jean, can you call Dad and inform him to come out and pick me up? Emo Xiaoya looked at Jin Wu, who kept looking Yunmo up and down. Her heart was uncomfortable. She had seen Yunmo's power with her own eyes. Damn, Uncle Kim, you don't believe me just because I'm a kid? Or was it because big brother Yunmo looked young and didn't look like a powerful martial artist? It's really white to hang out with his old man for so long. Emo Tian is a genius who kills his enemies over the level. Emo Xiaoya grew up listening to her old man's legendary stories. She thinks Yunmo is also only this kind of super genius. Oh, yeah, look at my brain. Uncle Jean withdrew his gaze that was sizing up Yunmo, and hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed Emo Tian's number. Yunmo didn't resent Jin Wu's gawking. His face had been hanging a warm smile. If an onlooker said that a silver-level martial artist had exterminated many guys comparable to platinum-level martial artists, he probably wouldn't believe it himself. After all, a wall hanging like Yunmo was currently the only one. Jin Wu, what is it? The phone was quickly answered on the other end, and Emo Tian's breathless voice rang out. He hadn't slept a wink in the past 3 months to find his daughter, and was in poor shape. As he promised, as long as there is information about his daughter, he will certainly thank you. So 3 months, received many harassing phone calls, but no useful clues. This was why Emo Xiaoya kept getting hung up on when she called, and eventually got directly blacked out. Yunmo's number was the extremely remote Dongyang city. Emo Tian saw this and directly chose to ignore it. He simply could not imagine that it was his own precious daughter calling. Old Emo, I'm telling you. Jinwoo was in an extremely good mood, seeing his lovely niece return genuinely happy for Motion. Daddy! Shoya came forward and couldn't help but shout. There was instant silence on the other side of the phone and no sound could be heard. Mo? Jinwoo shouted anxiously, he was really afraid that something would happen to Motion. Just. That was Ya's voice just now? Motion's voice trembled, he couldn't believe his ears, he was really afraid that this was a dream, his heartfelt daughter had returned? That's right, you're back, just outside the city, you. The phone had been hung up before Jinwoo finished speaking. Seeing this, Jinwoo smiled and put his cell phone away, he understood that Motion couldn't wait to come over. He looked over to Mo and made small talk. Little brother, what is your business in Shangjing? Naturally, I've come to seek learning. Mo said as he took out the Green Dragon Academy's enrollment card. Jinwoo looked at it and was pretty sure that it was real, and the smile on his face grew even wider. No wonder, it turns out to be a student of the Green Dragon Academy, it's really a hero, Mo little brother right, in the future you can find me if there is something, as long as it's not a matter of principle, you can help out a bit. That would be respectful. Mo was not polite and nodded with a smile, very much in line with Jinwoo's temperament, and the two of them immediately saved each other's phone numbers. In no time at all, they were already like old friends who had known each other for a long time and were talking to each other. Shoya looked at the two men feeling a bit puzzled, men's friendship is really strange. It wasn't long before a sound of breaking air came from the distance. A silhouette quickly swept towards Mo's side. It's Daddy! Shoya excitedly stood up and waved her arms excitedly as she saw the figure in the distance getting closer and closer to her. In the next moment, Motion arrived in front of the crowd and hovered in front of Shoya, his entire body froze. Looking at Shoya's current appearance, Motion's heart twitched viciously. This is their pearl in the palm of their hand, in the hands of fear of falling, in the mouth for fear of melting, how to be tortured into this look. Daddy! Shoya shouted happily when she saw Motion. Yeah! Motion sniffed his nose and held Shoya tightly in his arms, afraid that his lost and found daughter would disappear, his body trembled uncontrollably. This iron-blooded tough guy who bleeds without shedding tears is already in tears at this time. Chapter 76, The First Shot of Xia. Motion hugged his lost and found baby daughter and cried for a long time. Mo and Jinwoo watched silently, their faces were filled with smiles, heartily happy for the father and daughter's charge. Over the past 3 months, Shoya's tears had long since dried up, and when she was held by her daddy, she didn't cry, but instead, like a little adult, she stretched out her little hand and gently stroked the top of Motion's head. Dad, I'm back, I made you worry. Well, Daddy won't put you in danger again. As soon as Motion wiped away his tears, he smiled at Jinwoo with some embarrassment, ignoring Mo who was on the side, thinking that Shoya was retrieved by Jinwoo and treating Mo as a dispensable passerby. Brother Jin, I won't say any more words of thanks, I'll see you in the future. Motion gently punched Jinwoo's shoulder and laughed happily. He had been living in agonizing pain for the past 3 months, and he was finally relieved when his daughter was lost and found. I wouldn't dare take credit for that. Jinwoo waved his hands back and forth. Xiaoya was saved by brother Mo. Xiaoya was also quick to help explain that Daddy had ignored Mo, causing the little girl to furrow her brows in some displeasure. He then informed Motion of what had happened at the research institute one by one, of course omitting the part where Kemui had threatened Mo with his own life. So it's you. Motion was greatly embarrassed, hated to find a crack in the ground, he actually ignored his daughter's life-saving benefactor, I should have known to ask before talking. He put down Xiaoya and stretched out his hands to hold Mo's hands, his eyes filled with gratitude. Elder Mo don't need to be polite, I also coincidentally rescued Xiaoya. Mo humbly smiled, in his heart is already set off a wave of shock, no wonder he always felt that the name Motion is a little familiar, it turns out that it is a regular guest on top of the TV. The martial soul was the Overlord Soul Suppressor gun, a very powerful weapon martial soul, and a powerful martial artist known as the first gun of the Xia Kingdom. A few years ago, Motion was already a diamond-level martial artist, traveling through a small city, he happened to come across a disaster-level beast tide. The strongest combatant in the small city was only gold level, while the beast tide was on a grand scale, there were 3 diamond-level demonic beasts alone. Motion defended a city by himself, and after 3 days and 3 nights of sleepless and bloody battles, he finally led the crowd to fend off the beast tide and saved millions of people. From then on it was an instant success. And now Motion's strength was actually already at the U-Light level, a complete existence that made more than 90% of martial artists look up to him. Facing Yun Mo, he converged his aura and was very approachable, with a face that was not only resolute but also naive. The terrifying pressure of a strong man could not be perceived on him at all, and those who didn't know thought that he was an ordinary worker. Coincidence or not, it was you who brought you back safely, a great favor I will remember. Mo Tian's expression suddenly became serious. Xiaoda's mother left early, she is my life, little brother Yun Mo, in the future, when you encounter something in Shangjing, you must look for me, I will be the first to help you. Mo Tian said as he pulled out his cell phone and exchanged numbers with Yun Mo. Having just arrived in Shangjing and made the acquaintance of two bigwigs, Yun Mo called out his luck in his heart. Little brother Yun Mo is a freshman of the Green Dragon Academy. Jin Wu briefly introduced Yun Mo's purpose of coming to Shangjing. Brother Mo, I have to continue patrolling, so I'll leave him in your care, and we'll get together again in the evening. Jin Wu said with a clasp of his fist and led the patrol to turn and leave. See you back, little brother Yun Mo. It was not until the figures of the Jin Wu crowd disappeared that Yun Mo and the others withdrew their gazes. Is he the one who started this? Mo Tian had long ago discovered the existence of the upper well, because Jin Wu, so many people were there, has been hidden and did not explode just. He stared at the cowering Kamui with a deadly stare, his tone cold and his killing intent unreservedly released. What kind of torture has his own baby girl been put through by this scum? As a father, he naturally wants justice for his daughter. Yes. Yun Mo nodded. No. Kamui was trembling in fear, a flare-level martial artist, killing him was as simple as crushing an ant. Elder Mo, I hope you collect your strength. Yun Mo stepped aside. Kamui just needed to have his breath hanging. Father, there is still a use for him to be alive, brother Yun Mo will have to rely on him for merit. Mo Xiaoya tugged at the corner of Mo Tian's coat and beamed, reminding with some anxiety. Mo Tian was originally very angry, but when he saw this lovely appearance of his daughter, the anger in his heart was instantly washed away quite a bit. He reached out his large rough hand and gently rubbed Mo Xiaoya's head, softly saying, Daddy knows the score. Ah, mercy, ah. Shangjing's miserable screams never stopped, originally broken by Yun Mo's limbs, then tortured by Mo Xiaoya with needles for a long time, and now beaten by Mo Tian into a comminuted fracture. The excruciating pain continued to irritate Kamui's nerves, making him really want to just beg for death and get it over with. But he cherished his life, feared death, and held back. After cleaning up Yui's meal, Ma Tian was in a much better mood. He understood Yun Mo's purpose, which was to hand over Shangjing to the higher-ups, so that he could not only obtain the cultivation resources, but also have the state sentence the scum to death. 2 for the price of 1. Of course, the reward was secondary to Yun Mo, who wanted to make Kamui's crimes public to the world through the higher-ups and then execute him. Let the Neon Nation know clearly what will happen if it messes with the Great Summer. Daddy, does your hand hurt? Xiaoya will give you a huff. Mo Xiaoya saw that Mo Tian's hands were stained with Shangjing's blood and painfully came up to inquire. Daddy doesn't hurt. Mo Tian picked up Mo Xiaoya with one hand, his eyes were full of love, his daughter had returned and he was back to full blood. Kamui wanted to cry, little girl, are you talking like a human being? I'm going to be beaten to death, and you're asking the hand that beat me up if it hurts. Nobody speaks for me? He, a prisoner of the rank and file, naturally had no qualifications and could only spit in his heart with indignation. After a few minutes of happy interaction between father and daughter, Mo Tian's gaze redirected to Yun Mo and said in a deep voice. Let's go, little brother Yun Mo, I'll take you to meet Elder Xian, so you can hand this person over to his old man. Elder Xian, a high-ranking Shangjing talker and a regular on TV, the only ace-level martial artist sitting in Shangjing, and legends abounded about him. For example, when he was young, his hands tore down the people of the Neon Kingdom, one person slaughtered a city, and in the battles between the Xia Kingdom and the Neon Kingdom back then, Elder Xian had killed countless enemies, and was one of the people that made the Neon Kingdom the most feared. Yun Mo greatly admired people like Elder Xian, and once he heard that he was going to meet this hero, his heart was inexplicably excited. Immediately, he nodded excitedly. Then I'll trouble Elder Mo. No trouble, if you don't mind you can call me Uncle Mo. And I'll call you Yun Mo from now on, so that it doesn't seem like we're being different. Mo Tian smiled and waved his hand as he proposed. Uncle Mo. Yun Mo didn't squirm and immediately shouted. Ha, good. Mo Tian was in his 40s, and Yun Mo addressing him as Uncle Mo was not considered being taken advantage of. Come on, I'll take you into the city. Chapter 77 shocked Makoto family head. Yunemo put the earth-splitting Inferno Jiao into the martial soul space, then put a sack over the upper well and carried it on his shoulder, following Emotion as he slowly walked to the front gate. Away from coming in, the whole city looked even more majestic. Yunemo raised his head and realized that the tall city wall actually couldn't be seen at a glance. Lord Emotion. The martial artist guarding the city gate saw that it was Emotion who had arrived, greeted them and let them in without asking anything. The city was very lively, with 20-meter wide streets filled with people and traffic, not comparable to the tiny city of Dongyang. Yunemo casually swept a glance. Gold, platinum-level martial artists were everywhere. It felt like casually throwing a turn of head could hit a large swath of platinum martial artists. Any random person could go to Dongyang City and become the city lord. There are many stalls on both sides of the road. There were those who sold pills and those who sold demonic beast corpses. These precious things could only be bought at special stores in Dongyang City, and they were priced to sell. I didn't realize that it was so common in Shangjing, and that the various cultivation resources that were treasured in Dongyang City could only be sold here as floor goods. Here's your stuff, 3 spirit stones, thanks for your patronage. What do you mean by expensive? This is a fine elixir of mine. The selling price a long time ago was 79 spirit stones. If you can't afford it yourself, can't you reflect on whether you've worked hard all these years? Have you risen in your martial arts rank? Have you improved your treatment? It's also very difficult for us to refine these pills, okay? Yunemo also realized that in Shangjing people traded with spirit stones instead of xia coins, and it was true that paper money could only circulate in small cities. For a while Yunemo felt that the prize money given to him by the Green Dragon Academy was a bit low. It should have been 5W spirit stones. Kamui was carried by Yunemo and didn't dare to move a muscle. Emotion saw that Yunemo was interested in all the surrounding matters and immediately introduced the more important places around him. Over there is the Martial Artist Association, where you can go to receive your martial artist subsidy, and you can also be graded. Emotion pointed at a towering building and introduced it. Over there is the Phoenix Nest competition stage. Emotion pointed out another bird's nest-like building. Most martial arts competitions would be held inside. This year's college competition was held here. Yunemo listened attentively, nodding his head every now and then. That store has the best noodles, and the Xiaolong Bao here is one of the best. Emotion instantly transformed into a snacker and introduced Yunemo to the food stores in Shangjing. I don't know if you like drinking bean juice, brother Yunemo. Yunemo smiled and nodded. Try it then. With that, the three of them walked and watched as they headed towards the high tower building located in the center of the city. It was the center of the entire Shangjing politics, named Kunying Pagoda, where many powerful martial artists sat. Makoto family. After Seiichi Seiji returned home, he didn't slack off in the slightest, and quickly felt the rank loosening, easily advancing to a silver-ranked martial artist. Still need to go to grading though. Brother, I've broken through. Seiji looked over at Seiichi and smiled excitedly. I've broken through too, great. They've been stuck at bronze level for ages, and Seiichi is already in tears. Yunemo is really their great benefactor. It is simply the same as the grace. It is not too much to call out a righteous father. Uncle Lai, who was guarding the outside, was also in tears at the words. Their young master had been awakened for 2 years. 2 years was enough time for many geniuses to advance to the gold level, while they had been stuck at the bronze level. Although the experience was full, it took a long time to break through that layer of bottleneck. It was a day they had waited too long for. Yunemo upgraded completely unaware of what calmness was, and when the experience arrived, it was watertight and smoothly upgraded. It was like playing a game, where other players needed to gather all kinds of breakthrough materials to successfully ascend, while Yunemo only needed experience value. If an onlooker knew that there was such a heaven-defying existence, they would probably want to slice him up and study him. Master of the house. Just then, a burly figure slowly walked in. He had an inch hair, a face of horizontal meat, and looked like he was not very good to be messed with. This person was no other than the father of the 2 brothers of the Makoto family, Makoto Ran. At the same time, he was also a Diamond 10-star powerful martial artist, only 1 step away from breaking through the flare rank. Makoto also came out from that small place in Dongyang City, the gold content of the Cold family. A martial artist like this who relied on himself to start from nothing was also a rare existence in the entire Shangjing. Thinking back then, Muicheng was known as the 3 masters of Dongyang along with Changran and Yunmo's father, all of whom had hopes of breaking through in Shangjing. And now that the dead are dead and crippled, only Makoto is more stable. Well, Uncle Lai, hard work. Makoto had just returned to Shangjing after completing his mission, and what happened in Dongyang City had long been known in Uncle Lai's mouth, and he was a little worried about his son, so he hurried back at the first opportunity. It's all what the old man should do, there's no need for the family head to be polite. Uncle Lai stroked his goatee and responded with a smile. Makoto nodded and pushed the door open. Father? Both brothers shouted in excitement when they saw Makoto return. Seeing that the two were fine, Makoto was silently relieved in his heart, but still had a stern face. He loved his two sons, but as a father he had to show a majestic side and set a good example. Makoto raised his eyebrows, a look of shock flashed across his face as he looked at his two sons incredulously, asking with some uncertainty. You guys are breaking through? Yes, father. Seiji nodded heavily. We broke through. This is thanks to Yun Mo helping us unseal our martial souls. Seiichi also smiled and nodded, not forgetting to praise Yun Mo a bit. Yun Mo again? Makoto was becoming more and more interested in Yun Mo. A student who had just awakened not long ago was not only strong, but could also tell the problem with his son's martial soul. It's just too weird. Makoto had sought help from many people for these two sons of his, all of whom said that their martial souls were hopeless, and that they would probably be stuck at the bronze level for the rest of their lives, unable to refine. This went out and came back with a smooth breakthrough. For a while, Makoto felt a bit dazed. Was it the poor skills of those he turned to for help, or was Yun Mo too demonic? That's right, if it wasn't for brother Yun Mo, we might have died out there. Seiichi said truthfully, and Seiji nodded that there was nothing wrong with it. You guys release your martial souls, let me take a look. Makoto was a bit curious as to what his son's martial soul had been sealed, and actually managed to make a smooth breakthrough after unsealing it. Good. The brothers nodded and released their martial souls respectively. The scythe and the hoe were filled with red light, and one could clearly feel the powerful force contained in them. The force is. Makoto's serious expression at the sight was no longer taut, and his pupils tightened. That's right, this power was inherited from his wife Luchinga's martial soul. Ha ha. Makoto couldn't help but crack a smile at the sight. Sure enough. How can his son with his own wife be a loser? Chapter 78 Elder Shien. Father, how is it? The two brothers couldn't help but want to show off. After being mocked by the crowd for so long as trash, they could finally raise their eyebrows from today onwards. Great. Makoto nodded. Yunmo's great kindness to you all should be remembered for the rest of your lives. If anything happens to him, he must be the first to show up, and constantly, whether he is right or wrong, you must stand steadfastly on his side. Remember, no. Don't worry, father, we're not ungrateful people. Makatoichi patted his chest. For Yunma's sake he could stick his knife in both sides. Seiji nodded approvingly as well. Good, if Yunemo is free, remember to invite him to the house as a guest. Makoto gave a few more explanations before turning to leave. He was going to share the good news with his wife to go. Dongyang City, Yunemo, also surnamed Yun, could it be Big Brother Yun's son? Makoto suddenly stopped in his tracks, muttering to himself as an afterthought. Ask Muicheng when the time comes, we haven't been in touch for years either. Admittedly, after coming to Shangjing, he was either on a mission or on his way to one, and he was really playing hard to get ahead here. The last day the three were together was when Makoto got married, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. Group Pagoda. The Council Chamber. Emotion brought Yunemo all the way to the door of the deliberation pavilion very smoothly. The guards on both sides of the door saw that it was Emotion and immediately saluted respectfully before slowly pushing open the heavy door. Yunemo followed behind Emotion and walked in, after which the door closed once again. The council pavilion was large, but without much decoration, only a huge round table located in the center, surrounded by 20 chairs. The emptiness was a bit depressing and suffocating. An old man was sitting lazily on the main seat beside the round table, holding a cell phone in his hand and staring with his eyes, his expression sometimes serious, sometimes happy. The inside of the cell phone makes all kinds of different sounds. Appear to be swiping short videos? Yunemo froze. Elder Xian's face was hardly unrecognizable in the whole of the great Xia country, and he recognized it at a glance. All Yunmo was a bit surprised. He didn't think that Elder Xian liked to brush his cell phone in private, no different from ordinary people. And the breath was all internalized, and those who didn't know thought it was just an ordinary old man. Elder Xian. Emotion walked forward and respectfully shouted. Coming? Elder Xian put down his cell phone and looked at Emo Xiaoya with a smile. The creases on his face were much less. Grandpa Xian, Xiaoya is back. When Emo Xiaoya saw this loving smile of Elder Xian, she immediately opened her arms and begged for a hug. Elder Xian was born in that darkest era of the Great Summer Kingdom. His wife, children all died in the battle with the Neon Kingdom, leaving him alone as an old man to live until now. The most favorite thing is the offspring and grandchildren. Xiaoya often ran to Xian Lao residence to coax him to be happy. The master and grandchildren have an excellent relationship. When he learned that Xiaoya disappeared, Xian Lao was so anxious that he would have traveled alone to find Xiaoya if he hadn't had to hold down the fort in Shangjing. Most of the martial artists in the upper capital fought with martial artists from hostile countries and demonic beasts all year round, and only a small group of people could be sent to search for them. After searching for half a month in a row without any news, he could only give up, and Motian persisted alone until now. Luckily, Mo Xiaoya came back safely. Elder Xian was also happy for Yun Mo from the bottom of his heart. Ah, our little baby is finally back. Elder Xian smiled as he held Mo Xiaoya in his arms and doted on her as he took out a bottle of qi replenishing pill. Here, Xiaoya, take it, it can replenish your qi and blood. Seeing Xiaoya in this wasted state, Elder Xian was heartbroken. Thank you, Grandpa Xian. Mo Xiaoya was not polite and took it with both hands with a sweet shout. So good. Elder Xian rubbed her head and raised his head, his gaze landing on Yun Mo's face. Elder Xian's gaze looked up and down. His gaze was so deep that it seemed to contain a piece of stars that could see through people. Yun Mo had a bland face and let Elder Xian measure him. Elder Xian has saved the lives of tens of thousands of Xia people many times, full of loyalty, both strength and character are admirable. For this kind of hero, Yun Mo admired from the bottom of his heart as the elder surveyed this junior. Feel free to poke around. Haha, it really is a hero. You are Yun Mo, right? When Elder Xian saw this reaction from Yun Mo, who actually did not have a trace of nervousness in the face of himself, but instead was very open, he was slightly stunned for a moment, and immediately burst out laughing. Kid Yun Mo, meet Elder Xian. Yun Mo casually threw the sack containing the upper well onto the ground before bowing respectfully to Elder Xian. There's no need for these vain rituals, you'll know in the future when we've been together for a long time. The old man doesn't care about that. Elder Xian smiled and waved his hand. He had already heard the report from his men about Yun Mo. He was a little curious about how Yun Mo, whose current strength appeared to be at the gold level, managed to break into that dragon's lair and still managed to bring Mo Xiaoya with him and safely tear out of it. The main thing is to get the head of the institute back, and it is really hard to explain the difficulties involved in this in a few words. Even if he had contracted a platinum-level demonic beast, there was no way he would be able to achieve such a feat. Yes, Elder Xian. Yun Mo nodded and obediently responded, waiting for Elder Xian to continue his lecture. Ace-level martial artists were already the ceiling of martial artists in the entire Great Summer Kingdom. Any more powerful saint-level martial artists only existed in legends. They were all sitting on one side, shouldering the safety and security of the entire human race. Xiao Mo is too raw. You can address me as Grandpa Xian just like Xiaoya. Old man, I like interacting with young people the most. Elder Xian looked at Yun Mo with a smile. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Dropped to the ground, Kamui didn't dare make a sound at all, hoping that it would be nice to just ignore himself. Yes, brother Yun Mo, Grandpa Xian is very nice, there's no need to be so outgoing. Mo Xiaoya looked up at Yun Mo, revealing her small tiger teeth and smiled in a cute way, then took out a qi replenishing dan and stuffed it into her mouth, slowly chewing it. Grandpa Xian. Being able to make good relations with a handful of people in Shangjing, Yun Mo naturally begged for it. Although the iron needs to be hard, but coupled with a good backstage, it will also save a lot of unnecessary trouble. After all, where there are people, there is a jungle, and there is a human condition. Since you called me Grandpa Xian, old man, I can't be too petty. Elder Xian said as he pulled out a card and handed it to Yun Mo. Xiao Mo, in here is 100,000 spirit stones, you can exchange them at any time at the Martial Artist Association. I hope it will help your cultivation a little. This. Yun Mo is a little embarrassed. 100,000 spirit stones worth 1 billion summer coins. Of course, if you want to spend 1 billion summer coins to buy 100,000 spirit stones is a little difficult. The reward from the Green Dragon Academy was only 50 million Xiagua coins, and Elder Xian had only given Yun Mo a meet and greet gift that was worth so much. It was really a bit too expensive for Yun Mo to accept. Xiao Mo, take what Elder Xian gives you, he's a person who never comes up with anything false and doesn't like to push. Ma Tian was relieved. Yes, brother Yun Mo, just take it. Mo Xiaoya was also persuading. Looking at Elder Xian's sincere eyes, Yun Mo didn't excuse himself anymore, but accepted it respectfully with both hands and smiled happily. Then the boy will be obliged. Elder Xian smiled and nodded, and the old man and young man chatted for a while longer, before his gaze fell on the sack, and his tone instantly chilled. Is this the one that started it all? Chapter 79. The eyes that want to knife someone can't be hidden. Yes. As soon as Shangjing was mentioned, Yunmo's eyes also instantly became cold and incomparable, and Mo Xiaoyao's originally happy smile directly disappeared. Mo Tian looked over coldly at the same time. Although Kamui was inside the sack, he could really feel these several stern gazes, making him feel as if he was in the back, unspeakably twisted. He really wanted this sack to protect him forever. Some don't want to leave. Yunmo squatted down and very roughly opened the sack and poured out the upper well. Shangjing was lying on the ground, long ago lost his previous spirit and unself-consciousness. He was facing Chen Lao, the hand of Shangjing. Even if it was the emperor of the Neon Kingdom, Kamui's own brother, when he saw Xian Lao, a true god, he could only tremble in battle. You are? Elder Xian looked at the snotty Yuzhui and didn't recognize him for a moment. They call him Lord Kamui, and he claims to be a member of the royal family of the Neon Empire. Yunmo didn't know anything about the Neon Kingdom, and of course, didn't bother to learn about it, informing Elder Xian of all the messages he knew. A trace of surprise actually surfaced on Elder Xian's face when he heard this, but it was a flash. He had heard of a mad scientist who was a member of the royalty of the Neon Kingdom, so it would be the one in front of him. It's damned if the Neons of the Great War back in the day liked to experiment on Summerlanders, and they're still doing it on the sly today. Thinking of his compatriots who died tragically back then, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Old Man Xian's body, pressurizing Shangjing with a sense of suffocation, and he gasped violently, feeling that if he couldn't get his breath up, he would have to account for himself here on the spot. Kamui's face was getting ugly, he was really scared, fear was taking over his heart, and with injuries all over his body, the infinite pain kept his tired body awake. The torture had nearly broken his spirit several times. The hatred towards Yunmo in his heart was also growing geometrically. If he seized the opportunity, he would definitely make an experiment out of Yunmo and take revenge. In the face of this kind of brutalization of compatriots, Xian Lao really wants to dispose of it afterward. But now is the so-called peacetime. Although the various countries small friction constantly, due to the existence of demonic beasts, there has not been any great war, generally will not tear the face to maintain the surface of the friendly. Moreover, this Kamui was a member of the royal family of the Neon Kingdom, so if he was killed outright to get rid of it, he would be in constant trouble in the future. Xian Lao clenched his fists tightly at the thought. If it was the war years, he would have already blown out Kamui's dog's head. And right now he has so much to think about and needs to think about the bigger picture. Even if he is the hand of the Shangjing, it is not his one word, need to hurry other senior to discuss this matter, but any wrong step, the consequences are unimaginable. In just a moment, Elder Xian thought a lot. He gently propped his forehead. It was still simple and rough on the battlefield. As long as the enemy was eliminated, this kind of brain matter was really irrelevant to him. Elder Xian really wanted to go to the 10,000 demons battlefield to sit in on it. It was much easier than this. Kamui was so overwhelmed by the atmosphere that he finally relented. Xian Lao, I know I'm wrong, Private Marseille, I'm the scum of the earth. I just hope that you will spare my life. I will go back and promise to clean up my heart and be a new man. Kamui was a smart man. As long as the emperor wanted to, he only needed to offer some resources to change himself back. He didn't want to die. As long as Xian Lao asked, it was stable. Sincerity was written all over Kamui's face, but everyone in the room knew that Neons were never true to their word and were psychopathic and very vindictive. He didn't believe a word he said. Mo, what kind of punishment do you want him to get? Elder Xian ignored Shangjing and instead looked at Yunmo and asked in a deep voice. Naturally, he will announce his crimes to the world and then pay for the lives of our countrymen. Yunmo replied without hesitation. He now holds a large amount of criminal evidence of Shangjing in his hands. Combat power is important, the war of public opinion is equally important, unless you are so powerful that you can ignore everyone. However, the current state of Daxia does not have this kind of strength. Neon is just a trailblazer, the Eagle Nation behind it is the toughest one to deal with. Elder Xian barely managed to squeeze out a smile at his words. I'll make a note of that. Wanting Kamui to die in plain sight is somewhat difficult, and even if he dies on the way back home, public opinion is not favorable to the Daxia Kingdom, unless he dies within the Neon Empire. However, chasing down the Neon Kingdom to kill people was something that even the strongest battle force of the Great Summer Kingdom couldn't do. So there is no solution to this matter, no solution. Elder Xian understood the thoughts of some people. Shangjing was far away from the battlefield, and after being comfortable for a long time, they lost their bloodthirsty nature. He could only do his best to fight for it. Mo Tian naturally agreed to kill Kamui. After all, it was the murderer who had harmed his daughter. Cutting Kamui into 1,000 pieces would not be enough to quell the anger in his heart. Elder Xian said and took out a black and gold token and threw it to Yunmo. Yunemo hastily took it. The surface of this black and gold token love was frosted and felt excellent, with a large xia character in the center. This is my accompanying token, Xiaomo. You can take him and go to the treasure vault on the top floor to pick some cultivation resources. As long as they don't exceed a certain value, there will be someone to guide you wherever you go. Thank you, Elder Xian. Yunemo didn't push back. He knew that he deserved these. After all, part of the reason for sending Kamui here was for these rewards. Of course, Yunemo preferred to see Kamui die without a burial place with his own eyes and make an example of him. This is what you deserve. Sooner or later this world will be your young people's world. Xiaomo, old man, I think highly of you. Elder Xian smiled and nodded. He was really old. Yunemo, these young people were like the 8 or 9 o'clock sun, and he was already late. Being praised so bluntly by Elder Xian, Yunemo was a little shy and embarrassedly touched the back of his head, his eyes becoming very determined. I'll try. Go on. Elder Xian gently waved his hand before glancing at Emotion. Emotion instantly understood Elder Xian's meaning and immediately looked at Yunemo and said with some embarrassment. Xiaomo, I still have some things to take care of with Elder Xian. Can you take Xia with you? Naturally. Yunemo didn't think much about it and immediately agreed. Good. Emotion didn't stick to Emotion because she knew that her father had something big to deal with, and silently walked to Yunemo, placing her small hand in Yunmo's palm. Yunemo looked down at Emotion and smiled, holding her small hand as he walked out of the council pavilion. After the two left, the smile on old man Xian's face instantly disappeared, and a terrifying aura permeated his body, and Emotion also had his fury outwardly released, and Shangjing felt these two terrifying auras, and once again, he was scared to pee. Kid, notify the others to come to the meeting and confer on what to do with him. Elder Xian said as he coldly glanced at Kamui, nearly scaring him to the point of fainting. Elder Xian's eyes were truly terrifying, like a ferocious beast on the verge of rage. And Kamui tangibly felt substantial killing intent, because the eyes of someone who wanted to knife someone couldn't be hidden. Chapter 80, to kill or to keep? Can't see me, can't see me. Kamui, cowering on the ground, not daring to meet Elder Xian's eyes, was soaked to the skin. Yes. Emotion answered and instantly disappeared in place. It's the wee hours of the morning and some people are hard to reach by phone, so you have to go door to door one by one. Shen Lao resumed his seat and began to close his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking of writing, and Kamui was lying on the cold ground, not daring to fart. Scared to death. After a short while, a group of silhouettes appeared and gathered in the council pavilion. Elder Xian, what's so important at this hour? The first person to walk in was a burly man, standing 2 meters tall. His arms were full of muscles and full of strength. This person was named Luo Chang, and was also a flare-level martial artist. The martial soul is the heaven-shaking hammer, hammering a demonic beast on the battlefield, invincible, and is honored as the Northwest Hammer King. Elder Xian, this person is? A beautiful woman then walked in. She pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses frames and glanced at the Shangjing on the ground in disgust, instantly understanding Elder Xian's intention of summoning them. She was a little curious about Kamui's identity, which actually made Elder Xian attach such importance to it. The beautiful woman was named by Jia. Her martial soul was the purple Bohemia long whip, juggling it like a venomous snake, making her enemies fearful of her, and she was also a elite-ranked martial artist. Soon, 19 people gathered in the council pavilion, all of them exuding a terrifying aura. Kamui had never seen this kind of battle before, even if he was a member of the royal family of the Neon Kingdom, and was truly shocked. You have been summoned here for this man. Elder Xian's gaze fell and swept a glance at the upper well, and he said in a deep voice, his tone without the slightest ripple. In an instant, all eyes were on him, causing Kamui to feel a great deal of pressure. What is his status? Many asked in unison. His last name is Kamui. Shen Lao's tone is a little cold. When he was on the battlefield he also cut down a few people surnamed Shangjing. What? The crowd all exclaimed in surprise at his words, not because they thought his status was so high, but the royalty of the Neon Kingdom had been hiding in their own country, and hadn't set foot on that side of the island for many years. Now that a member of the royal family of the Neon Kingdom had suddenly appeared and had been caught in the council chamber, it was really surprising. He's actually a member of the Neon Kingdom's royal family? Luo Chang looked up and down on Shangjing, like looking at a monkey in a zoo, making Shangjing ashamed and angry, but there was nothing he could do. This was the Northwest Hammer King. Even if he returned to the Neon Kingdom in peace, he wouldn't dare to look for Luo Chang to retrieve the scene. He'll hammer anyone. Luo Chang's tone was full of flirtation. It's still really short and ugly. This bloodline is absolutely pure, huh? Elder Xian, why is Jean here? Beck Jie asked straight to the point every time. Elder Xian didn't hide anything, and after signaling for the crowd to take their seats, he then recounted the events. "Ha, that Yunmo kid has guts, old me admires this kind of person the most. Elder Xian, where is he? I want to see him. To commit such a heinous crime, it would be cheaper to break his body into pieces." Baekjae's was even colder, sharp as if it could pierce people through. The scene instantly exploded. "This and other things, do not kill to stay in the new year?" "Silence, all of you." Elder Xian's voice filled with majesty echoed throughout the council pavilion, and the crowd instantly quieted down, their gazes resettling on Elder Xian's body. "This man has exhausted the list, and you have been summoned here to discuss whether to kill or keep him." After Yunmo pulled Mo Xiaoya out of the deliberation pavilion, he took the elevator straight to the treasure vault on the highest floor. The treasure vault was huge, and just after exiting the elevator I noticed a team of people patrolling back and forth. "You're Yunmo?" A young woman answered up and looked Yunmo up and down. If it wasn't for Elder Xian himself telling her that Yunmo could enter the highest level room of the treasure vault, she wouldn't have believed that someone so young could make such a feat. "I'm Lin Shui, the administrator of this place. Elder Xian asked me to take you to select the resources you need. Please follow me." Lin Shui's kind attitude made Yunmo feel like a spring breeze. "That would be a pleasure." Yunmo smiled and nodded. "Sister Lin Shui, you're on duty here today?" It felt like Mo Xiaoya was a socialite and she knew everyone here. "Yeah." Lin Shui squatted down and raised her hand to tenderly touch Mo Xiaoya's little head. Seeing her now wasting away, a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes. "It's good to be back. If you don't come back, Uncle Mo will go crazy, worrying everyone." Mo Xiaoya felt a little guilty and swore in her heart that she would never run around in the future. Lin Shui slightly talked to Mo Xiaoya before looking at Yunmo again. "This way." Yunmo nodded and led Mo Xiaoya to follow. Passing through a long corridor, the trio arrived in a gilded room. The room was neatly arranged with hundreds of display cabinets, each of which housed a spiritual treasure. Various types of spirit treasures caused Yunmo to be a bit dazzled by what he saw. He had always heard the word spirit treasure mentioned, and it was the first time he had seen it. This room is the highest level of the entire treasure trove, and all the treasures stored here are heavenly grade spiritual treasures. Spiritual treasures are categorized into 4 grades: heavenly, earthly, Xian, and yellow. Lin Shui patiently explained to Yunmo. Elder Xian said that with your merits this time you can pick 2, or pick 1 and branch out to 1000 W spirit stones. I get to pick all of these at random? Yunmo was now storing a spirit stone mine, and the meeting gift given by Elder Xian, there was no shortage of spirit stones at all. Spirit treasures were good things, not to mention the highest ranked heavenly rank, which could not be found. Cute little thing. Only then did you choose the spirit stone. Well, if you have a favorite, you can take it out and try it on. Lin Shui nodded, then turned around and stopped looking. She was so envious in her heart, she could actually freely choose 2 spiritual treasures. Lin Shui only had 1 earth-ranked spiritual treasure on her body even though she came from a big family. A heavenly grade spiritual treasure, only a super tier 1 heaven is qualified to possess it. That's a handsome lance. Yunmo saw a long spear that was water blue in color, as if he could hear a water dragon hissing as it raised the sky. As the saying goes, an inch is an inch. It was a pity that Yunmo didn't know any marksmanship, so it was useless to take it. Mo Xiaoya followed around, giving Yunmo ideas from time to time. After picking for a long time, Yunmo's eyes finally landed on a pair of gloves. He especially liked fist-to-fist combat, and the gloves were made for just that. The gloves were basalt in color, and if there was light shining on them, they would show colorful colors, which was very beautiful. Brother Yunmo, this is the Xian Tian fist gloves, which can be chosen by gathering qi and blood on it and exploding several times or even dozens of times its power. Mo Xiaoya made a very pertinent comment on this. That's it. Yunmo heard Mo Xiaoya's explanation. He already liked it and now it was divided into heartbeats. Combining it with endless berserking would allow him to explode into a power hundreds of times stronger than his own. Thinking about it made his blood boil. Lin Shui sniffed, took out the key, opened the display cabinet, and handed over the Xian Tian complete set to Yunmo. Chapter 81, Goodbye Mulingshan. Yunmo held the Xian Tian fist in both hands and loved it. Brother Yunmo, bring it on and try it. Excitement was also written all over Mo Xiaoya's small face. Yunmo sniffed and immediately put it on, urging his entire body's qi and blood to test it out. As expected, one could easily gather qi and blood on top of both fists, and Yunmo was able to clearly feel that his punch-out could at least seriously injure a silver-level martial artist. It was great, I really didn't pick the wrong one. This Xian Tian complete set is shaped like a short-fingered glove, and is worn very lightly and completely unobtrusive. You can see the power of the forging process. Each spiritual treasure was forged by rare profession forge masters who poured their heart and soul into forging it, which could greatly enhance a martial artist's own strength. Unfortunately, even the highest-ranked spirit treasures could be destroyed by a flare-ranked powerhouse, and only martial artists below the flare rank would be effective when wearing them. The martial artist is the most popular profession in this world. Most of the forging masters are the path they have no choice but to choose after not having the chance to be a martial artist. There are very few people who really love forging, and nowadays it is even more green and yellow, and there are less and less spiritual treasures that are forged. That's why the price has been speculated higher and higher. After selecting the Xian Heavenly Fist Gloves, after a moment of consideration, Yunemo chose the Holy Spirit Feather Cloth's defensive spirit treasure. This spiritual treasure was as thin as a gauze garment, the weight could not be felt at all when worn on the body, and it could be completely worn as pajamas in normal times, and the most important thing was that it could withstand 10 attacks from a flare-level martial artist. 1 attack by an ace-level martial artist. This kind of defense was already a ceiling. Yunemo had absolute defense, and naturally didn't need it. He was preparing it for Mu Lingshuang, planning a little surprise for his future wife. After selecting these 2 spiritual treasures, Yunemo pulled Mo Xiaoya and was sent to the elevator entrance by Lin Shui very politely. "By Sister Lin Shui, come play with you when you have time." Before leaving, Mo Xiaoya waved goodbye to Lin Shui, polite and courteous. "Well, my sister will definitely be there." Lin Shui smiled and nodded. While nodding with Yunemo, the two of them didn't have too many interactions. Riding the elevator all the way straight down, Yunemo took Mo Xiaoya and left the Chuanin Pagoda. Outside, the sky was already slightly bright. You could see a splash of fish belly white in the distance. The sun was slowly rising. Yunemo glanced at the time. It was already 5:30 a.m. I wondered if Mu Lingshuang had gotten up. Yunemo, already picked? Mo Tian had been standing at the door for a long time waiting. That kind of meeting with his current strength was not qualified to participate. Chosen. Yunemo said as he raised his hand to light up the Xian Tian gloves. It's not a bad choice. Mo Tian did not expect Yunemo, a martial artist suitable for long-range blasting, to actually choose a spiritual treasure suitable for melee combat, which was really a bit surprising. Daddy! Mo Xiaoya saw her dad and happily opened her arms to jump into his arms. A trace of tenderness surfaced on Mo Tian's serious face as he held his precious daughter in his arms. Well, I think he's perfect for me. Yunemo was very sure of this, and the two of them walked forward while chatting until they walked out of a street, and only then did they separate. Yunemo, I'll take Xiaoya back to rest first. Mo Tian touched the little girl's little face, his eyes full of heartache. These 3 months must not have slept a good night. Well, Uncle Mo, see you later. Yunemo nodded. It was time for him to go find Mu Lingshuang. Brother Yunemo, remember to come and play with Xiaoya. Mo Xiaoya's eyes were filled with unwillingness to give up. At the time of her greatest despair, Yunemo appeared and saved her from the depths of water and fire. She didn't know how to repay Yunemo. She just wanted to play with Yunemo so much. Her little heart was complicated. Definitely. Yunemo watched the father and daughter leave before he pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to Mu Lingshuang. I've already arrived in Shangjing, and I'm on my way to Qinglong Academy. Are you up yet? Are you here? I'll pick you up at the door. Mu Lingshuang replied almost in seconds. In fact, she had just gotten up. Her blouse was only generally on, revealing her white shoulders. There's no rush. I'm not there yet. I'll let you know when I get there. Seeing Mu Lingshuang's reply letter, Yunemo felt warm in his heart. Only a few days have not seen, always feel that after several years. Good. After ending the call, Yunemo opened the navigation and took a look at the distance, which wasn't too far, and stopped by a roadside stand to buy 2 breakfasts. Only then did he hurry at a fast pace in the direction of the Green Dragon Academy. On the way, Yunemo called Mui Cheng to report safety, and Mufan heard Yunmo's voice crying for air. Straight away, he was worried sick. He only recognized Yunemo as a brother-in-law in his life. Yunemo can't die young and leave his old sister widowed. The more Yunemo listened, the more speechless he became. Mufan didn't know how to collect himself even after being glared at by his own old man, and he was still crying continuously. He felt that he was showing his true feelings, and his brother-in-law definitely knew his feelings. Mui Cheng was really speechless by this unlucky son of his. If you can't speak, you can't speak. No one will take you as a mute. A hard kick on Mufan's ass was honest. Yunemo, it's good that you're fine. In Shangjing you can get your license with Ling Frost, by the way. There shouldn't be any other delays this time. Mui Cheng spoke in a serious tone and instructed. Remember to take care of yourselves, and when you go out, you two youngsters should support each other. Father-in-law, I know. Yunemo listened to Mui Cheng's broken thoughts all the way, and could only say that it was worthy of being both a father and a mother, and like the big mother at the village entrance, it was really able to say ah. But Yunemo didn't feel the slightest bit of impatience, his heart was warm, it felt so good to be cared for. Yunemo had just walked to the door of the Green Dragon Academy when he saw a silhouette standing there, which made people unable to move their eyes. If it's not Mu Lingshuang, who else could it be? Whether it is the appearance or temperament, Mu Lingshuang is the existence of a standing chicken, turnover rate of 100%, many passers-by cannot help but look at a glance. There were also some people at the entrance of the school sneaking behind the wall, only showing half of their heads, pointing at Mu Lingshuang's back. Why did Mu Lingshuang come out today? Yeah, she's definitely dressed up, is she going on a date with someone? No way, my heart is breaking. Date my ass, which guy did you see Mu Lingshuang getting so close to these days? Don't you dare talk about my iceberg goddess like that. More and more people gathered here, all curious as to what Mu Lingshuang was up to, and soon Yun Mo's figure stepped into the crowd's view. Who is this guy? Holy, how can he be more handsome than me? He's coming towards the entrance of our school, could it be that he's also a freshman of our Green Dragon Academy? He's clearly coming towards Mu Lingshuang. Someone's breath instantly became short, he could accept that Mu Lingshuang was single and looked cold to everyone, but he really couldn't accept that she had a boyfriend. No way, not at all. Everyone thought that it was impossible for Mu Lingshuang to have a boyfriend. After all, the ones who gathered here were all super tier 1 geniuses, none of them had gotten into Mu Lingshuang's eyes, and there was simply no one of her age to make Mu Lingshuang's heart flutter. Just as the crowd was making various speculations, Yun Mo had already walked up to Mu Lingshuang. Sorry to be late. Yun Mo looked at Mu Lingshuang and smiled apologetically. When Mu Lingshuang saw the intact Yun Mo, she smiled sweetly, a smile that was like the blossoming of spring flowers and the revival of all things. The crowd hiding behind the wall looked dumbfounded. My god, the goddess smiled again, it's so nice, oh, this is a fairy. The crowd had not yet slowed down at Mu Lingshuang's charming smile, when Mu Lingshuang took a step forward and jumped into Yun Mo's arms, her arms gently encircling Yun Mo, her voice very soft. It's great that you're okay. Ugh. Chapter 82 Distinctive Treatment. The crowd's eyes almost popped out from inside their sockets. Mu Lingshuang, this iceberg beauty, actually took the initiative to throw herself at him, and for a while, so many people could hear the sound of hearts breaking. I'm sure the name is taken. Aha, where did this kid come from? Old me wants to fight him one-on-one. Some of the students got anxious, if not for someone pulling them back, they probably would have really rushed out to fight with Yun Mo. It looks like they're quite affectionate, so let's not go out there and embarrass ourselves. There were also sensible students who simply admired Mu Lingshuang, but of course, if Yun Mo himself was weak and not qualified to be Mu Lingshuang's boyfriend, there would be resentment. Yun Mo had long since noticed these peeping guys, he pretended not to see them and gently held Mu Lingshuang in his arms, his big hands on Mu Lingshuang's silky hair and said with a smile. I didn't go back on my word, I was on time. Mu Lingshuang did not say anything, just snuggled in Yun Mo's arms and nodded gently, just like this, the two of them hugged for 3 minutes before they reluctantly parted. I bought it on the way, eat it while it's hot. Yun Mo handed a breakfast to Mu Lingshuang, his eyes stayed glued to her body, his heart sweet. Wife is so cute, beautiful and valiant, I want to marry her in a hurry, hee hee hee. How can my goddess eat something from a food stall, how unhygienic, she should just eat a chef's special customized breakfast. Some people's teeth were gritted, and there was no lack of people who had offered in front of Mu Lingshuang. Of course, whether it was sending love breakfasts, cultivation resources, or beautiful flowers, Mu Lingshuang refused them all and never gave them a chance. They felt sure that Mu Lingshuang wouldn't accept such low-grade food. Thanks, I happen to be hungry. Mu Lingshuang smiled and took it, her heart and eyes full of Yun Mo. Seeing Mu Lingshuang like this, the hearts of the crowd broke even more completely. Yun Mo was able to clearly feel Mu Lingshuang's love for himself, he was really very curious why Mu Lingshuang was so special to himself, the two of them should not have had any interactions over the years. Could it be that classic saved her as a child herself? Yun Mo wanted to inquire about the doubts in his heart, and after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't ask. That's all. Yun Mo sighed in his heart, time would prove everything, he believed that sooner or later he would know the truth. Want to walk together? Yun Mo suggested. Shouldn't delay today's special training, should it? Yun Mo glanced at the early hour and added. It doesn't matter if I don't attend today's rally. Mu Lingshan was already hanging on to everyone. The ultimate purpose of their training here was for this year's college fight competition. Over the years, Qinglong Academy had always been number one, and now they had heard that the other three major academies had absorbed quite a few good seedlings. It made the top management of the Green Dragon Academy feel twice as Alexandrian. There is a saying that it is easy to fight and hard to defend. It has always been number one, and if it loses once, I don't know how many people will spit on it. These Mu Lingshuang naturally wouldn't tell Yunmo that Qinglong Academy didn't invite Yunmo to participate in the intensive training, so why should they be anxious for them? If it wasn't because Yunmo had chosen the Green Dragon Academy, she wouldn't have come to this place. It's really okay? Yunmo used his compound eyes to take a look around Mu Lingshuang. He was actually a gold-level martial artist as well, worthy of being the first genius of Dongyang City. The others who participated in the training set were still stuck at the silver level, and Mu Lingshuang was indeed uniquely powerful. Yunmo has the current strength in addition to hanging, while Mu Lingshuang all rely on their own talent and hard work. Ugh. Yunmo sighed silently, a trace of pride welling up in his heart. See, such a good girl is my future wife. Aha! Mu Lingshuang nodded gently. Even if she missed a few days of special training, she still had enough confidence to crush everyone. It's just a matter of making a phone call to ask for time off, as a sign of respect for Lin Dong. Classmate Mu Lingshuang, calling me so early, is there any difficulty? Lin Dong was a bit puzzled when he suddenly received a call from Mu Lingshuang. She was the most precious to the principal among the entire freshmen now, so nothing could go wrong. Take a vacation. Mu Lingshuang's communication with the others was all about shying away from words, saying as little as she could, interpreting the difference to the fullest. Taking a vacation? Is there something you need to take care of? Do you need help from a teacher, or should I talk to the principal? Lin Dong suddenly got nervous. Mu Lingshuang came to Shangjing for a few days. Why did she take a leave of absence? Yunmo, who was on the side, heard everything and knew that the school was so precious to Mu Lingshuang, and felt heartfelt happiness for her. Yunma is here. Mu Lingfang said as she was about to hang up the phone. Yunma-san is here? Lin Dong was instantly excited at the words. Yesterday the principal even asked him to talk and learn more about Yunmo. Isn't this a good opportunity? Just in time, I'll take him to familiarize himself with the surrounding area. Just in time to report to the school. I'll treat you guys to dinner today. What's the place to go? Before Lin Dong could finish his words, Mu Lingshuang impatiently hung up the phone. She knew very well that this was the principal's intention, seeing the scouting celestial star bud yesterday and sensing Yunmo's potential, which was why she wanted to learn more about it. The training team has just started to exclude Yunmo from the training team. What is it going to do now? How meaningless to be pulled in halfway. Mu Lingshuang was expecting Yunmo to fight his way in on his own. Besides, it was a rare time for the two of them to spend time together, and she did not want Lin Dong, a light bulb, to get in between the two of them and talk endlessly. Why did you hang up? I wasn't finished. Lin Dong was a little sad. He understood what Mu Lingshuang meant, so he did not call again and did not become a light bulb that attracted suspicion. Yunmo was also a student of their Green Dragon Academy anyway, so sooner or later they could meet. Thinking of this, Lin Dong dialed the principal's phone and began to report some of the things he had investigated. Yunmo and Mu Lingshuang were walking side by side, and the early morning wind whipped through their faces, messing up Mu Lingshuang's hair. Mu Lingshuang ruffled her hair and slowly ate the bun Yunmo bought for herself. Quiet and beautiful. Yunmo looked mesmerized and froze for a moment before he started eating his own breakfast. Although they have not seen each other for several days, this sudden meeting Yunmo did not know what to say for a moment. He doesn't have any experience in relationships either. Right. Yunmo finished his breakfast in 3 or 2 bites and looked at Mu Lingshuang and suddenly said, I've got a present for you, I don't know if you like it. Gifts? Mu Lingshang's heart rejoiced at the words and her gaze lingered on Yunmo's face. She also had a teenage heart and loved the surprises prepared by her boyfriend. Right. Yunmo flipped his big hand and took out the Holy Spirit feather cloth. This is a spiritual treasure? Mu Lingshuang's eyes widened slightly, really surprised. The treasure of the spirit treasure, since needless to say, and the value is there, only some of the children of the family to wear some. For one thing, martial artists still rely on their own martial souls to fight, and secondly, this thing is so scarce that the average person can't afford it. Where did it come from? Chapter 83. The big picture is important. Yunmo downplayed the encounter. Mu Lingshuang was shocked to hear it. The lab hidden in the sunset forest, it was definitely not ordinary. Luckily Yunmo was not injured. You're really not doing anything? Mu Lingxuan nervously checked Yun Mo's body and didn't find any injuries at all. No, really, I do have a card to play and won't fight a battle I'm not sure of. Yun Mo smiled confidently and signaled that Mu Lingxuan didn't need to worry. If there was really danger, he would definitely vanish at the first opportunity. That's good, don't do anything so dangerous in the future, I can rely on myself to get these things too. Mu Lingxiang sighed in relief and instructed Yun Mo. She didn't want Yun Mo to be in danger, she only hoped that she would be safe and sound in this life and could join hands with herself until her white head. I remember, how about trying it on? Yun Mo stuffed the Holy Spirit feather cloth into Mu Lingxuan's hand. Try here? Mu Lingxuan's pretty face blushed. This Holy Spirit feather clothes was worn inside at first glance. Yun Mo was speechless and held his forehead because he was too happy and ignored this. Then we'll try again tonight back in the dormitory. Mu Lingxuan nodded and put away the Holy Spirit feather cloth as if it was precious. This was the first gift Yun Mo had given her and it was very memorable. This spiritual treasure feels really good to the touch, and I don't know what material was used to forge it. The grade is not low, right? Putting away her clothes, Mu Lingxuan and Yun Mo continued to chat idly. I'm not sure what materials were used. Yun Mo shook his head. It's just a heavenly rank spiritual treasure, it'll be useless when you reach the flare level. Mu Lingxiang's body froze for a very obvious moment upon hearing this. To be able to get the reward of a heavenly grade spiritual treasure, it must be that what Yun Mo had encountered was even more serious than she had imagined, and her heart inexplicably ached in her heart. Why didn't you pick a suitable spirit treasure yourself? Mullingfrost continued to ask. I picked it out for myself, you see? Yun Mo raised his hand wearing Xian Tian gloves and waved it in front of Mu Lingxuan's eyes. One for each of us, all of them are of the heavenly rank. The speaker had no intention, the listener had the intention. There were enough two pieces of heavenly grade spiritual treasures. Mu Lingxuan was more and more curious about what kind of fellow Yun Mo had captured, and whether he had caused any harm to Yun Mo. Mu Lingxuan didn't say anything else, and the two of them began to chat idly about things regarding cultivation. Lingfrost, is there anywhere you want to go? Let's go together? Yun Mo suggested. This is also considered the first date for the two of them, they can't keep pressing the road, right? Yes. Being reminded by Yun Mo, Mu Lingxuan instantly remembered an important thing. The two of them hadn't received their license yet, and it was delayed at that time. We must get the license today. It's called not forgetting. Where do you want to go? Yun Mo was rich now, no matter where Mu Lingxuan wanted to spend her money, he could afford it. Go! Mu Lingxiang took Yun Mo's arm with both hands and dragged her forward. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. It's only after 6, the civil office isn't open yet, is it? Yun Mo let Mu Lingxuan pull him forward and asked in confusion. And it's Saturday, the civil service should be closed. Mu Lingxuan's footsteps instantly stopped, her heart was depressed, she always felt that the matter of getting a license with Yun Mo had not been going well. Seeing Mu Lingxuan hanging her head, Yun Mo immediately relieved him. Since I'm here in Shangjing, I won't be in Dongyang City for a while, there's plenty of time, it's not too late for us to go back on Monday. Yun Mo naturally wanted to get the license with Mu Lingxuan earlier, so that the two of them would be a legal couple. When the time comes, let's just stroll around. Good. Mu Lingxiang nodded gently, agreeing with Yun Mo's words. While the two were happily strolling around, the people in the council chamber were sharply divided over the handling of Kamui. Is this kind of scum still left for New Year's Eve if he's not killed? He brutalized so many of our compatriots, letting him live is a desecration of the dead. Someone hissed angrily, his grandparents had died at the hands of the Neons, and his innate hatred for them could never be eliminated. It's true that he deserves to die, but think about it, what would be the consequences of killing him so directly? Someone calmly analyzed it. The royal aristocrat represents the face of the Neon Kingdom. If we execute him publicly, it will cause the Neon Kingdom to retaliate wildly, and when that happens, more of our compatriots will suffer, and more people will die then. Then kill it quietly. Some people still can't swallow the grievances in their hearts. An island country is just an island country, sooner or later we will destroy them. If we really release him, can we stand up to those martyrs who bled for the great summer country? The Neon country is not worth mentioning, but the eagle country behind it is not to be underestimated. Do you want us, the great summer country, to be caught in a vortex of war? The surrounding demonic beasts are watching intently. If we go to war with these countries again, who will bear the consequences of this? Both those in favor of killing Kamui and those against it loved their country very much. precisely because of the love, so need to consider too much, cannot because of their own momentary emotions to make temporary choices, every time they choose, will affect the whole of the great summer country of all people. All the more reason to be cautious. Yes, everything is for the greater good, we are not capable of facing the union of all the nations at this time. Someone sighed silently, his incapable premise was to sacrifice the least number of compatriots to exterminate the empire in its entirety. If it were to pay a terrible price, today's great summer country was indeed qualified to single-handedly challenge the union of many countries in the world. It's not like the great summer kingdom didn't do it decades ago, when a rare secret realm appeared on the border of the summer kingdom. The Eagle Kingdom learned about it and wanted to invade the Great Summer Kingdom, making a 17-nation alliance, which was ultimately crushed by the Great Summer Kingdom's strongest men, and ran away in disgrace. Since then, the Eagle Kingdom has never dared to start a head-on conflict with the Great Summer Kingdom, and has always been the role of a stirrer, and of course the Great Summer Kingdom has paid a painful price in exchange for decades of peace. With that said, everyone went silent. It always felt a bit suffocating, and I wanted to just kill that bastard Kamui. Now that everyone has a resolution. Elder Xian sighed silently, he knew that this would be the end result, tens of thousands of martial artists sacrificed in battles with demonic beasts every year. If they were dragged into the quagmire of war by the Eagle Kingdom and the others again, it would be really hard to break free. If only the scumbag Weiqi had died on Neon soil. Of course this kind of thing was only imagined, even an ace-level powerhouse couldn't manage to kill someone in a foreign country silently. Everyone's gazes fell on Elder Xian when they heard him speak. Raise your hand if you agree to release Kamui. Before Elder Xian's words fell, one after another raised their hands very reluctantly. 12 in favor, 8 abstentions. Raise your hand if you agree to kill Kamui. Elder Xian said again, and in the end there were 8 votes in favor and 12 abstentions. Okay, after all the consultation, I announce the release of Kamui, send someone to contact the Neon Kingdom, tell them to come with sincerity. Although agreed to release on the well, naturally, it is impossible to just let him leave easily, naturally, let the Neon country hemorrhage a lot, for the Great Summer country to get some benefits, lose money business Great Summer country never do. If things went well, one could exchange the waste that was Kamui for the ministry's cultivation resources to train tens of thousands of martial artists. Elder Xian's voice filled with majesty resounded throughout the council pavilion, causing the originally lifeless Shang Jing to instantly come to life and laugh in his heart in triumph. Ha, I knew it, I won't die, the Xia people won't dare to kill me, ha, Yunemo right, when I leave here, I will definitely skin you and make you into an experiment. Chapter 84 Heavenly Emperor Yoshihito Yuzhui. Yes, I'll contact the Neon Empire's top brass. Beck Jie said as she stood up and pulled out her cell phone to give Kamui a few close-up pictures. After making this decision, Xian Lao heavily protruded a breath, always feeling that it was still a bit suffocating. If he was young, he was bound to fight to the mainland of the Neon Kingdom, letting their entire royal family thank them for their sins with their deaths. Elder Xian, what about this kid? Luo Chang asked curiously as he pointed at Kamui, who was lying on the ground and had long since lost his human form. Take him for casual treatment, as long as people don't die. Elder Xian didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards Shanghai. Come on, I'll do this. Luo Chang smiled and walked to Kamui, like a small mountain pressed over, very oppressive. Kamui wanted to step back, his body's bones were broken, he couldn't move at all. Come on, I'll have someone treat you properly, hey. Luo Chang grabbed with his big hand and lifted Yuzhui up as if he was lifting a small chicken, letting it on his shoulder very casually and walking towards the outside. Ah, my stomach. Shangjing's eyes almost jumped out, wailing in pain in his heart. Luo Chang was a flare-level martial artist. He didn't dare to have the slightest intention to retaliate, he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. The crowd was also gradually dispersing, discussing how to make the Neon Kingdom's royal family cut their meat. Looking at the backs of the departing crowd, Elder Xian's deep eyes seemed to be filled with stories. He knew that Yunemo had evidence of Upper Well's evil deeds in his hands, and he didn't mind publicizing it all over the world if the Neon Kingdom didn't want to talk about it properly. What a people in Neon Country. Luo Chang carried Yuzhui to the infirmary very quickly. Dr. Lu, take a look at him. Luo Chang casually tossed Kamui onto a hospital bed and prodded a doctor who was carefully dispensing medicine. Take it easy, it's coming. Dr. Lu responded, loading the dispensed medicine, and his gaze fell on Kamui. Hiss. Just sweeping a glance, Dr. Lu couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. His martial soul was very special, it was two-handed, a good-handed healing, one of the top physicians in Shangjing. How could there be 100,000 or 80,000 injuries that had passed through his hands? It's the first time I've seen a patient as outrageous as Weiqi. Covered in wounds, his bones were all crushed and broken, only leaving a breath lingering. feeling like he was going to hang up the next moment. What kind of person injured this? The other party is too inhuman, isn't it? Dr. Lu couldn't help but be concerned. Kamui was hurt so badly that anyone who saw it felt pity. This Summerlander is still quite conscientious. Kamui sniffed and felt his broken heart being warmed a bit, thinking sweetly in his heart. When I return to China, I'll definitely dig you back up and make you my accompanying physician. Of course, on the well can only think about, Dr. Lu was willing to stay here as in the face of Xin Lao, otherwise would have long gone to help the town in the front line of the martial artists, money, power, he has long looked down, just want to use their own hands to save more people. Weiqi came up with even more tempting conditions. Dr. Lu would not even look at them, and since he had a national grudge against the Neon people, it was even more unlikely that he would agree to his solicitation. Dr. Lu, this man is a Neon. Luo Chang came to Dr. Lu's ear and told him roughly what happened. Dr. Lu's face instantly darkened at his words. Sorry, I can't cure it. Dr. Lu coldly threw down a sentence, turned around and left without the slightest bit of lingering. Hey, Dr. Lu, don't go. Luo Chang hurriedly chased after him, and when Kamui saw this, his heart was suddenly cold, and he couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart. Damn you, Summerlander, it's your honor to treat me, and you refuse, damn it. In the hallway. Old Luo, what do you mean? This ne'er-do-well is injuring many of my compatriots on the front lines, and you're asking me to treat a where do you want me to put myself? Dr. Lu's face stinks, but also let him treat Kamui, not to get him killed or sour Dr. Lu benevolent. This is Elder Xian's intention, we still need to use him to make a deal with the Neon Kingdom's royal family, we can't die here with us. Luo Chang talked nicely and finally persuaded Dr. Lu to come back. For the sake of Elder Xian. Dr. Lu nodded with difficulty and rejoined the infirmary, and not a moment's work brought out the mournful screams of Kamui. Those who knew were Dr. Lu treating Kamui, those who didn't thought Kamui was going through some kind of torture. Soon, Kamui was covered in bandages, a living mummy. It's done, I've medicated him and he's not in danger of dying for a while. Dr. Lu didn't explain anything, picked up his things, and left in a hurry. Leaving Luo Chang and Kamui both wide-eyed. Neon Kingdom, Imperial Palace. The emperor sat high above the throne, looking down at a group of beautiful women dancing below, surrounded by 4 more serving diligently, some fanning the flames, some feeding fruit, some massaging. The emperor was so pleased with what he saw that he applauded every now and then. Not only is he His Majesty the Emperor of the Neon Empire, but he is also Weiqi's own brother, whose real name is Weiqi Yoshihito, but who is not at all related to benevolence. Not bad, all rewarded, huh? The emperor looked down at the coolly dressed beauties below in his heart, seeking to find out who he was going to pamper tonight. His Majesty the Emperor. Just as Kamui Yoshihito was listening in fascination, a guard rushed in. What is it? When Uei Yoshihito saw this person, he instantly stood up in fear. This was a guard from the cabinet side. Although the emperor represented authority in Neon, he didn't have much power, the big power was all in the cabinet. The cabinet was in charge of the whole country, and the emperor usually just ate, drank, and had fun, and was only invited to attend for very important matters. Now that he saw the cabinet, it was clear to Yoshihito Weiqi that something major was going on. What could be the tricky thing? Why are you calling yourself over there? The more Kamui Yoshihito thought about it, the more panicked he became in his mind. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister Sama invites you to the cabinet to discuss important matters. The guard shouted respectfully. Okay, you lead the way. Uei Yoshihito didn't dare to have the slightest delay, and under the guard's leadership jogged all the way out of the main hall and quickly rushed towards the cabinet. Yunemo walked with Mu Lingshang and came to a small park. The park is very green and flowery. Yunemo couldn't help but yawn, a little tired after not sleeping all night. Let's go over there and take a break. Mu Lingshang pointed to a bench not far ahead. Good. The two of them were holding hands and interlocking their fingers, and they looked like a young couple in love. Come and sit down next to each other at the bench. Tired? Mu Lingshang looked at Yunemo with a face full of tenderness and intimate concern. It's okay, I didn't get much rest overnight and I did get a little sleepy. Yunemo touched the back of his head in embarrassment. He had thought of accompanying Mu Lingshang around more, but now he felt his brain was a slurry, sleepiness came, and he was getting less and less energetic. Why don't you sleep here? Mu Lingshang looked at the nice surroundings and immediately patted her flesh-filled thighs. Lie here and sleep. This isn't good. Yunmo's old face flushed with shyness as he sniffed. What's wrong with that? Mu Lingshang didn't give Yunemo a chance to retort, pressing his head against her leg and smiling faintly. Get some rest, I'm here with you. Chapter 85, Yunemo, I'll carry you. Good. Yunemo did not refuse, pillowing Mu Lingxuang's soft thighs, the whole person lying on the bench, slowly closing his eyes. He could clearly smell the faint body fragrance permeating Mu Lingxuang's body. Yunemo was a bit distracted for a while. How could he sleep? Sleep. Mu Lingxuang gently placed her hands on Yunmo's head and cried out tenderly, followed by the sound of a soft song. The song sounded very pleasing to the ear, and gradually calmed Yunmo's restless heart, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Neon State. Cabinet. Humph, look what your brother did. Kamui Yoshihito had just walked into the cabinet when a thick folder flew at him head-on. Luckily he reacted quickly and it grazed his head. Why is the Prime Minister so angry? What's going on? Uei Yoshihito piled up a professional fake smile on his face. He was only a platinum-level martial artist nowadays. There was still a certain distance from the diamond level, so he didn't dare to clash head-on with the powerful Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's family could have a dozen or so flare-level martial artists, and there was also a closed-door ace-level old ancestor that no one dared to mess with. There are other members in the cabinet. They bowed their heads and did not dare to speak. After all, here is the Prime Minister alone, has the absolute right to speak, but did not dare to touch his eyebrows. Don't you see for yourself? The Prime Minister sat down in exasperation, took a sip of tea, and muttered something under his breath. What a make-it-or-break-it piece of trash. Uei Yoshihito kept a smile on his face. He knew that his brother had been secretly researching experiments between humans and demonic beasts, and he was secretly supporting them. He had seen some of the results, and they were indeed very good. What could go wrong with a well-researched study? And make the Prime Minister so angry? Bending down to pick up the papers on the floor, he looked at the things recorded on them and his face grew ugly. What? Jailbird got caught? It was also sent to Shangjing, which? What is going on here? Kamui Yoshihito looked at the Prime Minister in disbelief. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? How did he get caught by the Xia people? Misunderstanding, what do you see here? The Prime Minister pointed to the screen at the beaten-up Weiqi, like a raging panther itching to kill the Emperor's ungrateful brother. Yoshihito Weiqi isn't competitive either, but he's obedient. His brother disobeyed the cabinet and had to go out and work on these things, most notably going to Summerlin to set up an institute. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the country? Now even the man and his lair have been lifted in this life. After reading all the freshly released information, Kamui Yoshihito's face grew paler and paler. It's true. It's all true. All of his and his brother's hard work is over. Yoshihito Kamui stumbled and almost fell to the ground. What a thought for the Prime Minister! Kamui Yoshihito inquired, holding back the sadness in his heart. Naturally, he will be welcomed back. The Prime Minister was gritting his teeth as he said this. He knew very well that he wanted to pick Kamui back up would need to hemorrhage money in order to do so, and the Great Summer Kingdom was never a loser, so it would be better to let Kamui just die out there. One and done. Regardless of whether or not Kamui Yoshihito had any rights, in the whole world they preached that everyone respected the emperor and the members of the imperial family, and if the Prime Minister refused to take Kamui back, the huge public opinion could make him hold his head up. It was a young plot that had no solution at all, although Elder Xian and the others were not happy about it. But the resources needed for this will need to be borne by your royal family as well. The Prime Minister stared at Kamui Yoshihito and said in a cold voice. That's natural. Kamui Yoshihito smiled sardonically, but his heart had gone completely cold. Each and every one of you wait for me, sooner or later this emperor will liquidate all of you. After deliberations in the cabinet, the Prime Minister decided to go in person to fetch Kamui back, and in the meantime to see how Janao was feeling physically and to talk about the realities of the situation. At this time, Yunemo was still sleeping, and he thought that the senior management would directly kill Shangjing to achieve the effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. I didn't realize that both sides had already started working on negotiating just how much resources Kamui was worth. The war back then was the incomplete liquidation of the Neon Nation, which was preserved by the Eagle Nation, and that's why the Neon Nation has developed to such a state, like a fly that keeps darting around in front of you, which is tiresome. But it is impossible to eliminate it completely. The Prime Minister of Neon is coming to our country this afternoon for a friendly exchange. He's expected to arrive at 3 p.m. Mu Lingxuan was idly brushing the video and saw a piece of emergency news. What time is it? Yunemo also heard the sound and slowly opened his eyes. It's just after 11. Mu Lingxuan glanced at the time and smiled gently. want to get some more sleep? No need. Yunmo waved his hand and tried to sit up, but he saw the big thunder that was blocking his view, covering his vision, and in the future, his own child would definitely not be hungry. What was I thinking? Yunmo slapped his head and hurriedly sat up, no longer going on a wild goose chase. Mu Lingxuan moved her legs and realized that she couldn't feel anything. After being pillowed by Yunmo for more than 5 hours, he had long been numb. That was a good night's sleep. Yunmo stretched his waist, it was a comfortable one, and it seemed that Mu Lingxuan's faint body scent still lingered around him. That's good. Yunmo slept comfortably and Mu Lingxuan was happy. Brushed their own cell phone, beloved people accompanied by the body, surrounded by a peaceful, Mu Lingxian very much like this cozy life. If the world has been peaceful, how good it should be. It's already noon, Ling Frost, you're hungry, let's go have lunch? Yunmo looked at the number of people having a picnic around the park and his stomach began to growl. Good. Mu Lingxuan was also a bit hungry, and immediately agreed with alacrity. Go! Yunmo stood up and extended his hand to Mu Lingxuan. Mu Lingxuan put her jade hand on Yunmo's hand, and just as she tried to stand up, her legs went limp and she fell down again. Look out! Yunmo's quick eyes and hands hurriedly responded, holding Mu Lingxuan up and tightly wrapping her in her arms as she asked worriedly. Are you okay? It's okay, just numb legs, just take it easy. Mu Lingxuan shook her head with a smile on her face. A trace of heartache and shame flashed through Yunmo's heart, all because of himself. I'll carry you. Yunmo said as he squatted in front of Mu Lingxian and spread his hands out, waiting for Mu Lingxian to come up. Then I'm welcome. Mu Lingxian froze for a moment and immediately smiled, without any hesitation, her entire body pounced on Yunmo's back. Yunmo only felt a softness in his back, and his old face blushed as he lifted Mu Lingxian's legs upwards with both hands, then stood up straight and very easily carried Mu Lingxuan's entire body on his back. Ling Frost is so light. Yunmo lamented in his heart that with such a good figure, his weight was actually not heavy. Thinking about what? Seeing Yunmo frozen in place, not moving, Mu Lingxuan attached herself to Yunmo's ear, her voice full of temptation. No, nothing. Yunmo smiled and shook his head, carrying Mu Lingxuan and leaving the park. Chapter 86. Has this kid always been so brave? Mu Lingxian had only taken a morning off, and Yunmo carried her all the way to the entrance of the Green Dragon Academy. The hearts of those secretly in love with Mu Lingxuan were once again broken. Woohoo! The goddess was carried back. Damn it! They also want to get close to the goddess. Put me down, I've regained feeling in my legs. The school was full of familiar people. Mu Lingxuan was a little shy and immediately came to Yunmo's ear and muttered in a small voice. Oh, good. Yunmo nodded and very carefully put Mu Lingxuan down. It's my fault for sleeping too long and numbing your legs with pillows. Yunmo looked at Mu Lingxian somewhat apologetically. This is his future wife, he is to take care of each other, he must pay attention in the future. We're on the same page, so don't be polite. Mu Lingxian pretended to be angry and glared at Yunmo. She very much liked this kind of interaction between the two of them. Mu Lingxian privately liked to read some sweet articles, often brainstorming about the sweet daily life with Yunmo. It was the kind of thing she'd wanted to do for a long time, and there was a lot she hadn't experienced yet. What, actually experiencing a goddess's knee pillow? Oh. This time it wasn't just the heart that was broken, the whole person was broken. Come on, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the academy environment. Mu Lingxian held Yunmo's arm with both hands, and in the gazes of envy and jealousy from the crowd, she very joyfully pulled Yunmo into the gate of the Green Dragon Academy. Classmate Mu Lingxuan, you're back, we're going out hunting in the afternoon, don't be absent. Lin Dong's eyes instantly lit up when he saw Mu Lingxuan's figure, and he hurriedly responded, while smiling warmly at Yunmo. Student Yunmo, welcome to Qinglong Academy. In the future you can treat this place as your home, no need to be formal. Okay, Mr. Linden. Yunmo nodded and did not say anything. He had a good impression of Lin Dong and had not fought for it himself at first, but unfortunately, the senior management of Qinglong Academy did not agree to join the training team. Success, Yunmo will see you tonight. Mu Lingxian nodded her head, clear that it was now time to gather. Out hunting was led by other teachers in the school, and after bidding farewell to Yunmo with reluctance, she then rushed towards the gathering place. The moment Mu Lingxian left Yunmo, the aura around her entire body instantly changed, turning into the usual sense of uninviting coolness. Feeling the change in Mu Lingxuan's aura, Lin Dong was envious in his heart, and he was clear about Yunmo's weight in Mu Lingxuan's heart. What more could a man ask for in a wife? It's a shame that I'm over 40 and still a single dog. Take care along the way. Yunimo also couldn't give up, only slept all morning, hadn't gotten tired of Mu Lingxuan enough. The main thing was that the two hadn't eaten lunch yet. After seeing Mu Lingxuan leave, Lin Dong's gaze fell on Yunimo, who had been wearing a faint smile on his face, which was like a spring breeze. Mr. Yunimo, the principal would like to see you. I don't know if you have the time? This is a discussion, not a command notice. Please lead the way, Mr. Lin Dong. Yunimo didn't refuse. He was curious what the principal was looking for himself for now. The other party was a flare-level martial artist. It wasn't too good to refuse just like that. Follow me. Lin Dong happily led the way in front. Yunimo followed closely behind, crossing a small path and quickly arriving in front of the principal's office. Lin Dong knocked lightly. Headmaster, I've brought Yunma's classmates here. Come in. The principal's pale, unruffled voice came from the chamber. Lin Dong pushed the door and Yunmo blandly followed. When he saw the exact appearance of the principal, Yunmo's body couldn't help but freeze. Another face that often appeared on TV. He didn't expect that his principal was actually this old hero. Known as the Black Yama King, Song Yidao, his martial spirit demon-breaking knife slashed all the way from the south to the north, slashing many demonic beasts, and the powerhouses of other countries didn't dare to go too far in the face of him. Song Yidao was sizing up Yunmo, and Yunmo was also looking at him. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Song Yidao laughed cheerfully. Yunmo brat, old me really underestimated you. The principal did underestimate me. Yunmo did not have the slightest modesty and climbed up the pole. At that time, he was the first in the examination. Just because the so-called potential of the martial soul was not working, he was not accepted by the training team, and there was still a lump in his heart. Worship old heroes to worship, always take the so-called martial soul potential to say things, is really some old eyes. Admittedly, the potential of the martial soul is the worst, and now it is already the peak of the diamond level, and the advancement of the flare level only needs an opportunity. Holy, is this kid always this brave? Lin Dong looked at Yunmo with a face of disbelief. His mouth was so long that it could be stuffed into an egg. This is the principal Song Yidao. He smiled a smile. The powerful demonic beasts are trembling 3 times the terrifying existence. In the whole of the Shangjing only Xin Lao dared to teach him a lesson. He really pinched a sweat for Yunmo. Song Yidao was a straightforward person who respected the strong and, of course, detested young people who were particularly arrogant. As expected, when Song Yidao heard Yunmo's words, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and became ugly to the naked eye. It's normal for young people to have fire, but too much rigidity is easy to break. Yunmo brat, it's better to be humble when talking to old seniors. Humble? Yunmo also understands Song Yidao's temperament. Either you go in and out and be a smooth person, or you are hard to the end, and the principal's favorite is the latter. Martial artists fight against people, against demonic beasts, and against the sky. Although too rigid and easy to break, easy to fall, if it has been hard, no one can break it is not good. Coincidentally, Yunmo is such a person. As long as he behaves himself, no matter how arrogant he behaves, Song Yidao will think that you are well behaved and cute, and are a promising talent for the great summer kingdom. After all, it was normal for super geniuses to have their own stinky tempers, and as long as the 3 views were positive, then nothing was a problem. I'm sorry, headmaster, I'm a person who's usually arrogant and doesn't know what humility is. These so-called superb geniuses that you've chosen for the training team, except for Mu Lingxuan, aren't very good. And to be honest, your old man's vision is really not very good. Lin Dong was stunned. Good guy, this is not brave anymore, this is a death wish. Is Yunmo saying that the old principal is old and blind? Lin Dong silently gave Yunmo a thumbs up in his heart. Awesome classmate Yunmo, I'll serve you if I don't serve any of my walls. Hee Yunmo brat, you're very confident in your martial soul? Song Yidao's eyes narrowed slightly at his words, his whole body revealing a dangerous aura. Yunmo stood silently in place, facing him at all 4 eyes, completely without a goad. Ha, funny. Song Yidao instantly laughed, a smile that hit a knife, causing Lin Dong, who was on the side, to stifle a shiver as he looked left and right at the old and the young, with the flavor of a tit for tat. Then the old man will have to quietly, what gives you the confidence? Song Yidao instantly got up the idea of testing Yunmo, and immediately waved his big hand. The martial spirit demon-breaking blade instantly appeared in front of the crowd, and the surrounding area was suffocating with a bloody and solemn meaning. This demon-breaking sword decimated no less than 100,000 enemies, so today I will let you see if my sword is sharp. Yunmo sniffed and subconsciously took out an ordinary long knife in his martial soul space and held it tightly in his hand. My sword has not been unfavorable. Chapter 87. Is it true? Ha, have guts. Song Yidao laughed out loud, and under his control, the demon breaker sword flew up by itself, and from top to bottom, it slashed fiercely towards Yunmo. It's over, is the principal for real? Lin Dong was able to clearly perceive the terror of this knife. Even if it was himself, he would not dare to fight head-on. A silver martial artist, how should he block this knife? The next thing you know, you'll be chopped straight in half. Song Yadao naturally had his own calculations. If Yunemo couldn't resist, he would revoke it in time and naturally wouldn't hurt Yunemo a single sweat hair. Every talented martial artist was the future of the Great Summer Kingdom, and Song Yadao wouldn't do anything to harm his students. Good timing. Yunemo subconsciously raised the knife in his hand across his face and blocked it. With a crunching sound, the knife in Yunmo's hand was instantly chopped into two, and the demon breaker knife slashed towards Yunmo's head in the process. Is this kid really just bluffing? Song Yadao suddenly had some regrets. Yunmo's heavenly star bug only had self-destruction and remote probing, both of which could not stop him from obtaining the sword, and such a test seemed a bit unfair to Yunemo. Thinking of this, Song Yadao just wanted to put away his sword and wait for a chance to test Yunemo again. At this moment, a crisp ringing sound suddenly resounded throughout the principal's office. The golden shield on Yunmo's body managed to block the slash that came down, and his body only took 2 steps backward. My God! Lin Dong's eyes almost glazed over at the sight. Blocked? Really blocked? Could it be that he was dreaming? Lin Dong really wanted to slap himself. Even though the principal used not even 10% of the force of this blade, it could have easily decapitated a platinum-level martial artist. Yunemo pawned down as a mere silver-level martial artist? Didn't feel any fluctuations in the aura of the spiritual treasure either. This Song Yadao has lived for so long, is also the first time to see such a horrible young man, beard violently shaking up. He can feel the extraordinary of this golden shield, not to mention that he used not 10% of the force. Even if it is 10% of the force, seems to be able to be blocked. Hiss. Song Yadao suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air and put the demon-breaking blade back. The demon-breaking knife instantly flew in front of Song Yadao, and with a wave of his big hand, he disappeared, and when Yunemo saw this, the golden arc on his body also dissipated. Lin Dong was still in shock and had not slowed down. Song Yadao looked Yunemo up and down, wanting to see through him. In the morning he had learned from Elder Xian about Yunmo's meritorious achievement this time. At first he didn't believe in it, but he had to believe in it when he saw Kemui himself. That's why he wanted to see Yunemo and moved to test his mind. Yunmo's performance was completely unexpected by Song Yadao. No. It's beyond imagination. Can't even dream of doing that. Song Yadao suddenly felt that Yunemo hadn't really been under much pressure to smash Shangjing's research institute, and that even if a stronger martial artist was sitting there, he could easily take it down. What am I rambling on about? Song Yadao shook his head, suddenly feeling that his thoughts were a bit naive and ridiculous. Yunemo was only a silver rank no matter what. Wait. It was only at this moment that Song Yadao reacted to the fact that Yunmo's chi and blood fluctuations were clearly gold level, much thicker than silver level. Good boy, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger to eat on my body. Even if a gold level martial artist did this, it was still this kind of feat. According to common sense, Song Yadao felt that this shield of Yunemo must have some kind of limitation. If it existed all the time, it would be a bit too invincible. Thinking of this, Song Yadao looked at Yunemo with a kind smile that made Yunmo's scalp numb. The mind couldn't help but sputter. Your old man smile is a bit oozy, so it's better not to smile. You're usually quite dominant in your seriousness. At this time, Lin Dong also slowed down from his shock, seeing this gentle smile of Song Yadao. It always felt so unreal. Sure enough, one is dreaming. Yunemo boy, what exactly is this shield of yours? Song Yadao wouldn't want to bend, and if he had doubts, he would ask straightforwardly. Old me looks like it's not a spiritual treasure. Does it have something to do with your martial soul? Song Yadao couldn't figure out how a celestial star bug could reproduce self-destructing larvae, as well as larvae that could communicate in real time and scout. It really subverted his understanding of this world. If the martial soul could also be used for defense, wouldn't this be directly invincible? A proper hexagonal warrior. Song Yadao's mouth was a little dry with excitement, and he picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. The principal is really well informed. Yunemo smiled and nodded. This shield is indeed a special talent of my martial soul called absolute defense. Put. Just drank the tea in the mouth by Song Yadao could not help but spray it out. He is still the first time so unimaginative. Yunemo boy, is this shield really a special talent of your martial soul? Song Yadao couldn't believe that his casual remark had actually come true. Exactly. Yunemo nodded his head quite literally. Then what are the characteristics of this shield, and what level of martial artist's attack can it specifically block? Song Yidao felt as if he was opening the door to a new world. His heart was inexplicably excited. The better Yunemo was, the happier he would be. After all, he was the future of the Great Summer Kingdom. So what if he admitted that he had looked away and his old eyes were dim? Since it's called absolute defense, it's naturally invincible. As long as I'm standing inside the shield, ace-level martial artists won't be able to hurt me even a little bit. Yunemo said with great confidence. This. Lindong felt his CPU burned. This is still the language of the summer country. Why every word is recognized, even up some do not understand. A silver-ranked martial artist standing and letting an ace-ranked martial artist fight would not be able to injure him in the slightest. It's not crazy, it's the whole thing upside down. Hiss fruity? Song Yidao really couldn't believe it, but he knew Yunemo wasn't lying. What's the cost of that? How often can it withstand an attack from an ace-level martial artist? This talent was truly heaven-defying. Every time it was resisted, it could be compared to a defensive heaven-ranked spirit treasure. Song Yidao's voice was trembling a little as he spoke at this moment. Cost? Yunemo naturally couldn't say that he needed to pay the hunting value after 20 seconds, saying half the words and leaving half. It's not much of a price to pay, it's only 20 seconds of invincibility per day, and it refreshes at 0, does that count as a price? Song Yidao was directly dried silent by Yunmo's sentence. What is the cost of this, 20 seconds of invincibility? Song Yidao envied and cried, he also want to have. If he also possessed 20 seconds of invincibility, he would be able to kill tens of thousands more demonic beasts on the battlefield. Hearing Yunemo say that there were only 20 seconds, Song Yidao had the urge to hit someone. On the 10,000 demons battlefield, every second could turn the tide of a battle. That's 20 seconds. Song Yidao's heart surged. He believed that as long as Yunemo grew up smoothly, he would definitely become the mainstay of the Xia kingdom, and immediately made a decision. Fine, Yunemo boy, you're good. Song Yidao's eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Yunemo at this moment. You really do have arrogant capital. You're right, those so-called superb geniuses are indeed inferior compared to you. I admit that it's the old man's old eyes that are dim, almost leaving the pearl in the dust. Looking at Song Yidao's reaction, Yunemo knew that he had proved himself with his strength and gained Song Yidao's appreciation, and his future life in the Green Dragon Academy was destined to be smooth sailing. From now on, all the resources of the Green Dragon Academy will be tilted in your favor, but whenever you need them, you only need to inform me, and no matter what the cost, I will help you get them. Song Yidao walked up to Yunemo, gently patted Yunmo's shoulder, and sighed silently. Grow up while we old guys are still alive. Chapter 88. A bigger fist is harder. Many thanks to the principal. Yunemo did not refuse. It was a good thing for someone to send resources to him. Although he had a lot of resources in his hand, he could not raise a few million heavenly star insects. His goal in the future was to cultivate hundreds of millions of them. The resources consumed are astronomical, and it's really hard to do it just by yourself. Ha, this character of your kid is to the old man's liking. Song Yidao smiled and sat down, glancing at Lindong. Teacher Lin, I have something to say to Yunemo boy. Oh, good. Lindong immediately smiled at his words. It's time for me to get to class, principal, so I'll get busy, said the man, leaving without a moment's delay. Yunemo, you sit too, no need to be polite. Song Yidao's attitude towards Yunemo was so good that those who didn't know thought it was his own grandson. Yunemo immediately sat down. Song Yidao personally poured him a cup of tea. Yunemo saw this and hurriedly stroked the teacup with his hand as a sign of politeness. Song Yidao picked up his teacup and took a sip, and began to self-examine. It's true that when you get older, you will always look at people with old eyes. It's indeed old eyes, and it's the old man's fault for not approving you to join the training team. Yunemo was stunned at his words. He did not expect that such a big person could actually shed his face to admit his mistake with himself. He immediately laughed. Headmaster is overstating it. The heavenly star insect really doesn't have much potential. It's just that my martial soul might have mutated. It's different from ordinary heavenly star insects. That's why I'm a little successful. Don't help the old man find a remedy if you kid. Wrong is wrong. Song Yidao drank the tea as if he was drinking. He waved his hand very openly. Preferring to be straightforward, he thought he had done the fairest job in drawing and talent. And yet, he almost lost a superb genius because of his lack of attention to the heavenly star bug. Luckily Yunemo was still a student of the Green Dragon Academy. If he was snatched by another academy, Song Yidao would probably regret it to death. At that time, he had too many facts on his hands and was too busy to make such a mistake if he had gone to verify them in person. Yunemo smiled and didn't say anything. The old principal could have said himself that he was wrong. If Yunemo agreed, it would be a bit of low emotional intelligence. He picked up his tea and sipped it silently as well. A mouthful of tea down, Yunmo's eyes instantly lit up. This tea contains the power of qi and blood. After drinking it down, the body is indescribably comfortable. Presumably it is some kind of tea made of spiritual grass. If you like it, the old man will pack 10 pounds for you when you leave. Seeing this reaction from Yunmo, Song Yidao spoke very cheerfully. Hey, thanks for the old principal then. Yunmo was happy in his heart, thinking that he could share half of it with Mu Lingshuang. No need to be polite, a little bit of tea is just a little bit of tea. In the future, if you need any resources, directly inform the old man, and there is absolutely no shortage of yours. Song Yidao stated that this was all trivial as he looked Yunmo up and down, his eyes narrowing slightly. I'm a bit curious, nowadays you're already around level 35, right, and you've long reached the strength of a gold level martial artist, so why are you still a silver medal? Hey, it's just that I was in a hurry to get there and didn't have time. Yunmo rubbed the back of his head and made up a reason off the top of his head. Well, the grading is secondary to the fact that the subsidized trifle isn't much use anyway. Song Yidao smiled and nodded. Xinglong Academy is well funded, it is still no problem to raise a Yunmo, spend as much as you want. Now Song Yidao was still laughing. When he knew that Yunmo had consumed so much, it was his turn to cry, not to mention the entire Green Dragon Academy. Even if all the resources of the 4 academies were supplied to Yunmo, it was probably not enough. After all, his martial soul can be infinitely bred. If the larvae die in battle, it is permanently gone, and the resources for cultivation will not be returned in the slightest, so it can be said that Yunmo is a bottomless pit, a super gold-swallowing beast. What the principal said. Yunmo nodded in agreement. For the resources he consumed, it was indeed 3 and 2. Ugh. Seeing that Yunmo already possessed gold-level strength, Song Yidao silently sighed again. Nowadays only Mu Lingshuang had reached the gold level in the entire training team. The others were still a bit short of the gold level. Yunmo, the self-savage growth fell faster and stronger, steadily pressing Mu Lingshuang. Thinking that Yunmo and Mu Lingshuang were a pair, Song Yidao's mood was much better. This pair of super genius young lovers were both from his school, really earning hemp. It wasn't that the rest of the training team wasn't good enough, the members of the training team from the 3 major academies hadn't stepped foot in the gold level even now, right? Rather, Yunmo and Mu Lingshuang were too outstanding, so they set off the other geniuses as somewhat mediocre. Yunmo, you've come all the way here, do you want to join the training team to cultivate together starting tomorrow? Song Yidao looked at Yunmo, his voice was gentle, completely lacking the usual seriousness. It's not commanding, it's consulting. Headmaster, this matter must not be. Although Song Yidao was now treating Yunmo very well, the matter of rejecting himself from joining the training team had not yet passed. One size fits all. Why? Song Yidao was a bit puzzled, frowning and cursing without a good mood. Yunmo brat, are you still angry with old man? I didn't expect you kid to have such a small temperament. Nonetheless, headmaster, you've wronged me. Yunmo had an innocent look on his face. I'm sure there will be naysayers when I join this halfway. Wouldn't it be nice for someone to naysay to beat them into submission? Song Yidao was also a hobnail during his student days, and I don't know how many students have been beaten by him. In the world of martial artists, a big fist is a hard truth, whether in school or on the battlefield, this is an unchanging truth for all time. The principal is right. Yunmo nodded repeatedly and asked immediately. When is their next match? 3 days later, shouldn't you kid? Song Yidao instantly understood Yunmo's intentions and pointed at him, laughing and cursing. Good boy, with the style of my old man back then. The principal really understands me. Since I'm going to join, naturally I have to be a bit more high profile. In order to avoid being criticized by them after joining, I might as well beat up all of them before joining, so I won't have to worry about it. Yunmo folded his hands behind his head with a relaxed face, completely ignoring the students from the training team. Good, it's this kind of confidence, the dominance that suppresses all geniuses. As long as you manage to win all the time, you'll be invincible. Song Yidao greatly appreciated Yunmo's strength, as if sleeping was not enough in front of him. It was just a fight with some freshmen, and he believed that even if he let Yunmo fight him one-on-one, he would still have this idle look. Headmaster, then remember to let me know when the time comes. Yunmo said and stood up, intending to leave. He wanted to go and see Mu Lingshuang's valiant gallantry at school. No problem, Yunmo boy, take this. Song Yidao smiled and threw a magnetic card to Yunmo. It is? Yunmo looked at the exquisite magnetic card in his hand, which was engraved with a lifelike green dragon that was domineering. This is the Academy's universal pass card. With it, the Academy can enter anywhere, with the highest authority. What you need to get yourself, without any notification. If you need something the Academy does not have, you can inform the old man to go and get it for you. Song Yidao's voice was bland, as if doing these things was as simple as eating and drinking for him. If he could cultivate Yunemo into sainthood, he believed that when it came to the 10,000 demons battlefield, Yunemo would be completely capable of defeating 10 with 1. Chapter 89 I'm the chosen son of heaven. Many thanks, old principal. Yunemo flipped his big hand, the magnetic card instantly disappeared. For the school's cultivation, Yunemo would accept all of it, and when the day he grew up completely, he would return it 1,000 times over. Go and get busy, you do feel bored, you can wander around Shangjing, there are plenty of fun things to do here. Song Yidao stroked his white beard and said with a smile. Yunemo cupped his fists in farewell and walked straight out of the principal's office. This Yunemo kid really surprised me. Looking at Yunmo's departing figure, Song Yidao's eyes narrowed slightly, he couldn't even see through Yunemo somewhat. It was so tempting to inquire about what was going on with Yunmo's martial soul, but it was about Yunmo's own secrets, so he really couldn't open his mouth. Walking alone on the path, Yunemo idly pulled out his cell phone, saw the news headlines, and subconsciously froze. The Neon Prime Minister's blimp has taken off from his home country and will meet with our top brass in the afternoon, on time. What are the people from the Neon Kingdom doing visiting the Great Summer Kingdom at this time of the year? Yunemo scratched the news over, muttering to himself, and out popped a beautiful woman dancing. Yunemo didn't bother to look at it, but was thinking about it while walking. Could it be? Yunemo quickly realized what the other party was trying to do. It seems to be for Kamui. It looks like it's a bit difficult to kill him directly. When Yunemo turned him in, he would have expected this outcome. After all, the Great Xia Kingdom was still fighting with the surrounding demonic beasts. If he tore himself apart with the Neon Kingdom during this time period, it would pull the Great Xia Kingdom into the quagmire of war. The Eagle Kingdom is naturally happy to be the yellow bird in the back. It's not time to completely tear it apart yet, and being able to squeeze some value out of Kamui is the best way to handle the situation. Yunemo knew that Elder Xian had their own longer-term considerations. He was not in that position yet, so what was the point of worrying about it? If the sky collapses, there is naturally a high one to hold it up. Putting the cell phone into his pocket, Yunemo surveyed the surroundings. Nowadays the school has not yet started, a person did not see. He still wanted to visit the place where the training was set, but he didn't know the way. Yunemo, you came out? Lin Dong's excited voice sounded behind him, and Yunemo turned to look over at his words, somewhat speechless. That's a very ambiguous statement, Mr. Lin, you've just been released from jail yourself, right? Well, I was getting lost, and what a coincidence that you're here, Mr. Lin. Come on, I'll take you to the set. Lin Dong laughed cheerfully and walked up to Yunemo with a smug smile on his face. He knew that Yunemo was a makeable talent. This time the old principal's vision was not as good as his own. But it's going to give him a bad case of the bull's eye. Good. Yunemo smiled and nodded. He had always had a good impression of Mr. Lin Dong. Led by Lin Dong through a huge playground to another campus. Then walked to a large stadium. Lu Ming, cheer up and try to last a few more rounds in Mu Lingshuang's hands this time. Just as he reached the doorway, he heard the cheering of the crowd coming from inside. That's right, if you can survive 10 moves today, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. You've got to be honest. Lu Ming's brows furrowed as he looked at Mu Lingshuang, who had a bland face in front of him, as if he were an enemy. Come on. Mu Lingshuang hooked her finger at Lu Ming, exuding an aura of extreme confidence. Divine Fire Phoenix, manifest. Lu Ming hissed, and a fiery red phoenix silhouette instantly appeared above his head, wrapped in a blazing flame. Yunemo looked at the summoned phoenix, his heart was slightly shocked. Worthy of being able to join the training team, this martial soul is indeed in the strongest class. To be able to have this kind of martial soul, it must also be a family school. By virtue of possession. Before the words fell, the divine fire phoenix raised the sky with a cry before drilling into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was instantly wrapped in flames, and the phoenix shadow appeared and disappeared. Student Mu Lingshuang, be careful. Lu Ming let out a hiss and instantly jumped up a few meters high, the admiration for Mu Lingshuang in his eyes unconcealed. When he first met Mu Lingshuang, Lu Ming's heart was moved. Mu Lingshuang's martial soul was a dragon, while his martial soul was a phoenix. Wasn't that a dragon and phoenix? The two were destined for each other. But this intensive training these days is always being abused by Mu Lingshuang. There is absolutely no opportunity to confess, can only use with Mu Lingshuang cutting to try to draw closer to the relationship with Mu Lingshuang. In the past few days, Lu Ming felt that the distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer, and it was only a matter of time before Mu Lingshuang was completely raided. I didn't expect Mu Lingshuang's boyfriend to come today, and seeing the two interacting intimately, Lu Ming was about to spit fire with jealousy. He was the grandson of the Lu family in the capital, and his grandfather was one of the 20 people who were qualified to participate in the meeting of the Deliberation Pavilion, a proper great man of the family, and he also possessed an extreme grade martial soul, so the future could be said to be a straight path. At that time, if it wasn't for the other students stopping him, he was bound to go out and violently beat up Yunmo. Seeing Mu Lingshuang smiling at him, his heart burned with anger. At noon, he had sent someone to investigate Yunmo. Apart from blowing up a bronze-level demonic beast at the freshman test, there was nothing to brag about. Lu Ming's test had used his own Phoenix Divine Flame to burn 10 bronze-level demonic beasts. It wasn't something Yunmo could compare to. How could a tiny bug martial soul be worthy of Mu Lingshuang, who possessed dual martial souls? Lu Ming had always felt that he was the chosen one and Mu Lingshuang was his destiny, and the two of them joining hands to become saints could become a good story. Just in the past few days, he had already thought of how many children the two of them would have in the future and what to name them. Although standing outside the door, Yunmo was able to clearly see the love that Lu Ming's eyes were full of for Mu Lingshuang. He just smiled while Lin Dong on the side was a little embarrassed. It's a little embarrassing to see this just after arriving. His own girlfriend's strength and face value existed side by side. It was normal to be admired. Yunmo could not possibly be jealous because of this. Because there are many people like Lu Ming who look up to Mu Lingshuang, they can only look up to them, while Yunmo can kiss and hug them, and when they get a license, they can do whatever they want. Mu Lingshuang's love for Yunmo he can feel, no matter who will never want to Yunmo wall corner. Besides, Yunmo himself was good enough, and these people were not qualified to compare themselves to him. Mr. Lin Dong, what are you waiting for? Let's go in. Yunmo looked at the embarrassed Lin Dong and smiled warmly. Go. Lin Dong took the lead and walked in, followed closely by Yunmo. At this time, Lu Ming, who jumped into mid-air, glanced at Yunmo out of the corner of his eye, and his whole body instantly exuded a cold hostile aura. For some reason, seeing Yunmo made him inexplicably angry. Hee, kid, let you see the gap between you and this young man. Mu Lingshuang also saw Yunmo, and at the same time sensed the hostility that Lu Ming had unleashed on him, and his originally indifferent face became extremely cold. Flaming Meteor Fist. Lu Ming's flaming wings unfolded behind his back and he clenched his fists, as a single flaming fist blasted out, smashing viciously towards Mu Lingshuang on the ground. This flaming meteor fist covered a wide area, blocking off all directions of Mu Lingshuang, and was unavoidable. Of course, Mu Lingshuang didn't need to hide. I'll be damned, using his stance right off the bat, is Lu Ming crazy? The other students couldn't help but gasp out in shock at the sight. Whoosh! Just as the flaming meteor fist was about to smash into Mu Lingshuang, her figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, it appeared in front of Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming was shocked when he saw Mu Lingshuang, who had an icy face. Bang! Mu Lingshuang kicked Lu Ming's obese stomach viciously. Put! Lu Ming only felt a burst of heartbreaking pain, his body fell uncontrollably, and he fell heavily on the ground, and by virtue of the possession of the body automatically lifted, his head tilted, and he directly fainted. Chapter 93 Day Appointment. The other students were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen Mu Lingshuang strike so hard, and they all froze in place as they looked at Lu Ming, who was passed out on the ground. For a while no one actually bothered to check if Lu Ming was still alive. Lu Ming student? Lin Dong was terrified, instantly ran to Lu Ming and helped him up. The 20 people in the training team can be the treasures of Qinglong Academy, any one of them can't be accounted for if something goes wrong. Lin Dong. Lu Ming did not move at all, and did not react at all to how Lin Dong shook his body. Yunmo silently walked up to Mu Lingshuang and smiled faintly at her. You're here? When Mu Lingshuang saw Yunmo, her icy expression instantly melted with ice and snow, and a gentle smile surfaced. The crowd of the training team looked dumbfounded, and their hearts were instantly clear. Mu Lingshuang's heart had always been on Yunmo. Except for Yunmo, there was no one who would get a smile from her, and the two of them were very compatible with each other. The others should just put out that thought. Aha! Yunmo walked to Mu Lingshuang and murmured in a low voice. Isn't that a little heavy-handed? It's okay, she's alive. Mu Lingshuang did not think that Lu Ming would patiently spar with him no matter how many times he challenged her. After all, they were all classmates and it was proper to help each other. Mu Lingshuang had noticed it at the first time, and without giving Lu Ming a cutting lesson, he really thought that Mu Lingshuang was a good talker. Her boyfriend, naturally, had to defend himself. That's good. Yunmo sniffed in relief. The two of them sparred with each other. Injuries were inevitable. Lu Ming was still alive on the line. Lu Ming student, don't be alright. Yunmo and Mu Lingshuang interacted with each other in a very relaxed manner, but it scared Lin Dong, and he exerted all his strength to pinch Lu Ming's middle. Lu Ming finally reacted and slowly opened his eyes to see Lin Dong's face filled with worry. Great Lu Ming-san, you're finally awake. Seeing this, Lin Dong finally sighed with relief. Mr. Lin. Lu Ming was a bit confused now, feeling his head spinning as he spoke with a confused look on his face. I think I just saw my tits too. Seeing Lu Ming in this state, Lin Dong was still a little worried. He had only been hit in the stomach by Mu Lingxuan. How did he feel like his brain was broken from the fall? The eyes revealed a clear stupidity. Mr. Lu Ming, how do you feel? Do you want me to send you to the infirmary? Mu Lingxuan's kick directly dispersed Lu Ming's martial soul by virtue of its attachment directly, which showed the amount of force. I'm fine. Lu Ming shook his head and finally slowed down in his haze, his eyes becoming much clearer. It's good to be okay, it's good to be okay. The stone in Lin Dong's heart finally fell to the ground. If Lu Ming is really something, not only the school can't pass that hurdle, the Lu family also won't let him have a good time. You ma? Seeing Yunimo talking and laughing with Mu Lingxuan, Lu Ming's eyes instantly spewed fire and he couldn't help but hiss. Something wrong with you? Yunimo coldly glanced at Lu Ming and did not put him in his eyes. He really did not want to pay attention to this guy with a pit in his brain. All the way here, the people he encountered were normal. How come he just entered the university and encountered this Lu Ming jumping face? Like a mindless villain, it's just uninteresting. This caused Lu Ming's heart to be deeply stung to the point that he felt his dignity had been insulted. He clenched his fists tightly, his teeth clacking. Lu Ming student, I see you're not in a good state. Why don't we send you to the infirmary room? Lin Dong knew the relationship between Yunimo and Mu Lingxuan, and he didn't want Lu Ming to go all the way down this road, so it was better to give up quickly. You're out of the question. Mr. Lin Dong, I'm fine. Lu Ming slowly stood up, staring at Yunimo with unblinking eyes, wanting to see through him. He was curious as to why Mu Lingxuan liked Yunimo, such an ordinary guy, who was just a bit more handsome. But in this day and age, what's the use of being handsome? It's not like it's a meal. Strength is everything. Yunimo had a frank face, letting Lu Ming measure him and continue to talk to Mu Lingxuan, just as if he didn't exist. Ling Frost, where are we going to eat tonight? Yunimo asked with a smile. Both, wherever you take me. Mu Lingxuan's eyes were smiling, indescribably gentle. Lu Mingrun was dumbfounded. He had never seen Mu Lingxuan say so many words. Good. Yunimo smiled and nodded. So where are we staying tonight? Just any hotel will do. Mu Lingxuan answered casually, as if it was already common for the two to live together. Lu Ming, who was at the side, instantly lost his mind at the words and was in no mood to measure Yunimo. Yunimo, I've heard that your martial soul is only the heavenly star bug. Although it looks good at this stage, don't think that just because you were lucky enough to be accepted into the Green Dragon Academy, you can turn into a strong person. There's no way that it's possible between you and Mu Lingxuan, with her twin martial souls. She's an absolute heavenly proud girl. And then what? Yunimo looked at Lin Dong. Teacher Lin, this student might really have something wrong with his brain. It's better to rush him to the infirmary. Let's go, Lu Ming-san. Lin Dong smiled embarrassedly. As a teacher, he naturally could not let Lu Ming make a scene here. This is a set team, a being that progresses together, not for them to fight over women. Yunimo, like me, this kind of heavenly pride in Mu Lingxuan is the best match. If you still have a bit of self-awareness, it's better to leave her side earlier, so as not to pull the hind legs, just based on this heavenly star insect martial soul of yours. When they go to the battlefield together in the future, they want to let Mu Lingxuan to waste her energy on you? Lu Ming laughed coldly. In his eyes, a trash martial soul like Yunimo had no future at all. No, I'm wrong. With the potential of your martial soul, it's estimated that you're not even qualified to go to the front line, and you can only stay within the city to languish. Mu Lingxuan was furious at the words and just wanted to strike, but Yunmo's hand tightly grabbed his wrist, signaling him to be at ease. Yunimo was about to fight his way in, and it just so happened that there was Lu Ming, the head of the head, and it was just right to take him. Lin Dong sniffed, his face also instantly darkened. The entire Lu family were heroes. How did they raise such an arrogant third generation? Maybe because he's the only son in the family and is spoiled. Lu Ming, you are all classmates and will be teammates in the future. Your enemies are only demonic beasts or those hostile countries that want to exterminate us. The school organizes the intensive training team for you to progress, not to quarrel. Lin Dong was really angry. The other students also had adored Mu Lingxuan. How did they not engage in such disgusting behavior? They were still really brainless. The other students from the other training teams were all pointing at Lu Ming as well. Yes, Lu Ming, everyone can see that Yunimo and Mu Lingxuan like each other. What's wrong with you interfering? Right, to pursue the opposite sex, you also need the consent of the other party, right? Mu Lingshuang classmate has been rejecting you, and besides, she has a date. Shut up you guys. In the face of the crowd's rebuke, Lu Ming was instantly enraged as he pointed at Yun Mo and shouted in a deep voice. Yun Mo, dare you fight with this young master? Let you know the gap between the two of us. Everyone wants a good woman, and the two are just in love, not married, so why can't they dig their own heels in? Lu Ming has always felt that he is right, even if he is married, he will get what he likes. Ever since he was a child, as long as Lu Ming wanted something, he had yet to fail to get it, which had also created his character of having no one in sight. I'll be participating in the set spout in 3 days. Yun Mo finished pulling Mu Lingshuang's hand and left the gymnasium without casting a single glance at Lu Ming. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Lu Ming's heart was burning with anger, but he still couldn't help it. He clenched his teeth and said viciously. Good, 3 days later, this young man will beat you to death and let you know what a true genius is. Chapter 91, Shocking Lu Ming for 100 years. Until Yun Mo disappeared from the crowd's view with Mu Lingshuang, he hadn't even given Lu Ming a single superfluous glance. The other students shook their heads when they saw this. It was a bit humiliating to be stalked like this, and the crowd dispersed, leaving only Lin Dong and Lu Ming behind. Damn it! Lu Ming had a strong sense of self-esteem, and now this situation made him very humiliated. His fists pinched click straight, the anger in his heart was higher than a wave, and his eyes were full of venomous color. Seeing this reaction from him, Lin Dong also shook his head, and in his heart, he suddenly felt some contempt for this genius. If one's heart is not right, even if one is strong, they don't need it in Qinglong Academy, and they don't need it on the front line of the Great Xia country. They need united martial artists who can safely hand over their backs to the other side. Instead of this kind of some status, a little talent and then no one, and especially conceited, think that everyone should let him, whether it is an object or a woman, as long as you want, have to satisfy him to do so. It's bullying, to put it mildly, and it's giant baby behavior, to put it mildly. Lin Dong really wanted to directly kick Lu Ming out of the training team, but unfortunately, he was backed by the Lu family, and Lin Dong was just an ordinary teacher who didn't have the right to do so, so he could only think about it, but he could tell the old principal about this idea. After all, Song Yidao could treasure Yun Mo now. Saying do it, thinking of this, Lin Dong immediately got up and walked quickly towards the principal's office. This time Lu Ming really became a loner. He looked around for a moment, the anger in his heart intensified, and after hesitating for a moment, he followed in the direction that Yun Mo and the two of them had left. School entrance. This Lu Ming is obnoxious enough. Yun Mo looked at Mu Lingshuang and didn't know how to spit, not knowing whether to say that he was shameless or to praise him for his perseverance. Just irrelevant people. Mu Lingshuang did not want to mention this person at all. In his eyes, in addition to Yun Mo, all garbage. How could a person care about how the garbage was? At this time, Lu Ming quietly touched up and hid behind a wall, sneaking around and watching the interaction between the two with a heavy sense of stealing. He thought he was hiding well, but he didn't know that Yun Mo and the two of them had already sensed his arrival. It's really like a dog's plaster, you can't shake it off. This young man still doesn't believe that he can't deal with you, a bumpkin from a small place. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the two of them dead on. He decided that if Mu Lingshuang didn't submit to him again, he could only have his family send out their forces. His grandfather is a elite level martial artist. It's just a woman, he can send her to his bed with a flick of his finger. Ha. Thinking of this, Lu Ming twisted his obese body and smiled lewdly. Brother Yun Ma. At that moment a little girl's brittle yell came from not far away. Yun Mo sniffed and looked toward the source of the sound, and Mu Lingshuang also turned her head to look in confusion. Lu Ming froze. He always felt that the voice was a bit familiar. He tried to look, but he was blocked by the wall and couldn't see it at all. Yeah, Uncle Mo. Yun Mo saw that Mo Tian was holding Mo Xiaoya towards himself. Mo Tian was full of smiles. Mo Xiaoya's little face was written with excitement. She had already changed her clothes and her body was washed white. Although she still looked a little thin, her complexion was much better. He is? Mu Lingshuang was really shocked. She also saw Mo Tian on TV. Naturally she was familiar with it. She was very curious. Yun Mo, which had only come to Shangjing less than half a day, how did he get acquainted with this known as the first gun of the summer country? Yun Ma, what a coincidence. Mo Tian took a day off today just to accompany his precious daughter, but he didn't expect to run into Yun Mo here. Yeah, what a coincidence. Yun Mo smiled and nodded, while Mo Xiaoya's gaze fell on Mu Lingshuang's body and subconsciously shouted out. Big sister is so pretty. Being praised so bluntly by the cute little girl, Mu Lingshuang was happy inside, but she was used to being cold to other people and tried to squeeze out a smile at Mo Xiaoya, but failed. It was true that he could only laugh from his heart when facing Yun Mo. Seeing Mu Lingshuang react so coldly, Mo Xiaoya was a little frustrated. Yun Mo, who is this? Mo Tian was also stunned by Mu Lingshuang's face value, and his big hand gently rubbed Mo Xiaoya's head as a comfort. This is my girlfriend Mu Lingshuang, and this is Uncle Mo with Xiaoya. Yun Mo gave them an introduction. Hello guys. Mu Lingshuang gently nodded her head. Her voice was clear and cold, so she squeezed out these 3 words. She talks less. Yun Mo hurriedly explained, and Mo Tian smiled and shook his head, not taking it seriously. Brother Yun Ma hug. Mo Xiaoya kept breaking away from her daddy, trying to break into Yun Mo's embrace. Mo Tian had no choice but to pass Mo Xiaoya to Yun Mo, who took it with a smile and held Mo Xiaoya tenderly in his arms. Big sister, don't you like ya? Being held by Yun Mo Xiaoya was very close to Mu Lingshuang, her big eyes staring straight at Mu Lingshuang as she asked suspiciously. As expected, Mo Xiaoya's drunkenness was not really wanting to be hugged by Yun Mo, but rather wanting to get closer to Mu Lingshuang. Mo Tian smiled helplessly at the situation. Yun Mo thought that this little girl was really quite cute. No, you're cute too. Mu Lingshuang reached out and gently touched Mo Xiaoya's head, and the two gradually interacted. This is Mo Tian? Lu Ming was stunned. Although Mo Tian was still a bit far from the flare level, he was only in his 30s, and would probably become the youngest flare level martial artist, and his status in Xinjiang was not bad. And the relationship with Xian Lao is very shallow. Even the Lu family does not dare to underestimate him, must leave 3 times the face. How did Yun Mo know Mo Tian? Lu Ming was shocked and angry. If he really had a great relationship with Mo Tian, he would need to consider carefully if he wanted to use the power of the family. Mo Xiaoya talked more and more happily with Mu Lingshuang, and Mu Lingshuang gradually fell in love with this little girl full of vitality, and couldn't help but think in her heart. If only the child Yun Mo and I have is this cute. Thinking of this, Mu Lingshuang's pretty face flushed slightly, adding to the cuteness. After chatting for a few minutes, Mo Tian then hugged the fondly remembered Mo Xiaoya and left. Come on, let's eat. Yun Mo saw that Mu Lingshuang liked children so much that he wanted to discuss it in depth with her, but after thinking about it, he held back. Aha! Seeing Yun Mo's appearance, Mu Lingshuang didn't ask more questions and just gently nodded her head. The two were just about to leave when a rough voice came from behind them. Little brother Yun Mo, please stay. Yun Mo froze. This voice was unfamiliar, it was not in his memory. Immediately he turned to look over. A sturdy figure like a mountain had already stood in front of him, blocking all the sunlight that was thrown at him. Ha, it's true that heroes come out of youths. At a glance your kid is not simple. The person who came was none other than Luo Chang, who reached out his big hand and gently patted Yun Mo's shoulder, very self-conscious. How is this possible? Lu Ming saw Luo Chang, who was so familiar with Yun Mo. His whole body went numb, his brain had a moment of downtime. This was a real light-level martial artist. The Northwest Hammer King was not a cover. The Lu family's family head was already over 70 years old. Although he was at the flare light level, compared to his battle strength, he was already no match for Luo Chang and these younger generation flare light level martial artists. Although the Lu family was ranked in the Xinjiang, it was slightly inferior compared to the other light ranked martial artist families. Yun Mo actually with Luo Chang also looks also quite appreciated by Luo Chang, directly shocked Lu Ming 100 years, for a time some doubt that their own men to investigate those information are false. Chapter 92 Slicing and Studying. You are General Luo Chang? Another face often seen on TV. Who doesn't know about the Northwest Hammer King? A trace of consternation surfaced on Mu Lingshuang's indifferent face and flickered away. She was curious as to what earth-shattering great thing Yun Mo had done that the higher-ups in Xinjiang were treating Yun Mo so well. I feel like I'm missing out on a lot of important information. So you've heard of me too. Luo Chang was a self-starter. His lanky body was alongside Yun Mo. His arm, which was thicker than Yun Mo's thigh, naturally rested on his shoulder, and he began to climb up with a smile. It turned out to be that Elder Xian wanted to inform Yun Mo of the Council Pavilion's decision on how to deal with Xinjiang, and not to be disappointed in the Great Summer Kingdom for releasing the other party. After all, Yun Mo was at the age of blood and vigor, and had only kill for his enemies. But the leaning layer of the council chamber can be much more considerate, needing to look at the big picture and safeguard more of the interests of the Great Summer Kingdom, and not killing Kamui is going to get you much more than what you would get from killing Kamui. Yun Mo smiled and nodded at that moment. Naturally, I am aware of everyone's concerns, and since we are handing over Kamui, I will express my support for how it is disposed of. Well, Yunimo boy, you're very good. You know what's right. If I were to follow my violent temper, I would have directly smashed that scum into meat paste with a hammer. Alas, it's a pity. Luo Chang also wanted to just kill Kamui and get it over with, but the consequences were so severe that he alone could not bear them. After chatting with Yunimo for a while longer, Luo Chang took the initiative to ask for his contact information before leaving with a happy stride. Luo Chang is robbing to report. The main thing is that he wants to meet Yunimo. He admires the most is the hero who sneaks into the enemy camp alone. Luo Chang has done this before. There is a kind of heroes cherish heroes. Yunimo, what exactly happened to you this night? After watching Luo Chang leave, Mu Lingshuang stared at Yunimo with a serious face. She knew clearly that Yunimo must have gone deep into some dangerous place and caught a big fish, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten into the eyes of these big shots. Come on, let's go to the diner and I'll tell you on the way. Yunimo smiled with a relaxed face. For others to go up the well's laboratory is very dangerous. For Yunimo is to pick up resources. In addition to the loss of some heavenly star bugs, Yunimo's body did not leave a single injury. Instead, they emptied Kamui's treasure trove and made a fortune. Good. Mu Lingshang nodded gently and took the initiative to hold Yunmo's hand, interlocking her fingers, and walked slowly towards the snack street ahead. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Lu Ming stayed frozen in place for a long time before he came to his senses. General Luo Chang is all in favor of this bumpkin. Why? Lu Ming was a little skeptical that he was dreaming. Was the world going crazy? Although Luo Chang is familiar with himself, but also very arrogant, general people cannot get into his eyes. Lu Ming, although it is the only grandson of the Lu family, facing Luo Chang atmosphere do not dare to utter a sound. Last year, the Lu family's old man wanted Luo Chang to teach Lu Ming a bit, but he was very simply rejected. And it hurts to say things. Your grandson is really no good. Luo Chang, don't teach waste. Lu Ming was greatly shocked at that time. All began to doubt life. By the Lu family old man education passed before he was able to stabilize his mind. Now that he was a member of the Green Dragon Academy's training team, he had long ago secretly vowed that he would surpass Luo Chang sooner or later and then slap his face. So what if it's a flare level? This major general is coming to be a peak martial artist who wants to enter the Holy Spirit. Yunimo, let's just let you bounce around for 2 days. 3 days later, this young man will definitely defeat you in front of everyone and make you lose face. Lu Ming had thought of letting the family step in and help himself out of some trouble, but now it seemed that Yunmo's background was unknown, so it was better for him to defeat him head-on and squarely, so that he wouldn't fall into the limelight. Lu Ming's fists were clenched and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. At this moment, he had a high fighting spirit and felt that he was bound to win the battle 3 days later. Lu Ming had seen the silver badge on Yunmo's clothes, and now that his martial spirit had successfully reached level 30, he was only one step away from positioning himself as a gold martial artist, and it was as simple as drinking water to clean up a martial artist who had just stepped into the silver level. The advantage is mine. Mu Lingshuang, I will let you know that this young man is the pride of heaven, and only this young man is worthy of you. Group Pagoda, Infirmary. Kamui's injuries recovered very quickly. They had all been crushed fractures. It was only a few hours. The broken bones actually repaired themselves successfully, and the injuries on his body were also gradually healing. My body has indeed been successfully transformed. Kamui watched his body was rapidly healing itself. His heart was unusually excited. Sure enough, his experiment was right. Such a fast speed of self-healing was from the genes of a kind of demonic beast. Kamui had injected several kinds of demonic beast genes into his body. In addition to self-healing, there are octopus tentacles, night vision, splitting, and more. However, the other demonic beast genes had not yet been completely activated. Kamui believed that as long as his research was successful, he could attribute the powerful genes of all the demonic beasts to himself, and by then, not to mention flare-level martial artists, he would be able to kill sacred-level martial artists with his own strength. Of course, this experiment did not know how many years it would take. The genes he injected nowadays were all injected into other people's bodies, and only after thousands of experiments in complete safety would he inject them into himself. I don't know how many people died at this stage. Some died because their blood vessels burst due to the rejection reaction, some didn't have enough antibodies in their bodies and couldn't carry the genes of the demonic beasts and suffocated, and some. This UEI experiment is truly anti-human and worse than an executioner. Kamui lay still and motionless as he recuperated and waited to be picked up. Outside the door. This guy is still human? Dr. Lu looked at Kamui's latest medical report and thought he was blind. This amazing self-healing speed, could it be some special martial soul? The more Dr. Lu thought about it, the more confused he became, so he wanted to cut open Kamui's entire body and look at it. There must be a lot of secrets in him. But Dr. Lu held back. If he did that, what was the difference between him and this scumbag Kamui? Damn it! Dr. Lu made himself as calm as possible and tossed the report aside, not looking at it again. Dr. Lu, what's wrong with you? Elder Xian's voice slowly sounded behind Dr. Lu. Elder Xian. Dr. Lu hurriedly greeted Elder Xian respectfully, informing him of what he had encountered. Oh? There's more to this? Elder Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. He had thought that Kamui was just an anti-human scum, but he didn't expect to have this kind of ability. Yes, I'm struggling with this. I want to slice him up and study him so badly. If the research comes to fruition, it might help some of us martial artists as well. Dr. Lu was full of despondency. He is a healer who saves lives and cannot take a living person to study. That's a good one. Why don't you take him for another full body checkup and cut off a random piece of meat to study? Elder Xian smiled and offered. That's okay? Dr. Lu was a bit in disbelief that these words came from the highly respected Elder Xian. For scum, why hold yourself to human standards? Do what you want, as long as you don't die. Elder Xian finished speaking and left with a smile on his face. Dr. Lu's mind was blank at this moment, as if he had only truly known Elder Xian today, and he couldn't help but murmur. I didn't expect Elder Xian to be so diabolical as well. Chapter 93 Negotiation. It didn't take long for the infirmary to resound with the ghostly screams of Kamui. Damn Xia people, I'll take this revenge. Having been tossed around by Dr. Lu, Shang Jing's resentment towards Yunimo grew even more, but this was inside the Kuning Pagoda, so he didn't dare to make any advances, and could only choose to hold back, and as long as he could be picked up, it would all be worth it. Now that many of Kamui's research results were taking shape, even if all the information was gone, he had full confidence that he could make a complete comeback. Returning to Neon was like a tiger returning to the mountains and a dragon entering the sea, and it was completely possible to lay out one's next plans. Yunimo, wait for me. Kamui lay on the bed, shivering, but his eyes were like poisoned blades. A certain restaurant. Yunimo and Mu Lingshan casually ordered a few home-cooked dishes and ate them. So that means that the one you captured, Kamui, is a member of the royal family of the Neon Empire? Mu Lingshan's small mouth was slightly open, looking at Yunimo with a face of disbelief. She really didn't expect that Yunimo would be able to make such a great achievement on the way. She always felt that her intensive training in the past few days had been in vain. Aha! Yunimo nodded. It's just a piece of trash, no need to mention him. Yunimo smiled and gave Mu Lingshuang a dish, and the relationship between the two grew closer. Group Pagoda. At this time, the Prime Minister of the Neon Kingdom had already led a group of people to hurry over. This was an informal meeting, so there was not a single reporter. Of course, if a reporter did come, Neon would not agree. It would be a scandal for the Neon royal family, and could not afford to lose that person. The council chamber. Elder Xian was filled with majesty as he sat on the main seat, with the others accompanying him. Anyway, it wasn't any formal talks. Xian Lao didn't bother to do all this superficial politeness. This time it was the Neon Kingdom that was begging for the Great Summer Kingdom. There was no need to give them any good looks. If they were really taken seriously, they would be even more unscrupulous. The doors of the council chamber were open, and soon the Prime Minister arrived with a few people in tow. They walked with the wind, and all of them were full of seriousness. Elder Xian, goodbye. The Prime Minister also did not dare to be too overbearing when he saw the old man Xian. After all, it was a strong man of the same era as his ancestor, and back then, his family's ancestor was chased and cut by the old man Xian, and if he didn't run fast, he would have long since been buried in the ground. Seeing Elder Xian, there was also pressure in the Prime Minister's heart, and he barely managed to squeeze out a smile on his face. The Neon people are like this. In the face of the weak, they will not hesitate to raise the butcher's knife. If they face the strong, they will be very curt and groveling. The Prime Minister is worthy of being a purebred Neon people. The vileness of their people will be interpreted in the best way possible. Coming? Elder Xian slowly raised his head and glanced at the Prime Minister, and it was this glance that instantly made his heart beat faster, giving him the feeling of being targeted by a dangerous demonic beast. Although the Prime Minister was a flare-level powerhouse, facing a Trump-level martial artist was like a child facing an adult, powerless. Yes, these are our fault for poor restraint. The Prime Minister even compensated with a fake smile and a leathery grin. Decent words are not necessary. Elder Xian raised his hand to interrupt the Prime Minister's words, his tone somewhat cold. Since we invited you guys to come, we naturally don't want to make a big deal out of this. Elder Xian is right, it's all for the sake of the friendship between our two countries. The Prime Minister nodded his head repeatedly. He thought in his mind that as long as this matter could be spent to eliminate the disaster, nothing else mattered. Of course, this time he came to negotiate. He also had a bottom line in his mind. The fart of the friendship between the two countries, around the other members of the deliberation pavilion heard the heart is full of contempt. If not now, the great summer country is still in the development stage, has long been the tiny neon country to the destruction, but also let their people come to the great summer country to fool around? The few people standing behind the prime minister also didn't dare to take a breath. The aura on Elder Xian was too strong, making it impossible for anyone to resist. Elder Xian tapped his fingers on the desktop and did not continue to pick up the conversation, nor did he say any specific conditions, waiting for the neon side to mention them on their own. Tea is not even on. The prime minister just looked straight at the old man. Xian has not said anything. Let him heart pressure mountain ah. Elder Zhen. The prime minister understood what Elder Xian meant and had wanted to bargain a bit, but when he saw this, he had no choice but to speak first. We intend to compensate the Great Summer Kingdom for 5 heavenly grade spiritual treasures and 1000W spirit stones. I don't know if you're satisfied with this condition? Elder Xian smiled coldly in his heart as he heard this. This Neon Kingdom is really petty, but it's normal for their islands to be barren and their resources to be scarce. That's the attitude of your Neon Kingdom. It seems that this person is not important. Naturally, Elder Xian was not able to accept this offer. Kamui had mutilated so many people, he had to be drained of all his value, and it would be the best outcome to do away with him when he had the chance. I don't know what your conditions are, Elder Xian, they are all negotiable. The Prime Minister rubbed his hands together in a manner of speaking. 500 celestial grade spiritual treasures, 2 billion spirit stones. Elder Xian's voice was very flat, but it made the Prime Minister's heart skip a beat as he listened. So many resources? This is killing him. Even if he sold the entire royal family, it wouldn't be worth this much, right? The corner of the Prime Minister's mouth tugged, and he had the urge to strangle Kamui. It was because of his blind confidence that this time the Neon Empire was bound to hemorrhage money. Elder Su. And isn't this too much? Even if the Prime Minister is indignant in his heart, he doesn't dare to have a seizure, and the initiative is in the hands of the Great Summer Kingdom. The Great Summer Kingdom doesn't tear itself apart from the Neon Kingdom because he has the Eagle Kingdom behind him, and the Neon Kingdom is even weaker now and doesn't dare to turn its back on the Great Summer Kingdom. Elder Xian didn't say anything, he just silently picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. The Prime Minister's mind sputtered madly. Why don't you pour me a cup of tea as well? I'm tired and thirsty after rushing for half a day. Is this the hospitality of your Great Xia Kingdom? Of course he only dared to think about it in his heart. He didn't dare to question Elder Xian. We have all his incriminating evidence in our hands, it's up to your Neon Nation. Elder Xian knew that Yunemo had incriminating evidence of the upper well in his hands, and if the Neon Kingdom gave him a face, he had no choice but to make it public, but the big deal was to exchange it for less. Elder Xian, have a word. The Prime Minister was instantly anxious, he retorted, how to directly on the killing move ah. The people in the council chamber couldn't help but laugh in their hearts when they saw this defeated look of the Prime Minister of the Neon Empire. This is just a way for them to cut their teeth, and when the opportunity is ripe, everything will be liquidated. After some negotiations, the number of resources for compensation was finally finalized. 50 celestial grade spiritual treasures, 200 million spirit stones. Nowadays, the treasury of the Chuanin Pagoda was only storing a few hundred pieces of heavenly grade spiritual treasures, and this time, the Neon Kingdom was really hemorrhaging money. Elder Xian, since the resources for compensation have been negotiated, is it possible for us to meet him? Just after the talk, the Prime Minister couldn't wait to meet Kamui. Xian Lao smiled coldly in his heart, referring to the resources for compensation as compensatory resources. This Neon Prime Minister is really good at talking. Those who don't know still think that he is kind enough to give so many resources to the Great Summer Country. The resources were already in his hands, and Elder Xian was too lazy to bother with him about this, compensation or reparation. Sooner or later everyone would know about what happened today. Elder Xian glanced at the guards beside him and said in a deep voice. Bring Kamui here. Chapter 94 Storming Kamui. After Yunemo and the two of them finished their meal, they took a walk and scattered to the vicinity of the Chuanin Pagoda, and instantly remembered that the people of the Neon Kingdom were negotiating the redemption of Shanghai, and instantly came to be interested. He looked at Mu Lingshuang and smiled. Want to go along for the ride? The Chuanin Pagoda is heavily guarded, so it's hard to get close, right? Mu Lingshuang felt that Yunemo was a bit whimsical, although it was the nature of the people of the Daxia Kingdom to watch the fun, but it was not something that could go to the fun ah. Come on, let's just take a look around the perimeter. Yunemo could see that Mu Lingshuang was very interested, and immediately pulled her towards the Chuanin treasure tower and ran. Yunemo had long been mixed up, and the guards around him knew him, so there was still a chance of him wanting to go in. Mu Lingshuang didn't say anything, just smiled and allowed Yunemo to pull. The council chamber. Soon Kamui was brought into the council chambers. The bandages had been removed from his body and he had recovered from his injuries. He looked as good as nothing. Although Uei was conceited, those present were all big shots and didn't dare to make a scene. "Are you okay?" After all, he was the brother of the current emperor, and the prime minister was concerned when he saw Kamui. "At the prime minister's expense, I am all right." Elder Xian sat there drinking tea, watching the two of them go back and forth, looking really polite. Surveying Kamui for a while, the prime minister nodded reassuringly this time. Luckily he had not been crippled. It looked like Kamui's entire being was still intact, and immediately smiled as he once again looked at Elder Xian. "Elder Xian, this time it was our fault. On behalf of the Neon Kingdom, I promise the Great Xia Kingdom that this kind of thing won't happen again. Thank you all for your mercy." Kamui was furious in his heart when he heard that. "What do you mean, show mercy?" He was beaten with only one breath left. Just now was also sliced and studied by Dr. Lu. Really, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. But the ones in front of him were big shots. He couldn't afford to mess with them. Endured. I hope he will be good in the future. Elder Xian didn't even look squarely at the well. Elder Xian is right in his lesson. I will advise His Majesty the Emperor to discipline him properly. The Prime Minister had visited the Great Summer Kingdom before, but they were all formal talks, and the Xianlao crowd was polite and courteous, but this time, it gave him a sense of suffocation, and he really didn't want to stay a second longer. "Since the deal is complete, we will leave first," the Prime Minister said as he stood up and bowed respectfully to Elder Xian. Xianlao nodded, also followed to stand up, the news but said that the Prime Minister of the Neon Country to interview, or to send a little to do surface work. Kamui had a feeling like he was being pardoned as he sniffed, and his heart was ecstatic. Finally he could leave this hellhole. He really didn't want to stay. The Prime Minister actually had a hint of moving when he saw this, and he thought he was just going to leave in the dust, and that would be too disgraceful. The people of the Neon Kingdom slowly walked out of the council chamber under the Prime Minister's leadership, with Kamui following closely at the end of the group with his head lowered, and Elder Gen was flanked by the crowd alongside the Prime Minister of the Neon Kingdom. Soon, the crowd walked out of the Chuanin Pagoda and arrived outside the main gate. Who? Breathing in the outdoor air again, Kamui had the feeling of having escaped with his life. Out. He finally managed to get out on his own. Anum. Laughing out loud. It's true that God doesn't kill me. If he hadn't known that there were all these big names around, Kamui would have hissed in excitement. See, he's Kamui. Yunemo and Mu Lingshuang managed to arrive at the square outside the Chuanin Pagoda, just in time to see the crowd coming out in a line, and he pointed at the upper well and introduced it to Mu Lingshuang, his voice cold and mixed with a killing intent. He's that scum? Sure looks a little deformed. Mu Lingshuang glanced at Kamui, filled with disgust. Their Neon Kingdom royal family has always been inbred for the so-called purity of their bloodline, and they're lucky they haven't turned into little sugar people. Yunmo's tone was indescribably mocking. Mu Lingshuang nodded her head in agreement. The crowd of the Neon Kingdom's royal family was really running towards negative numbers in terms of face value and IQ. Kamui instantly noticed two unfriendly gazes. He turned his head to look over and realized that it was Yunemo, and instantly reddened his eyes. This was the culprit who had also made him a prisoner, and would never forget it for the rest of his life. When enemies met, he couldn't wait to eat their flesh alive, and it was hard for him to solve his heart's hatred. Yunma originally had been stoic. Kamui, reason seemed to break the string, no longer held back, pointing at Yunemo not far away, hissed angrily, and the sound of gritted teeth could still be heard. The Prime Minister on the side was almost sent away by this voice of Weiqi. He quickly turned his head and looked at Weiqi in disbelief. Is this bastard crazy? The crowd's eyes fell on Kamui. What are you doing? The Prime Minister chided Kamui in a small voice, his expression cold and terrifying. Kamui instantly regained his senses. This was the territory of the Great Summer Kingdom, which would not give him the slightest face, and immediately recognized his mistake. I was the one who lost my temper. Elder Xian, this. The Prime Minister wanted to help Kamui explain a few things, but he saw Elder Xian waving his hand and speaking out faintly. No harm done. The Prime Minister froze, searching to see when Elder Xian had become so good at talking. Yunemo looked at the angry face of Kamui, suddenly felt a little funny. He liked to see this look of Kamui who hated himself but couldn't do anything about it. After calming down, Kamui instantly had an idea. He couldn't be the angry one, but he could be disgusted with Yunma. Thinking of this, Kamui once again looked at Yunemo with a smug look. His mouth was opening and closing, but no sound came out, but Yunemo was able to read it. What Kamui said was that I killed so many of you, so what? Now is not still intact left, huh, kid, when there is an opportunity, I will let you beg for life cannot die, offend me is to pay the price. Yunmo's fists hardened. It seems that this kid is still not honest and does not remember at all. It is true that this kind of scum cannot be kept. Kamui was still writing the face output and made a neck-wiping gesture at Yunemo. He thought he was handsome, but in fact, he was childish. Sure enough, as expected of the royal family of the Neon Empire, they really don't have a brain. What he thought he had done seamlessly was clearly seen by everyone present. The Prime Minister's face was so dark it was about to drip ink. No way. Hurry up and get out of here, this Weichi is really a brainless one, they're losing the face of the Neon Empire to him. Before the Prime Minister could act, Yunmo's body moved and instantly rushed to Kamui's heels, dry humping him to the ground with a punch. Ha! How dare you! Shinjing ate the pain, the whole person fell to the ground, a face of disbelief looked at Yunemo. He did not expect Yunemo dared to strike in front of so many people. This kid is even more crazy than himself? Then let me show you how I dare. Yunemo rode on Kamui's body, his fists were like rain constantly falling on Kamui's body, hurting him constantly wailing. Nowadays Kamui didn't have the power to fight at all, he could only protect his head with his hands to protect his face a little. Yunmo's fists were so heavy that Kamui felt like his bones were breaking with each punch that landed. You. The Prime Minister was just about to make a move to stop it, but he was stopped by Elder Xian. It's better for us to stay out of what happens between young people. Although the voice was soft, the tone was not to be denied, and the Prime Minister froze directly in place, instantly understanding what was going on. Good guy, no wonder he was so nice just now, he was waiting here? Chapter 95 Private Marseille. But Elder Xian, we've come all the way here and we're considered guests of the Great Xia Kingdom, so there's something wrong with doing this, isn't there? The Prime Minister, after all, represented the Neon Kingdom, thinking that he couldn't just be humble, and that he had to let the Great Summer Kingdom know his attitude. Being stopped by Elder Xian, the Prime Minister did not dare to act rashly, so he had to question Elder Xian. Kid, you seek death. Shinjing was dumbfounded by Yunemo. He didn't expect Yunemo to make a move in front of so many people. Was this not even wanting to maintain the superficial friendliness? Aren't you afraid that this will lead to a war between the two countries? The more Kamui thought about it, the more angry he became, and even though the man was being violently beaten by Yunemo on the ground, he remained unconvinced. Still have the strength to talk? Yunemo laughed coldly in his heart, and accelerated the speed of his fists falling, hitting Kamui wailing miserably. His hands were covered in blood, and there were a few drops splattered on Yunmo's face. The scene was a bit miserable. Ah, I want you dead. Kamui's eyes were crimson, he completely lost his mind, he didn't want to care about anything right now, he just wanted Yunemo to die. Unfortunately, he didn't have any combat power at all right now and was only passively beaten. Yoo-hoo, you're pretty tough. Yunemo still didn't believe it, his mouth was as hard as his own fist. Ah! Listening to Kamui's screams, the other Neon people's faces were very ugly, a burst of scalp numbness. Where did this kid come from, but also too much not to put their Neon country in their eyes. Elder Xian? Seeing that not only did Xian Lao not stop, but also leisurely closed his eyes and rested his mind, a ball of anger rose in the Prime Minister's heart, but he didn't dare to explode, only his tone was a bit cold and questioned if he were to press the face of their Neon Kingdom on the ground again like this and rub it on the ground. He'll have to turn to his dear father, Eagle Country, for justice. Elder Xian slowly opened his eyes, and his ancient gaze met the Prime Minister, causing his heart to flutter violently and he silently gulped. This kid's sister was captured by him and used as an experiment for 3 months, and her life was almost accounted for in it. Elder Xian was talking about none other than Imo Xiaoya, who shouted Yunmo's brother anyway. The Prime Minister's back went cold at that, and he looked with an angry face at Kamui, who was pressed to the ground and stormed away. These two brothers of the royal family are really losers who can't make things happen, grabbing other people's sister for experimentation, not putting their tails between their legs in other people's acres of land, and repeatedly provoking the other party. What's the difference between this and seeking death? The Prime Minister, despite his thick skin, was feeling a fiery pain in his face this time. Shame on you. It's really a shame. He looked away from Kamui, no longer looking at him. He was too lazy to bother with this kind of douchebag, as long as he could bring it back home alive. The other ne'er-do-wells turned their heads at the sight, seemingly taking in the scenery. The people of the council pavilion were also dumbfounded. They were also a generation's pride when they were young, but they were not as brave as Yunemo. It's true that when it's time to strike, they are already the topmost existences in Shinjing, so they can't just strike, and they still need to maintain the harmony on the surface, but it doesn't prevent them from feeling that Yunemo is fighting very well, and in their hearts, they are still cheering for him silently. Ha, this kid is just too interesting. Luo Chang shouted excitedly in his heart, itching to join in. Baek Jae pushed up her glasses, unsure of what she was thinking. Don't fight, I know I'm wrong. The drilling pain made Kamui wake up and recognize the reality. The Prime Minister didn't even care about him anymore, instantly losing his nerve, and arrogant my ass. You weren't quite arrogant just now, were you? Yunemo landed a slap on Kamui's ugly face, which instantly became distorted. Private Marseille. Your Excellency Yunemo, I really know I'm wrong, don't fight. Uei is really a vegetable, and a fun-loving player. This time he was really honest and didn't dare to fool around until he was back in Neon. Yunemo gave him a few more punches before he stood up, still upset in his heart, and added a few more kicks before he stopped. Kamui held his head in his hands, the whole person cowering on the ground, like a dead dog. The Prime Minister saw this and silently sighed. This royal family is really dragging their Neon nation's leg. It is time to find an opportunity to abolish the royal family, and completely ascend to the throne themselves. At that time, he is the entire Neon country's lookout, and then develop a little more power. The next gram on the Eagle Kingdom, annexed the Great Summer Kingdom, the conquest of the entire world, it is just around the corner. The more the Prime Minister thought about it, the farther away he got, as if he saw the image of the whole world already prostrate at his feet. Not only the human race, but all the demonic beasts also obeyed him. He, who is the master of the whole world. Grandpa Xian, I'm sorry, I just couldn't hold back. Yunemo looked at Elder Xian with a clasp of his fist and said with a smile, sounding like he was admitting his mistake, but in fact, he was making a statement that if the upper well was still jumping like this, he would suffer the consequences. No harm done, after all, your sister has suffered a lot at his hands, it's human nature, it's good that people aren't dead. Elder Xian looked at Yunemo with a smile. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. Anyway, the resources are in hand. As long as Shangjing still has a breath of air, the Neon Kingdom will not dare to take the initiative to start a war. The Prime Minister was very annoyed in his heart when he heard this, but he didn't dare to underestimate Yunemo. Actually calling Elder Xian his Grandpa Xian, he must have an unusual status. For a while, the Prime Minister brainstormed many images about Yunmo's identity and background. Took several guesses and could never find a match. Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, you guys can take him back. Hopefully this time he can learn some lessons. Elder Jen glanced at Kamui out of the corner of his eye, then looked at the Prime Minister and spoke in a deep voice. Elder Xian taught me a lesson. The Prime Minister hastily clasped his fists, but in his heart he was cursing. Goddamn misunderstanding, this is stepping on our Neon nation's face and rubbing it in. Anger to anger, it was Kamui himself who had found trouble, and it was no one else's fault that he had been beaten up, and the Prime Minister really had no place to vent his anger. Black waved a hand at the man behind him and spoke in a deep voice. Take it away. Yes. A couple of ne'er-do-wells responded and set up Kamui. Elder Xian, I'll see you again. The Prime Minister finished with a shake of his hand, and led Kamui and the others away in a huff, his back looking a bit lousy. This time, Neon is really losing people and money, if the official talks can be lost to the whole world. Luckily, it was just an unofficial, there were no reporters around, and being able to bring Kamui back alive had gone well enough to be acceptable. Although he was beaten and covered with blood, Shangjing's heart was still unconvinced. He knew that Yunemo did not dare to kill himself with his hands, and this was his last bottom line, casually daring to jump on his face again and again. Shangjing lifted his head with difficulty, his blood-stained face twisted horribly, his eyes were cold, as if they were quenched with poison, staring straight at Yunemo, unreservedly releasing a killing intent that went straight to Yunemo. As soon as he returned to the Neon Kingdom, his first priority would be to continue his power and kill Yunemo. Feeling the killing intent released by the upper well, Yunemo coldly smiled. Sure enough, the Neon people are like this, you let him off time and time again, instead of appreciating it, he will also bite you back, a complete villain. It is natural to treat the villain by eradicating him completely. Yunemo thought the same thing. He flexed his fingers and an invisible celestial star insect instantly flew to Kamui's hair and lurked on it, unnoticed by anyone. It's not too late to set a position and determine exactly where Kamui is back in Neon before he strikes. Yunemo naturally wouldn't foolishly wait for Shangjing to kill his door, he would find a good opportunity to completely eradicate Shangjing and avenge the wrongful deaths of those people. Chapter 96 Everyone Deserves to Die. The crowd from the Neon Kingdom left the Great Xia Kingdom's realm in a dirigible in a grayish manner. On board the airship. Ouch. Kamui continuously wailed. The Prime Minister felt that his head was about to be blown up by the noise, and the anger in his heart grew more and more lush. Now that he didn't have to face Elder Xian, he was the strongest one to talk, and there was no need to continue to hold back. Immediately, he roared angrily. "Shut up!" The Prime Minister's hissing voice was mixed with icy killing intent, and the entire airship was instantly silent, all of them looking at him with frightened faces, their bodies unable to resist trembling slightly. Kamui also hurriedly shut his mouth. His brother as His Majesty the Emperor didn't even dare to mess with the man in front of him. Although he was arrogant, he knew very well that his current self was no different from a parasite. That's why he left Neon, not wanting to live under the watchful eye of the Prime Minister's crowd all the time, not realizing that he'd still flopped. Everything I had accumulated was gone, and I wondered what would happen to me when I returned home. Thinking of this, the resentment towards Yun Mo deepened in Kamui's heart. Damn it, I blame that kid. If the research had gone well, Kamui felt that he could rival the strength of an ace-level martial artist sooner or later by fusing the genes of various demonic beasts, but unfortunately everything was ruined by Yun Mo. The Prime Minister's stern, knife-like gaze fell on Kamui. Kamui's body suddenly stuttered with a bad feeling, his heart thumping wildly. Be more restrained when you return home. If this happens again, I won't keep wiping your ass. Facing the Prime Minister in full fury, Weiqi didn't dare to be disobedient in the slightest, and could only nod his head silently. If it weren't for the fact that you're a member of the royal family, you'd have been given up long ago. It's true that waste is waste, no matter what, you'll only be dragging the feet of our great Neon Empire. The Prime Minister finished himself with a big wave of his hand and headed towards the other hatches. He didn't want to even glance at this guy Kamui. This time the resources were really hemorrhaging, making his heart ache immensely. The others saw this and hurriedly followed, leaving Kamui alone here. No one had helped him heal or cared to say a word about him, as if he was a piece of trash that could be discarded at any time. Damn you all! Kamui's body convulsed violently, as if he was laughing and crying. His expression was so twisted that it looked a little scary. At this moment it was as if he had completely blacked out. He wanted to kill everyone and destroy the whole world. Yunma, don't you think it's a bit of a pity to let Kamui go? Elder Xian looked at Yun Mo with a smile, wanting to hear his opinion. It's not a shame as long as we can squeeze enough value out of him. Yun Mo shook his head. They're like grasshoppers in the fall, they can't hop around for days. Despite its ambitions, the Neon country has been ruthlessly suppressed by the Eagle country, and the whole country is suffocated by an invisible layer of pressure. When something is suppressed to the extreme, it rebounds. The Eagle Kingdom is raising a parasite, and sooner or later the day will come when it will be turned against itself. After all, down and dirty is an old Neon tradition. As long as the day a rift arose between them, that would be the time for the Great Summer Kingdom to liquidate them. Ha, nice. Elder Xian was happy that Yun Mo possessed such insights and was not a hot-headed rash. There is no friendship between countries, only eternal interests. The interaction relies on the brain. Only rely on shouting and killing does not make any sense. Unless you yourself are so powerful that you are feared by the entire world, so powerful that you can suppress an entire age. You'll be able to kill if you want, talk if you want, and everyone will be at your mercy. However, a superpower that could suppress the entire era had not appeared now. Elder Xian patted Yun Mo's shoulder and smiled amiably. You're only just stepping into the door of a martial artist now. This world is big and full of crises and challenges. No matter what happens, there's us old guys to take the top. Don't think too much right now. Your only goal is to become stronger. Yes, Grandpa Xian. Yun Mo nodded very solemnly. He naturally knew clearly that in the world of martial artists, strength is honored, and talking about more axioms is not as good as giving the other party a few punches. The guy who can make a pushy rascal instantly honest, with a fierce gaze as clear as a college student's. You are now at the gold level of strength, so hurry up and go to the leveling. Elder Xian instructed Yun Mo a few more times before he turned to leave, with the crowd following close behind. Is there any rush in grading? Yun Mo looked at Elder Xian's back as he left and muttered suspiciously, why did he have to remind himself specifically? It's natural to be free to take on quests after leveling gold. At some point, Mu Lingxuan walked up to Yun Mo and helped him with his questions and answers. Take the mission? Yun Mo sniffed and instantly came to the spirit. The so-called mission is nothing more than killing demonic beasts, or looking for herbs, protecting people, and things like that. Yun Mo needs the saw. No matter what the reward is, it can be converted into the corresponding hunting value. He didn't want to sit on his hands and eat nothing. The few megabytes of resources in his hands were not enough to cultivate an army of 10 million heavenly star insects, and there was also the consumption of absolute defense and stealth. No matter what he did, he needed to consume hunting value. Yun Mo always felt that no amount was enough. Yes, taking on quests can acquire the corresponding contribution value. Mulingshuang slowly walked out of the Chuanin Pagoda with Yun Mo, and as she walked, she gave Yun Mo a detailed introduction. And the contribution value can be exchanged for all sorts of cultivation resources, spiritual treasures, and can even be used to hire powerful martial artists. It could be said that spirit stones were hard currency in Shangjing, while contribution value was the most important transaction currency. So it is. Yun Mo nodded at the words and had a general understanding. Since there were many benefits, Yun Mo naturally couldn't ignore them. There was still some time before school started. He didn't want to keep wasting it like this. Earning more hunting value would enable him to cultivate one more heavenly star bug. A lot of larvae can be whaling. Should we go to the Martial Artist Association then? Mullingfrost offered. There's no rush. Yun Mo shook his head. He had one more important thing to do right now, and that was to exterminate the potential threat that was Kamui. Intuition told Yun Mo that this guy was actually very dangerous, just not enough time to research a terrifying experiment, and had to be exterminated early before he grew up. But the stealthy astral bug can't self-detonate, although lo and behold it lurked on the upwell. It didn't have any attack power, while the self-detonating astral bug had an obvious target, and it hadn't even gotten close yet, so it was discovered by the other side. Yun Mo's brow furrowed slightly. He had been pondering a question. His own mother insect had so many special talents. Could he fuse several talents all in one heavenly star insect, which could detect, assassinate, and heal as well? The more Yun Mo thought about it, the more excited he became. He wanted to try it now, and immediately asked in his heart. System, is it possible to add multiple special skills to hatchlings? There is a possibility. The host can try it. The system froze for a moment at his words, as if he had said, and as if he had said nothing at all. The system's uncertainty made Yun Mo a little lost for a moment. Attempting it would cost hunting value, and I don't know if it's expensive? Looking at Yun Mo's constantly changing expression, Mulingshuang smiled understandingly. Why don't we go back to school first? It's not too late to go back to the grading tomorrow, and it's just as well that I can take the day off to accompany you on the run. Good. Yun Mo nodded immediately, and had already made a decision in his heart. Since it was a possibility, he naturally had to give it a try. It's done, congratulations and all the best. Even if you fail, you can still summarize quite a lot of experience, and it's not a loss either way. Chapter 97 Special Talent Fusion. After the two of them returned to the Green Dragon Academy, Mulingshuang headed to the training team while Yun Mo wandered around the campus itself. All the while communicating with the system. System, give me a try at fusion. Yun Mo said mentally. Host, to fuse those special talents? There was actually a small hint of excitement in the system's tone. Self-destruct with stealth. Yun Mo needed this the most right now. If the fusion was successful, he would be able to kill people invisibly, and it would be much simpler to get rid of Shangjing in secret. Ding, does the host fuse self-destruction and stealth to hatch a new species of astral worm? Consuming 100 points of hunting value. That expensive? Yun Mo raised an eyebrow. Hatching a celestial star bug only required 1 point. Fusing the two special talents, didn't it consume 2 points, a direct increase of 50 times? 100 points were indeed a drop in the bucket for the current Yun Mo, but he just felt that it was a loss. Does the host fuse? The system prodded. Fusion. Yun Mo was just spitting it out, and since he could fuse it, he naturally wouldn't give it up. Ding, fusion failed, hunting value 100. The first failure was excusable, and Yun Mo was not much frustrated. Keep fusing. Ding, fusion failed, hunting value 100. Again. Ding, fusion failed, hunting value 100. Yun Mo is numb, keeps failing, blink of an eye 10W hunting value gone, that means 1,000 consecutive failures? Yun Mo's entire mentality collapsed. It wasn't a matter of draining the hunting value, but it had never been so black in the face. Does the host continue the fusion? The system alerted. Keep fusing. Yun Mo gritted his teeth, found a bench and sat down, protruded a breath and gritted his teeth. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful fusion. Does it hatch the self-exploding stealthy astral bug? It's done. Yun Mo's eyes lit up and he wanted to laugh to the sky. Damn it, it finally worked. Yun Mo wanted to go wash his face. It took 1,001 times to make it, and it felt like taking a big bailout. No, this is even darker than a big bailout. But the result was good, so Yun Mo didn't care about that. The heavenly star bug that had both stealth and self-destruct was finally ready to hatch. Hatch and come straight to 100. Yun Mo waved his hand and said with great bravado. Ding, congratulations to the host, the self-exploding stealthy astral bug has hatched successfully, hunt value 200. Gotta. Hatching has also gone up in price. All levels pulled to 35. Yun Mo continued. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful upgrade, hunting value 100W. It didn't disappoint Yun Mo, and the hunting value consumed for upgrading increased exponentially, but the attribute was a combination of two types of heavenly star insects, which was very good. Sweeping a glance, Yun Mo nodded with satisfaction. These hunting values of his own had not been wasted. Go on. With a wave of Yun Mo's big hand, the figures of the 100 self-destructing invisible heavenly star insects instantly disappeared without a trace, and no one but Yun Mo perceived their existence. With Yun Mo's command, he sped and flew in the direction that Kamui had left without making any noise. There was one lurking on Kamui who didn't have to worry in the slightest about these asteroids getting lost. It was a locator that could not go undetected, and no matter where Kamui hid, he would be easily found. Unless, of course, he's dead. After doing this, Yun Mo did not rest, but looked at the motherworm's several special talents and fell into contemplation. If these special talents were randomly combined, there were hundreds of possibilities, many worth experimenting with. For example, if the self-exploding heavenly star bug, as it is, possesses the self-healing skill, whether it can recover itself after self-explosion, so that Yun Mo can get a heavenly star bug that can never die. Or the stealthy astro bug his space, used to transport goods completely without worrying about being discovered by the enemy, can be done silently, greatly reducing the loss on the road. And the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Yun Mo was a little impatient to fuse them all out, and his strength would definitely be on a higher level. Yun Mo boy, thinking about life here? Song Yidao's laughter suddenly sounded behind him. The old principal? Yun Mo froze, pulled back to reality by the voice, and turned his head to look behind him to find Song Yidao looking at him with a smile on his face. What brings you here? You say that, I'm in charge of this school, where can't I go as an old man? The smile on Song Yidao's face instantly froze at his words, and he had the feeling that he was disliked by Yun Mo. I didn't mean that. Yun Mo rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and snorted. Song Yidao didn't say anything, but silently sat down next to Yun Mo and started chatting with him. How do you feel about our school? It's quite a nice environment. Yun Mo looked around and sort of genuinely complimented him. He hadn't stayed at the school much either, didn't have any feelings, and he hadn't been absorbed into the training team, so what could he say? Overall, one starts off with a mediocre impression and the feeling that the principal is an old fart. As if Song Yidao had seen through Yun Mo's thoughts, he smiled. Still holding a grudge against the old man me? Every year, the resources allocated by the state to each university are limited, and he needs to be responsible for all of them, so he can only judge according to past experience. Who knows that Yun Mo this kid is not a person, but simply a demon ah? Yun Mo shook his head without saying anything. Seeing this, Song Yidao hastily changed the topic. The old man has always been curious, of course if it's inconvenient it can be left out. What kind of existence is Yun Mo's heavenly star insect, your martial soul? Why can it hatch so many different kinds of larvae? It's really hard not to ask. After all, like Yun Mo, this kind of martial soul is only this one, there is no other family. In the past, there had been many martial artists who possessed the heavenly star insect martial spirit, but they were all devoid of any combat power, and they were not as good as the agricultural tool martial spirit. Yun Mo did not intend to hide it either. As long as he showed his higher value, he would be able to obtain more resources. That, fair enough. Although Song Yidao had promised to give Yun Mo all the support in terms of resources, if he were to know the growth potential of Yun Mo's martial soul, only then would he work harder to get Yun Mo more and better resources. My martial soul should have mutated, and I don't know when it will suddenly add a special talent which can be used to hatch different types of larvae. Yun Mo said one by one. Song Yidao stared at Yun Mo in the middle of his gaze, listening attentively, not wanting to miss a single word. The larvae I can currently hatch can self-destruct, heal, stealth, probe, space, and bionic. Endless berserking belonged to Yun Mo's own special skill, which could not be attached to the heavenly star bug for the time being, so Song Yidao was not informed. What did you say? Hearing that Yun Mo's heavenly star insect possessed so many special talents, Song Yidao thought that he had a problem with his ears and his voice trembled as he spoke. Each person's martial soul had long been stereotyped as a strong attacker, a supporter, a defender, a healer, and so on. Even more powerful was someone like Muling Shuang who had a dual-born martial soul and could have two kinds of positioning, while Yun Mo's outrageous special talent could even form an army of its own. For a while, Song Yidao somewhat suspected that Yun Mo was joking with himself. Was this a human being? Could it be that he was joking with himself? Chapter 98, There Are Still Experts? Student Yun Mo, this joke is not very funny. The corner of Song Yidao's mouth tugged viciously, it always felt a little unreal, he must be dreaming. Yun Mo knew that no one would believe him even if he said it, after all, this kind of fact was a bit unbelievable. If it hadn't happened to him, he wouldn't have believed it. Headmaster, look. Yun Mo didn't explain, and immediately waved his hand, summoning one of each type of heavenly star insect. More words are better than facts. Headmaster, this is a level 1 self-exploding starfish bug, should we try its power? Yun Mo looked at Song Yidao with a bad smile on his face. The damage of the self-destructing heavenly star insects was ignoring any defense. I wondered what the principal's reaction would be after experiencing it firsthand. Feel free to attack me anytime. With only a level 1 astral bug, Song Yidao really didn't take it seriously, but he still casually did a little defense. His casual defense, not to mention the bronze level strength of the level 1 self-destructing star bug, even platinum level martial artists and demonic beasts would not want to hurt him in the slightest. Go! Yun Mo was not polite, and with a command, this level 1 self-exploding heavenly star bug flew towards Song Yidao before gently landing in his palm. Song Yidao looked down and commented with a smile. The head of this one is a little bigger than a wild astroturf. Yun Mo, on the other hand, stood up and pulled away from Song Yidao by a few dozen meters. Just as Song Yidao was puzzled. Bang! With a muffled sound, the self-exploding heavenly star insect exploded in Song Yidao's hands. Tick-tock. Song Yidao was confused. He was actually hurt and bleeding. Hiss. Song Yidao couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. This is just a self-destructing heavenly star insect with bronze level strength? It could actually injure him, a flare level powerhouse. It's a small injury, but it's shocking. This. Song Yidao looked at Yun Mo with disbelief, and at that moment, the level 1 healing heavenly star bug had already landed on his injured palm. Buzz. After a cloud of green light, the wound miraculously healed. How does it feel, Principal? Yun Mo resumed his seat in front of Song Yidao with a confident look on his face. This is incredible? Song Yidao's excited speech was a little trembling, and his body followed suit with a slight tremor. Injured himself, he was well aware of the terror of the self-exploding heavenly star insect, but he did not dare to jump to conclusions without confirmation from Yun Mo. He just looked at Yun Mo excitedly, somewhat impatiently. I'm sure the principal has already guessed. Yun Mo smiled faintly. My self-exploding heavenly star insects can ignore any defense, which means that no matter what strong enemy I meet, I can make him injured, and if there are enough heavenly star insects, even if I meet an ace-level martial artist, I can still pile up the other party with the numbers. Song Yidao had been shocked beyond words by these words, and he also finally understood why Yun Mo was able to pull out the Institute of the Upper Well alone, and this self-destructing heavenly star bug was where his bottom line was. Moreover, the healing astral worm could also heal injuries, so how could the enemy play while fighting and healing itself? If Song Yidao knew that Yun Mo also possessed the invincible skill of absolute defense, it was estimated that the Dao heart would directly collapse. Was this the strength that a gold-level martial artist should possess? Seeing Song Yidao's shocked expression, Yun Mo was satisfied. This was exactly the result he needed. As a flare-level martial artist, what scenes had Song Yidao not seen before? And the current scene, not to mention him, even Elder Xian had never seen it before. So the long-suffering man didn't tense his expression and was completely stunned. Penetrating damage and ignoring any defense, this kind of attack was unheard of. That is to say, no matter what kind of life-preserving means the opponent had, Yun Mo could make him or her injured, and when the number of heavenly star insects came up, he or she could directly kill him or her. Headmaster? Seeing that Song Yidao was still in shock and had not slowed down, Yun Mo gently called out. Yun Mo, you kid, let the old man me slow down first. After a few minutes, Song Yidao was able to digest it all, and his gaze once again fell on Yun Mo. Go ahead and show the other astro bugs. Good. Yun Mo nodded and continued to narrate. This is the scouting skystar bug. It can be used to scout the enemy. I can share all information with it, and it can also cast a screen. Before the words fell, this scouting celestial star bug projected a screen that appeared in front of Song Yidao's eyes, with the image on it being the other side of the academy. It was amazing. Song Yidao straightly exclaimed that it was awesome, although he had seen it once, but listening to Yun Mo's explanation, he still found it unbelievable, and he also deeply knew the strategic value of this scouting heavenly star insect. If one enters a spatial rift, or falls into a place with no signal, if there is a scouting heavenly star bug in place, it can be contacted at the first time, and be able to save the lives of many martial artists. It's just that I don't know if it can be used by anyone other than Yunmo. Song Yidao's head was spinning quickly, and he had already analyzed in detail how these heavenly star insects could be applied to the army. This celestial star bug can be invisible and won't be detected by anyone. Yunmo said and snapped his fingers. The stealthy heavenly star insects in front of Song Yidao instantly disappeared without a trace. This? Song Yidao really couldn't sense any presence, and in the next moment, the stealthy heavenly star bug suddenly manifested on his shoulder, which really startled him. Fortunately, the stealthy astral bug didn't have any offensive power. If it had the corresponding destructive power, assassination would definitely be good. If Yunmo knew Song Yidao's thoughts, he would definitely give a thumbs up in praise. True to form, the principal's brain earns it fast, and I've already started doing that. I guess it won't take long to be able to spread the news that Kamui is dead. This is the space astral worm. As the name suggests, it can be used to transport goods, which only has a few hundred cubic meters of storage space. Yunmo said and pointed to the wigwam in front of the bench. The space astral bug instantly understood Yunmo's meaning and silently flew over the wigwam. Space storage. Song Yidao really couldn't sit still this time. His eyeballs almost stared out, knowing that storage spirit treasures were only qualified to be possessed by martial artists above the diamond level. After all, the quantity was scarce and it was impossible for everyone to possess them. But this space astronomical bug, Yunmo could continuously hatch it. Wouldn't it be possible to have one in hand? The more Song Yidao thought about it, the more excited he became, and right at that moment, the space heavenly star insect gently swept the entire wigwam all into the space. Song Yidao? The old principal responded this time that it was several hundred cubic meters, not several cubic meters. How can such a tiny bug be so loaded? Seeing this, Yunmo knew that he needed to strike while the iron was hot, and immediately introduced his last heavenly star insect in a grand manner. Headmaster, this is the bionic astral bug, and as you can tell from the name, it can mimic any living thing. Yunmo said and gave the bionic sky star bug a look. The bionic heavenly star bug circled around Song Yidao, then slowly morphed into Song Yidao's appearance under his shocked gaze. It was practically identical except for the scent. For a moment, Song Yidao couldn't even tell the difference between real and fake, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. And the masters? Chapter 99, still hold a grudge, right? Soon, the bionic heavenly star insect transformed into Yunmo's appearance again, and could also transform into various animals. Each time it transformed, it would consume the corresponding hunting value, which was just a few thousand tens of thousands. In order to let Song Yidao have a long look, Yunmo had put down blood money. Every hunting value must be spent. Song Yidao's breathing suddenly became rapid, from the original excitement into some panic. He looked left and right for a while as if he was a thief, and only then he came to Yunmo's front and whispered. Yunmo brat, this martial soul of yours is too heaven-defying. It's best not to expose it too much before it grows up. Song Yidao's face was filled with worry. Many genius martial artists would die halfway, some were unfortunate themselves, while more died from the assassination of their enemies. There are demonic beasts, and there is also the infiltration of imperial power. And Yunmo's demonic degree also had to crush the super tier 1 geniuses. It was truly unprecedented. If the enemy knew that Yunmo was so heaven-defying, they would definitely kill him at all costs. Song Yidao doesn't want to see such a talented young man die early. He can foresee that after a decade or so, Yunmo will become the mainstay of the Great Summer Kingdom. One person will become an army, sweeping away all the enemies in the world. For what? Yunmo pretended to be puzzled and looked at Song Yidao. Song Yidao's head was filled with black lines and he wanted to spit. I told you to keep a low profile. I can't hurt you. Is the old principal afraid that I'll suddenly be assassinated one day? Yunmo smiled a beatific smile. Now that you know, later. Before Song Yidao finished his words, Yunmo's body instantly filled with a golden shield. Headmaster, want to try a little fight? Remember to use your full strength. Yunmo had confidence written all over his face. Song Yidao looked at this layer of golden shield only feel very ordinary, and did not see what is special. If their own full force, Yunmo the small estimated dregs are not left out. Seeing Song Yidao's disbelief, Yunmo had no choice but to summon one of the highest-ranked self-destructing heavenly star insects. Watch out for Yuna! Boom! In the next moment, the self-destructing heavenly star insect exploded with a loud bang, and Song Yidao rushed to block it with all his might, and he was still injured himself. Pfft, brat, you want to turn the school upside down? Song Yidao roared in a good-natured manner, only now realizing that Yunmo was unharmed. It's not much, it's just a special talent that's invincible for 20 seconds. Yunemo waved his hand very blandly and said that. Song Yidao sniffed but was not calm. What the hell? 20 seconds of invincibility? That meant that no attack could cause damage to Yunemo, even the highest grade spirit treasures couldn't do it, right? Is this a human being? Hey, with it no one can kill me, and it can be used for law enforcement fishing to draw out guys who are hostile to me. Yunemo spoke his thoughts. That doesn't work either, it's still too dangerous for you to react in the first place? Song Yidao still felt that it wasn't right, he couldn't joke with Yunmo's life. From now on Yunemo was the treasure of the Green Dragon Academy, on equal footing with himself. Right. Higher status than yourself. Don't worry old principal, this thing is automatically triggered and will activate whenever someone tries to do something bad to me. Yunemo hemmed and hawed. Song Yidao didn't want to speak, his mind completely collapsed. Such a powerful invincible skill, he also wanted it too. After Yunemo finished the demonstration round, Song Yidao's perception was completely rewritten and he felt that he had a clearer understanding of this world. Can this be a ing ability possessed by a human being? It felt like one bug could encompass all the abilities of a martial spirit. Now that Yunemo was only at the gold level, he didn't dare to imagine how terrifying he would be when he reached the flare level. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Song Yidao's eyes shone with a thief's light, he saw hope in Yunmo's body. Perhaps because of Yunmo's existence, this chaotic world could be ended once and for all. Principal, am I eligible to join the set now? Seeing Song Yidao's ever-changing face, Yunemo squeezed without forgetting. You kid sure does hold a grudge. The corner of Song Yidao's mouth tugged helplessly. Which is not. Yunemo deliberately played dumb. I'm just asking if there are any qualifications, old principal, don't get me wrong, I'm not that kind of small-minded person. Row. You're generous, I'm cheap. Now Yunemo is a big baby in the eyes of Song Yidao, and he doesn't dare to dislike him back for fear that this kid will be unhappy and switch to another school. You'll have to provide for them in the future. You can't be offended badly. Let's go, generous boy, old man, I'll treat you to some spirit tea. Song Yidao stood up with a bitter smile and walked slowly towards the principal's office. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yunemo felt that the old principal's back had become much more stooped. Coming. Yunemo smiled and followed. Spirit tea was a good thing. Not only can be used for cultivation, but also to remove impurities in the body. This thing is extremely low yield, always have a price, the general public cannot drink. Neon State. After flying for 2 hours, the blimp finally landed safely. The moment the hatch opened, Kamui couldn't wait to run down. Breathing in the sweet-smelling air of my own country, this is what freedom feels like. Kamui spread his arms wide and closed his eyes with a mesmerized look on his face. In the past, he wanted to escape from here, not wanting to become a puppet of the Prime Minister's family, and now that he had returned alive from the Great Summer, his feelings were indescribably complicated. He had already decided that he would just honestly live in Neon Kingdom proper, and it would not be too late to find Yunemo when he had the results of the new experiments. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Kamui clenched his fists darkly at the thought. He was under the Prime Minister's watchful eye and didn't take him seriously. Humph, useless trash. The Prime Minister glanced at Kamui and sneered in his mind. Uei Yoshihito was waiting with his men early, and when he saw Uei get off the blimp, he immediately smiled and won. Second brother. Big brother. Kamui's eyes moistened a few times when he saw his brother, who he hadn't seen in years and had missed so much. Neither brother is a good person, but they are extremely affectionate and share everything with each other, including their wives. Both had children of unknown parentage and were particularly fond of playing multi-sport. Instead of feeling ashamed of this, the two brothers felt very proud. Nowadays, the Neon royal family has a low fertility rate, so the two are doing this for the future of the entire royal family. It's a cause of supreme honor. The two brothers hugged happily and then cried. The Prime Minister on the sidelines couldn't help but skim his lips, there really were no eyes. The two brothers had been talking for quite some time, making the Prime Minister impatient to wait. If it wasn't for the fact that there were quite a few people around watching, he would have snapped. Half an hour later, the two men's conversation finally ended and they were flanked by the crowd back in the palace. Good brother, you've suffered, get some rest today, and just tell your brother what you need. Kamui Yoshihito patted Kamui's shoulder and laughed. I've arranged for a couple of beauties in your room to have a good time. Thanks, brother. Kamui thanked him respectfully before turning towards his room, unaware that it was getting closer to his death. Hundreds of self-destructing stealthy heavenly star insects were speeding towards his location. Chapter 100, Kamui, Death. Neon Kingdom. Cabinet. The Prime Minister sat in his high seat with a black line all over his face, the air pressure on his body was suffocating, and all of them were too trembling to speak. This trip to the Great Summer Kingdom had caused him to lose face inside and out. In all my years on the throne, I've never been so humiliated. This royal family really can't afford to pay. The Prime Minister slammed the table in anger. The thick log table was instantly slapped into pieces and scattered all over the place. Exhaling a slow, cloudy breath, after venting, the Prime Minister finally calmed down. The terrifying air pressure gradually dispersed, and the people present breathed a sigh of relief as if they were relieved. First, Prime. Someone got up the nerve to stand up and start reporting the latest intel. What is it? The Prime Minister looked at the man, his tone still cold. The nails we planted in Dongyang City were somehow exposed and destroyed in all their locations, many died in battle, the survivors fled temporarily, and it will be hard as hell to re-enter Dongyang City in a short period of time. The man silently swallowed and gathered his courage to say. The Prime Minister didn't say a word, the muscles in his face were twitching wildly, and those who knew him well knew that this reaction was on the verge of outrage. If you yell it out, it means you're still calm. It's on the verge of a rampage. Lay out for years, collapse at once, what's going on? There were nails planted by them in other cities in the Great Summer Kingdom, and although they were sometimes exposed, it was really puzzling that all locations were completely removed at the same time. Unless there was a traitor within them who had given all the information to the higher-ups of Dongyang City, how else could such a secretive place be discovered? After all, it has existed for more than a decade and has been at peace with itself. After our investigation, many things are related to this young man. He said, pushing a picture in front of the Prime Minister. It's him. The Prime Minister's pupils tightened when he saw the figure in the photo. The person in the photo was no one else but Yunemo, who had been targeted by the higher-ups in the Neon Empire. Thinking back to the scene where Kamui was violently beaten up by Yunemo, the Prime Minister's face was so dark that he could drip ink. He couldn't figure out why Yunemo, who was in Shangjing, was associated with Dongyang City, which was thousands of miles away. Check, I want everything on him. The Prime Minister immediately gave a death order, even Yunmo's ancestors had to be dug out altogether. He always felt that Yunemo was a bit weird, giving him a feeling that he couldn't see through him. Yes. After receiving the order, a team of people hurriedly left the cabinet, investigating Yunemo. This matter is a top priority, they do not dare to have the slightest slackness. Yunemo, right? I want to see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms? The Prime Minister held his chin in his hands, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he exuded an air of danger. If he confirmed that Yunemo was truly dangerous, he would spare no effort to kill him. Whatever it takes. The royal family. Kamui was half reclining on a soft seat, surrounded by several beautiful women doing their best to serve him. He was being massaged, he was being fed, he was being hugged left and right, and his salty hands were roaming around the beauty's waist. So not enjoyable. After doing the experiment for so long, Kamui had long forgotten to enjoy it. It's true that tenderness tends to corrupt. Kamui closed his eyes in enjoyment, intending to relax for a few days, and then continue his experiments once his injuries were completely healed. He sneered and swept a glance at the few beauties serving him, thinking that it would be nice to make them into experiments. The few beauties felt creeped out by this stare from Kamui, and all of them couldn't help but shiver. Just as Kamui was fantasizing about a better future, several hundred self-exploding invisible skystar bugs quietly invaded the territory of the Neon Kingdom, completely undetected. It flew easily into the royal chamber. The room where Kamui was found, and a stream of them all poured in. Have shown up in droves. It was black and oppressive. What is this? Kamui was familiar with these, he had been seriously injured by the self-exploding starfish bugs, and his own research institute had been destroyed by these abominable bugs. Seeing these heavenly star insects, he had no anger or resentment. Only fear. No. No way? Never. Kamui hissed in horror and fell straight out of the soft seat to the floor, screaming in a state of disarray and paralyzed with fear. It's hard to get back up. This place is tens of thousands of miles away from Shangjing. How did these heavenly star insects chase them here? Could it be that Yunemo kid is lurking around? Thinking about this, Kamui became even more scared, his face as pale as paper, frantically looking around, always feeling that Yun would be lurking anywhere. It's also possible to transform into anyone. It has bionic powers, after all. For a while, the grass was greener. Lord Kamui? A few beautiful women have absolutely no idea what has happened, will make the upper well so horrible. In their eyes is just a few hundred ordinary starfish bugs. In addition to nausea point, there is no horror. Shouting people to clean up is. No. Don't come here, someone. Kamui shook his head frantically in horror and kept backing away, quickly retreating to the wall. Already discharged and refundable. Turning his head to look up at the gate a dozen meters away, he was tempted to snatch the door and walk out, but his legs wouldn't obey him and he kept shaking. Buzzing. Hundreds of heavenly star insects vibrated their wings frantically, a sound that seemed like a devil's low roar from the underworld. It made Kamui's scalp tingle and his back was already wet. Yun received the first notification from the heavenly star bugs that all the heavenly star bugs had reached their destination and found the target. Is it a kill? Somebody! Kamui hissed hysterically, fear having taken over. Bang! The next moment, the door was kicked open from the outside and a dozen guards rushed in, asking worriedly. Lord Kamui, what happened? Get rid of them! Kamui growled dolefully. No, hurry up and get me out of here. Hurry! The hiss almost drained Kamui's entire body of strength. Yes, Lord Kamui. Though he didn't know what was happening, the guard did as he was told and shouldered Kamui up. The mind was muttering. Aren't they just a few astroturf bugs? Is that so terrible? Not a single one. Yun was 10,000 miles away and did not hesitate to place a kill order. Boom! A self-destructing invisible celestial star insect exploded with a loud bang, and the entire room was instantly engulfed by the scratch, many of them being blown apart. For a while, the inside of the room was filled with the aroma of roasted meat and the pungent smell of blood, interspersed with cries of terror. It's a complete mess. Ha! The woman who survived screamed out in terror at the wreckage in front of her. Kamui had lost his leg in the explosion and blood stained his pants. Ah, my leg, old man's leg. Kamui wailed in pain. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. Yun knew that Kamui possessed a strong recovery ability due to his modified body, so he needed to be completely blown to pieces, not giving him energy that he could recover from. The entire imperial city shook violently, like a heavenly punishment. The roof of Kamui's room was tipped over, various internal collections were flying all over the place, and he was completely thrown into a state of chaos. Kamui watched as his limbs were blown off, then his chest, and in his last moments of consciousness, he watched as a celestial starbug exploded above his head. Immediately after that, a single astral worm exploded in succession next to Kamui's corpse. Going up the well, completely dead, not a single crumb left. Chapter 101, Did you do it? What happened? Kamui Yoshihito, who was watching a beautiful woman dance, was so frightened by the loud explosion that his soul almost flew out of his body, and subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound outside the window. The crowd in the palace screamed in terror, and the scene instantly became chaotic. Is that brother's room over there? Yuei Yoshihito's face was pale and he murmured in disbelief. He was still looking for what kind of sizable banquet to be held in the evening to receive Yuei. It's only been a short time since the accident. Yuei Yoshihito rolled and ran towards Yuei's residence, showing that the brotherly love between the two did not seem to be faked. Where's that explosion coming from? The Prime Minister was looking down at the document at hand, his brow furrowed in a way that could pinch a fly. Yunma. He kept muttering Yunmo's name in his mouth. He really couldn't figure out that a silver-level martial artist could make their Neon Kingdom fall continuously? Is there some big shot behind it, and he's just someone who's been thrust into the light of day? The Prime Minister thinks comprehensively, and the more he thinks about it, the further away he gets from the truth. Anyway, he would not believe at all that all the spies hidden in Dongyang City were ruined by Yunmo's hands. There must exist a very strong fellow. The sudden explosion directly interrupted the Prime Minister's thoughts and coldly scolded him. Who, exactly, would dare to pull something like this on their watch? Prime Minister, it's an explosion at the residence of His Majesty the Emperor's brother. The men were the first to learn of the situation and rushed to inform them. What? The Prime Minister stood up instantly. Kamui was the one he had spent many resources to replace, and it had only been an hour or so since the accident. It's like a slap in the face to the entire Neon Nation. Without a moment's hesitation, the Prime Minister ran quickly towards Kamui's residence. Soon a crowd gathered in front of Kamui's house. What are you waiting for? Put out the fire. Put out the fire. There's chaos all around as Weiichi Yoshihito directs the crowd to extinguish the fire. Those who possessed water attribute martial souls released theirs one after another. In an instant, hundreds of water columns emerged, quickly containing the fire within a certain range. The Prime Minister arrived in a hurry and looked at the house, which had been burned to the ground, with a grim face. No one has escaped from the houses until now, so it is evident that no one survived. The Prime Minister's heart sank to the bottom. The situation he least expected had happened. A number of sniffing journalists had gathered around him. It was a big deal, and he wanted to squash it. It's hard. He had just picked the man up 1 foot and now he was buried in a fire. The most focused face was rubbed against the ground. Who is it? Who the hell is it? The Prime Minister's fist pinched click straight. He really cannot figure out, around the tightly guarded, in the end, who quietly triggered a series of explosions. Could it be that a saint-level martial artist had struck? It was unrealistic to send out an existence that was rare in the whole world in order to kill a loser in Kamui. The Prime Minister no longer thought much about it, and with a wave of his hand, he instantly summoned his own martial spirit. 100 calcined samurai swords. A dark red fury filled the area around the martial soul, sending shivers down the spine. The Prime Minister's figure flashed, instantly arriving in the house that was still on fire, and the 100 calcified samurai sword in his hand made a horizontal slash, creating a strong wind that instantly extinguished the surrounding flames. The Prime Minister's brow furrowed as he looked around the room, several charred bodies lying on the ground. Backed into a corner, Yuki still retains the position of begging for mercy. Baka! The Prime Minister couldn't help but roar out in anger, his body trembling violently with anger. He had a faint expectation, but now the sight of Kamui's corpse had completely put him to rest. Dead. Really dead. Soon, Kamui Yoshihito led a brainstorming surge of people. Brother! Uei Yoshihito walked over to Uei's body with a look of disbelief. His brother from the same mother was really dead? Who is it? Who the hell is it? I'm going to make him pay. Soon, Kamui's body was collected and a team of professionals began to explore the surrounding area, finding no trace of it. It was as if the explosion had come out of nowhere. Greetings Prime Minister, His Majesty the Emperor, we tried our best. The exploration team members were also anxious and sweating. This was obviously a targeted decapitation operation, and the professional ones actually didn't find any clues at all, which was really a bit shameful. With such terrifying tactics, I really don't know what kind of person stepped in to destroy Kamui. The Prime Minister kept his head down in silence and just waved his hand as the crowd got up and left in a hurry. How can there not be any clues? Did you guys really investigate carefully? Uei Yoshihito couldn't hold back any longer and was completely furious. His own brother died unjustly and he couldn't find the murderer. How could he accept this? Shut up! The Prime Minister gave an angry rebuke, and Uei Yoshihito's neck scrunched up, instantly honest, and resumed his seat without a word. He was counting on the success of Kamui's research and his own access to great power. That way Weiichi Yoshihito could overthrow the Prime Minister's family and regain power himself. Unfortunately, with Kamui's death, it was all for naught, and the only chance was gone. Kamui Yoshihito's entire mind collapsed, and he couldn't wait to flay the murderer in order to relieve his hatred. I'll keep investigating this matter. This is not only slapping the royal family's face, but also the face of the entire Neon Empire. The Prime Minister stood up, not bothering to linger in the ruins. There were many things for him to deal with in the entire country, but he couldn't afford to waste all his energy on wastes that were already dead. As soon as the Prime Minister left on the front foot, a large group of journalists swarmed the room, filling it instantly. Various photoshoots made Yoshihito Uei even more furious. Get out, all of you! Green Dragon Academy. According to the Neon Daily News, a fire broke out at Weiichi's residence, killing all 7 people in the house, and the cause of the accident is being investigated. Sanyadao, who was drinking tea with Yunemo, heard this news and his entire body directly froze. He looked incredulously at the television, which showed none other than charred bodies and burned houses. This. Sanyadao violently turned his head to look at Yunemo and realized that he was leisurely sipping his tea. Boy, you didn't make this one, did you? Yunemo took a sip of tea and didn't say anything, just nodded silently with a worldly appearance. How the hell did you do that? Sanyadao was very curious. He wasn't worried about leaving any clues. After all, Yunemo was very smart and wouldn't make this kind of mistake. Just by simply combining two special talents and giving the self-exploding astral worm the ability to be invisible, it can kill people silently and invisibly. Yunemo smiled warmly, but Song Yidao felt a chill at his back. He was also a strong person who had killed thousands of enemies. What kind of people and demonic beasts hadn't seen? Yunemo was young yet gave him a very dangerous feeling. The mind whispered. This kid is really a smiling tiger, whoever messes with him will have bad luck. Chapter 102 Purple Demon Illusory Beaver. Song Yidao felt that Yunemo was a treasure that could never be dug up, constantly bringing him surprises. Sometimes it's a shock. The heavenly star bug martial spirit possessed so many special talents that could also be combined with each other, he couldn't count how many combinations there were for a moment, and he didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be to have all the talents gathered on a single heavenly star bug. In any case, proceed with caution. Song Yidao looked at Yunemo with a smile. If you really meet a powerful martial artist, not to mention that you only have 20 seconds of invincibility, even if it's 20 hours, you can still be hard worn out, and it's hard to make up for the gap between levels. Yunemo didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. Song Yidao had a point. If the place deployed ace-level martial artists or even saint-level powerhouses, Yunemo would only be able to run away. It could also be life-threatening. Seeing Yunemo listen to advice so well, Song Yidao nodded with satisfaction. Since this heavenly star insect of yours has such potential, cultivate well, and go to the storehouse to get whatever you need yourself. There's no need to ask for permission from anyone. At this time Yunemo was already a superb treasure in Song Yidao's heart, and he could not be allowed to suffer any aggravation. In the future, Yunemo would be the #1 person in Green Dragon Academy status. Even Song Yidao himself felt that he was not as important as Yunemo. Later, I'll go to the top and apply for you, so don't go out. You don't need to experience any life and death trials, just upgrade at ease. Song Yidao's tone could not be refused. He was really afraid that something would happen to Yunemo and he would die halfway. Principal, you're not going to limit me to this acreage, are you? Yunemo was speechless for a while. He was not a flower in a greenhouse. Besides, how am I going to upgrade my martial soul if I don't go out and hunt demonic beasts? It's fine for me to catch demonic beasts for you, you just harvest heads. Song Yidao had long had this in mind. It doesn't have to come to that. The corner of Yunmo's mouth tugged viciously. It's best if the principal treats me as an ordinary student. If I stay in the Green Dragon Academy all the time, how will my enemies dare to take action against me? Yunemo patiently explained. Attracting more enemies to kill me, isn't it just the right time to kill them all in one go? By the way, headmaster, don't reveal the matter of my martial soul. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Good boy. Song Yidao smiled in his heart at the words. It's a pig in a poke, isn't it? Success. Since you have an idea, I won't intervene much. Song Yidao no longer said anything more. It was him who was concerned. If Yunemo had been confined to this small place, he probably wouldn't have been able to grow. While the two were chatting leisurely, news of Kamui's death quickly spread around the world, creating an instant wave of shock. All are wondering how he died and who really did it. It was actually possible to strike within the Neon Empire's royal family and still go unnoticed. Elder Xian and the others were also baffled. Kamui had just returned home and was killed. They were the most suspected. That's what Nico thinks too. But without any evidence, it's not good to make accusations. One can only think of ways to take the heat out of this. Mu Lingxuan's intensive training was over, and the first thing she did was come to find Yunemo. Seeing the young couple in love, Song Yidao felt like he was superfluous. Ahem, I still have some personal matters to take care of, he said and turned to leave, his back a little flustered. Yunemo and Mu Lingxian smiled at each other and went out of the school gate together. After the meal, Lingfrost, accompany me to the Martial Artist Association to finalize my rank. A higher level of martial artist is not only more cash rewards, but also more privileges and a status symbol. Of course, now that Yunemo was the treasure of the Green Dragon Academy, all of this was useless to him. What he needed was the number of mutations added by the system after the leveling. Good. Mu Lingxian nodded gently. As long as she was with Yunemo, she was happy to go anywhere. Unfortunately, today is Saturday, the Civil Affairs Bureau is not working, there is no way to go to get a license, we can only wait for Monday. The two quickly arrived at the Martial Artist Association. It was very busy with people coming and going. Yunemo quickly got into a queue and took a moderate score, passing the gold-level martial artist trial very easily. Congratulations, from now on you are a gold-class martial artist. The receptionist beauty respectfully handed the gold medallion into Yunmo's hands. with a smile at the corners of her mouth the whole time. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, they really go well together. Thanks a lot. Yunemo smiled and took it, wearing it on his chest. Turned around and was about to leave. Just a moment. Yunemo was shouted at by the receptionist. Anything else? Yunemo curiously looked at the front stage. It's like this, martial artists after entering the gold level need to complete a mission issued by the Martial Artist Association once a month. Mission? Yunemo hadn't understood this and looked doubtfully at Mu Lingshuang on the side. Aha! Mu Lingshuang nodded gently. She hadn't taken it up for the time being, she only needed to complete one quest per month, there was no rush at all, she wanted to wait for Yunemo to come to Shangjing and take it up together. And how is this quest taken? Yunemo happened to be idle and bored, so doing some quests would be good. Both of you, please follow me. The receptionist smiled and led the two to the front desk, and immediately took out a tablet, and countless tasks popped out. There were quests to kill demonic beasts, quests to save people, and quests to pick spiritual herbs. Missions are solo or in groups. There were all sorts of flowers, and Yunemo looked a bit dazzled. Which one to choose? Yunemo looked at Mu Lingshuang and handed over the selector to her. Since they were going to do the quests at the same time, finding a duo group quest was the best. Just pick this one. Mu Lingshuang selected herself for a while and finally chose a quest to hunt a gold-level demonic beast. This was a bounty made by a team that needed the materials from this demonic beast to build a spiritual treasure. Purple Demon Phantom Beaver? Yunemo rubbed his chin as he looked at the information on this gold-level demonic beast. Although this demonic beast was gold-level, its attack power was not high, but it was very cunning, and it could also set up illusionary formations to get people lost. It can be a bad grab. The difficulty was no less than low, and it was considered to be the top batch of gold-level quests. Are you too sure you want to take this quest? The front desk beauty looked at Yunemo and Mu Lingshuang with some incredulity. This purple demon phantom beaver quest had been taken by so many people and almost all of them failed. Now it's been 6 months since it was released and it's not even finished. Martial artists of low rank couldn't finish it, martial artists of high rank couldn't look at it, and it stayed stuck like this. Naturally. The purple demon phantom beaver's habitat was on the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain Range, not very far from the upper capital, and not much danger. Yunemo could also hunt other demonic beasts along the way and score some hunting value. I wonder what the duration of this mission is. Oh. The receptionist returned to her truthfulness. This mission is difficult to complete, so there is no time limit, but if you can't complete it within a month, you two will still need to take on a new mission. Yunemo and Mu Lingshuang smiled at each other and nodded. The task was taken up at once. That's it. Chapter 103 Super Soldier King Program. After receiving the mission, Yunemo and Mu Lingshuang left the Martial Artist Association. Yunemo, when are you planning to go on the quest? Mu Lingshuang was a little excited. This was the first time she had fought side by side with Yunemo. 3 days later. Yunemo still remembered that he had a bet with Lu Ming. If it was because of the delay, the other party thought that he was afraid. Good. Mu Lingshuang took the initiative to come to Yunmo's front and held his arm with both hands, completely lacking the usual ice-cold aura of rejecting people. In front of Yunemo was an obedient little daughter-in-law. Neon State. VIP reception room. The Prime Minister stood respectfully, his head slightly bowed in a horrified manner. In the seat in front of him sat a middle-aged man with blonde hair, holding a cup of coffee and swaying leisurely. He exuded a terrifyingly hostile aura that sent chills down his spine. About. Lord John, what brings you here? The Prime Minister spoke with a little tremor, without his usual arrogance, only caution. John glanced coldly at the Prime Minister, causing him to drop like a stone, instantly silencing him and burying his head low, fear in his heart. John was an envoy from the Eagle Kingdom, above him in strength and superior in status. The Prime Minister met him as a son meets his father, not daring to disobey in the slightest. I heard that your emperor's brother died in his palace? John's voice was devoid of any emotion and was more of a question than a torture. The Prime Minister felt his soul tremble. John's martial soul was called Ghost Nightmare, which could inflict horrific mental damage and could create illusions and break into people's dreams, literally killing people without being seen. Even the top echelons of the Great Xia Kingdom were quite wary of this person. Yes. Is this? The Prime Minister was sweating coldly. He completely couldn't figure out why Lord John was asking about a waste royal son who relied on all sorts of research to have the strength of a platinum-level martial artist, the Eagle Kingdom had many geniuses, and the martial artists were like a river of carp. He really doesn't get it. Waste. John was furious, and the coffee cup in his hand slammed heavily on the Prime Minister's head. The hot coffee drenched his hair and clothes, and blood flowed out with it. You can't even protect your own people, and you were beheaded by the enemy. What a disgrace to the whole world. I have some doubts whether you are qualified to sit in this position. The Prime Minister stood still and just kept bowing and apologizing. Private Marseilles. Lord John, I'm already doing my best to search for the murderer, and it won't be long before I have results. John was angry. The Eagle Kingdom has fewer and fewer martial artists today, and the quality is getting lower and lower. That's why the senior management has implemented a program called Super Soldier King, which is to stimulate the potential of martial artists through the research of various genes, so that they can obtain more powerful strength. This coincides with Weiqi's research. The first thing the Eagle Kingdom did when they found out about this was to come to Neon and try to take Kamui away to participate in the program. Just after he landed, he learned that Kamui had been killed in the bombing. How could he not be angry about this, and what should he say when he went back? Even if they catch the murderer, Weiqi won't be able to come back, which would be a great loss for them. So did you find the clue? John wasn't interested in who the murderer was, and now that Neon has disgraced itself, he didn't bother getting involved in the matter. Many of today's super soldier kings are unstable and can easily go berserk, with their genetic chains easily breaking and producing violent deaths. The technology is simply not mature. I was thinking that getting Weiqi involved would fix this, but now there's nothing. So far we've got a lock on one. The Prime Minister thought for a long time that only this person had the motive and the ability to commit the crime. He said and handed Yun Mo's picture respectfully to John. It is? Looking at this young face of Yun Mo, John froze. He felt that the Prime Minister was joking with himself. He didn't believe that a young man could do a quiet cross-country beheading. Even John couldn't do it. That's what you're fooling me with? John threw the photo hard in the Prime Minister's face, and a horrible aura instantly erupted from his body. The Prime Minister was so scared that he directly knelt down on the ground, trembling, his face very ugly. About. Lord John, how dare the little one deceive you? The Prime Minister panicked and explained, handing over all the information from the investigation into Yun Mo to John, including the sequence of events that led to Yun Mo's trashing of Kamui's lab. All things were in great detail, just about to turn out Yun Mo's 18 generations. John took the information, his brow furrowed, and the further he read, the harder his face looked. Bang! John slammed the table beside him to pieces, tossing a stack of information onto the floor with his hands. Although Yun Mo looked somewhat unique, no matter what, he was only a student who had just awakened a few days ago. He could do a god knows what cross-country beheading, and John always felt that the Prime Minister was insulting his intelligence. Is this a result a sane person could come up with? Lord John, let me explain. The Prime Minister knelt on the floor, shivering, and picked up all the papers one by one. This kid was responsible for destroying Kamui's lab. He's weird as hell. John let out a long breath, calming down a little. Regardless of whether Yun Mo was the culprit for decapitating Shang Jing, just based on the terrifying potential of this martial soul of his, he couldn't be kept. If he was allowed to grow up smoothly, he would definitely become the Eagle Kingdom's most threatening opponent. John rubbed his chin, unsure of what was going through his mind, and the entire room was so terribly low on air pressure that you could hear a pin drop. The Prime Minister gathered his breath and held his breath, his heart pounding. I know, you guys stand down. After an unknown amount of time, John waved gently at the Prime Minister, his tone devoid of the slightest emotion and terribly cold. As if it would kill at any time. Yes. The Prime Minister and the others, as if they were amnestied, hurriedly got up and walked out of the room one after another, and also thoughtfully closed the door of the room. John instantly dialed an encrypted phone number. It rang 3 times before being picked up. I'm John and I need you to kill someone. John blurted out his demands in a brainstorm. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, then said, John, do you know that the Great Summer Country is known as a forbidden area for mercenary groups, and these experiments are currently very unstable? Are you not afraid that something will happen? If it's not handled properly, it could become a serious diplomatic incident, and today's Dacia is not the weak and bullying country it was 100 years ago. This person Yun Mo must die, or else he will be detrimental to our Eagle Kingdom in the future. John didn't budge at all. If he wasn't restricted from entering the country by the Great Xia, he really wanted to go there in person and kill Yun Mo. His martial soul is somewhat heaven-defying, allowing him to access different abilities. Now that he's only at the silver level, I dare not imagine his achievements in the future. John said, sending the known information. Take a look at it, and let the top brass see it too, and you'll know I made the right decision. After a few minutes, there was a response on the other end of the line again. John, after a high-level resolution, 10 experiments will be arranged to infiltrate the Great Summer Country to carry out assassination operations. After all, Dacia's customs were so strict that it was hard enough to let 10 people sneak in. Any more people would be detected, and they might be physically eliminated before they even entered the borders of the Great Summer Kingdom. Yes. The corner of John's mouth curved up as he saw the profiles of the 10 experiments. An experiment equivalent to a diamond-level martial artist led the team, while the other 9 experiments were equivalent in strength to platinum level. He still didn't believe that such a luxurious lineup would still kill a silver-level Yunmo. Even the most heaven-defying genius could not possibly survive. John tapped his fingers on the handle of his chair, secretly pleased with himself. Another beautiful day for himself to help the great empire eradicate another hidden threat. Chapter 104, Being Targeted. Green Dragon Academy. At this moment, Sonyadao was leisurely drinking tea. With Yunmo around, Xinglong Academy would be able to rest on its laurels, and he had full confidence that he would definitely win the top spot in this year's martial artist college competition. Headmaster Lin Dong suddenly broke in and said with some anxiety. What is it? It's time to submit the list for the academy competition. We haven't submitted it yet this year. Lin Dong even said. In fact, the list had been finalized long ago. 5 people were selected from the set of students. It was not Yunmo who came, so Lin Dong was hinting at when the principal would add Yunmo's name to the list. The other 3 academies had long since finished submitting their lists, leaving them with Green Dragon Academy. You boy. Sonyadao smiled and pointed at Lin Dong, and with a wave of his hand, he added Yunmo's name and placed it in the number 1 position. Hand it over, I'm looking forward to this year's academy competition, huh? Sonyadao smiled and stroked his beard. It was said that this year, the 4 major academies had admitted supreme geniuses, and some of the ordinary colleges had also managed to recruit quite a few outstanding students with great potential. This year's academy competition was definitely very interesting. Roger that. Lin Dong left with the list in a beautiful manner. After leaving the Martial Artist Association, Yunmo and Mu Lingshuang didn't return to the academy at the first opportunity, but instead wandered around. Yunma, this is delicious. This one's good too. Thank you, Yunma. Along the way, Mu Lingshuang was a well-behaved girlfriend, accompanying Yunmo as she happily shopped. Although she came several days earlier, she was not familiar with Shangjing and could not be Yunmo's tour guide. The two wandered as they pleased, squeezing in wherever they saw the crowds. The target has appeared. In the crowd, someone stared at Yunmo and Mu Lingshuang. A man in a suit with his collar over his mouth murmured. Good, keep a close eye on them. This is a direct order from above. Make sure to find out the other side's strengths and weaknesses, and if you encounter any danger, get out in time. George, it's important to complete the mission, but don't expose your identity. We've been lurking in the Great Summer Country for so long, we can't afford to give up on our previous endeavors. A raspy voice rang out on the other end of the communicator. I understand. George hung up the communication instantly, a sneer squeezing out of the corner of his mouth. The shadowy gaze surveyed the backs of Yunmo's 2 men, and his heart was already thinking. This is a mission given by Lord John. If I can directly kill this brat, won't it help Lord John get rid of his heart disease? George mused in his mind. If it was done very beautifully, he could be valued by John and leave this place of wrongdoing. Being a spy ended badly, especially being a spy in the country of Dacia. He lived every day with fear and trembling. Just afraid of being discovered as a spy by the people of the Great Summer Kingdom. After some deep thought, George clenched his fists. As the saying goes, the rich and the famous. It's dry. However, this was a downtown area, so it was easy to be discovered, and Yunmo must be led to a secluded place where no one was around. Having spent a lot of time in Shangjing, George knew his surroundings like the back of his hand. Looking around the room, the mind multiplied its calculations. Immediately, he rushed towards Yunmo. Yunmo was picking out the food in front of the stall with Mu Lingshuang, the scouting heavenly star insects he had released around them long ago. As long as someone released hostility towards them, it would be instantly detected. When George took his first look at Yunmo, it was noticed by him. Looks like I'm being watched by someone. Yunmo laughed coldly in his heart. He had been targeted by the enemy on this first day in Shangjing. Since he wasn't sure of the other party's identity, Yunmo naturally wanted to confirm it personally. So the plan is to make it work. By this time, George had already rushed to Yunmo's front. Yunmo had just taken out his cell phone when George snatched it away and then ran wildly towards the distance. Yunmo pretended to be shocked. Mu Lingxiang instantly became furious and just wanted to go after him, but Yunmo pulled his clothes. Yunma, what are you doing? Mu Lingxiang looked at Yunmo suspiciously. If she slowed down one more step, she wouldn't be able to catch up with this little thief. Really live to steal from your own man. She was bound to capture the other person and break their arms and legs to remember them for the rest of their lives. Wait here, I'll take care of it. Yunmo was not clear about the other party's specific strength. If he encountered danger, he himself had the shield of absolute defense. He could still run if he could not beat them. He didn't want Mu Lingxiang to get hurt because of this. But Mu Lingxiang was still about to say something when Yunmo's figure had already run away. Mu Lingxiang was obedient and didn't follow her, but sat down on a bench to the side, eating the sugar gourds that Yunmo had just bought for her, as well as the stinky tofu. Don't run, little thief, give me back my cell phone. Yunmo quickly caught up with George, who deliberately slowed down his pace so that Yunmo could see his back for a short time but couldn't catch up. Fooled. George was smug. He couldn't figure out how a student of a silver-level martial artist could attract the attention of the upper echelons, and even let himself, a martial artist who was only one step away from being a platinum-level martial artist, make a test run. It was a bit of a big deal, and the ultimate goal was to kill Yunmo anyway. As long as he kills him, he is the head honcho. At the thought, George ran harder. There were quite a few pedestrians on the road, but none of them intervened. This kind of small thief, if they encountered a patrol team, they would definitely be taken down in the first place. They didn't need to worry about it at all. After all, this was Shangjing, the place with the best law and order in the entire Xia. Soon Yunma found himself moving away from the crowds and being led by George to cold alleys. The buildings here were covered with traces of battles, crumbling and broken, and there were some broken walls, permeated with a heavy sense of history, and there was not a single human figure around. Yunmo was clear that this should be the old town, which was destroyed by a group of invaders back then, and has yet to be rebuilt. It is to remind future generations of the history of those days. No one comes here except for special anniversaries either, much less to guard it. Indeed, a good place to kill people and get away with it. Stop, little thief. Yunmo roared twice in mock anger. George ran to a dead end and finally stopped, turning around, playing with Yunmo's cell phone in his hand, spinning it around, a hint of a conspiratorial smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The eyes that looked at Yunmo were full of disdain. I don't know how the higher-ups care about a dumbass like you, falling for it so easily. George is now even more convinced that letting himself come to test Yunmo is really killing a chicken with a bull's knife. He can crush the kid in front of him with one hand, and I don't know what the upper echelons think, feeling that casually dispatching a gold-level martial artist can finish Yunmo off. He said and threw Yunmo's cell phone on the ground. Bang! 1 foot into scrap. Yunmo's brows furrowed, and he already had murderous intentions towards the guy in front of him. You're a ing asshole for dropping my cell phone? Little thief, accompany the old man's cell phone. Yunmo didn't rush to strike. He wanted to see what the guy in front of him was capable of, to actually be so confident. Thinking so, Yunmo activated his compound eyes, and the specific information of George in front of him instantly became clear at a glance. Kid, you really don't know yourself when you're dead. George laughed with a mocking look on his face. Remember, kid, the man who killed you is named George. George. Level, gold 10 stars. Martial spirit, chains of judgment. No? Yunmo froze. He thought he was being targeted by some terrifying enemy that wasn't even platinum and wanted to ambush him. Who gave him that confidence? Chapter 105 Pawn placed by the Eagle Kingdom. Yunmo suddenly lost interest and thought it was some big fish. He didn't expect it to be just a small shrimp, and it was a big disappointment. It's better to hurry up and solve it and go back to Mu Lingxiang. Wait a minute? Yunmo suddenly realized something, the guy in front of him, but he looked like a Daxia person, but he got a foreign name and was quite confident when he said it. Could it be? Yunmo instantly guessed about George's identity. Yunmo's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the George in front of him, a cold, hostile aura emanating from his body. Although Yunmo had only just awakened not long ago, there was a lot of blood on his hands. George was stunned by the aura around Yunmo for a moment and couldn't help but shiver. What the hell? I'm actually frightened by a brat illusion. George said darkly in his mind, not wanting to admit it at all. Unbeknownst to him, he had subconsciously taken half a step back. Very serious. Going to all this trouble to lure me here just to ambush me? Yunemo looked around, there was no one else but George. I thought there would be quite a few ambushes, and you're the only one. That's quite courageous. You seek death. George clearly felt the disdain for him in Yunmo's words. He was a gold 10-star martial artist, but he was actually despised by a silver-ranked kid. Wait a minute? George stared at the badge on Yunmo's chest, looking at it again and again. For a moment, he froze. Didn't he say that Yunemo was only a silver-level martial artist? When did it become gold? And this is just a newly awakened student? Where's the ultimate demon? In addition to shock, George was more excited. Having killed such a supreme genius with his own hands, he would definitely be reused by the upper echelons. Kid, you can't scream and laugh later, suffer death. George roared and instantly summoned his martial spirit. Chains of judgment, go! Whoa! The two slender golden chains were like two deadly vipers, winding towards Yunemo. Densely packed self-destructing celestial star bugs flew out from Yunmo's sleeves and met them towards the judgment chains. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions continued to ring out, and in the blink of an eye, two chains were blown off and scattered all over the place. Put! With his martial soul damaged, George only felt a sweetness in his throat. Blood spurted out. The body couldn't help but fall back 2 steps, staggering, his face terribly white. This so possible? George had a look of disbelief on his face. His martial soul had actually been blown up by a few bugs, and he himself had suffered a huge backlash. Yunemo idly approached towards George step by step, and with a gentle wave of his hand, hundreds of self-exploding heavenly star insects instantly surrounded George, blocking all the way. It was just one shot, and George lost badly. You stay away. George's voice trembled as he spoke, fear having long since taken over him, the disdain vanishing from his face. At this moment, he realized why the upper echelons were so attached to Yunemo, and he also knew why he had been instructed in 1,000 ways not to be exposed and to flee at the first sign of danger. Instead, he took a shot at Yunemo. George regretted that he had been blinded by desire. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Yunemo just looked at him coldly and spoke faintly. Who sent you? Be honest and I can give you a hard time. Yunemo said with a gentle point of his finger. A few self-exploding astronomical bugs instantly flew in front of George, only a dozen centimeters away from him, and the sound of vibrating wings could be clearly heard. No. Nobody sent me, I just don't see you as a good person. George played it cool, but his horrified expression betrayed him. Yunemo didn't talk nonsense, just lightly snapped his fingers. Boom. Ah. George screamed out miserably. His left arm was directly blown away by a level 10 self-destructing starfish bug. Yunemo was really afraid that a starfish bug of too high a level would be able to kill George directly in seconds, leaving him alive and useful. George collapsed to the floor in pain, spasming wildly. His eyes were glazed over, pain written all over his face, and George couldn't figure out how a tiny bug could have such terrifying power that it almost took him away in one wave. The Yunemo in front of him was too scary, there was no benefit to keep talking tough. A self-destructing astro bug then landed on his head, ready at a moment's notice. I say, please, don't kill me. George begged for mercy. Yunemo laughed, a waste that betrayed the motherland, how tough can it be, just soft bones. The self-exploding heavenly star bug that landed on top of George's head slowly flew up and hovered in mid-air at Yunmo's gesture. George did not dare to hide anything, and gave a clear account of all he knew in a brain. It turns out that he belongs to a spy organization called FB, a covert chess piece planted by the Eagle Kingdom in Dacia. The main task was to search and provide them with all kinds of information, and if their contribution was outstanding, they could obtain the resident status of the Eagle Kingdom, and were also able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. One of George's friends has traveled to Eagle Country to enjoy the benefits of his life because he has contributed enough. Of course it's only George who thinks so, and for the Eagle Kingdom, pawns that have lost their usefulness are only discarded. If you're unlucky you may have been buried, if you're lucky you'll get a job washing dishes and survive. The Fae want to go to Eagle Country and be a man of honor. One can only say it's too naive. George was only a mid-level in this organization, and any more secrets he really didn't know. And the exact location of their organization has not been revealed. George is not a cutie. And if he even said that, even if he made it back alive, it wouldn't be good. That's all I know, please. Before George could finish his sentence, a self-exploding astrobug landed on his back and exploded. The explosion drowned out George's screams, and Yunemo silently turned around, smiling faintly. Now that that's out of the way, you can go to hell. Yunemo left without looking back, and the surroundings became silent once again. I don't know how much time has passed. George's body, which had turned black all over, suddenly moved, then his hands and feet became intuitive and he sat up violently. Oh, luckily, I'm still alive. George looked at his charred hands and celebrated. Thinking about the aftermath of the robbery just now still gave him a pang of fear. This kid is still too tender, he doesn't know to come up and probe my death, and he didn't make up for it, he's still not as powerful as he should be with this bug. Ha ha. After calming down, George was in a good mood and spat at Yunemo in his mind. Thinking that he was just too smart, he actually fooled Yunemo and managed to survive. At this moment, he also understood that Yunemo was indeed a terrifying existence, and he had to hurry to report what he knew to the organization. Even if he didn't kill Yunemo with his own hands, this was still considered a not-so-small contribution and could definitely be rewarded by the higher-ups. Thinking of this, George was in a good mood, the injury was not fatal, and he could recover after a good period of time. He smiled and left this place of wrongdoing. Unbeknownst to him, a stealthy scouting astroturf silently landed on his shirt. Chapter 106. This kid is as terrifying as hell. Escape from death. George had never been so eager to live, and he fled frantically, hurrying away from the ruins. He didn't want this place to be his burial place. Hoo-hoo. It was a relief for George to finally be back on the lively streets. Completely safe. George's heart sighed with gratitude that he was still alive. Looking around the room and noticing that no one cared that he was different, he collected himself and walked towards the organization. Yunemo quickly rejoined Mu Lingxiang. Where's the thief? Mu Lingxiang knew Yunmo's power, and looking at the absence of George's figure, she thought that she had been directly silenced by Yunemo. Lesson learned, released. Yunemo put his hands in his pockets and casually replied back. Lest Mu Lingxiang know the truth and be on tenterhooks. So let's go back to school, or keep shopping. Mu Lingxiang enjoyed her time with Yunemo. I have a few things to take care of, why don't you go home first? Yunemo asked tentatively, just now letting Mu Lingxiang wait right here, and not taking her this time. Yunemo was a little embarrassed. Good. Mu Lingxiang didn't ask more questions and gently nodded her head. She knew that Yunemo had his own things to do, and the same was true for Mu Lingxiang. Initially, Mu Lingxiang was always ahead of Yunemo, and after seeing Yunmo's gold fixation, she felt a deep pressure. The gap between the two had been leveled by Yunemo, and Mu Lingxiang had been left behind. Seeing Mu Lingxiang being so understanding, Yunemo felt a little guilty. The two smiled at each other and headed off in different directions. Mu Lingxiang went straight back to the school, while Yunemo came to the front door of the Chuanin Pagoda. Little brother Yunemo? What brings you here? Yunemo had just arrived at the door when he was recognized by the guards in front of the door, causing him to be a bit stunned. I thought that I would have to flash the special token given by Elder Xian in order to enter, but I didn't expect to be recognized directly. I'm here to look for Elder Xian, I wonder if I could pass on a message? Yunemo saw how polite the guards were, and he greeted them with a smile. Elder Xian has explained that you can enter directly when you come. The guards said as they made way for Yunemo to enter on his own. Thanks a lot. Yunemo didn't say much and walked straight into the door. What is this young man's origin? How can he actually meet Elder Xian without using Tongchuan? The other guard could know that Elder Xian's status was there, and there were as many people who wanted to see him every day, with appointments lined up for several years. Immediately, he came to its heels and asked curiously. You're new here, you don't know the inside story, let me tell you. The guards were instantly interested in what they were hearing, and they rattled off a story, telling all they knew. Especially the matter of Yunemo smashing the Shanghai laboratory and capturing him alive. He said it as if he was a personal witness of this matter. TSK, to have such strength at such a young age, it's truly the luck of my great Xia kingdom. This guard couldn't help but be staggered after hearing this, and subconsciously looked back, having long since lost sight of Yunmo's figure. To be able to see this kind of heavenly pride in person, today's shift was not in vain. Conference room. Elder Xian was resting his eyes, and when one is old, one's spirit is not as strong as it should be. It was an eventful time, and there were simply too many things for him to deal with, now that he was overwhelmed by the many spies lurking in the upper capital. A few arrests were made the other day, but they were all minions and did nothing to follow up the case. There's also Kamui's death. The neon side has always suspected that it's the Great Summer's hand, and even though there's no evidence, they'll make something out of nothing. Let Elder Xian must have an explanation. After all, the person was taken from the Great Summer country. This just landed. People are gone. Say it is not the hand of the Great Xia country, no one will believe. Learning that Yun Mo had arrived, Elder Xian slowly opened his eyes and stared at the open door. Not long after, Yun Mo walked in. Elder Xian. Seeing the hale and hearty Elder Xian, Yun Mo politely shouted. Hee, Yun Mo brat, what are you looking for the old man for? Elder Xian looked at Yun Mo with a smile. The creases on his face were small and stretched. The more he looked at Yun Mo, the more satisfied he was, and he was a little curious if the death of Kamui was Yun Mo's hand. On second thought, he thought it was impossible. Yun Mo, a student who had just been awakened not long ago, and his strength was no more heaven-defying, he couldn't do cross-country killings. Elder Xian, it's something good to find you. Yun Mo smiled and walked over to Elder Xian, nonchalantly sitting across from him. Oh? What good thing? Elder Xian instantly became interested. FB spy organization. The moment Yun Mo said this, Elder Xian's expression was a bit stunned, and the temperature of the entire room plummeted. How did you know about the existence of this organization? Elder Xian's tone was icy cold as he quickly thought of something. Could it be that those bastards dared to take a shot at Yun Mo? Now Yun Mo is the precious lump of the Great Summer Kingdom in Elder Xian's eyes, so he can't let any harm come to him. Yun Mo did not hide anything and informed Elder Xian of what he had just encountered. A terrifying hostile aura instantly erupted from Old Man Xian's body after hearing this. Lawlessness. Elder Xian was enraged, assassinating the subjects of the Great Xia Kingdom and its borders. Yeah. How dare they? Looking for death. Elder Xian let out a breath to calm himself down and just wanted to call out for someone. Investigate it properly and make sure to help Yun Mo out of this bad breath, and he heard Yun Mo say. Elder Xian, this is a perfect opportunity to wipe them out. Elder Xian froze at his words and looked at Yun Mo with some confusion. This FB company is good at hiding and has infiltrated all walks of life in Daxia, so how easy is it to wipe them out? If it could be done easily, Elder Xian would have thundered out a long time ago, so why would he keep agonizing over this matter? It took a lot to catch these spies. Many comrades were also sacrificed. Look, Elder Xian. Yun Mo didn't sell himself short, and immediately summoned a scouting heavenly star insect that vibrated its wings and hovered in front of Elder Xian. An image then slowly emerged, the first view of George, who was hurrying towards the organization's headquarters. It is? Elder Xian knows Yun Mo's ability, but this video is a bit shaky and has little value. I put a scouting astro bug on George the spy, and he'll lead us to the enemy's lair. Yun Mo said with a smile, his tone flat, as if he was doing a coefficient normal small thing. You mean? Although Elder Xian had also seen great storms, when he heard that this was a chance to completely eradicate the FB organization, his breathing was also short and he could not wait to give Yun Mo a bear hug. This approach was something they had tried, but no matter how highly polite the micro camera, or micro tracker was, it would always be detected by the enemy. That's why the matter of catching spies is very tricky, giving huge manpower and resources to catch only one little Karami. That's right. Yun Mo nodded heavily. Elder Xian, with him leading the way, it's definitely twice the work with half the effort. Looking at Yun Mo's confident expression, Elder Xian's eyes were filled with admiration. No wonder he let George go, it was to catch a big fish. Elder Xian couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. When he was as old as Yun Mo, he wasn't as good as this. It was only a temporary encounter with a spy who carried out an assassination, yet he was able to organize the plan so well. One ring to rule them all. This kid, scary as hell. Chapter 107, A Gentleman Takes Revenge from Morning to Night. An old man and a young man, without further words, their gazes simultaneously rested on the image in front of them. The scene is a first view of George staggering through a bustling neighborhood and into a nondescript, ordinary residential building. Then a brainstorm came to the second basement level. Looking around very vigilantly and realizing that there were no figures, he went straight to the corner of the wall with peace of mind and tapped lightly on the wall. The floor slowly opens up and an entrance appears that goes deeper into the ground again. Seeing the image inside, Elder Xian's grip on the armrest of his chair tightened. He didn't expect the Eagle Kingdom spies to hide so deeply, and this residential building only had 2 underground floors. The deeper building must have been constructed in secret, and to be able to pull this off under Elder Xian's nose, there must be someone acting as a protective umbrella for them, otherwise it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Not a whisper. Thinking of this, Xian Lao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous aura emanated from his body. The top echelons of Shangjing nowadays are the leadership that old man Xian has formed, step by step, with a lot of effort. He was very heartbroken by whoever betrayed his country. Yunimo also thought a lot for a while. There are bad people in the crowd. Looks like it's a little hard to get these spies all in one place. Not a single word could be leaked, or else it would be all for naught, and there was no telling who Elder Xian would choose for this capture. George leapt down and asked to land on the floor 3 or 4 meters below. Straight away, he hurried towards the chief's office. "George, what's gotten into you?" The person in charge of this place was a middle-aged man with yellow hair, speaking fluent Chinese, and in his tone there was contempt in addition to shock. Not the slightest care. "Boss Jack, that Yunimo is really tricky, no wonder Lord John is paying so much attention to this person." George spoke anxiously, having absolutely no time to explain why he was so scorched black. "He has too much potential, he must be resolved early. If we let him grow up, it will be very unfriendly to the future of our Eagle Kingdom." Jack glanced scornfully at George. "What do you mean, we're the Eagle Kingdom? Just a traitor. You don't really think you're a human being, do you?" However, when he heard this report, his face became heavy. After all, it was Lord John himself who appointed the person to probe the bottom of the matter. He was just a spy chief, not a fart in front of such a big shot. It must be all about accomplishing what the higher-ups tell you to do. "You've been in contact with Yunma?" Jack will take him at his word. George is a bit clueless and thinks he's smart. Jack doesn't quite believe him. "Well, it's thanks to him that I almost tore it off this body." Thinking about what had just happened, George couldn't help but shiver, thinking that he'd better be careful about what he did in the future. "Don't dare underestimate anyone anymore. Report to me truthfully all that you know." Jack instantly rejoiced at his words. This matter, if done well, is a great merit. He naturally will not let it slip away in his hands. "Here's the deal." George began to tell, not forgetting to brag about how strong he was. Hearing the conversation between the two, Elder Xian's face darkened horribly, and his aura grew colder and colder, causing Yunemo to be unable to resist a chill down his spine. Elder Xian didn't expect Yunemo to be targeted so quickly, or the Eagle Kingdom, a difficult country to deal with. Not only did they have martial artists, they also had the so-called supernatural powers to add to them, and recently they were also researching on some kind of genetic chain, where ordinary people could also have great power after being injected with mutant factors. It was hard to say whether the Great Summer Kingdom would win or lose against it. However, they had their eyes on Yunemo, and no matter what people came, Elder Xian would see one and kill one. Yunemo was the future of the Great Summer Kingdom. Elder Xian wouldn't let anything happen to him, nor would he allow anything to happen to him. Even if other young martial artists were being targeted, Elder Xian would not sit idly by. Young people are the future. Ma Tian. Elder Xian's thick voice echoed throughout the room. In the next moment, Mo Tian's silhouette Mo appeared behind Elder Xian and respectfully answered. "Elder Xian, what are your orders?" "You go to this location and destroy them all." Elder Xian's voice was icy cold, just one sentence that decided the life and death of many people. "Yes." Mo Tian responded and just wanted to set off. "Wait." Yunemo called out to him, and Mo Tian froze and looked at Elder Xian, waiting for his signal. "Yunemo, what's your plan?" Elder Xian looked at Yunemo smilingly. The terrifying pressure on his body had dissipated. "Elder Xian, these spies are very cunning. Although Uncle Mo is very strong, he can't do this." Yunemo immediately explained. "There must be more than this nest of spies, and if it is completely destroyed, it will frighten the snakes, and the other nests will be difficult to remove." Mo Tian also looked curiously at Yunemo when he heard this. Since he said so, there must be some solution. Both of them were looking at Yunemo expectantly. "You see," Yunemo said as he summoned 2 bionic heavenly star bugs, which instantly took on the appearance of Jack and John. Only the eyes were dull, like walking corpses that had lost their souls. "This." Mo Tian was really startled by Yunmo's ability, not expecting the martial soul to play like this. Elder Xian's shocked eyes flickered and he quickly understood Yunmo's plan. "You're thinking of seeing to it that you'll finish them off and replace them with these false gods illuminated by the celestial star bugs until all the nests are cleared out." "Exactly." Yunemo nodded. That was his idea. Entering the village quietly and shooting guns was not wanted. All he wanted was to wipe out the spies of the Eagle Kingdom. Not a single one left. Staring at yourself? He is very vindictive. A gentleman takes revenge from morning to night. Okay, just do as you say. Elder Xian nodded with relief. He didn't expect Yunemo to not only be strong, but also have infinite wisdom and possess the ability to command. He hoped that more and more such young people would appear. The revival of the Great Summer Kingdom is just around the corner. Emotion, you cooperate with Yunemo throughout the entirety of this mission. There must not be any failures in this mission. Elder Xian looked towards Emotion and solemnly instructed. Yes, Elder Xian. Emotion nodded heavily and looked at Yunemo with a smile. First he saved his daughter and now he proposed this kind of plan. He was getting more and more unable to understand Yunemo. Uncle Mo, time is urgent, let's leave immediately. Yunemo looked towards Emotion and revealed a confident smile. He didn't expect that he would be fighting alongside such a strong person so soon. Go! Emotion answered and brought Yunemo to quickly leave the Chuanin Pagoda. In the blink of an eye, the two were sitting inside a car. Yunemo was a bit confused. He didn't expect Emotion to be so fast that he didn't react himself. Is this the strength comparable to a flare class? Yunemo sighed in his heart, although he had a lot of cards in his hand, but when he encountered this kind of powerhouse, he can only flee in disgrace. Depart! Emotion stepped on the gas and ran wildly towards the residential area where he was. The car sped along and soon arrived at the gate. After making inquiries, Yunmo locked on to two couples who were working outside and disguised themselves to look like each other. Also, the appearance of the car was made to look like their car. Yunemo didn't dare to guarantee whether the entire neighborhood had been monitored by these spies throughout, so he couldn't show any signs of weakness. If they sensed something was wrong and they simply slipped away, it would not be easy to deal with. Emotion looked at the skirt he was wearing and looked at Yunemo with some speechlessness, unable to resist breaking his heart. Why did you make me, a brown old man, pretend to be a woman? Chapter 108, Infiltration. Feeling Emotion's grudging eyes, Yunemo met his eyes, smiled warmly, and gave a thumbs up. It's beautiful. Emotion's fists hardened. He is a middle-aged man in his 40s, so play it right? This is his daughter's savior. This is his daughter's savior. Emotion relieved himself in his mind and finally suppressed his anger. The car drove smoothly into the neighborhood and then pulled into the parking lot on the basement level. The underground stop car was dim. Yunemo smoothly summoned several hundred scouting heavenly star insects and scattered them in all directions. In an instant, the entire underground was under Yunmo's surveillance. Looking at so many heavenly star insects summoned by Yunemo, Emotion was envious for a while, so many in number and still able to keep reproducing, not afraid of being destroyed at all. No one else's martial soul dared to have the slightest damage. After all, it was irreversible. Emotion increasingly agreed with the words that Elder Xian had said to him in private. Yunemo would be the mainstay of the entire Great Summer Kingdom in the future. By scouting around for feedback from the astral bugs, there was no sign of anyone. The two men looked at each other and got out of the car. It was very smooth to get to the second basement level. Yunmo's invisibility could currently only be used based on himself, and could not be used like bionics, which could be turned into a human skin mask to change other people's external features. Suddenly, he felt that Emotion was dragging his feet a bit, and that he could completely stealthily sneak in on his own. There was a dead silence around them, and both of them could hear each other's heartbeats and breathing. They were waiting for someone from the other side to show up. Emotion knew by Yunmo's meaning, the two of them pressed tightly against the wall, hidden in the darkness that could not be reached. After 10 minutes or so, the two were finally allowed to wait their turn. The two spies were talking and laughing as they walked toward them. Uncle Mo! Yunemo shouted in a small voice. Emotion thundered out, and before the two spies could react to what had happened, they were silently lifeless. Dragged by Emotion to Yunmo's front. Looking at the two corpses in front of him, Yunmo's heart cried out in admiration, killing so silently, he really couldn't do it now. After touching all the items on the two men, the bodies were directly stored casually in a space astral worm, and the two men quickly transformed into the appearance of spies and smiled at each other. Came to the entrance to the base. Yunemo had locked the switch long ago in the screen, and as if he had been here many times, he easily touched a bump that was hard to notice. The entrance floor opens up. The two leapt down in a single bound. It was smooth sailing to the lobby. The hall was brightly lit, with many figures coming and going, very busy, and the arrival of Yunmo's two men did not cause many ripples. There was just the occasional person who said a nonchalant hello to them. Yunemo followed George's route and led Matyan in 7 turns, quickly arriving in front of Jack's office. Yunemo was not polite and directly pushed the door and walked in. George was dancing around telling Jack what had happened to him, talking and acting at the same time, and Jack was getting a little impatient to hear it. He was trying to get to the bottom of Yoon Mo, not for George to sell himself short. Seeing the two men enter, George stopped moving and Jack froze as his eyes fell on the two men. "Get out!" Jack was instantly furious. To come in without knocking was to disregard him as the leader. Yoon Mo smiled and sat down familiarly in the chair opposite Jack. Jack raised an eyebrow, a bad feeling instantly surging through his mind. George was also confused and didn't have the good sense to drink. "Why are you taking my seat? Get the hell out of here." The two Cloud Ink Bionics are the lowest ranked spies here, anyone can step on them and get no respect from anyone. Yoon Mo smiled warmly and looked straight at Jack. Goo. Jack couldn't help but swallowed, all chi and blood rushing up. Years of experience gave him strong perception, instantly summoning his lizard martial spirit, staring at Yoon Mo as if he were an enemy. "Who the hell are you guys?" George was dumbfounded. Wasn't this one of his own? What's wrong with the chief? Reacting so violently? Wasn't it you guys who were looking for me? So I came to the door myself, and spared you the time and trouble. Yoon Mo smiled faintly and instantly tore off that fake face, revealing his original appearance. Yoon Ma? George was almost paralyzed with fear, instantly remembering the fear that Yoon Mo had just dominated him. Jack, also stunned, looked angrily at George, giving him a death glare. "The meaning is obvious. You brought these two, didn't you? Good boy, you're really a wallflower. 2 heads? Jack boss, really? Really not me, I don't know anything I almost died in his hands, this is a deadly revenge George rushed to explain and show his loyalty. He had completely fallen to the Eagle Kingdom, and now if he admitted that he was a traitor, it would really be a double whammy. Jack people are numb, this position lurks for so many years, are safe and sound, why just investigated Yoon Mo? Jack was a bit headstrong, he couldn't figure it out and looked at Yoon Mo, stuttering and questioning. How did you guys get in here? In the next moment, he suddenly calmed down. He was a platinum-level martial artist. Why was he intimidated by a newly awakened student? How could the opponent be a match for himself if he was even stronger? Devil Lizard, swallow him for me. Jack quickly calmed down and instantly gave orders to his martial spirit. Whoosh! A long and slimy tongue flew towards Yoon Mo. Dang! Absolute defense, automatically triggered, flicking the devil lizard's tongue back. Hiss! The devil lizard looked at Yoon Mo warily and hissed in a small voice. Its tongue was numbed by the shock, and it didn't dare to attack again for a while. This? The Jacks were dumbfounded, and sure enough, if they dared to just barge into their home base, they must have something to go on. Eyes gurgling, he had an instant idea. Since you can't beat them, escape! With that thought, Jack decisively slammed his fist into the red button on his desk. An escape exit instantly appeared at his feet. Jack thought to himself, I'm not going to play with you guys, since this place is exposed, the big deal is to change another place. A little life is most important. Brush! Right at this moment, Motion waved his big hand and a long spear hovered on the roof of the room, instantly unfolding an area that enveloped the entire room. The exit was closed and Jack said a lonesome. This is the field. Jack was so scared that his voice changed, knowing that domains were only awakened by martial artists above the diamond level. He was just an ordinary platinum level martial artist fighting against a diamond level martial artist. Take a headshot, huh? At this moment, fear was written all over Jack's eyes. He didn't understand why a diamond level martial artist would willingly follow Yoon Mo's back and serve as a chaperone for him. In his heart, he had a great suspicion about Yoon Mo's status. For a moment, a lot of thoughts went through Jack's mind. Since there's no escape. That's good. Puffing. Jack knelt directly in front of Yoon Mo. There's no shame in pitching to lose half, in their eyes, as long as they survive. I'll just come back for revenge when I get the chance. Yoon Mo, I throw myself at, I explain, please spare my life, I'm only following orders. Huh? The Georgians on the sidelines were dumbfounded. Boss Jack, this little brother of mine is still trying to fight back, why did you vote first? Chapter 109, How many grades of merit is good to award? After a brief moment of dismay, George also knelt down quite dryly. He was originally a person who was afraid of death, and if he had a backbone, he wouldn't have become a spy and betrayed his country. Motion glanced at Yoon Mo. Elder Shin had explained that he would follow Yun Mo's orders in everything, and although he was much stronger than Yun Mo, he didn't have that heart. In order to complete the mission, not to mention listening to Yun Mo, even if Motion was told to listen to an ordinary person, he would do it. Uncle Mo, it's good to be wasted. Yun Mo spoke out faintly, as if the god of death was pronouncing a death sentence on the two. No. Jack sniffed and was just about to speak. Motion pointed in the air at him, and an illusory spear instantly flew towards the devil lizard. Pust. Run it through and splatter the blood on the ground. Jack spat out blood, and his entire body instantly went limp on the ground, his face as white as paper, as if his soul had been drained in an instant. His eyes were lifeless, and his heart was filled with despair and fear. The moment Motion made a move, he also guessed the identity of the other party. The first shot of Dasha, not to mention dealing with a little platinum-level Karami like him. Even if he was facing a flare-level martial artist, Motion would still fight with the other party. Along with the destruction of his martial soul, Jack completely lost his courage to resist, and his entire body fainted. No, don't waste me, I'm still useful. George was so scared that his face was very ugly, his martial soul was abolished, this was going to be harder than killing him. Please. Pust. Before he finished speaking, his head was pierced by the sharp tip of the gun and he perished on the spot. Yun Mo left Jack behind because he could get some information on him, and it was better to just kill a traitor like George, a scum without any use. George's eyes were round and disbelief was written all over them. Death is not an option. Probably to his dying day he couldn't figure out that he hadn't gotten his Eagle Country residency yet and hadn't become a human being. Just die. With a wave of his hand, Yun Mo received the two into his carry-on space, then summoned two bionic heavenly star insects, which transformed into their likeness. There wasn't any blood on the floor, and it didn't need to be treated at all. Finish packing up the two. Yun Mo and Motion flipped out in the office. Found something very valuable. A list of spies lurking in Shangjing, and the exact locations of other dens. Seeing this information, Motion was overjoyed and hurriedly asked Yun Mo to put it away. After rummaging around for over an hour and making sure there was nothing more useful, the two left the office. The two then proceeded to decapitate all the spies in the entire nest as they had done, and then replaced them with bionic skystar bugs. It's so quiet, it's hard to notice. The two didn't leave first, but had fake Jack return all the spies outside to the base. After all of them were resolved, it was only then that they left the place with peace of mind. Everyone inside was replaced by bionic astral bugs, and the first step of Yun Mo's plan was proceeding very smoothly. Yun Mo, how true, this is the first time I've found an infiltration mission so easy. Motion patted Yun Mo's shoulder and praised him without stinting, worthy of being his daughter's favorite big brother. Ugh. What you're thinking to yourself? Motion had accomplished thousands of tasks, and it was still the first time that it was so easy and smooth. It was so smooth that he thought he was dreaming. There was no need to use his brain at all, he just needed to strike when Yun Mo needed it. It was too friendly for a martial artist like him who liked to fight. Fighting. Cool. The two re-entered the conference room and placed the information they had obtained in front of Elder Shien's eyes. And there's Jack, who's passed out. This. Elder Shien froze, the two of them went out for only an hour or two, and they came back so quickly? If he hadn't looked at the unstoppable arc of Motion's mouth, Elder Shien would have thought that they had failed in their mission. This is their leader. Yun Mo pointed at Jack on the floor. Elder Shien, this is the list with the location. Yun Mo introduced. Oh, good. Elder Shien nodded silently and began to look at it, and the more he looked at it, the more alarmed he became, and the more he looked at it, the more ugly his face became. Or is it really infiltrated into a sieve? Luckily, though, there weren't the 20 people that often show up in the conference room. Elder Shien's face eased a bit. There were still 8 remaining dens, and they still needed Yun Mo and Motion to make a move. Yun Mo, I won't say anything about the scene, I still need to ask you for the rest of the place, I will personally interrogate this person, if there is any new discovery, I will be the first to inform you. Elder Shien looked at Yun Mo with some apologies. Yun Mo is still at the age of going to school, letting him burden so much is really a disgrace. Even a senior hasn't done this kind of assignment before. Of course, they didn't have the chance to team up with a strong person like Motion. If they had known about this, they would have probably squeezed their heads in and grabbed the opportunity to join. Elder Shien, this is what I should do. Yun Mo sensed Elder Shien's unnaturalness and nodded with a smile, not saying much in the way of scene. He would remember all of Yunmo's contributions. Yunmo brat, don't worry, I won't let you suffer, the rewards will definitely be less when the time comes. Elder Xian, what about me, is there a reward? Emotion showed his teeth and smiled, coming forward to find presents. All of it, all of it. Elder Xian was in an extremely good mood. These spies were like bugs hiding in the shadows. It was hard to get rid of them all in one go. Although they didn't have a high combat power, the damage they could do to the Great Summer Country should not be underestimated. If all of them are removed this time, it will be a great merit. At that time, not only should Yunmo be given material rewards, honor naturally could not be less. At this moment, Elder Xian had already begun to calculate how many grades of merit and what kind of medals to award Yunmo. After bidding farewell to Elder Xian, the two of them made their way to the next den as they had done. This kind of thing needed to be done quickly, and the bionic astral bug could only mimic the skin of these people, not the essence. It's easy to reveal yourself over time, and it's not good to be noticed. But there were dozens of these dens, and two people couldn't solve them in a day or two. Let's just say do your best and get it done as fast as you can. The two men operated late into the night, successfully dismantling 5 spy dens before dragging their tired bodies back to their respective homes. Yunmo had just walked through the gates of the campus when he saw the figures of Mu Lingshuang and Song Yidao. Yunmo, you're finally back. Mu Lingshuang hurriedly responded and looked at Yunmo with some worry. It was heartbreaking to see his face full of fatigue. Well, I'm back. Yunmo smiled and nodded. This day was really tiring, although it was all the heavenly star bugs fighting, but sitting in a car and running around, even an iron but can't stand it. Kid, what are you doing up so late? Song Yidao also came up, frowning and inquiring suspiciously. Why are you running around if you're not practicing at the academy? Don't you know it's a dangerous world out there? You're the treasure of our Green Dragon Academy, you can't afford to have any failures. Hey, Elder Xian dispatched me on a mission to keep it a secret. Yunmo showed his teeth at Song Yidao and smiled, casually coping with the situation. You boy. Song Yidao shook his head in a good-natured manner, but his heart was truly shocked beyond measure. He didn't expect Yunmo to be able to go and complete the mission that Elder Xian had personally assigned so soon already. Other students his age were still struggling to advance to silver rank, right? Even the geniuses of the various academies could only take on gold-level quests. It's still a real people-pleaser. Chapter 110. This is the warmth of someone caring. Song Yidao didn't ask anything else, he just patted Yunmo's shoulder and instructed. Be careful with everything. Even if Yunmo had a life-preserving card, he still wasn't too assured. Well, with Uncle Mo following, there's no problem. Yunmo smiled and nodded. Air. Song Yidao froze. Good lord, one's worries were redundant with this berserker in tow. It's getting late, it's time for the old man to rest. Song Yidao said with his hands behind his back and walked away silently. The older you get, the more you are concerned about your health, and it's good to go to bed early and get up early. Did you eat? Although he didn't know what Yunmo was busy with, his exhaustion was real. Mu Lingshang supported Yunmo and said with concern. Kinda hungry. For you, Mu Lingshuang said so. Yunmo's stomach very cooperatively called out. It's been a busy day and I haven't really eaten. I saved you dinner. Mu Lingshuang smiled and handed a lunchbox to Yunmo, which was still a little warm. Yunmo felt warm in his heart. This is what it feels like when someone cares. It used to be all alone, but not anymore. Thanks. Yunmo held the lunchbox tightly, and tenderness was evident in his eyes. The two walked over to the bench and slowly sat down. When I opened the lunchbox, the aroma of the meal went straight to my nose. There were vegetables and meat, or demonic beast meat that radiated energy. Yunmo silently swallowed his saliva and his fingers were tingling. You eat slower. Looking at Yunmo's wolfish appearance, Mu Lingshuang's mouth was tinged with a smile as she took out a paper towel and helped him wipe the grease stains at the corners of his mouth. With Yunmo, Mu Lingshuang did not have her usual icy coldness. She was like a little daughter-in-law whose heart and eyes were full of her husband, gentle like water. This look would definitely be a shock if anyone else saw it. After having a full meal, Yunmo returned to the single dormitory that the school had arranged for him. Mu Lingshuang wanted to accompany, but was stopped by the hostess aunt, so she had to leave in a depressed manner. Waking up early in the morning, Yunmo directly left the academy, bought 2 breakfasts, and met up with Emotion. Uncle Mo. Yunmo handed Emotion his breakfast and couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw that he had dark circles under his eyes. Thanks a lot. Motian yawned, feeling a little tired. He had no one to cook for when he got home, and he had to cook for his baby girl, and it was late when he was done. Breakfast settled in a few minutes. The two continued on their way. Lu Ming realized that the way the crowd looked at him had changed since he had agreed to a 3-day appointment with Yunmo. There was disgust, there was grooming, and the coldness with which he had been treated all day yesterday had given him an inexplicable sense of crisis. That's why today he purposely brought his third-class medal that he just got this year, and hung it on his chest along with the martial arts medal. Bright and shiny and very eye-catching. A medal is an honor that not just anyone can get. Lu Ming had gotten it by following his family through a rather difficult task. He didn't contribute much, though, so let's just say he rubbed off on the honor and came back gold-plated. As the saying goes, it's good to have people at home, and Lu Ming believed that he would be able to get more medals of honor in the future. He still didn't believe it. He took out this medal of honor and still couldn't hard control other people. With this medal, it is surely possible to get closer to the others again. Standing at the main entrance of the academy, Lu Ming straightened his back and walked in with a smug look on his face. All the people in the training set had already gathered in the playground, and today's test was mimicry training, to test the results of the people's training in the past few days. Not having to go to the field to kill, the crowd was in a much lighter mood. Mu Lingshuang stood in the middle of the crowd, surrounded by other girls. Lingshuang, you and Yunmo are so close, it looks so sweet. Bai Jing, who liked to count out a CP, looked at Mu Lingshuang with an anti-smile on her face. Yeah, I don't know when I'll be able to eat your wedding candy. The other girls chimed in with a laugh. We'll get the license on Monday. Mu Lingshuang has her own insistence on getting a license, not knowing that Yunmo is now too busy to get a license. The two men's plans are going down the drain again. Mu Lingshuang's indifference lowered quite a bit and blended into the small circle of only girls. That's great, I wonder when my other half will show up. A girl held her face in her hands with a look of longing. Listening to the conversation between Mu Lingshuang's few people, Lu Ming only felt a little prickly. Why did the girl he liked not like himself? And like Yunmo, a kid with no background. Lu Ming couldn't figure out that he wanted strength and a family. There were plenty of women who wanted to marry him, and according to the gentry Mu Lingshuang's status was not even worthy of himself. He himself didn't even care that Mu Lingshuang's gate was relatively low, and actually kept rejecting him. Lu Ming grew up to get together is smooth sailing, want something not get. A deep sense of frustration was felt here in Mu Lingshuang. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and walked into the crowd. He would prove that he was much better than Yunmo, and this medal of honor hanging on his chest was the proof. Morning everyone. Lu Ming took the initiative to greet the crowd for the first time. Morning. The boys were a little startled, then all responded politely. Holy, Lu Ming, what's that on your chest? A sharp-eyed boy spotted the medal of honor on Lu Ming's chest. That's right. That's it. Hearing this, Lu Ming was very joyful in his heart, greatly satisfying his vanity. One can borrow the donkey and pick up the conversation. Yes, it's a genuine third-class medal of honor. Lu Ming raised his head proudly. It's one I acquired some time ago after completing a difficult task. The students present basically had a bit of a background, but of course it was no match for Lu Ming's family history. But the medal of honor, their grandfathers and fathers had gotten it, but to get it as a freshman was simply a rare occurrence. When the crowd heard this, their eyes instantly lit up, and the gazes of the boys and girls all landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming very much liked this feeling of being in the limelight and was so pleased in his heart that he couldn't help but look over in Mu Lingshuang's direction. How? Wasn't he much better than that Yunmo kid? It's the medal of honor. I can get third class now, first class or even special class in the future. In the next moment, Lu Ming almost broke his defense. He naively wanted to see Mu Lingshuang's adoring gaze, and after looking over, he realized that Mu Lingshuang didn't bestow a single glance on him. Was holding his cell phone and swiping through videos in boredom. In his eyes, Lu Ming was nothing more than a clown who loved to show off. The smile on Lu Ming's face instantly disappeared without a trace, and the smugness he felt just now was gone. It was as if he could clearly hear his heart breaking. Lu Ming, you're amazing, you can actually get the medal of honor, I wonder when I can get one too. A girl shouted excitedly, her words full of adoration. The others chimed in, eager to get their hands on the medallion. Lu Ming was once again happy as he listened to the crowd's boasting and explained to them one by one. As expected, he blended into the crowd once again. Lu Ming was complacent. Yunmo was fighting side by side with Emotian and had once again managed to take down a spy nest. Chapter 111 Exasperated John. Elder Xian looked at each of the spy dens that had been smashed by Yunmo and Motian, and his mind was already made up. Yunmo's sudden appearance really saved him a lot of manpower and resources. Successfully avoided a lot of trouble. John is still sitting in Neon, and the Prime Minister is living every second of his life on edge. Although he could have his hands all over the country, even the royal family didn't dare to give him a look. In the face of the ambassador of his father's country, the Prime Minister could not muster the slightest resistance, and even if he did, he had to be too sneaky to show it. John tapped his fingers on the desktop in annoyance. The order has been out for a day and there's no news at all. Are the spies planted in Dacia that bad at business? The experiments to assassinate Yunmo had been prepared and were waiting to sneak into the Great Summer Kingdom, and so far there was no news. It's really affecting his plans. John, who was already grumpy, instantly dialed the phone. Lord John. A respectful voice rang out on the other end of the phone, and it was none other than Fake Jack, the bionic astro bug illusion. How is the matter that I asked you to investigate going? No news at all after all this time? John chopped his head off and reprimanded him. What a bunch of losers. Lord John, we're still looking into it, the other side is too well protected to investigate. Fake Jack was very difficult. John exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and calmed down quite a bit. He was also clear that like Yunmo, this kind of supreme genius, the Great Xia Kingdom must have provided it as a treasure. Never put him in danger. That's a little tricky. You have to get me some useful information today, or you, the person in charge, are out. John gave an ultimatum and hung up grumpily. The Fake Jack sat down mechanically, its eyes staring blankly ahead, John's words doing it no harm. John anxiously waited for news while Yunmo and Motian frantically destroyed one nest after another. A few days later. Soon they came to the last location marked on the map. Motian thundered out, killing all the spies on the spot. Who are you guys? The last person in charge stared at the two men with a face of horror and fear. He couldn't figure out how they were suddenly discovered when they were hiding well. It also sent Motian, the god of killing. Yunmo glanced at Motian. Motian instantly understood. Pust. The lance flew out and instantly penetrated this person's shoulder. Ah! The person in charge screamed miserably, and Motian's domain collapsed in an instant. After a brief moment of disorientation, the person in charge rushed to contact the spies in the other dens through special means of communication. It's all unreachable. This alarmed him even more. Yunmo and Motian followed behind him unhurriedly. WTF? The person in charge was confused. What the hell was going on? How come all the spies in all the nests were out of contact in an instant? With a trembling hand, he dialed his superior. My lord, we have been discovered by the Great Summer Kingdom, Ah! Before this person could finish his sentence, a self-exploding heavenly star insect silently landed on top of his head and instantly exploded, sending him to meet God. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a gold 10-star martial artist, hunting value plus 10W. The system's voice Yunmo felt like he hadn't heard it in a long time. So beautiful, like heavenly music. This was the last spy, and it was Yunmo who intentionally left him alive to pass the information back. That's right. This is a naked provocation and a declaration of war. Trying to spy on the land of Dacia. This one is all about consequences, and the price to be paid is not sure you can afford it. Hey! The voice on the other end of the phone beeped with worry and anger. Calls to several strongholds in a row went unanswered. The top brass instantly panicked. All the spies were all dug up and eliminated in just one day. This kind of thing, it's too alarming. No one would believe it. If Elder Xian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there could be something so outrageous. Everyone thought it was outrageous. With Yunmo's actions, it really did. And it was particularly successful. The FB headquarters in the faraway Eagle Kingdom completely panicked after realizing that all the phones were out of order, having never encountered such a situation in so many years. Immediately, he dialed John's number and began to question him. John, what the hell have you done? All the hidden pawns planted in Dacia are out of contact. John? He was confused as to what was going on. Upon hearing the other party tell him everything, John's face instantly turned ugly and a chill ran down his back. He even called Jack just now, and this is less than half an hour later, and it's all gone? Who on earth possesses such a handful of terrifying strength? Is it him? the figure of Yun Mo suddenly appeared in John's mind. It was so possible, he was still just a newly awakened student. John shook his head, putting the impractical idea behind him. He had just sent someone to test Yun Mo, and it was only a few days ago that the entire spy agency was wiped out. It can't be those saint-level old guys who struck out, right? However, the martial artists of the entire world had an agreement that all the fighting saint levels could not make a move, and could only hold down the fort outside against the constant stream of demonic beasts. Casual killing under the saint level was the reason why it was Elder Xian who was sitting in the upper capital. John felt like his brain was as confused as batter at this point. The more I think about it, the weirder it gets. FB executives could only hang up the phone helplessly after venting. John just asked him to send someone to investigate Yun Mo and did nothing else. All the spies were overthrown because they were not good enough. Only these decades of hard work have all gone down the drain, with the current strictness of the Great Summer State. How easy is it to grow the stronghold again? Damn it. FB executives and John were insulting Yun Mo at the same time. Achoo! Yun Mo, who was far away in the Great Summer Country, inexplicably sneezed. What's wrong? Emotion looked at Yun Mo with some concern. After laboring for so long, he wouldn't be sick, right? It's okay. Yun Mo touched the tip of his nose and smiled warmly. Someone should be chanting about me. It's time to go back and resume with Elder Xian. Emotion nodded and stepped on the gas to the end. The car sped towards Kunying Pagoda. Ding dong. It is? John, who was angry, heard the sound of a text message being received on his cell phone. He picked up his cell phone and opened the message suspiciously. There is only one sentence on it. Yun Mo took a gold quest to capture the purple demon phantom beaver, destined for the edge of the Sunset Mountain Range. I wonder which spy sent it to John's cell phone at the last minute through special means. A smile finally came to John's face when he saw the message. He slowly clenched his fists, pinched click straight, his eyes cold and terrible, exuding a horrifying killing intent. When the people around them felt this cold killing intent, they all lowered their heads and shrunk their necks in fear. John took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and gave a death order. Place all the people on the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain Range, and no matter what they come across, dispose of them all. Yes, Lord John. The caller responded respectfully. Hanging up, John hissed and stared at the screen, murmuring coldly. Yun Mo, I will kill you. Chapter 112. Beat up your own mother and you won't even recognize her. Conference room. All settled? Looking at Yun Mo's figure returning with Emotion, Elder Xian asked smilingly. No dishonor. Both nodded at the same time. At this time, the conference room was seated with quite a few people, including Luo Chang and Bai Jia, as well as the Lu family's old man, Lu Yen, and so on. Everyone's eyes fell on Yun Mo with smiles on their faces. They were all happy from the bottom of their hearts that the Great Xia country was able to have such an amazingly talented descendant. Being looked at by so many people at the same time, Yun Mo was a little embarrassed. Good boy, I knew you had the strength. Luo Chang walked up to Yun Mo and stretched out his arm, which was even thicker than Yun Mo's thigh, to stop his shoulder, smiling heatedly. It looked intimate. You have truly achieved a feat that none of us could do. Your future accomplishments will definitely surpass mine. Baek Jae pushed up the frames of her own glasses and smiled softly. I have a niece at home. I wonder if Yun Mo has a girlfriend? Yun Mo froze at his words. Nice guy. So it turns out that the strong men of Shangjing like to rush marriages too. He smiled and shook his head. Thanks to Elder Bai's kind words, I already have a girlfriend. I'll go get a license when I have time. That's quite a shame. Baek Jae was just teasing Yun Mo. All of them knew Yun Mo's information like the back of their hand. Surely they all knew that he had an equally good girlfriend. Dual martial souls, they are also amazingly talented people. This little doll has got it made. It seems that he is still classmates with that indomitable kid in my house. Elder Lu Yen looked as kind as the Maitreya Buddha and looked at Yun Mo with eyes full of appreciation. Although Lu Ming was much better compared to his peers, worrying about the family background that added to it. After all, the Lu family had poured a lot of resources into him. And Yun Mo has no background, purely due to his own efforts. This kind is a born king. Those present were the mainstays of the Great Xia Kingdom, and none of them didn't wish for this kind of supreme genius to appear in their offspring. How many years has it been since one was finally born? They would naturally all do their best to protect and let him grow up in peace. Elder Lu, may I ask what your grandson is? Yun Mo already had an answer in his heart. His name is Lu Ming, you must know him. The small friction between young people, the elders are all watching, as long as it is not a big trouble, they will turn a blind eye. Lu Ming had been too smooth since he was a child, and Lu Yan was eager for him to suffer some losses at Yun Mo's hands. Hurry up and recognize yourself. It was better to suffer at the hands of Yun Mo than at the hands of the enemy. Recognize indeed. Yun Mo nodded and did not show any emotions. Lu Yan saw this and appreciated Yun Mo even more. Joy and anger are not shown, making them imperceptible. If you're up against it, don't have any scruples, just don't hurt your roots. Lu Yan's words were obvious. If Lu Ming kept on racing his face, Yun Mo could have taken out his hand to teach him a lesson, and he wouldn't have hit the little one and come to the old one. Elder Lu is joking, we are classmates now, and we will more than likely be comrades side by side in the future. Yun Mo smiled and shook his head. I would turn my guns on the enemy, not Lu Ming and the others. Yun Mo wasn't sure how everyone present was, so the scene was beautifully said. Drip. Ha ha. Lu Yan smiled at his words and pointed at Yun Mo. You little slicker. Yun Mo, Motian, you've worked hard these past few days, go back and have a good rest. Elder Xian waved his hand at the two, signaling that he could leave. Yun Mo and Motian both responded and turned to leave, going their separate ways after walking out of the Chuanin Pagoda. One goes back to school, one goes home. It had been a few days since he had interacted with his precious daughter, and Motian was a little excited to think about it. Yun Mo had been so busy these past few days that he was ready to take a big nap and sleep straight through the day. Only after seeing the two of them leave did Elder Xian withdraw his gaze and looked around at the crowd present. The Eagle Kingdom's spy organization has been lurking for so many years, it's like a persistent disease that's hard to remove, and now Yun Mo has done it, helping us solve a piece of our heartache. Elder Xian slowly opened his mouth, his voice filled with majesty and could not be questioned. What honor do you all think he should be given? I think awarding the Medal of Extraordinary Heroism. We can spend a lot of manpower and resources catching spies every year, but these spies are endless, they can never be caught. Luo Cheng proposed. This time, they will be completely destroyed, and it will be hard to slow down without a few decades. This is a heavenly feat. It's not a small feat, but would it be a bit too much to give a special class hero medal straight away? How about a first class medal first? Baek Jae analyzed it more sensibly. The Medal of Special Hero is the highest honor for a martial artist. Yun Mo hadn't even formally enrolled in school yet and got this kind of honor. What if he drifted away? Next time, if you get credit for something, what should be the reward? Is it going to be the Order of Honor, the highest honor of the Great Summer State? The people are giving their opinions, and the public is saying that the public is right and the public is saying that the public is right. In the end, after the crowd's vote, and Elder Xian's pat decision, the medal to be awarded to Yun Mo was finally determined. The crowd was satisfied with the result and felt that Elder Xian had a point. There are penalties for faults and rewards for merits. Everything is done according to the rules. Green Dragon Academy. That Yun Mo kid is just a coward, where did I go wrong? Lu Ming's face had swollen into a pig's head, and he looked at Mu Lingshang in front of him with a furious face. He really can't figure out, Mu Lingshuang in the inn like Yun Mo where, 3 days of the appointment do not dare to come, this is not a coward? Lu Ming was the one who proclaimed it among his classmates and was known by Mu Lingshuang. No matter what, he just beat him up, so I guess even his own mom can't help but come out now. Yesterday was the appointed day, did Yun Mo show up? Although Lu Ming couldn't fight back from being punched, he couldn't lose his momentum. After all, yesterday was the day of the 3-day appointment. Yun Mo has been going out early and coming back late in the past few days, in the eyes of the crowd has disappeared for 3 or 4 days, either to go to silently cultivate, or afraid, hiding. Say another word and cut out your tongue. Mu Lingshuang's voice was cold, like it came from the 9 specters, causing Lu Ming to shiver. The fondness for Mu Lingshuang grew fainter and fainter, and was instead replaced by fear. He only saw Mu Lingshuang's usual coldness and arrogance, but he didn't expect to beat up someone so dryly. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's layer of identity as a student of the Green Dragon Academy, he would probably have been beaten up even worse. Hiss. Lu Ming touched his swollen face, a toothache. He glanced at the surrounding students who were watching and shouted in defiance. Yun Mo is in breach of contract, do you guys think this is cowardice? The students took a look at Mu Lingshuang, who was covered in cold air, and then at Lu Ming, who was swollen into a pig's head, and all of them chose to remain silent. There was no need for them to get themselves involved in the conflict between Lu Ming and Yun Mo. Just then, Yun Mo dragged his tired body and staggered over. This is the first time I've been back this early in the last few days. Yun Ma? Seeing that Yun Mo had returned, Mu Lingxuan instantly collected the icy coldness in her body and answered with a smile. Why? Lu Ming wanted to cry. He didn't understand what was so good about Yun Mo. It was so hard for him to meet the girl of his heart after so many years, but he didn't expect to lose so completely. Well, it's over. Yun Mo looked at Mu Lingxuan's smiling face and nodded gently. It's been hard work, come on, I'll take you back to rest. Mu Lingxuan sniffed and nodded happily. Starting tomorrow the two of them would be able to eat and attend classes together again. Good. Yun Mo let Mu Lingxuan hold him up, and on the side, Lu Ming's entire body was about to explode with anger, so he immediately took a step forward, blocking the path of the two men. Wait, Yun Mo, you coward, but you've broken the contract. You didn't show up for yesterday's competition of the training team, shouldn't you get out of this training team of ours? Chapter 113 Envy and Jealousy. When these words came out, everyone looked at Lu Ming incredulously. But anyone who was a normal person, looking at Yun Mo's tired appearance, he must have something more important to do. Just because it was too late for yesterday's training session, it made Yun Mo quit the training team. It seems that Mr. Lin Dong doesn't have the right to do that either, unless the old principal himself gives the word. Lu Ming's words can be said to have aroused the wrath of the people. This school is run by your family? Yun Mo was now tired and sleepy, and was too lazy to give Lu Ming the benefit of the doubt, but just lowered his head and casually perfunctorily. As you like. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look squarely at Lu Ming. With Yun Mo's achievements and status nowadays, a training team spot was just a place, it really didn't matter to him. Song Yadao, who had just come over to prepare to greet Yun Mo, was instantly confused at the words. What's going on? Is this an expulsion for your own precious student? Himself as a principal, how do not know, Lu Ming, this kid is more and more excessive, it seems that really need to give him a carved education. Lu Ming, what are you babbling about? Song Yadao scolded in a stern voice. Seeing Song Yadao's figure, Lu Ming stalked his neck, froze for a moment, and instantly lowered his head to be more honest. Student Yun Mo was on an important mission, so he missed this intensive training. It was me who personally granted him leave. Why do you have a problem with old man me? Song Yadao questioned Lu Ming while helping Yun Mo to explain. Lu Ming pressed his head even lower, but his heart remained unconvinced, and he whispered crickets. What important task could a student have? The mission where he got his third-class medal was a long time in the queue to get a chance to join and rub out a merit badge. Lu Ming didn't believe that Yun Mo, a poor boy with no background, could have his own good fortune. The other students instead looked at Yun Mo with an excited expression. Song Yadao had personally said that Yun Mo had gone on an important mission, so the rank must not be low. Some people envy it, some people adore it. You're a freshman. Why are you the only one who's good? Lu Ming, if you kid is not honest again, believe it or not, I will personally go to your grandfather's door? Song Yadao blankly glanced at Lu Ming without any good reason, really wanting to drop this kid up and whip him. If it wasn't because of his good relationship with Lu Yen, Song Yadao really didn't want to admit this asshole kid into the Green Dragon Academy. Lu Ming instantly shivered at his words and became completely honest. He's not afraid of God, he's afraid of his own grandfather. When he gets angry, he really beats him to death. Yun Mo, is the mission complete? After teaching Lu Ming a lesson, Song Yadao looked at Yun Mo smilingly and casually inquired. Well, all the best. Yun Mo nodded and saw that Song Yadao seemed to have a lot to ask himself, so he immediately took the lead. Headmaster, I've been a little overdrawn these past few days, so I just wanted to get some sleep, and I'll talk to you when I wake up. That's good, Ling Frost student, quickly take Yun Mo to rest, it's really been hard these past few days. Seeing this, Song Yadao was not in a good position to open his mouth again, so he immediately smiled and nodded, moving a few steps aside to make way for Yun Mo and the two of them. The surrounding students were instantly dumbfounded. The principal with the supreme status actually gave way to Yun Mo. What kind of regard was this? The crowd looked at Yun Mo's departing back with a burst of envy. That's what they should be working on. When will the principal be so kind and compassionate to himself? This life is worth it. What are you all looking at? Time waits for no one, why don't you hurry up and train? Where's Lin Dong? Is the virtual classroom still open? Looking at Yun Mo, and then looking at these so-called first-tier geniuses, Song Yadao felt that they were too indisputable. Can't help but lecture. Lin Dong arrived just in time. Principal, I'm here. Lin Dong answered with a smile as he pondered that he wasn't late either. It's not even teaching time yet, so how come you're suffering from a fishbowl? Well, you guys cultivate well, I don't ask you to be as good as Yun Mo's classmates, it's good to be as good as him in general. Song Yidao said with his hands being behind his back, humming a little song in his mouth as he leisurely walked away. Having an excellent student like Yunemo, his heart was so happy. With this kind of contention, Song Yidao couldn't wait for the academy competition to begin, so that the principals of the other academies could take a look. What does it mean to crush an era's supreme talent? On what grounds? Looking at Yunmo's back as he left, Lu Ming's heart became harder and harder. He himself was the best. Why did the principal defend Yunemo? Where exactly was he better than himself? Lu Ming, let go, there are so many good girls out there, why hang yourself on one tree? Some students were afraid that Lu Ming would become psychologically distorted because of this kind of thing, and came forward to comfort him. Yes, with your family what kind of woman cannot find? Why to go up to break up people? This is not a hero, people are talented and beautiful, which is your turn on. The crowd of students spoke up, and Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Is he still in love with Mu Lingxuan? Maybe there's even a hint of liking it. After being violently beaten up by Mu Lingxuan a few times, Lu Ming realized that he didn't like her that much anymore, and what he had was just fear. Now mentally there was more envy and jealousy towards Yunemo. He also wanted to be a star-studded presence. Maybe it's just jealousy. Without fighting Yunemo, he couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart and wanted to prove that he was better than Yunemo through fighting. He's the best one. Lu Ming keeps his head down, brainstorming in progress. The students saw this and didn't try to persuade anything else, he had really thought about it when he thought about it himself. One after another, they walked towards the virtual classroom under Lin Don's leadership. Mu Lingxiang assisted Yunemo to the front of the dormitory building. Since Song Yidao had greeted him in advance, Mu Lingxiang smoothly followed Yunemo into the boys' dormitory building this time. After all, they were excellent students, and the two were still a couple, so naturally, they had to be given special privileges. Song Yidao was really afraid that the two of them would not be happy living together and would change schools at the drop of a hat. Both were super geniuses, and Song Yidao didn't want to lose either one. He was well aware that Mu Lingxiang had followed Yunemo here because he had chosen the Green Dragon Academy. If Yunemo wanted to change colleges, Mu Lingxiang would definitely not have the slightest hesitation to follow Yunemo. After walking into his single dormitory, Yunemo slowly laid down on his bed. Mu Lingxuan thoughtfully covered him with the quilt and murmured in a small voice. Can you take me with you on your next mission? Mu Lingxuan was now a gold-level martial artist and felt that she would not hold back Yunemo. No problem, let's do missions together from now on. Yunemo smiled and agreed without the slightest hesitation, much to Mu Lingxuan's amusement. You get some sleep, I'll stay here with you. Looking at Yunemo exhausted into this appearance, Mu Lingxuan was heartbroken, thinking that when he woke up from his sleep, the two of them could go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license. Mu Lingxuan's heart began to leap at the thought. Yunemo nodded gently. Drowsiness soon set in and he closed his eyes and drifted off into a deep sleep. Chapter 114 Yunemo vs. Lu Ming. Yunemo slept for a whole day and night before waking up. Through the accumulation of the past few days, several 100,000 more heavenly star insect eggs were credited to the account, and if he wanted to cultivate them all, he would need at least several billions of hunting value. Fortunately, Yunemo had more than 1 trillion hunting value on him, and there were still unredeemed ones, but along with the incremental time, there would be more and more bug eggs. Cultivation pressure is not normal. But the good thing was that there was no pressure now, and Yunemo still had time to catch his breath. Yunemo looked down and realized that Mu Lingxiang was lying on the side of his bed, sleeping soundly. It's hard to take your eyes off the delicate face. Yunmo's heart fluttered, before crossing the single dog one, even the girl's hand has not been held. Having a girlfriend who was wholeheartedly good to him after coming here, Yunemo cherished it. He reached out and gently touched Mu Lingxuan's glowing skin. Soft, smooth, full of collagen and feels great in your hand. Mu Lingxuan was very alert, and although she had relaxed a lot before Yunemo, she woke up after being touched like this. Her pretty brows frowned slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. The sleepy look adds a lethargy that is even more alluring. Yunemo, you're awake? When Mu Lingxiang saw Yunemo in front of her, a charming smile instantly bloomed on her face. Aha! Yunemo touched his somewhat drowsy head, still a bit confused after just waking up. What time is it? It's just dinner time, come on, let's eat. Mu Lingxiang pulled Yunmo's hand and smiled like a flower. Letting Mu Lingxuan pull him to the playground, the sunlight at noon was a bit harsh. Yunemo subconsciously used the back of his hand to block his eyes. I'm so refreshed after this sleep. It's the perfect day to get a license. Yun searched in his mind. When you've had your fill, you'll go with Mu Lingxuan to get a license. At this time, Mu Lingxuan was also thinking about this matter in her mind. The two hadn't been together long and had already managed to have a heart-to-heart. Yun, you finally showed up. It's been 2 days. Are you deliberately avoiding this young man? Lu Ming's voice arrived as expected, once again blocking Yunmo's heels. It was really a bit shady. Yun froze, not realizing that he had slept for so long and Mu Lingxuan had been at the bedside with him. Was it like that for a day and a night? Yun glanced at Mu Lingxuan and softly said, "Hard work. It should." Mu Lingxuan smiled and nodded, knowing what Yun meant, but at night she looked and slept beside Yun. Thinking of this, Mu Lingxuan was actually a hint of shyness, because there was Lu Ming, an outsider, did not show it. Seeing Yun and Mu Lingxuan in this loving manner and ignoring himself, Lu Ming became even more irritated in his heart and pointed at Yun and drank. "Yun, dare you fight me? I'll see what reason you have to push back today." Yun glanced at Lu Ming, clearly. He won't with himself, he'll keep pestering like this. Since this is the case, we can only teach this unworthy grandson a good lesson for Elder Lu Yan. As you wish. Yunmo's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked straight at Lu Ming and agreed to his challenge. This young man knew that you, a coward, did not dare to answer. What, you agree? Lu Ming was a bit excited. He had waited for days and finally got what he wanted. Later on, this young man will not be merciful, only to ensure that there is no threat to your life. If you are injured, do not be devastated. The original words are returned to you. Right now Yun was in high spirits, not to mention Lu Ming alone in single combat. Even if all the students in the training team were together, he could still put them all down. When the surrounding students heard that the two were going to spar, they all became interested and quickly gathered together. There's no rush for lunch. Must be the first to see the action. Lin Dong also rushed over at the sound. Seeing that it was Lu Ming who had stopped and provoked again, he only felt a burst of headache as he glanced at Yun and instructed him. Just don't kill it. Yun smiled and nodded. Lu Ming? He wanted to dislike Lin Dong. What did he mean? Mr. Lin, you don't think highly of me either? The playground was huge, perfectly big enough for 2 people to perform. The students stood on both sides, and Yun stood opposite to Lu Ming. Lin Dong stood in the center of the room and glanced at the 2 men. You're just sparring between classmates. If you scare your hands to death, you'll suffer the consequences. Lu Ming began to move his limbs, already eager to try. Yun stood still for a moment, just silently looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming showed his teeth and smiled, thinking that Yun was scared silly, and his heart became even more pleased. He wanted to prove through this battle that he was the strongest existence in the Green Dragon Academy, and even in this generation. Begin. Lin Dong stepped aside after the announcement, and the students in the training team often cut their teeth. This is how we can improve each other, and he's very happy to see it. He just hoped in his heart that Lu Ming wouldn't lose too badly and wouldn't have his Tao broken after losing to Yun Yunmo's strength was impenetrable even to him. Come out, Windy Sword! Lu Ming let out a loud shout, and the martial soul Windy Sword came out in response to the call, hovering behind him. A gust of wind swept out, bringing a touch of coolness to the surroundings. The students all had a solemn look on their faces, except for Mu Lingxuan. The others had yet to win a sparring match with Lu Ming. It was inevitable that he would be a little arrogant. The crowd didn't know Yunmo's strength, so they couldn't tell who the final winner was. Mu Lingxuan glanced at the time and thought in her heart. Quickly, without delaying lunch. Yun why don't you still reveal your martial soul? Seeing that Yun was still standing still, Lu Ming urged, murmuring in his heart. This kid couldn't have been scared by this youngster's martial spirit, right? After all, it was a martial soul that had been passed down from the Lu family lineage, and Elder Lu Yan had relied on the Wen Yang sword to make a name for himself, so no matter who it was, they would give some face when they saw this martial soul. At this moment, Song Yidao stood at a high place, overlooking the playground. Seeing that the two finally had a smooth duel, he smiled and stroked his beard, murmuring in a low voice. Lu Ming, this brat is going to be unlucky. You said you can't mess with anyone, mess with Yun this brat. Song Yidao was hated for a long time because he didn't recruit Yun into the training team at the first time. Your strength is too low. I don't need to unleash my martial soul yet. Let's see if you can force me to reveal it. Yun spoke nonchalantly and yawned lazily. Seek death. The anger in Lu Ming's heart was instantly ignited. It's so disrespectful, then I'll be damned if I'm going to come down on you. Lu Ming's gaze darkened, his right hand gripped the hilt of the Fengyang sword, and the wind was generated under his feet. His body turned into a wind and instantly rushed to Yun Mo. The Fengyang sword in his hand stabbed at Yun Mo's shoulder. This attack could both injure Yun Mo, and there was no fear for his life. Yun Mo saw the situation, also understood Lu Ming. This guy is just a little arrogant, the heart is not bad, there is still a way to save. Take yourself out and just tighten it up a bit. When? A crisp ringing sound rang out over the entire playground. A layer of golden shield instantly appeared around Yun Mo, blocking the sword. Lu Ming only felt a tearing pain in his tiger's mouth, and his Fengyang sword flew backwards out of his hand, and his body retreated backward uncontrollably. Hardly had he fallen back a good dozen meters before he was able to stabilize himself, while the Fengyang sword landed beside him and stabbed straight into the ground. What? Lu Ming looked at his torn palm and was filled with disbelief. His own strike had actually failed to break through Yun Mo's defense. What the hell kind of tactic is that? Seeing this, Song Yidao couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. This absolute defense shield could not be broken even by him, let alone Lu Ming. He'll be damned if he can break through. Yun Mo, this kid is really going all out. It feels like Lu Ming, this kid is going to break his defense. Yun Mo was wronged. It wasn't that he wanted to teach Lu Ming a lesson with all his might. This absolute defense was a passive skill that would be automatically triggered whenever he was attacked. Unless the daily 30 seconds runs out. He's struggling, too. Chapter 115, this attack of yours doesn't hurt, is it? No. The surrounding students' eyes almost stared out. They had learned from Lu Ming's attack, and it was actually blocked by Yun Mo unharmed. What's this? What's this skill? Could it be a defense-type martial soul? The students speculated, all curious about Yun Mo's martial soul. After all, none of them had seen it with their own eyes. Hiss. Lu Ming sucked in a mouthful of cool air, a little depressed, and couldn't help but spit out in a small voice. Is this a turtle shell, so hard? Mr. Lu Ming, this attack of yours doesn't hurt, did you not use your full strength? Yun Mo smiled warmly at Lu Ming, but the words he said were mockingly pulled full. Is it because you haven't had lunch? Do you want to come back with a full stomach? Though you? Lu Ming couldn't help but burst out, his entire body almost stormed out. He couldn't care less about the injury at his tiger's mouth and hissed angrily. Yun Mo, you forced me to do this, let's see if you can take this move. Lu Ming said with a big wave of his hand, and the Fengyang sword flew up from the ground with the tip of the sword facing upwards, hovering above his head. Lu Ming's entire body was surging with chi and blood. Wind sword technique, 9-9. As soon as the words fell, the Fengyang sword suspended above his head instantly split into 9 long swords. The next moment all merged into the center of the Fengyang sword, which instantly expanded in size by dozens of times, and hovered in mid-air. It was oppressive from a distance. Teacher Lindong, you have to watch, if Yun Mo can't block this sword but he will die. Lu Ming said smugly. The meaning was obvious, if Yun Mo was not defeated, Lindong remembered to make a timely move to save him. Lu Ming directly offered his strongest move in order to win. Lindong nodded, but in his heart, he was thinking. I wondered if this sword could break through Yun Mo's defense. Yun Mo was still standing still, calm and relaxed. Lu Ming was furious at the sight. Yun Mo, eat my sword. The dozens of meters long Fengyang sword stabbed towards Yun Mo from top to bottom, and a hurricane instantly swept up around them, blowing the crowd back several steps. The power of this sword could be imagined, and the crowd knew very well that they couldn't catch it if they were to face it head-on. Not dead or crippled. Boom! The giant sword fell, and the sweeping wind instantly engulfed Yun Mo's figure in it. All the hearts in the room were instantly in their throats. Yun Mo can't catch this for sure, right? Why isn't Mr. Lindong making a move yet? Lu Ming was also in a hurry. He wanted to see the scene after Yun Mo's disastrous defeat and see Lindong's delay in making a move. Originally very confident, he began to worry. Soon, the hurricane dispersed and the giant sword regained its original size. Yun Mo's figure reappeared in the eyes of the crowd. The golden shield was still there and there was not the slightest trace of destruction on it. Yun Mo didn't even have a single scratch, not to mention serious injuries. Hiss. The entire room was filled with the sound of sucking in cool air. Although Lindong knew that Yun Mo was strong, he did not expect him to be this strong. Lu Ming was considered to be the best of the geniuses, and with his full strength, he actually didn't even touch Yun Mo's body. Whoever it is, the mindset is straight up broken. No, it can't be, it's not true. Lu Ming's body subconsciously took 2 steps backward, staggering, and his eyes began to become empty and lifeless. The Fengyang sword lost control and fell directly to the ground with a crisp crash. Lu Ming, who had always been very arrogant, at this moment, his mind collapsed. He had always thought that he was the genius of geniuses, and had not lost to anyone except Mu Lingshuang. Today, he had lost to Yun Mo completely and utterly, and he couldn't accept it. So reluctant. Lu Ming's figure shook and he sat on his butt on the ground, his mouth chanting as if he had gone crazy. Mr. Lu Ming? Seeing this, Lin Dong rushed to assist, worried. It's not really a broken heart, is it? If he directly lost his enterprising heart and did not advance an inch on the path of a martial artist in the future, how should he explain to the Lu family? No matter what, Lu Ming was also a genius of this generation, and it would be a loss for the Great Summer Kingdom if he were to falter like this. He's not a bad guy, except for being a bit tart and condescending in general. Lu Ming didn't react, still talking to himself as if he was the only one in the entire world. Lu Ming student. Lin Dong's voice was inexplicably tense and aggravated by a few points. Still no response. Song Yadao watched from afar, constantly sighing, and did not intervene. If you can't carry on with such a little setback, when you go to the battlefield in the future, you will only die, and you will probably drag your teammates behind you. It's nice to be a normal person when you really fall apart later on. Snap. Without any hesitation, Lin Dong directly gave Lu Ming a slap on the face. Hiss. Lu Ming ate the pain and sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his eyes instantly clearing up quite a bit as he came back to his senses. Lin Dong's slap was really hard, Lu Ming's face was left with a very sharp slap mark, and he felt a fiery pain. Mr. Lin? Lu Ming raised his head to look at Lin Dong and subconsciously shouted. Suddenly, he remembered that he was dueling Yun Mo, and his full force strike was easily blocked by Yun Mo. Lu Ming student, you this. Lin Dong just wanted to continue to persuade some more. Lu Ming instantly stood up, pointed at Yun Mo, and was dejectedly provoking again. Yun Mo, manly man, what kind of hero looks good when he keeps hiding inside the turtle shell? Have the ability to have a hard steel wave with this young master? Lu Ming thought about it at this moment. He felt that he was very strong, only Yun Mo's defense just restrained himself. If the two of them compared to the offense, the victory would definitely be his own. Lin Dong was speechless for a while. He knew how this super confident guy could go crazy so easily. However, Lu Ming's dejected look was very unlovely. It was better to look like he did just now. Song Yadao was also speechless and held his forehead when he saw this. This appearance really owes a beating. But it was very much like Master Lu Yan when he was a child. As you wish. Yun Mo said with a big flip of his hand, and a self-exploding heavenly star insect was summoned. Rapidly vibrating wings, suspended in the palm of his hand. It's asteroids? The crowd present was stunned for a while. All of them were staring straight at the self-exploding heavenly star insect in Yun Mo's hand. Different in color from the common stargazer, and several times larger in size, it was the first time the crowd had seen such a strange stargazer. Yun Mo just summoned a level 10 self-destructing heavenly star bug. He was afraid that the level would be too high and have penetrating damage that would directly take Lu Ming away. The crowd was talking. Unexpectedly, Yun Mo's martial soul is actually a heavenly star insect. Does this little gadget have attack power too? It definitely looks like a mutated heavenly star bug. You forgot that the Makoto family's family head's martial soul is still a scythe. Righto. The crowd was looking forward to seeing how Yun Mo's heavenly star insect launched its attack. Starfish bugs? Lu Ming instantly thought of something when he saw this, and he pointed at Yun Mo and questioned. This young man doesn't believe that your heavenly star insect would possess such a powerful attack. Did you use a high-grade spiritual treasure to block this young man's strongest strike? Lu Ming felt that he had discovered Yun Mo's secret and then looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head, vetoing Lu Ming's idea. Lu Ming was depressed. He really couldn't figure out that the defense means of the heavenly star bug was actually harder than a turtle shell. It's a hell of a thing. Yun Mo didn't say anything, and with a gentle one, the self-exploding heavenly star insect in his hand instantly rushed to Lu Ming's face. Before Lu Ming could react, it exploded itself at a position 1 meter away from him. Boom! The heat wave from the explosion instantly toppled Lu Ming to the ground. Chapter 116, Lu Ming who realizes reality. Blown up? The starfish bug just exploded in a watery explosion in the crowd's face. Everyone present was confused. What kind of martial soul was this? A suicide attack? It's not very sensible to do that to win against Lu Ming. For a moment the students present were abuzz. Yunemo is a ruthless character, actually blowing up his own martial soul. This is not wanting to be a martial artist anymore? It's a wolf out. As long as it's not a little cutie, none of them would make the move of scrapping their own martial souls, right? I guess Yunemo has something to lean on. Exit statements from smart people. Put. Even though it was not a close-range explosion, Lu Ming was shocked by the aftermath of this explosion and spat out blood from his mouth. He felt like his internal organs were going to shatter. Yan Ma Yu. Lu Ming stood up with difficulty and pointed at Yunemo in disbelief. Letting your martial spirit explode itself in order to win. Crazy, huh? He could feel that if that self-destructing heavenly star insect exploded close to him, he would be crippled if not dead. Yunemo was being merciful. So Lu Ming was a little guilty, and of course, unconvinced. It was just a sparring session. It wasn't so bad that he was playing with his life, was it? Teacher Lin, the victory has been decided. It's better to hurry up and take student Lu Ming to the infirmary to have his injuries checked. Yunemo looked towards Lin Dong and instructed him, directly ignoring Lu Ming. Yunma, is it a bit undignified for you to win like this? Lu Ming looked at Yunmo's rosy face, completely unlike the appearance of suffering from a backlash after blowing up his martial soul, which made him puzzled. He also couldn't care about his injuries and stopped Yunemo, who wanted to leave. Oh? What else does Yunma-san have to say? Yunemo looked at him as he was about to say something when he immediately understood what he was thinking. So many people had misunderstood like this. Yunemo said he was used to it. This self-destructive martial soul of yours, isn't this cutting off your future path? Lu Ming said somewhat sheepishly. He wondered if his grandfather would beat him to death when he knew that he had induced Yunemo to self-destruct his martial soul. After all, he had heard several compliments about Yunemo from Elder Lu Yan's mouth, more than he had been complimented in the 20 years he had lived. This was one of the reasons why Lu Ming was jealous of Yunemo. You mean this? Yunemo said and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, densely packed heavenly star insects were summoned. Thousands of them waved their wings in unison and hovered above Yunmo's head, a black pressurized mass that made one's scalp numb. My martial soul can split infinitely. It's just a matter of destroying a child insect. It's harmless. You. Me. Looking at the sky-littering astral insects, Lu Ming's intensive phobia was offended, and he stammered for half a day without being able to say anything. His face turned white. Just one worm is like that horrible destructive power. If these worms attacked themselves at the same time, wouldn't there be even dregs left? Lu Ming thought of this face even more ugly, but also understood that Yunemo duel with himself. This water release can be gathered into an ocean. To think that he had been jumping up and down in front of Yunemo, constantly provoking him. A living clown. Yunemo wasn't afraid of him, but he didn't feel the need to fight. Thinking about this, Lu Ming felt his face burning and hurting, and the other students had already begun to suspect that there was something wrong with their eyesight. Aren't all martial souls one? Even the heaven-defying dual-born martial souls like Mu Lingshang are few and far between. Yunemo directly summoned thousands of heavenly star insects. How could this be fun? Not to mention that Lu Ming couldn't beat them. They wouldn't be a match even if they were all together, right? The crowd had also seen other bug martial souls, but there was no such a heaven-defying existence. It was only at this moment that they figured out why the principal valued Yunemo so much. Lu Ming covered his chest, itching to find a crack in the ground, and he lowered his head without saying a word. With a wave of his hand, Yunemo reclaimed all the heavenly star insects back into his martial soul space. He hadn't even summoned his contracted Beast Rift Earth Inferno Jiao yet, and that guy's size was even more intimidating. Yes. It's me who lost. After slowing down for a while, Lu Ming then reddened his face, raised his head to look at Yunemo, and struggled to speak. Recognize your failures completely. This kind of demon takes the head to win by himself, ah? Aha! Yunemo nodded indifferently and said in an old-fashioned manner. Know your shame and you're still saved. This didactic tone was akin to an elder who was teaching his juniors a lesson. Lu Ming only felt a fire beating in his chest when he heard this, making his already internal injuries even worse. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists without another word, he turned and left dryly. His skills were not as good as the others, and he lost, so it was no wonder that Mu Lingxuan was dead to Yunemo. It turned out that the other party was really excellent, even he himself was far inferior to him. Lu Ming's expression was a bit gloomy when he thought about this, so it was evident that the blow he had suffered was not small. The other students were also more or less depressed. They all had some arrogance in them because they were first-tier geniuses. Now that he had seen Yunmo's true strength with his own eyes, he realized that he was a bull genius. Just a little better than the average student. Fellow Lu Ming, it's better to check this injury of yours earlier. Looking at the departing Lu Ming, Lin Dong hurriedly followed him, but he could not let this grandpa really get hurt. Lu Yan's old man's side is not easy to explain. Let's go, let's eat. Yun Mo's stomach had long been flattened with hunger, and it became even hungrier with such an activity, and he tightly pulled Mu Lingxuan's small hand as he walked towards the cafeteria in front of him. Aha! Mu Lingxuan glanced at the time again. There were still 3 minutes before the cafeteria opened, and it was just right to walk there. Now that school hasn't started yet, there aren't many people eating and there's no line at all. When the crowd of students saw that the hilarity was over, you looked at me, I looked at you, and they also walked towards the cafeteria in groups. The gazes that looked at Yun Mo all turned into adoration. The most muxiang amongst the martial artists, they took Yun Mo as the goal of their endeavors, hoping that they too could become superb martial artists in the future. Defend one side and hold up the sky for the great summer kingdom. Yun Mo left Dongyang City for the past few days. Life was too full, while Mufan was not so happy at home. Every day, apart from hunting demonic beasts, it was just boring training and having to accept the nagging of old dad. He felt like his whole being was about to shatter, and every day was spent counting the days to when school would start. Phew, so tired, finally I can eat. Mufan, who had just finished training, was lying on the table, feeling like his hands were going to waste away, and his strength to hold chopsticks was drained. You child, stupid and not trying hard enough, you're a disgrace to my old man. Mui Cheng was furious when he came back and saw Mufan in this state and couldn't help but reprimand. Father, am I your own son? Mufan wanted to cry. He was tired every day into what kind of a bastard, but also be reprimanded by the old father. Don't you want to lose face? I'm about to die of exhaustion here just after training. I'm tired of yelling every day, and I don't see you improving much. Mui Cheng became even more exasperated. After working so hard for so many days, only bronze 9 stars, what a disgrace to my old man. Mufan was tempted to talk back. There were so many students who had just awakened who hadn't yet been graded as official martial artists. He himself was bronze 9 stars, only 1 step away from silver level. Wasn't he good enough? Is Pops trying to get himself graded silver now? He was tempted to say, Pops, you are also only a gold level martial artist, but he just thought about it and didn't dare to say it. He was afraid that Pops would whip out 7 wolves, dipped in iodine vapors, and whip himself. Sterilize as you fight. Ha! Thinking about it, Mufan couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't unfounded. He really experienced it as a child. Chapter 117, Heavenly Good. Father, I'm not slowing down. Before the school year starts, the fixed level silver is steady. Mufan sold the explanation. It's just that parents have to learn to accept the ordinariness of their children. When Mui Cheng saw this clear look in Mufan's eyes, the fire in his heart was instantly extinguished, having an excellent daughter and an even better son-in-law. It's not unacceptable for a son to be mediocre. Thinking of this, Mui Cheng instantly relieved himself. Mufan? Why did he see the caring retarded look in his old man's eyes? No, I'm also the 3rd genius of Dongyang City. Is it that embarrassing? Father, no, you'd better supervise me more. Mufan doesn't want to become a retard in his old man's eyes. Your cultivation speed is hopeless even with supervision. Mui Cheng was a bit weak when he said this. After all, he was not as good as his own son when he was young. It was only that it was set off somewhat mediocre by Yun Mo and Mu Lingxuan. Your sister and your brother-in-law are already gold-level martial artists. One slow step at a time, you probably won't be able to catch up in this lifetime. He even sighed after that and shook his head helplessly as he sat down to eat. What the hell? At those words, Mufan's entire body was confused. It was only a few days, and the two were golden? Are they on a rocket? Faster than flying. It's also too much of a blow. Originally there was such a fast progress. Mufan was still quite happy. Compared to my own sister and brother-in-law, I'm nothing. It's so Alexandrian. Ugh. Mufan sighed as he leaned over the table, only feeling that life was hard. Compared to other geniuses, he felt that there was still hope of catching up. Compared to the two Yun Mo, he would only feel deep despair. Tired, destroy. After the meal, Yun Mo walked out of the cafeteria hand in hand with Mu Lingxuan. It's a beautiful day. Mu Lingxuan glanced at the blue-colored sky. There were no clouds in the sky, and the sunlight was very comfortable on one's body. It's really good. Yun Mo raised his eyes and nodded approvingly. It's 1 p.m. Why don't we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license? Mu Lingxuan could never forget to get a license with Yunemo so that the two of them would be legally married. Exactly. The two interlocked their fingers and smiled at each other. I can finally go get my license today, so there shouldn't be any surprises stopping them, right? Mu Lingxiang was in an excited mood, and now rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. They happened to be at work, and the photo of the two of them had not yet been prepared. For a while Mu Lingxuan was a deer in the headlights and a little flustered. Song Yidao was sitting in his office flipping through the information when the phone suddenly rang. Dao picked it up. Hello, who is it? When he heard the other party's voice, he became solemn inside his expression and nodded his head repeatedly. No problem, I'll get ready now. After hanging up the phone, Song Yidao couldn't hide his excitement. The curve of his mouth was about to be suppressed. Just how much credit has this kid Yunemo made? Elder Xian actually had to come in person. This is an honor that has never been seen in my Green Dragon Academy for decades. Thinking so, Song Yidao walked out of the principal's office at the first opportunity, dialed a few phones, and arranged all the preparations in an organized manner. Through the window he happened to see Yunemo and Mu Lingxuan walking forward with a smile on their faces. They're going out this way? Song Yidao froze and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Yunemo is the protagonist. Less anyone cannot be less him. If there is no important thing, today an afternoon or stay inside the college good. The two had just walked to the main entrance of the academy. Song Yidao's figure suddenly stopped in front of the two of them, a bright smile on his face. Headmaster? The two looked at Song Yidao in confusion. Yunemo, there's something at the academy in a while that requires you to appear in person. Do you have something urgent? Song One Dagger popped straight to the subject. What is it? Going to get a license for this thing. Tomorrow is also possible. Yunemo is not too urgent. But Mu Lingxuan was in a hurry. How many times had she wanted to get a license? Why did something stop them every time? Did God disapprove of the love between the two? Do you have to keep testing yourself? For a while, Mu Lingxuan was a bit skeptical of life. How many times had this happened? She couldn't remember anymore. It was just a license, not a trip to the West. You're not going to put yourself through 9981, are you? Anyway, it's important. Song Yidao purposely sold his words, but his expression was serious, not joking. Yunemo looked towards Mu Lingxuan. Mu Lingxuan, on the other hand, looked towards Song Yidao, her voice faint. Is it good for you, Ma? Naturally, it's heavenly. Song Yidao nodded repeatedly. Let's wait then, the license thing can be tomorrow. When Mu Lingxiang heard this, she instantly stopped being anxious. Since it was a good thing, she naturally couldn't delay Yunemo. Getting a license? Song Yidao was a bit stunned for a moment when he heard that the two were going to do this. It's also heavenly for the two to be licensed. Is today going to be a double celebration? Once things are done, it is also possible to get a license if you have the time. No delays. Song Yidao thought about this and did not speak again. Principal, what's so good about it? Seeing the corners of Song Yidao's mouth that were hard to suppress, Yunemo was curious. It's good for you, and it makes Song Yidao so pleased with himself. Is he going to honor himself? Yunemo pondered for a while and only felt that this was possible. You guys wander around the academy, you'll find out in a minute. Song Yidao finished speaking and turned straight around, humming a little song and walking away. What's so mysterious? Yunemo smiled and didn't think much about it. Mu Lingxuan was curious about what good thing could make the principal come to personally inform. Come on, Ling Frost, let's go around. I just ate and it's a good way to kill a few pounds. The two held hands and wandered around. A stage is being set up in the playground. What's this about? Not far away came the voice of the Gathering Academy. Upon hearing this, Yunemo and Mu Lingxuan exchanged a glance and also walked towards the playground. At this moment, all the students from the training team were all gathered in the center of the playground, and Lu Ming was there as well. There was a group of crews in the center of the playground quickly setting up the stage. There was also a banner hanging on the stage, but it was covered so that it was not clear what it contained. What's this about? Is there some kind of program today? I haven't heard that our academy has invited any celebrities either. I don't know, it seems to have been erected temporarily and suddenly. The students are oblivious to what's going on. Look at the rush, it looks like you want to get it done quickly and put it into use. Lu Ming glanced at Yunemo and touched the third-class medal on his chest, and for some reason, he had a bad feeling. It feels like it's coming at you. After losing to Yunemo, the third-class medal on his chest was the last of his decency. Soon the stage was set and a roar of engines sounded outside the college gates. Is that the engine of a military truck? One of the military fans' eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this voice, and he quickly ran towards the main entrance of the academy. The other students sniffed and went after them. Military trucks, only the top brass of Shangjing are qualified to use them. Which big shot has come to Qinglong Academy? Chapter 118, Authorization. Yunmo and Mulingshan also followed. The gate of the Green Dragon Academy. 2 rows of dozens of armored vehicles were parked neatly alongside the street, and a number of city dwellers had dipped around them. This kind of scene is not usually seen, and they have pulled out their cell phones and turned on the video to record this wonderful moment. Song Yidao led the teachers to the gate as well, ready to greet them. Under the gaze of the crowd, the door of the center car opened and Elder Xian slowly stepped out from inside. Elder Xian! It's Elder Xian! The surrounding residents all cheered excitedly at the sight of Elder Xian's figure. Elder Xian was the guardian of the upper capital, the pillar of the Great Summer Kingdom. There were countless people who worshipped him, and now that they had seen him in the flesh, they were all shouting with excitement like mad. If it wasn't for the special martial artists guarding the area around them, it was estimated that they would have swarmed up in a brainstorm and swarmed Elder Xian. Being able to be loved by the crowd, Elder Xian rejoiced in his heart and waved at them. Elder Xian! Elder Xian! The residents shouted even more excitedly when they saw Elder Xian waving at them. They were excitedly jumping and waving their hands to express their admiration for Elder Xian. Elder Xian welcomes you to Green Dragon Academy. Song Yidao took the lead in welcoming him, shaking hands cordially with Elder Xian. Old Song is polite. Elder Xian was smiling. A look of amiability. The students of the training team were also excited to see Elder Xian with their cheeks flushed red, and they were eager to go up and shake Elder Xian's hand and interact with him. This is the one they admire the most. Lu Ming's neck shrank and he subconsciously took a step back. He didn't expect Elder Xian to come here in person. What is Elder Xian doing here at the Green Dragon Academy at this time? Lu Ming muttered in his mind. He craned his neck towards the outside and realized there was no sign of his grandfather. That was a secret relief. Elder Xian's gaze fell on Yunmo after he finished speaking with Song Yidao. The smile on his face grew even wider. Yunmo also smiled and nodded, not being humble. The more you look at it, the more you like it. Elder Xian entered the Green Dragon Academy surrounded by the crowd. Only after seeing Elder Xian's figure disappear did the surrounding residents who were watching gradually disperse. The special martial artists observed the movements around them, all of them were in 12-point spirits. Many forces abroad with a high moral standing like Elder Xian couldn't wait for him to pass away earlier. It's been through countless assassinations over the years, and the most dangerous one almost fell. As strong as he is, he also needs a lot of protection. By now the stage on the playground had been set up. Elder Xian's group arrived without incident. There are also neatly arranged rows of seats under the stage. At Elder Xian's gesture, the crowd took their seats. Elder Xian slowly walked onto the stage. Looking around the crowd on the stage, this is when he shallowly opened his mouth. I've come here to commend someone. The crowd instantly exploded at his words. It's actually Elder Xian himself who came to praise the other party. Who the hell is it? Did what? What virtue or ability can receive Elder Xian's personal praise? In an instant everyone was envious and jealous of the one who was going to be praised by Elder Xian. The uneasiness in Lu Ming's heart grew stronger. He turned his head to look at Yunmo, who was not far away. Mentally muttering. It can't be him, can it? Lu Ming's thought had just fallen, when he heard Elder Xian announce with a smile. Let's have student Yunmo on stage. Yunmo's heart was clear, Elder Xian was really coming for himself this time. For a moment all eyes fell on him. Yunmo slowly stood up and looked around the crowd. There was a faint smile on his face. Under the gaze of the crowd, he walked onto the stage without slowing down and stood in front of Elder Xian. Elder Xian! Yunmo shouted respectfully. Well, good. Elder Xian was very pleased and patted Yunmo's shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. He then continued. These past few days Yunmo students have cooperated with us to accomplish an unprecedentedly difficult task. Once these words came out, the crowd on the stage once again whispered. Yunmo actually did go on a mission. I thought it was an excuse. How can it be an excuse when the principal has admitted it himself? This time, Elder Xian even came in person and recognized Yunmo's contribution. What kind of mission did he actually carry out? I'm really curious. Lu Ming sniffed and stared dead at the stage. His own intuition was right, Elder Xian was coming for Yunmo. He was especially curious about what Yunmo had done. It would be praised and honored by Elder Xian himself. The crowd also gathered their breath and held it, waiting for Elder Xian to continue. Since this mission is a classified mission, I won't specifically emphasize the instructions, but Yunmo's merit exists. On behalf of the higher-ups, I've come to honor Yunmo's classmates. What ordination? Lu Ming's heart thumped. Sure enough, the last thing he wanted to see happened. He subconsciously touched the third-class medal on his chest. This was the only thing he could win over Yunmo. Could it be that Yunmo has also obtained the third-class medal? Lu Ming is really depressed this time. How can anything be compared to Yunmo? He is being hung up 360 degrees hanging ah. The other students were fabulous in their different ways as well. There was envy, shock, and doubt. I'll go, Yunmo actually received a medal as well, and it was personally awarded by Elder Xian. How great an honor is this? Yeah, so envious. When will I get a medal too? Yunmo had prepared himself mentally, so he didn't have much of an expression fluctuation when he heard Elder Xian's words. Just standing silently with a smile on his face, he waited for Elder Xian to continue. Yunma. After recounting Yunmo's attack, Elder Xian once again looked at him. Yunmo took a step forward and nodded heavily. On behalf of the top brass, I would like to award you the Medal of Heroism Extraordinaire. What special class? The moment these words came out, it was like a huge stone falling into a calm water surface. Instant massive ripples. Everyone in the room suspected that their ears had misheard. Song Yadao was also a bit baffled. What exactly did Yunmo do? What was the mission? I can't believe it's the Medal of Heroism Extraordinaire. There is a saying going around. Third-class medals are received standing up. Second-class medals lay claim to them. First-class medal family members received it on behalf of the family. This extraordinary heroic medal was a legendary existence, and those who were able to obtain it were all godlike figures. Currently there were less than 100 martial artists in the entire Great Xia country who had gotten this medal. The gold content can't be beat. This made the crowd even more curious. What exactly had Yunmo done secretly within the past few days? Elder Xian said it's confidential and can't be told. Suddenly I feel an itch inside to know. This time all eyes were unified. The only thing in his eyes when he looked at Yunmo was admiration. He's a genius, decorated by Elder Xian himself. What an honor to be his classmate. At this moment, Lu Ming's brain was buzzing. Extra? His own third-class medals were a joke compared to his. And the medal wasn't even earned independently, it was earned with the help of the family's energy. Such a contrast. Lu Ming felt that he was a loser who could only rely on his family. Yunma has nothing. What he gets is dependent on his own efforts. From this moment on, Lu Ming was completely convinced. He smiled and looked at the spirited Yunmo on the stage, instantly relieved. A relaxed smile squeezed out of the corner of his mouth. Mentally, he murmured. I'm not at all wrong to lose to you. Chapter 119 Reconciliation. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, Elder Chosen opened the brocade box and took out the golden medal of extraordinary hero. That's what the congregation is trying to do. Now that it had been obtained by Yunmo, this was a height that many martial artists could not reach even if they struggled for a lifetime. Yunmo straightened his back. Elder Xian took a step forward and personally hung the medallion on his chest, which glistened under the sunlight. Yunmo, although you have gained great honor this time, you should refrain from arrogance and strive to get even greater honors. Elder Xian smiled and instructed, like two old friends chattering, very approachable. Thank you, Elder Xian, I will keep your teachings in mind. Yunmo smiled and nodded. Elder Xian, this is just a scene, just with this special skill with Han Yunma can hold and eat for a lifetime. Even if it means laying flat and touching fish every day from now on. Of course Yunmo wouldn't do that. He has to get stronger. Getting stronger. Today he had hundreds of thousands of astral worms. There is a great sense of accomplishment in raising them slowly. He also had to protect Muling Shuang and his hometown, Dongyang City. Congratulations Yunma. Mullingfrost led the applause. Then all the students and all the teachers burst into applause at the same time. They were all happy for Yunmo. And also felt proud. After all, they were all from the same college. I'll look good when I tell people about it. Elder Xian patted Yunmo's shoulder. Go ahead and tell everyone about your accomplishments. Be a good inspiration to the students below. Yunmo nodded and very generously walked to the podium. There was no stage fright, and an eloquent conversation ensued. The more you talk about it, the hotter it gets. It mobilized all the students on stage. If he had been born in peaceful times, he would have been a very good MLM guru. Yunmo said it well. I feel like I'm full of fighting spirit now. I really want to go to the border and fight those demonic beasts for 300 rounds. Yes, I also want to get credit, I also want to get a medal, and I also want Elder Xian to personally honor me. Yunmo spoke for more than an hour, and his mouth was dry from talking. After Yunmo finished his speech, Elder Xian handed him another ring. This ring is a simple storage spiritual treasure. Knowing that your space astral city can store things, this ring is not worth much, the various resources inside are more valuable, you should be more interested. Many thanks to Elder Xian. Yunmo simply did not know what politeness was, smilingly took it directly into his arms. His swarm of astro bugs is a real resource burner. He consumed thousands of times more resources than other martial artists, and was a complete pack of gold-swallowing beasts. What's good in there? It's not too late to wait until after the ordination event to see. The saving spirit treasure is only available to dancers at the diamond level and above. Although it was of little use to Yunmo, but it was enough to make everyone on stage's eyes glaze over. They also want to store spiritual treasures. After the conferral, the reporter brought by Elder Xian started to take pictures of them to record this unforgettable moment. First, there was a solo photo of Elder Xian with Yunmo. Then there's a picture of the principal with Yunmo. It ended with a group photo of all the students and faculty. Everyone clustered Yunmo using in the center, while Mu Lingshuang was beside him. There was a click. This unforgettable moment was recorded. It was also remembered by the crowd. Although this ordination had nothing to do with the other students. But they won't forget this unforgettable moment later. They are honored at this moment. A student who had just awakened and hadn't yet enrolled in school got the Special Hero Medal. Yunmo was the only one for hundreds of years. It's really like nothing before or since. Destined to be recorded in the annals of history, Yunmo's achievements nowadays could completely open a single page of genealogy. After the conferral, Song Yidao led the crowd to the best hotel in Shangjing. Very generous to have the entire top floor wrapped up. Just for the sake of giving Yunmo a long face, it's a blood money. I'll be damned, all of these are actually delicacies made of waist-thin meat of platinum grade or higher. Yeah, it's all so delicious, and after eating it I feel like my whole body's chi and blood is flowing and getting stronger. The students' eyes glowed. Although the school cafeteria's meals also had blood and flesh that had to be lean, they were all bronze, silver-level demonic beasts. It doesn't lift them that much anymore. Yunmo didn't like to get together too much, he ate silently in the corner of the banquet with Mu Lingshuang accompanying him. That's a good quality medal. Mu Lingshuang held the medallion in her hand, her face full of smiles. Really love it. In the future, I'll take a piece with my own strength. Mu Lingshuang didn't want to lose to Yunmo, she also had her own pride. I'm sure you can do it. Yunmo smiled and looked at Mu Lingshuang, nodding very seriously. He was able to make it this far solely by relying on the system to open up. Without the system, one's martial soul was just an ordinary heavenly star bug. That's it for life. And Mu Lingshuang was a true heavenly pride. Born with dual martial souls, relying on her own efforts to advance to the gold-level martial artist, if Yunmo, the hangman, was not present, she was the #1 person in the younger generation. Aha! Mu Lingshuang nodded solemnly. She also believes she can do it. This was not conceit, but absolute confidence in his own strength. Yunmo was like a transparent person even though he was the main character of the banquet. There was no socializing going on. Elder Xian and Song Yidao and the others were all together, full of smiles as they discussed Yunmo, an outstanding student. Song Yidao was full of red. He hadn't been this happy in a long time, happier than he had been with this honor. Elder Xian, I'm optimistic about this Yunmo kid, the first time I saw him at that time, I knew he could do it. Lin Dong, who was on the side, couldn't help but roll his eyes at the words and crickets in his heart. Think about who refused Yunmo to enter the training team in the first place. If I hadn't been so discerning myself, Yunimo might have gone to another academy. Elder Xian just kept smiling and nodding and didn't say anything. The mood of the party was cordial and everyone had a good time. Yunmo, congratulations. At this time, Lu Ming walked to Yunimo somewhat squirming, he said. But he was torn for a long time before he gathered the courage to walk up to Yunimo. Thanks a lot. Yunimo responded with a salty nod. Lu Ming's heart wasn't bad. It's just a little too much of a get up and go. After being cleaned up by Yunimo, he now looked much smoother. Lu Ming wanted to say something. He wanted to apologize properly to Yunimo, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. Seeing this tangled look on his face, Yunimo smiled and raised his hand, patting his shoulder. It's all in the past, we're all classmates, it's not like we have any deep grudges. Lu Ming was even more ashamed at his words. Yunimo really can afford to take it, and in turn, he looks at himself as really petty. Shame on their Lu family. Yes, we all went to school together and will be comrades in arms. Lu Ming's face flushed red as he hurriedly nodded in approval. Looking at Mu Lingshuang on the side and then at Yunimo, he praised heartily. The two of you really look good together. Thanks a lot. Mu Lingshuang also gave him a rare good face, making Lu Ming somewhat flattered, disregarding the fact that he no longer had that fondness for Mu Lingshuang. Actually, your grandfather approached me. Yunimo smiled and flirted when he saw that Lu Ming had already changed. Sure enough, Lu Ming instantly wilted when he heard his grandfather's words. Asked with some trepidation. What did he tell you about my grandfather? It's nothing, it's just that I want to teach you a lesson, so that you'll remember to use your head and not just do whatever you want in the future. Lu Ming lowered his head in silence. That's going to cost you if you're on the battlefield. Yunimo said like an elder speaking in a serious manner. Lu Ming didn't roll his eyes this time, he knew that Yunimo was treating him as a friend by telling him this, and all of the past unpleasantness had dissipated. He nodded solemnly and responded with great sincerity. I'll take notes.